This game is astonishingly realistic. Brick moving, errand running, garbage collecting, delivering express parcels. The company can make you fully experience the arduousness of the 996 work schedule. Here, you can savor the exhilarating thrill of a supercharged 007. Alright, enough chit-chat. The esteemed manager has summoned me to move bricks. That esteemed individual proclaimed that as long as we diligently offer our all, next month he will be able to acquire an entirely new set of power armor. At that time, he will guide us through brand new maps to scavenge for even more refuse in the vast wasteland. Upon traversing into the wasteland realm, Chu Guang discovered that he had unlocked the shelter system. This system enables the summoning of beings known as players from parallel worlds. From that day forth, the entire wasteland became utterly unhinged. Chapter 1. Just how authentic is a game that claims to be 100% real? Just how genuine is a fully immersive game that is 100% real? Earth, a certain university's computer lab. As he gazed at the group chat messages, the first image that flashed through Yi Wei's mind was not of the game, but rather of a pair of pristine thighs and justice. To elaborate, it was his heavily modded Skyrim, boasting over 200 enhancements. Alongside over 100 beloved characters he had painstakingly crafted, he emerged from the saved files. Delving deeper into specifics would be ill-advised, otherwise the account might be lost. In the group chat, his nickname is Girl Enemy Knight 10 times, but due to its length and lack of elegance, the older members of the group affectionately shorten it to Knight 10. It is literally real. Visual, auditory, olfactory, tactile, gustatory, all identical to the real world. The flow of time in the game world is a perfect 1:1 with that of reality. The time difference is approximately 12 hours, and due to the technological principles involved being an interference with dreams, playing the game is akin to sleeping. The individual who typed these two lines is affectionately known as Light. This earnest single-character nickname seems out of place among the whimsical name of the group, the Cattle and Horse Club, so the playful members often refer to him as Ultraman, Gaia, or even Brother Kai, or Awesome. Level 8 Gale, Administrator. Is this some kind of fantastical setting? Laughs. Long days ahead. Administrator. Moreover, it sounds somewhat dated, reminiscent of early web literature on virtual reality game concepts. Time flies. Group Leader. Haha. Are you referring to wearing a virtual reality headset? I quite enjoyed that back in my school days. The young lady's adversary, Yi Shirt C, Administrator, remarked, logically, this premise is rather implausible, isn't it? Would the operators truly prioritize player enjoyment over profit? If it were entirely authentic, how would the prestige of the RMB warriors be manifested? Everyone would simply indulge without cost. Yi Wei does not engage with such novels, yet he believes that after 9 years of compulsory education, he is distinct from others. Rather than mere enjoyment, he ought to pursue rationality. Thus, he finds greater pleasure in the realms of fantasy and the supernatural. Coming days. Brother, you are far too earnest. If we are to discuss rationality, wouldn't it be more reasonable to ensure that the imaginary operators within the novels profit, rather than allowing the readers outside the narrative to revel? 8-level Gale. No nested discussions allowed. The topic swiftly veered off course. Although the Nyoma Club is a gaming group, it seldom engages in such serious discourse regarding games as it does today, particularly concerning a game that is entirely fictional and conjured from thin air. However, even as the conversation had strayed significantly, the initiator of the topic, an individual known as Guang, persisted in steering the discussion back. Guang, I am merely positing a hypothetical. Guang continued. If such a game truly existed, would you be willing to play it? Observing the group chat, Yi Wei chuckled and shook his head. Was that even question? The young lady's adversary, Yi Shirt C. Of course. Why wouldn't I? A game that is 100% authentic. Why not give it a try, you know? Funny. 8-level Gale. 1. However, regarding your premise, I still harbor some doubts. If the game time equates to sleep time, wouldn't it be more rational to apply such technology in the workplace? Bai Ju Guoshi. What the hell, are you a devil? Coming days. Then I suppose I shall simply sleep soundly. Bitter smile, JN. You all are up late at night, dreaming in the group chat. You've made me laugh to tears. The number of participants chiming in the group chat increased significantly. Some individuals, although silent, were keenly peering at the conversation. In a gaming group of 200 members, the active participants usually number between 10 to 20, with the occasional emergence of 2 unfamiliar faces, those who have been lurking for over 2 years. The individual known as Guang, however, paid no heed to this, remaining immersed in his own thoughts. In fact, the company I recently joined is developing a fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG. The lively group chat felt momentarily silent. Yet soon, as if choreographed, a flurry of messages erupted. What the hell? Is that for real? Impressive, brother. I almost believed it. Funny, Yue felt this fellow was excessively theatrical. A fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG? 100% authentic? Nonsense. As Gale said, if such a thing truly existed, would it be utilized for gaming? Of course, he did not quite agree with its application in the workplace. In his imagination, such astounding technology would undoubtedly first be employed in military contexts. Imagine how incredible it would be to train special forces. The individual known as Guang ceased speaking, merely tossing a URL his way. Yue casually clicked on it, only to discover it was actually a game's official website. The official website's layout was rather unimpressive, resembling a page that could not even afford a graphic designer. The barren page contained no content, only 3 stark lines of text. 100% authentic virtual reality game. Wasteland OL, current reservation count. 0 reservation. Yes/no. Yue chuckled. Goodness, after such build-up, it turns out to be an advertisement. It's uncertain whether it's a betting site or an online blockade. However, the reservation count is indeed realistic, lacking any fabricated 8-digit online player count or claims that even the likes of Zha Hui are playing. Well then, let's see what you're all about. Gripping the mouse, he clicked on yes. However, to his surprise, the anticipated registration page did not pop up. Aside from the reservation count changing from 0 to 1, nothing else altered. This wretched game doesn't even require account registration. This peculiar maneuver left Yue baffled. He was momentarily uncertain whether this constituted an advertisement. Could it be a virus? That seems unlikely. In this day and age, antivirus software is nearly obsolete. Is there truly a virus that can infect one merely by clicking yes or no on a website? Not to mention in a school computer lab. Even on his own computer, he was unperturbed by such things. Reservation count. 11 Wasteland, shelter number 404 Resin Hall. Observing the numbers on the webpage's back end, Chu Guang, sitting in a cramped room, exhaled in relief, loosening his grip on the mouse. Is this sufficient? The response came in the form of 2 lines of text that materialized before him. Task completed. Reward. A set of carbon nanotube bulletproof vests. Reward points 5. The wall on one side of the room trembled faintly, and as the arched alloy door slid open, a black vest lay upon the platform behind it. A conveyor belt delivered the vest into view, and the alloy door sealed shut once more, restoring tranquility to the chamber. Chu Guang immediately rose from his position before the computer and stepped forward to retrieve the vest. Its weight was remarkably light, and its texture resembled that of ice silk loungewear. It felt exquisitely soft to the touch, making it difficult to fathom that such an item could withstand the impact of bullets. Designation: Carbon Nanotube Bulletproof Vest. Description: effectively absorbs the kinetic energy of bullets, dispersing the impact force within its durability threshold and offering resistance to a degree of piercing and cutting damage. Durability: 100. Rewards obtained from the shelter system are recorded in the inventory, accompanied by product descriptions and usage instructions. Chu Guang promptly removed his outer garment and donned the vest snugly. Initially, it felt somewhat chilly against his skin, but he quickly acclimated to it. At that moment, a cylindrical metallic object resting in the corner of the room emitted a monotonous electronic tone. Congratulations, Master. It appears you have completed your first task. Could you refrain from speaking so abruptly? Certainly, Master. The robot, resembling a wastebasket, was named Xiaoqi. As the assistant to the administrator of Shelter 404, it technically bore no name, only a designation, 777. However, Chu Guang found it cumbersome to refer to it merely by its number, so he bestowed upon it a name. As for who Chu Guang was and how he came to be in Shelter 404, that tale must begin on a moonless, tempestuous night. Chapter 2. Shelter 404. Chu Guang, a 26-year-old man, raised by his grandfather after his parents divorced during his childhood, found himself alone following the passing of his grandfather in his second year of university. Fortunately, being born in an era of peace allowed him to complete his studies while working part-time. Upon graduation, he secured a position in sales, where his exceptional performance quickly earned him the admiration of his employer, leading to his promotion from a novice to a supervisor in no time. Having endured the most challenging days, he optimistically believed that he could finally enjoy a period of tranquility. However, fate decided to play a cruel joke on him, one of considerable magnitude. Approximately 5 months prior, Chu Guang vividly recalled negotiating a contract worth 20 million when, in a moment of indulgence, his boss overindulged at the dinner table and succumbed to inebriation. When he regained consciousness, he found himself sprawled in a desolate wilderness. This was no ordinary wasteland. After walking for 2 miles without encountering a single soul, he was nearly devoured by a grotesque creature resembling a dog with 2 heads. Fortunately, the creature's cumbersome heads hindered its pursuit, allowing Chu Guang to escape in sheer terror. With the creature no longer in sight, he dared not retrace his steps. Utterly lost and bewildered, it was then he discovered that his wallet and phone had vanished, and he was clad in an unfamiliar blue coat. Spotting a small puddle, he leaned down, and to his astonishment, he not only had a change of attire, but also a completely different face. He could only surmise that some deranged individual had knocked him unconscious, replaced his visage, and abandoned him in this forsaken place. As he wandered aimlessly across the desolate landscape, a plume of smoke in the distance captured his attention. Reflecting on that moment now, he felt a tinge of dread, driven by an overwhelming urge to call for help. He dashed toward that wisp of smoke, only to later realize he had fortuitously stumbled upon a genuine survivor settlement. Had it been a band of ruthless marauders or a tribe of cannibals, he might have found himself simmering in a pot. Engaging with the survivors revealed that he was no longer in Huagua, nor even on the Earth he once knew. In this parallel universe, a war 2 centuries prior had obliterated the remnants of civilization, leaving behind a ravaged wasteland and the survivors who struggled to endure. The year was now 2340, marking the 211th year since humanity had entered the Age of Ruins in 2129. Dumbfounded, shocked, and engulfed in an indescribable terror, Chu Guang's adaptability was commendable. He persevered through those initial harrowing days, gradually acclimatizing to this harsh new existence. After 5 arduous months of subsisting on scant meals and grappling with mutated beasts and hostile raiders, just as he began to resign himself to a bleak fate, a turning point occurred mere hours ago. Amidst the ruins of an abandoned sanatorium, he discovered the entrance to Shelter 404. To be precise, it was not Chu Guang who found it. It was the shelter that had sought him out, guiding him with a voice that resonated in his mind. As he approached the vicinity of the sanatorium, he realized it was the very place where he had first awakened in this world. Had he not wandered aimlessly, or if daylight had dawned a tad earlier, he might have located it sooner. Regardless, the long-awaited boon had finally arrived after 5 months. Simultaneously, a brand new opportunity presented itself. The shelter seemed tailored for him, patiently awaiting his arrival. From the moment he stepped through its entrance, his identity transformed from a mere scavenger to the sole resident and administrator of Shelter 404. His sole responsibility was to utilize the internet from Earth to entice, or rather, persuade a group of beings referred to as players to come to this world and work for him. Indeed, this shelter's advanced technology not only connected to the parallel universe's internet, but also boasted its own official website. Players who booked games would automatically receive a registration number and be recorded in the administrator system's resident directory. As the administrator, Chu Guang could select specific numbers to grant gaming privileges. The system would, through some extraordinary means, deliver gaming helmets to the players. By simply donning the helmet, players could connect with the incubation pod within the shelter and awaken as clones, an incredibly user-friendly and convenient process. Though there were no penalties for failing to work, the rewards for completing tasks were simply irresistible to Chu Guang, such as a bulletproof vest. After 5 months of struggling for survival in the wasteland, he understood the paramount importance of such life-saving equipment. Furthermore, the points earned from task rewards were valuable, allowing him to redeem them for blind box rewards on the administrator allowance page. A basic blind box required 1 point, a mid-level 10 points, and a high-level box 100 points. According to the system's explanation, the items drawn from blind boxes varied in type and quantity, guaranteeing some reward without the dreaded thank you for your patronage scenario. Different tiers of blind boxes determined the minimum rewards. For instance, a basic box would yield food supplies, a mid-level box guaranteed medicine, and a high-level box could yield weapons. As for whether a basic box could yield mid-level rewards, the system was silent, but the probability seemed exceedingly low. While Chu Guang contemplated whether to spend his 5 points on basic blind boxes or save for 100 to draw a weapon, the crumpled trash can in the corner spoke once more. Master, a new task has been updated in your administrator log. Please check it promptly. Understood, Chu Guang replied impatiently. Who exactly is the master here? He cast a disdainful glance at the corner and temporarily set aside the blind box matter, silently invoking the administrator system. Soon, a pale blue holographic screen projected onto his retina. Administrator log. The activation conditions for Shelter 404 have been met. The first batch of containment items has been confirmed for delivery. Ensure that at least 1 player logs into the game. Type: Main quest. Reward: Active substance extractor. Task: prepare a generator with a power output exceeding 10 kilowatts. Type: side quest. Reward: 100 reward points. What the heck? 100 reward points. Upon reading the tasks updated in the administrator's log, Chu Guang's eyes widened in astonishment. However, what piqued his curiosity even more was the reward for the main quest. What exactly is this active substance extractor used for? Xiao Qi replied, active substances are the materials required for creating clones. As for how to use it, there should be some sort of manual or instructions available. As an AI assistant, Xiao Qi, in truth, possessed limited information. Currently, Chu Guang's access only extended to the B1 level of the shelter. Permissions for other floors had to be unlocked through main quests. Moreover, it is worth noting that any attempts to forcibly breach the structural integrity of the shelter in an illegal incursion into other floors would result in a disruption of the shelter's power and air exchange systems. This precaution had already been communicated to him by the shelter system upon his initial entry. However, even without this reminder, Chu Guang believed he would refrain from engaging in such foolishness as demolishing his own home. It would be absurd. If he dismantled this place, where would he reside afterward? Furthermore, this shelter, a culmination of pre-war technological advancements, designed to withstand strategic nuclear strikes, would not be so easily dismantled, let alone nuclear weapons. He didn't even possess a firearm. All right, I think I understand, he mused. In essence, active substances resemble revival tokens, resources consumed by players for the resynthesis of clones. Presently, the B1 level housed 100 cultivation pods, all in an activatable state. Presumably, each contained one unit of active substance, sufficient to support the initial synthesis of clones. According to the system's specifications, Chu Guang could summon a maximum of 100 players to descend into this world in the form of clones. Of course, he was acutely aware that matters were far more complex than they appeared. Firstly, the official website of Wasteland OL currently had no traffic. The overwhelming majority, upon hearing the claim of a 100 authentic immersive virtual reality game, would instinctively dismiss it as a scam or, at best, a fantastical fabrication. After all, such technology did not exist in reality. Even self-media outlets couldn't concoct such ludicrous tales. Secondly, even if 11 players had been tricked into making reservations, he could not ascertain that these individuals would heed his instructions. The autonomy to enter and exit the game rested solely with the players. His authority extended only to forcibly expelling disruptive players, revoking their login permissions, and confiscating their gaming qualifications. He could not compel them to don headsets and log into work for him. Consequently, the selection of individuals to receive gaming qualifications, particularly for the inaugural testing phase, required utmost caution. It was better to have fewer than to create chaos. Otherwise, it would only lead to self-inflicted trouble. Furthermore, and most crucially, the conditions in the wasteland dictated that more individuals were not necessarily better. Each additional person meant an extra mouth to feed. He was currently as impoverished as a beggar, barely able to sustain himself, let alone support 100 others. Even if he had the means to activate all 100 cultivation pods now, it would merely provide sustenance for aberrations and marauders. Beyond that, it served no purpose. Chu Guang returned to his computer and sat down once more. After contemplating the screen for a considerable time, his thoughts gradually crystallized. He logged back into his QQ account and opened the game group called Nyoma Club, creating a discussion group with the group leader and 3 administrators. Subsequently, he typed in the group chat, "When you made your game reservations, please send me the refreshed numbers from the official website. There are only 4 testing qualifications. I intend to request the company to see if I can directly send the testing qualifications and game headsets to you." These were teammates he had frequently played with in the past, so extending a helping hand did not seem out of place. Most critically, Chu Guang could not think of anyone in reality he could rely on. He was left with these online acquaintances, whom he had never met in person but shared a modicum of rapport. Relatives? After his grandfather's passing, there had been no contact for many years. If the police had not informed them, they might not even know he was gone. The landlord? At this moment, they were likely searching everywhere for overdue rent. Classmates? He had not been in touch since graduation. Colleagues? They probably thought he was bad luck. Chu Guang discovered they had already deleted him. Moreover, even if they hadn't deleted him, he could not message them, considering he had been in a drunken stupor at the time. Sending messages from the dead to the living was already a chilling thought. In contrast, these quirky online friends were undoubtedly the best option. They did not know him in real life. Even if he had been offline for 5 months, they would not suspect anything amiss. Time flies. Big boss, impressive. 8th level Gale, amazing. Long time no see. 666. Girl enemy knight 10 times. Alright. Bro, invincible. Waiting for your game headset. Funny. Chu Guang continued typing, cautioning. However, I must clarify that the equipment is only lent for your use. Do not lose it or dismantle it, or I will have no way to explain it to the company. Additionally, the equipment will be bound to the user's identity information. In principle, one device can only register one account and can only be used by one person. In truth, though he claimed to be cautioning them, he was not particularly worried about the players disregarding his words. According to the system, the headset would identify the player's identity information, rendering it unusable by anyone other than the player themselves. As for the equipment, he had no concerns, since the system could deliver the headsets to the players. It must have a solution for after-sales service issues. This was not something he needed to worry about. Long time no see. Is there a fee? Chu Guang. No fees during the testing phase, but due to tight finances, there will be no salaries either. Long time no see. 6,666. I've sent you my number privately. Please send me one. Time flies. Incredible. Incredible. Haha, get me one too. If what you say about complete immersive virtual reality is true, I will live stream while doing a handstand. 8th level Gale. Haha, I'll support it too. Girl enemy knight 10 times. Funny JPG. Although these four fellows clearly did not believe his words, nor did they truly believe in the existence of such completely immersive virtual reality games, they still cooperated with him in a playful manner, sending him their numbers. It was merely a number generated by the official website, not a bank account number or password. Moreover, they were quite curious about what this fellow had up his sleeve. After receiving the identification numbers, Chu Guang did not hesitate. He immediately summoned the management system and navigated to the shelter resident directory, selecting the option to grant game qualifications for the four numbers. The cultivation pod required 3 days to synthesize the clones. During this period, the system would employ special means to deliver the gaming helmets directly to the players, without even requiring a shipping address. As for the specific methods employed, whether they would attract the attention of modern society, or if they could be considered illegal operations, such troublesome questions were of little concern to Chu Guang. He merely hoped that more individuals would notice his official website, and if it could create a sensation, that would be even better. This way, he would have more options to choose from. Master, Haven T, we already had 11 players make reservations on our website. Why are you only granting for slots? Little Chi, who was squatting in the corner, expressed her confusion, likely noticing the activated cultivation pod in the adjacent room. Because we don't need that many for the time being. Chu Guang replied, closing the shelter resident directory. He then opened the management subsidy page within the system, allocating all 5 reward points to the beginner S blind box. Saving up for the advanced blind box seemed futile. The reward for task 2 was directly 100 points, so losing these 5 points was inconsequential. On the pale blue holographic screen, lights flickered, and the wall on one side of the room trembled gently. With a soft click, the metallic door of the delivery port opened. Upon gazing at the items resting on the platform, Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback. Is this the blind box? He inquired. It should be, Little Chi replied. I expected the prizes to at least be packaged in a box. Perhaps the blind box is merely a concept? Little Chi suggested. But what is the significance of a blind box that doesn't require unboxing? Why not just call it a lottery? Staring at the rewards on the conveyor belt, Chu Guang fell silent for a moment. I understand the reasoning, but why did I redeem 5, yet only 4 have appeared? Chapter 3. Is this fellow for real? Well, it turned out that he had misunderstood. The rewards from the blind box indeed amounted to 5. The system did not engage in the unscrupulous act of withholding items, nor was there any notion of thank you for your patronage. However, the prize from the 5th blind box had merely been overshadowed by the other 4. Before Chu Guang lay a vacuum-sealed package containing 100 g of compressed biscuits and 3 lollipops, each 25 g, flavored apple, banana, and mango, respectively, along with a note. The packaging of the compressed biscuits was intact and showed no signs of bulging. Although the expiration date and production date were a mystery, it was unlikely to be harmful. This item was quite valuable. The calorie count listed in the ingredient list was 500 kilocalories, making it sufficient to satiate hunger whether consumed dry or boiled into a porridge. As for the lollipops, while they were not low in calories, they did not provide a sense of fullness. However, for someone as impoverished as Chu Guang, who was close to gnawing on tree bark, it was already quite satisfactory. That said, the system was rather stingy. Was it afraid he would eat too much? Or was there another reason for offering him such meager provisions? Standing beside the delivery port, Chu Guang stuffed the food into his backpack and then picked up the note that had been delivered by the conveyor belt, unfolding it for a glance. It contained some text, written in the language of this world. What other beings in this world are more suited to be the chives than players? They possess an insatiable curiosity and are perpetually filled with enthusiasm, tackling challenges head-on without succumbing to despair in the face of adversity. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that they can even consider issues from the operator's perspective, assisting in their own harvesting. To package this apparatus as a game, I am truly a genius. From the original manager of Shelter 404, Please place this note in the 5th beginner blind box. It is an Easter egg I left for my successor, Chu Guang. Honestly, he felt not the slightest thrill of discovering an Easter egg. Rather, he was somewhat at a loss for words. But what does this apparatus mean? He asked little Chi. What is the matter, master? She replied. Do you know the original manager? I do not. My main program was only activated when you entered the shelter. According to the records in the shelter database, the previous manager transferred operational authority over a century ago. Chu Guang continued to inquire, what year specifically? Little Chi answered, January 1st, 2157. The war ended in 2129, and human civilization entered the wasteland era. Thus, 2157 marks the 28th year of the wasteland era. That is 183 years ago. Chu Guang had always been sensitive to numbers, especially such critical information, and he generally remembered it well. In other words, the original manager from 183 years ago invented this device capable of projecting consciousness from parallel worlds into clones and packaged it as a game. Yet for some reason, it had never been utilized, correct? Perhaps due to the nuclear winter, he speculated, or some other reason that prevented the shelter from meeting the activation conditions. Regardless, those who lived a century ago must have long since passed. That seems likely, little Chi remarked. What was his name, that original manager? Chu Guang suddenly felt a surge of curiosity about his identity. Someone who could conceive such darkly humorous concepts might not necessarily be a genius. But to invent such remarkable black technology single-handedly after the decline of civilization was beyond what the term genius could encapsulate. The ability to project consciousness from parallel worlds into clones as vessels was something Chu Guang could scarcely fathom. Such advanced technology, beyond his comprehension, seemed akin to magic. I don't know. There are no detailed records about him in the known database. Perhaps they were deleted? Well, asking you is tantamount to asking nothing at all. Chu Guang replied, slightly disappointed yet undeterred. Currently, only the B1 level of the shelter had been unlocked. As the tasks progressed, the secrets buried within this shelter would one day reveal themselves to him. He casually tucked the note into the drawer of the computer desk and tightened his backpack. Noticing his actions, little Chi, still squatting in the corner, asked, Master, are you leaving? Her voice, devoid of inflection, sounded rather pitiful. Yes. The players want to log in for 3 days. It's meaningless for me to stay here any longer. I might as well return and prepare. This wretched place, which claims to be a shelter, has no food or water. Chu Guang now possessed merely half a palm-sized cake and half a bottle of water, along with some compressed biscuits and a lollipop he had recently exchanged for with reward points. Such scant provisions would scarcely last him 3 days. He had a modest little nest at a nearby survivor settlement, containing some supplies and useful tools. Chu Guang resolved to return and gather what he could salvage. He intended to bring everything back gradually. This place would henceforth serve as his new stronghold. By the way, Xiaoqi, what is it, master? I require your assistance with a task. After a brief pause, Chu Guang continued, our official website is rather rudimentary. I need you to incorporate a forum feature, along with a database and a pictorial guide. Is that feasible? In essence, he wished to enhance players' understanding of the game. Relying solely on verbal persuasion to entice players would prove rather challenging. At the very least, some superficial efforts were necessary. Of course, you possess editing rights to the official site. Aside from the game reservation page, you can add subpages or modify existing ones. Excellent. I shall leave it to you. Count on me. Xiaoqi seemed quite pleased with the task entrusted to her, her speaker's volume rising by half a decibel. Of course, this might have been Chu Guang's own misinterpretation. Master, when will you return? Chu Guang pondered for a moment and replied, at the latest, 3 days. If all goes smoothly, perhaps before tomorrow evening. In the present world, within the Neo Ma Club group, a member known as Guang had vanished after sharing a link. It was unclear whether he had logged off or was lurking in the shadows, observing. Just as the discussion surrounding fully immersive virtual reality games was waning. This individual's antics a few moments ago had rekindled the topic. Jie Yin, what the hell? Is this guy serious? Jie Yin was a frequently vocal member of the group, though not a moderator. By Zhu Guaxi. Well, after you all completed the reservations, he created a smaller group and pulled a few of us admins in. Bai Zhu Guaxi was the group leader and naturally included in that smaller circle. Upon hearing this, the members erupted in excitement. Damn, what a conspiracy. Do you know the name of the company Guang joined? I want to report him for under-the-table dealings. Come on, spare me. Last year, a VR company went belly up, and the owner ended up jailed. The current trend isn't VR anymore. Keep it down. Guang might be eavesdropping. What do you think he's after? Just to make a joke? Who knows? Maybe he's luring you brothers to a gambling site, waiting to cash in when the crowd gathers. I reckon this guy isn't up to any good. Just kick him out. The conversation grew increasingly heated, even devolving into personal attacks. Yue furrowed his brow, ready to interject. when the group leader intervened to apply the brakes. All members muted. By Zhu Guoxi, everyone. Let us calm down. The new member might not know Guang well. He is a decent guy, albeit a bit lacking in shooting skills and vision, and somewhat inexperienced. But otherwise, he is fine. Rai Rifeng Chong. Indeed, I believe Guang hasn't strayed into any shady dealings. Our uncertainty lies in whether his account has been compromised. If that is the case, our admin team will handle it. I'll retract my earlier messages, and let us switch topics, shall we? Unmuting the group. With the group leader and admins having spoken, the members graciously shifted the conversation away, swiftly diverting to the UEFA Euro. Yue, uninterested in sports, particularly football, glanced at the time in the lower right corner of his screen. It was already 6:00 p.m., coinciding with dinner time. He uploaded his unfinished assignment to the cloud, pushed back his chair, and descended to the cafeteria, ordering a serving of spicy chicken fried rice, which he relished. Upon his leisurely return to the dormitory, he noticed a cardboard box on the table, momentarily taken aback. A delivery? Oh wait, what on earth did you buy? What's with this large package? His dorm mates gathered around, while the other two also directed their attention toward him. They were all well-mannered individuals. Previously, when Yue was absent, they refrained from tampering with his belongings. Now that he was back, it mattered little. Curiosity piqued. They wondered what he had ordered. I didn't buy anything. Who sent this? The three roommates exchanged glances. I didn't notice. Neither did I. I just want to pick up takeout. Hey, that is odd. Normally, packages are left at the delivery station downstairs, but today it's at our doorstep. Even stranger, Yue mused, was that he hadn't provided his seat number in his online shopping address. Are delivery guys this impressive nowadays? Upon opening the cardboard box, he discovered a helmet inside. Its design resembled that of a motorcycle helmet, coated in black paint both inside and out, appearing rather unremarkable. The only notable feature was the absence of a visor. When worn, it enveloped his entire head, obscuring his vision entirely. At first glance, Yue thought it resembled a pot. What is this? A roommate picked up the helmet, fiddled with it, placed it on his head, then took it off again, looking utterly perplexed as he returned it to Yue. You ask me, I ask who? Could it truly be a pot? Yue, equally baffled, attempted to fit it over his head. His surroundings plunged into complete darkness. Just as he was about to remove it, a beam of pale blue light suddenly pierced through the shadows, illuminating his retina. Waiting for game activation, 71 hours 19 minutes. Could this be the game helmet? Yue was astounded. Is the shipping speed this rapid? He stood there in disbelief. Didn't you all see that? Removing the helmet, he turned to the roommate who had just worn it. Yet that roommate, too, appeared equally bewildered. What did you see? Yue hurriedly exclaimed, the countdown. It says waiting for game activation. What? This thing can also be a gaming device. Step aside, Lu, your eyesight isn't great. Let me take a look. Another roommate donned the helmet, but after a while, he mirrored the previous individual's confusion and took it off. Nothing here. Let me try. Now all three roommates had taken their turns, yet none had seen anything. They exchanged glances, and in unison, turned to Yue, their expressions strange. Brother, what? Maybe you should visit a doctor? Get lost. Yue, with a scowl, snatched the helmet and defiantly donned it once more. The pale blue text materialized as anticipated. Waiting for game activation, 71 hours 17 minutes. The countdown advanced by 2 minutes. At that moment, he suddenly realized that no matter how he twisted the helmet, that countdown persistently lingered in the center of his vision. Even if he shut his eyes, it remained. Yue removed the helmet, his expression resembling that of a ghost. What the hell? I really saw a ghost. Chapter 4, Chu Guang and the Lollipop. 2 centuries ago. To be precise, in the year 2125, a cataclysmic war erupted on this once prosperous planet. The warring factions were resolute in their intentions to annihilate one another, employing every conceivable means at their disposal. The conflict lasted a mere 3 years, yet within that short span, it obliterated all that existed upon the surface. An interminable nuclear winter nearly extinguished the embers of civilization, with both sides successfully consigning each other to the abyss, thereby burying themselves as well. Thus commenced an era of desolation, far bleaker than the Great Depression. Though 2 centuries have elapsed since that apocalyptic clash and the nuclear winter concluded over a century ago, humanity has not reclaimed its position at the pinnacle of the food chain. The rampant proliferation of nuclear, biological, and even genetic weaponry has propelled the entire planetary ecosystem toward extreme evolution. Those known as aberrations, the mutants, have become the principal threat faced by the survivors struggling amidst the ruins. For instance, when Chu Guang first arrived in this world, he encountered a 2-headed wolf dog. One such aberration. However, even among these mutants, disparities in strength exist. Creatures like the 2-headed hyena, deformed due to gamma radiation, typically possess limited combat prowess. often weaker than they were prior to mutation, with only a few fortunate exceptions. In stark contrast, the likes of the Devourer and the Creeper, products of biological weaponry whose mutations have rendered their ancestry untraceable, are the true monstrosities born for slaughter. Their nervous systems, ravaged by parasitic fungi, compel them to hide during daylight in the shadows of ruins, sewers, or subways, emerging only under the cloak of night to forage for sustenance. Conditions in the suburbs are significantly more favorable than within the city, particularly in the outer suburbs. The most perilous aberration Chu Guang had encountered over the past 5 months was merely a mutated brown bear. Though formidable in strength, it was correspondingly sluggish in reaction. Chu Guang had carefully evaded it before it became aware of his presence. The faint light of dawn filtered through the crumbling concrete walls, casting shadows alongside the remnants of steel debris over the street littered with the wreckage of vehicles and gravel. The current time was 8 in the morning. Here, the time differed from the Eastern 8th time zone by approximately 12 hours. Observing 2 mutated hyenas prowling the street, Chu Guang tightened his grip on the sharpened pipe in his hand and cautiously maneuvered behind the ruins. Though confident in his ability to dispatch them, he deemed it unnecessary to stir trouble. Moreover, these creatures were astute enough to use their kin as bait, and no one could ascertain how many lurked in the shadows of the adjacent ruins. As he traversed the dilapidated neighborhood along a narrow path, a sense of relief washed over him upon spotting the sign for the Bet Street Children's Park. Ahead lay one of the larger survivor enclaves in the vicinity of Bet Street, home to over 100 households of survivors. Before the outbreak of war, this place had been a children's South amusement park, replete with numerous attractions and a vast expanse of lawn. Following the conflict, the military designated it a temporary refuge, sheltering many citizens fleeing from the urban chaos of Qingchuan City. The fate of those refugees remains unknown, yet 2 centuries later, this area has evolved into a small town. People have constructed makeshift shelters from discarded plastic panels, awnings, wood, and metal supports amidst the barren mud. It bears a striking resemblance to the settlements of a bygone era. The park's perimeter walls serve as a natural barrier, having been roughly repaired with barbed wire and nailed wooden planks. At the heart of the amusement park stands a 5-story classical castle, exuding a fairy tale charm. Yet, the paint has long since peeled away, and the wall facing the city center has collapsed significantly, leaving only the northern half and a precariously leaning solitary tower. Even in its dilapidated state, this structure remains the most opulent edifice on Bet Street. It is also the residence of the town mayor. Despite having lived here for 5 months, Chu Guang had never encountered the mayor. That individual was shrouded in mystery, rarely making public appearances. "Ah, you're back so early," remarked old Walter, squinting at Chu Guang as he approached from around the street corner, a cigarette dangling from his lips. In his hands, he held a double-barreled shotgun. Although it appeared somewhat aged, none would doubt its potency. Chu Guang had witnessed the old man take down a rampaging mutated brown bear charging toward the entrance of Bet Street with just 2 shots. Since then, he had yearned for a weapon of his own. "You've been out all night." "Out." The old man glanced at the sharpened pipe slung across Chu Guang's back, raising an eyebrow in surprise. No one understood the dangers of the night better than he did. Each time he pulled a night shift, his index finger never left the trigger. Even the slightest rustle would set his nerves on edge. While the aberrations in the outskirts were not as perilous as those in the urban areas, far too many marauders eyed this place with covetous intent. Falling into their hands would yield a fate no better than succumbing to the beasts. Old Walter was skeptical that this young man had managed to survive the wasteland armed with nothing more than a steel pipe. Just a little incident. Chu Guang offered no explanation, merely casting a weary glance at old Walter, prompting the old man to draw his own conclusions, before striding directly through the enclave's entrance. Bet Street housed only one recycling station, conveniently located adjacent to the enclave's main gate. Beneath the roll-up door lay an antiquated electronic scale that was perpetually inaccurate, alongside a sign proclaiming fair prices and honesty. This establishment belonged to the mayor and was the sole place on Bet Street for purchasing scrap parts and mutant mole skins. To monopolize the scavenging business, the dictatorial mayor had even unilaterally enacted a law forbidding anyone from selling their captured game or collected refuse to passing trade caravans. The rationale was to ensure that Bet Street's goods could be sold at reasonable prices, rather than being ruthlessly exploited by cunning merchants. Such an arbitrary regulation could only be enforced due to the ignorance of the survivors here. Typically, caravans would not risk offending this despot by purchasing the meager supplies from the scavengers. They dealt only in substantial transactions and exclusively with trusted individuals, selling or buying. The proprietor is an elderly gentleman named Charlie, aged 50, who is rumored to have once been a resident of a nearby shelter before being captured and forced into servitude. It was only when the mayor intervened, purchasing him from a slave owner, that he was entrusted with the task of dealing with scavengers. Most of the inhabitants here are native wastelanders, uneducated, and possessing such poor mathematical skills that they might even miscalculate simple arithmetic within 100. However, Charlie stands apart. He emerged from a shelter. While no two shelters in this desolate land are entirely alike, a commonality persists. Those who reside within are invariably the elite of the pre-war society. Their offspring not only inherit their forebears' intellect, but have also been privileged with a sound education since the Age of Enlightenment. Had the world not descended into such chaos, he might have followed in his ancestors' footsteps, becoming an engineer, a physician, or a scholar, rather than merely keeping accounts in this place. Without further ado, Chu Guang extracted 6 worn batteries and 5 tubes of adhesive from his backpack, depositing them onto the electronic scale. These items were scavenged from the debris of nearby buildings prior to his discovery of Shelter 404. Old Charlie picked up the discarded batteries from the table, casually inspecting their model and condition for swelling or damage before tossing them onto the scale. It was evident they were beyond salvage, but the materials within could still be reclaimed. The quality is acceptable. This area has been thoroughly scavenged. Where did you procure such finds? Is this truly worthy of being called a find? Chu Guang replied. Just luck, I suppose, he chuckled lightly. The batteries are decent, but the adhesive is rather mediocre. The seal has been tampered with, and the interior is likely a mess. I can only offer you half price, totaling 3 chips for everything. Chu Guang did not haggle. He accepted the 3 white chips from Charlie's hands. These coins, possessing a metallic texture, are the currency issued by Giant Stone City, the largest survivor enclave in Clear Spring City, and can be exchanged for food and supplies at most survivor settlements in the region. The face of the chip bears its denomination, while the reverse features a unique anti-counterfeiting code and a watermark that shimmers under sunlight. These chips are heat-resistant, easy to store, and highly recognizable, making them invaluable, especially since post-apocalyptic technology renders them nearly impossible to replicate. In smaller survivor settlements like Better Street, which lack industrial capacity, trade primarily occurs with the caravans from Giant Stone City, exchanging agricultural products, hunted game, and salvaged refuse for essential goods and even weaponry. Thus, this currency naturally circulates within Better Street. Of course, it is not always reliable. If a caravan fails to arrive 1 month, the entire settlement's economy could collapse. The mayor has attempted to implement a form of local currency, a ticket-based accounting system, but to no avail. Even the survivors of Better Street recognize that such scraps of paper are more of a nuisance than anything useful, akin to waste paper. Do you require anything? Charlie inquired. We just received a new shipment from Giant Stone City. As Chu Guang was about to depart, he paused and turned back to ask, do you have any firearms? Not at all. Even if we did, you wouldn't be able to afford them, Charlie grinned, observing Chu Guang as he turned to leave. However, we do have some food and fuel. If I were you, I would stock up before prices surge. Firearms, even the most inexpensive varieties, are exceedingly difficult to procure in a place like Better Street. For even if a caravan transporting arms passes through, the weapons typically end up in the mayor's personal stockpile, never gracing the shelves for public selection. Furthermore, as Charlie noted, even if such items were available, scavengers like them could hardly afford them. Chu Guang understood the implications of Charlie's words. As an educated resident of the shelter, Charlie surely recognized that all survivors living in Better Street, be they scavengers or hunters, have been thoroughly exploited by the mayor's family, even if the mayor himself has never directly pilfered a single chip from their pockets. Food and fuel prices are set to rise? Charlie smiled faintly at Chu Guang, whose face betrayed surprise. Haven't you noticed? The temperature has been dropping, and the mutants outside are becoming increasingly active. Chu Guang furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before suddenly realizing something. Winter is approaching? I recall you arrived here just 5 months ago. You may not have experienced it, but around this time, the temperature typically begins to cool. This winter is likely to arrive earlier, perhaps even bringing snow by October. At this juncture, Charlie paused momentarily, adding with a significant tone, winter is coming. Both humans and mutants must prepare in advance. When Chu Guang first arrived in Better Street, he wore a blue jacket, prompting Charlie to instinctively regard him as a shelter dweller, thus affording him a measure of consideration. Although this consideration never manifested in trading prices, the old man did indeed assist Chu Guang in navigating the intricacies of life in the wasteland more swiftly than he might have otherwise. Chu Guang nodded earnestly. I understand. Thank you. You're welcome, Charlie replied with a faint smile. Just don't perish. With early September upon them, if snow truly were to fall in October. Chu Guang had barely over a month left to prepare. For the survivors in this region, the onset of snow is hardly a cause for celebration. It signifies an additional burden of fuel expenses alongside the necessity for food. The vast majority of these people subsist on scavenging and hunting, with local farms only requiring labor during harvest time. As winter approaches, the difficulty of scavenging will multiply. No one can predict whether the snow will conceal salvageable parts or the fangs of mutated rodents. Moreover, animals such as deer and rabbits, which provide meat, will reduce their activity or retreat entirely into their burrows for the winter. The gravest concern is that once winter sets in, caravans will cease to visit. Even if one were to unearth valuable items, they would only accumulate in homes until spring arrives, or one might venture the perilous 10 kilometers to Giant Stone City. That settlement represents the largest survivor enclave in Clear Spring City, and even in winter, its market remains open. However, its location near the outer ring of Clear Spring, adjacent to the northern district, harbors countless dangers along the way. For an ordinary person to traverse such a distance on foot, especially in frigid winter temperatures that can plummet to -10 degrees, is tantamount to a death sentence. After leaving the recycling station, Chu Guang first returned to his abode. However, rather than a home, it could more accurately be described as a makeshift shelter barely capable of warding off rain, lacking even decent windows or doors. Until yesterday, he had contemplated gathering materials such as cement and PVC boards to seal the drafty walls before winter's arrival. However, it seems that such necessity has dissipated. Extracting a rusted aluminum box from the moldy sleeping bag, Chu Guang exerted effort to pry it open, spilling the plastic tokens concealed within onto the rickety wooden table with a clatter. A total of 47 white chips, each valued at 1 point. Adding the 3 he possessed, it amounted to a perfect 50 points. This modest fortune was painstakingly accumulated through frugality, all for the dream of one day departing this wretched place for the better conditions of Stone City. Yet now, he harbored new aspirations for this wealth. If he could establish his own independence, why remain a guest under someone else's roof? The ruins of the sanatorium above the shelter could be repurposed, along with the concrete walls surrounding the structure. If players could be enlisted, gathering materials for repairs should pose little challenge. The wetland park adjacent to the sanatorium made scavenging for metal scraps less convenient, but the surrounding vegetation remained lush, ensuring a steady supply of fuel for warmth. Additionally, wood could serve as a resource for mending buildings and crafting furniture. An axe? Yes, he would need to procure 4 axes. Battling monsters to level up? Absolutely not. This was proclaimed to be a hardcore game, and as such, one must commence with the most fundamental tasks. Tools such as shovels and saws were equally indispensable. Even before players had logged in, Chu Guang had already devised a plan for their deployment. Of course, beyond the tools for labor, there was the most crucial necessity, sustenance. Once the incubation pod was activated, it would immediately consume the stored active substances within to synthesize clones for player use. These clones would require nourishment. Though they could remain dormant in the incubation pod at a low metabolic rate while players were offline, they could not remain idle indefinitely. The immutable truth of existence is that one must eat. At the very least, he needed to stockpile sufficient provisions to sustain 5 adults for a week. Calculating 2 meals a day, with each meal consisting of a flatbread, he would need 70 pieces. The flatbread was the most common fare on Better Street, exchangeable at the rate of 1 point for 2 pieces. These were typically palm-sized, with a hard, rough texture akin to gritty earth. Yet they could satiate hunger and provide a modicum of salt. When boiled, they could be transformed into a porridge. For 70 pieces, purchasing would require 35 points. Even with haggling, 30 points would be unavoidable. This realization caused a furrow to form on Chu Guang's brow, though it soon relaxed. He had overcomplicated the issue. In truth, there was no need for the players to dine too lavishly. If he exchanged the flatbreads for the raw materials to make them, specifically, the green wheat produced by nearby farms, he could procure a full kilogram for just 3 points. Stockpiling 5 kilograms would suffice for him alone for 2 weeks. As for the rest, he could devise a solution later. For now, he would prepare these essentials. Sweeping the allocated chips into his backpack, Chu Guang slung it back over his shoulder. Despite having endured a sleepless night, he felt invigorated, as though he had rediscovered the meaning of life. Devoid of any hint of fatigue, upon pushing open the door and stepping outside, he noticed the neighbor's young girl crouched at the entrance of the adjacent shed, curiously observing him. Chu Guang recognized her name, Yu Xiaoyu, the youngest daughter of the Yu family. Survivors of the wasteland were typically gaunt, and the Yu family's little girl was no exception. Her slender arms and legs resembled reeds, making it hard to believe she was of marrying age. Noticing Chu Guang's attention, she did not shy away but stepped out from her dwelling. I heard some noise from your house, so I came to take a look. Each dawn, the men of Better Street ventured out to scavenge or hunt, while the elderly, women, and children generally remained at home to guard their abodes or engage in money-making tasks. Though everyone was impoverished, often lacking enough to eat, and had little to steal, no one wished for others to take advantage of their absence. This man named Chu Guang, an outsider, typically left early and returned late, seldom engaging with the neighbors, She did not know much about him, only that he did not seem the type accustomed to hardship. Initially, everyone was wary of him, and her mother had advised her to keep a close watch on this foreigner. However, Xiaoyu felt he did not possess a malicious nature, for once. He had shared a bowl of soup with her while cooking at his door. "Thank you. You're welcome. I can watch your house while you're out," she added cheerfully, blinking, "since I have nothing else to do." Poor child. In a different world, she would likely still be in school at her age. Not wishing to appear impolite, Chu Guang concealed a glimmer of compassion in his eyes, maintaining a neutral expression as he produced a lollipop from his pocket and pressed it into the girl's hand. "Take it. Don't tell anyone I gave it to you. Or there won't be any left next time. I've never seen this kind of food before." Yu Xiaoyu first bit into the wrapper, realizing it could not be opened that way, and then understood it needed to be torn. Her large, dark eyes fixated on the red candy orb atop the plastic stick, and she cautiously extended her tongue to lick it. What is this flavor? So sweet." Her eyes sparkled with delight as she looked up, eager to express her gratitude. Yet the one who had gifted her the candy had already walked away. Chapter 5. The Fourth Calamity. The Cattle and Horses Management Discussion Group. This was a small group consisting of only 4 members. The group leader, White Hoof, and the members included 3 from the neighboring group. Aptly named the Dog Management. The Public Enemy of Girls, Night 10, Level 8 Gale, and Long Days Ahead. Night 10. Did you all receive the helmet? Old Bye. I received this strange thing. It was just thrown at my doorstep. Long Days Ahead. I found mine at the garage door. Gale. I found mine on my desk. I thought it belonged to a colleague. Night 10. You all Haven T experienced the weirdness I have. The package was delivered directly to my dorm. My 3 roommates were present, and not one of us saw how it got there. Moreover, the strangest part. I don't know if you noticed, but when I put on the helmet, I saw a countdown, while others saw nothing at all. A peculiar silence enveloped the group for a moment. The first to break the stillness was the group leader, White Hoof. Old Bye. Now that you mention it, it is indeed a bit strange. Long Days Ahead. What kind of game company possesses such capabilities? Knowing our addresses and managing to deliver packages to us without a trace? Gale. Yes, that's what concerns me the most. The address is one thing. Theoretically, it's possible to deduce our real-world locations using the IP address from a clicked link. But the logistics puzzle me. I'm in Jinling, and Night 10. I remember you were studying in Jiangcheng, which is over 500 kilometers away, yet we all received the helmets nearly simultaneously. Yi sure, indeed. And it was shortly after clicking the link. Lao Bai. Damn, should we report this? Feng Chong. Without any financial loss. The police would likely find it difficult to assist. Besides, what would you even tell them? That the delivery was incorrect? That there's an issue with the helmet? Unless it's used personally, others see nothing when wearing it. Huang Feng. Yes, that's the crux of the matter. It's quite challenging to explain what this device truly is to others. I even attempted to stuff my phone inside the helmet while wearing it. Yet while I could clearly see things, the phone captured nothing. Huang Feng, a teacher in reality, likely instructing in the sciences, spoke with a certain clarity. A sentiment echoed by Feng Chong and Lao Bai. Yi sure, how about we dismantle the helmet to examine it? Huang Feng, that is certainly an option, but it carries risks. I haven't identified any points of disassembly, and if we resort to brute force, we might struggle to reassemble it. Feng Chong, indeed. We cannot jeopardize Guang. Having managed to surreptitiously place this helmet at the entrance of his garage, he was beginning to believe the words of that individual with the ID Guang. Perhaps this company is a mysterious research institution supported by government entities? Regardless of what it is, at present, they have not suffered any losses. Moreover, he found himself intrigued by the prospect of fully immersive VR gaming. That countdown had successfully piqued his interest. Huang Feng. I privately messaged Brother Guang on Penguin, but he has yet to respond. The official website's URL doesn't resemble a domestic site and seems somewhat atypical for a standard domain. Its registration information is untraceable. Yi sure, the dark web? Huang Feng. Uncertain. Lao Bai. Let us leave it at that for now. Further discussion seems futile. In 3 days, we'll ascertain the true nature of this helmet. While the players engaged in their deliberations, Chu Guang was diligently making final preparations in the wasteland. 5 kilograms of green barley and some iron tools. Chu Guang had exerted considerable effort to discreetly transport these items from Beta Street to the wetland park. Located 3 kilometers away, the 404 shelter was concealed beneath this park, with its entrance situated within an unremarkable sanatorium. The area was lush with vegetation and adjacent to a lake, theoretically hosting various wildlife. Upon nearing the location, Chu Guang remained vigilant, wary of any potential dangers lurking nearby. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred. After checking the markers he had made at the sanatorium's entrance to confirm that no mutants or raiders had infiltrated in his absence, Chu Guang carefully pried open the door with a pointed pipe and stepped inside. The entrance to the 404 shelter was located at the innermost part of the sanatorium's lobby, signified solely by a button marked B1 on the elevator S dial. Chu Guang descended first, depositing the food between the elevator base and the airlock door of the buffer chamber. This area was an open space, approximately 40 to 50 meters below the surface. To be honest, it wasn't the most suitable place for food storage, but it was certainly preferable to leaving it in the sanatorium, where it could be targeted by passing rodents or mutated cockroaches. After traversing through the two airlock doors of the buffer chamber, Chu Guang entered the lobby and addressed the small Chi-Chi crouched in the corner. Has the forum function on the official website been developed? It's all set. What about the players? Have they received their helmets? They have indeed. So soon? Chu Guang expressed mild surprise. He recalled leaving the shelter at 6 in the morning, and it was now barely past 1 in the afternoon, a mere 7 hours apart. Does time in this wasteland flow at a 1:1 ratio with that of modern society? Of course, but time here corresponds to the Earth's western 4th time zone. The current time in Huagua, which is in the eastern 8th time zone, is around midnight. Thus, the eastern regions of Huagua are experiencing exactly 1 in the morning. Chu Guang sat before the computer and logged into the official website's backend. Chi-Chi had added the forum function as instructed, yet it lacked traffic, resulting in no posts. The database and galleries were similarly barren. How do I upload photos from here? Chu Guang inquired, pointing at the gallery on the screen. You can upload directly. What I mean is, how do I take the pictures? Do you have a camera or something? Unfortunately, there is no camera, but my webcam can assist. What type of photo are you looking to take? Here? Chu Guang gazed at the robot resembling a wastebasket in the corner and sighed. Taking photos here is utterly pointless. I'll have to devise a solution myself. I can't possibly bring mutants here. However, it might be worth considering taking Chi-Chi outside. Most mutants show little interest in inedible metallic objects. With a bit of camouflage, it could serve as an excellent lookout. The more Chu Guang contemplated, the more plausible the idea became. Using the computer in the residence hall, he logged into his Penguin account and discovered that 4 players had messaged him privately, inquiring about the company he worked for, the meaning of fully immersive gaming, and the nature of the gaming helmet. To be frank, Chu Guang was uncertain how to respond to their questions and could not divulge the true reality of this world to them. He needed them to believe that this was a game world. Only then could they descend as the 4th calamity, fearless and diligent, becoming his most formidable tools. Master, what is it? Observing Chu Guang rise from his chair after shutting down the computer, the curious Chi-Chi asked from the corner. Aren't you going to reply to their messages? There's no need. The more explanations I provide, the more discrepancies arise. It's better to brush it off with a simple corporate or state secret. As for the rest, let them figure it out. What do you think heads are for? They're meant for imagination, aren't they? Chapter 6. The first batch of closed beta players. I am an NPC. Speaking to the mirror. Chu Guang took a deep breath, adjusted his collar, and endeavored to project an aura of authority. His expression remained stoic. 3 days had passed since that day. In mere moments, it would be time for the players to log into the game. As for the blue jacket he wore, it was the very outfit he had donned upon first traversing into this world. Old Charlie from Beta Street had once remarked that residents emerging from the shelter seemed to wear this attire. I am an NPC. Chu Guang gazed into the mirror he had picked up from outside, rehearsing once more. The nature of this new position was starkly divergent from his previous sales role. The buoyant smile and courteous demeanor he had cultivated were wholly inappropriate for a manager. After all, this was a wasteland governed by the law of the jungle. To survive in such an inhospitable environment, his persona need not embody that of a hardened warrior, yet it must exude a sense of confidence and security. As he traced the contours of his cheek with his fingertips, Chu Guang pondered whether he ought to etch a scar across his forehead or perhaps adopt a punk-inspired mohawk. After all, this was indeed a wasteland ruled by primal instincts. Too handsome, he mused, would detract from the authenticity of his character as a leader. What's wrong? Xiaoqi inquired softly. According to my research, NPCs in the game typically do not refer to themselves as NPCs, Chu Guang replied, his expression momentarily faltering as he cleared his throat. Of course, I am aware of that. He muttered again to the mirror. I am the manager of Shelter 404. He realized it was almost time for their rendezvous. 3 hours prior, the cloning pod had successfully synthesized the avatars. He had previously arranged with 4 fortunate individuals who had secured beta testing privileges on Penguin to don their headsets before 9 p.m. Beijing time, finding a comfortable position to recline or lie flat, ready to log into the game precisely at 9 o'clock. As Chu Guang contemplated how to present himself before the players, a sudden chime resonated in his mind, followed by a line of text appearing before him. Task complete. A flicker of apprehension coursed through him. Here it comes, he exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. In a nondescript room adjacent to the residence hall, 4 cloning pods simultaneously unlocked, their translucent doors swinging open. As Yue sat up from the now-opened pod, His eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed his surroundings, a look of astonishment and even stupor etched across his face. This is the game world. Just a minute ago, he had been musing whether this was merely an elaborate prank. Yet, as he donned the fully charged headset and lay back on the bed, on the verge of slumber, a beam of light pierced the darkness towards him. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar chamber, his body damp as if he had just emerged from a pool. The airflow from the vent above brushed against his shoulders, and he could distinctly sense the liquid gradually evaporating, whisking away his warmth, accompanied by a faintly unpleasant odor. Suddenly, Yewei's eyes widened in realization. Vision, smell, touch, taste, hearing, all 5 senses were intact. Incredible. The immersive experience brought tears to his eyes. He never imagined he would witness fully immersive virtual reality technology within his lifetime. This was beyond mere amazement. It wasn't just him. The other 3 players who emerged from their pods displayed shared expressions of astonishment. Wow, 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 wow. I thought this was a joke. Holy moly. It's truly immersive. One exclaimed, disbelief coursing through him. Is technology really this advanced now? How have I never seen this in the news? Even pain is there. Another player pinched himself. Who are you? An NPC? Nonsense. I'm old bye. Time flies. And who are you? Wait, old she. I'm Gale, level 8 Gale. Why do you look like that? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Shut it. If you call me old she again, I'll show you what old rough means. This game certainly had its charm. Appearances were already set. I wonder if character customization will be available in the public version. Old bye pinched himself as well, grimacing at the pain, but his face radiated joy, excitement, thrill, disbelief, dreams manifesting into reality. Yewei, on the adjacent bed, sat frozen, his eyes wide open as he struggled to process the shock. Apart from him, another companion remained still, presumably a member of their group. This fellow was staring intently at his own legs, lost in thought. Is the default character setting male? There's no customization option? What if I want to create a female character? Geez, you're quite the perv. You must be Yi Shi. I'm Fong Chong. Wait, Fong Chong. Good buddy. You know what I mean, right? Shut up. I was just saying it casually. Is that guy next to you Yi Shi? You all came here? As the 3 turned their gazes towards him, Yewei finally snapped back to reality, realizing he was still unclothed. He hastily grabbed the uniform hanging by the cloning pod and threw it over his head, casually remarking, "So, how do we play this game? No tutorial? I don't know, we just got here too." Just as he finished speaking, the door to the room swung open. A man clad in a blue coat entered, accompanied by a robot resembling a trash can, its cylindrical form appearing somewhat comical, yet its streamlined exterior and polished silver finish exuded a futuristic allure. The 4 players stared in astonishment. NPC, is this for real? Is this truly a game world? This is astonishingly realistic. Silence, Chu Guang interjected, scanning the 4 players with a measured gaze before continuing. Welcome to Shelter 404. I am the manager here, codenamed Dawn. An instant hush enveloped the room. The 4 players, unexpectedly compliant, stared at him with bated breath, fearing they might miss any plot detail. It seemed his commanding presence had successfully established control over the situation. And Chu Guang released a sigh of relief as he proceeded with the prepared script. First, I must share some good news. The war has concluded. However, the bad news is that our world has been irrevocably altered. If you expect to pack your bags and return home to find your mothers, that is, regrettably, not an option. It is now the 200th year post-apocalypse. Fortunately, we have endured the most challenging years. Standing here, you are already luckier than 12 billion others. And now I need you to swiftly recognize the reality of our situation and fulfill your pledge under the banner of humanity to rebuild our home. The individual beside me is my assistant, known as Xiao Qi. Should you have any inquiries regarding the shelter or any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult with it. This serves as the opening statement. When the next batch of players arrives, Chu Guang will reiterate this, as it is a carefully crafted introduction. As for Xiao Qi, it has been informed in advance about what can and cannot be disclosed, so there is no need to worry about inadvertent slips of the tongue. In truth, even if it were to let something slip, it would not be a cause for concern. Any aspects that cannot be explained can simply be brushed off with the statement that it is a part of the game's design. In this day and age, what perfect design exists? If one were to nitpick, even the evening news could uncover flaws. Upon concluding his remarks, a player registered under the nickname Knight 10 eagerly inquired, "Where is Brother Guang? I mean, the game designer who provided us with the helmets." "I do not comprehend what you are saying," Chu Guang replied with a blank expression. "How does one log out of the game?" Lao Bai interjected. "Lie back in the cultivation pod to log out normally. There is another method. States of unconsciousness, sleep, or death may also lead to a disconnection. However, Chu Guang prefers that they do not attempt such measures. Lying in the cultivation pod is more energy efficient. Dealing with corpses sprawled about would be quite troublesome. What about levels? Where's the player system interface? I cannot seem to locate it. Just as Kuang Feng posed this question, Chu Guang had yet to respond when Fong Chong interjected. What about the character creation system? Is it not possible to alter character attributes? What about character gender? Enough. You may pose these questions to the game designer. It is not your turn to inquire yet. Interrupting the incessant questioning with a furrowed brow, Chu Guang, adopting a businesslike demeanor, unceremoniously handed them 4 small booklets. I will guide you through the environment and inform you of critical matters to heed, particularly what can be done and what should be deemed impossible. Chapter 7. To attain wealth, one must first gather resources. There can be no order without rules, especially for players who thrive on chaos. Leniency is not an option. 1. The commands of the administrator supersede all. All residents of the shelter must comply unconditionally. 2. For residents who violate rules, the administrator reserves the right to employ measures of forced slumber or confinement as a last resort. Note: forced slumber is equivalent to being forcibly ejected from the game, while confinement entails a ban on login privileges. 3. The administrator holds the ultimate authority to interpret all the aforementioned clauses. Violations will result in expulsion from the game, a power not typically held by mere NPCs. Upon reading the note following the second clause of the Residence Manual, the players comprehended that this NPC was not merely an NPC, but also possessed certain GM privileges, capable of imposing sanctions on those who would disrupt the gaming experience of others. Currently, with few players present, there are only these 3 rules. Should further regulations be required, Chu Guang may consider releasing a version 20 or even a version 200, which would include guidelines on player-to-player and player-to-NPC interactions, as well as prohibitions within the game. A preliminary closed test before the alpha test serves partly to establish these regulations. The space within the shelter is not vast, although it appears to have around 20 rooms. Each is quite small, congested with 4 cultivation pots. The previous administrator seemed overly anxious that he might become idle, thus leaving the B1 level devoid of any valuable resources. Chu Guang did not linger within the shelter for long. After outlining the rules, he led the 4 players and Xiao Qi to the elevator that would take them to the outside world. These 4 beta test players were relatively obedient, giving him the respect due to an administrator, albeit their curiosity was somewhat excessive. From the moment their feet touched the ground, they resembled Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, eagerly touching and examining everything in sight, unable to contain their excitement. As the elevator came to a halt, the sunlight streaming through the fractured windows illuminated the space before them, eliciting a chorus of astonished exclamations from the 4 players. Wow! This light! This wall! This is incredible! Sunlight pierced through the crevices of the concrete ruins, cascading onto the blades of grass pushing through the floor, with visible dust motes dancing in the beams of light. Each frame a work of art, each second a testament to extravagance. Impressive. Our day is indeed cultured. Shut it. Call me Brother Fong. All right, Brother Ri. A group of naive individuals. Chu Guang found their reactions somewhat amusing yet understandable. Thus, feigning ignorance and fulfilling his duties as an NPC, he led them outside the sanatorium. Facing the tools laid upon the ground, Chu Guang turned to address them. As you see before you, the nuclear war concluded 2 centuries ago. We are presently situated in the northern outskirts of Qingchuan City, far from the epicenter of the nuclear blast. Unless we encounter glowing rain or visible radioactive clouds, there is no need to excessively worry about gamma radiation levels. The shelter cannot provide eternal refuge. Our civilization cannot remain hidden beneath the ruins indefinitely. Remember, we are the vanguard returning to the surface, and behind us, thousands await our promising news. There is no time to waste. Our immediate task is to refurbish the sanatorium beneath our feet, establishing an outpost upon this wasteland. It will serve as our bridgehead for re-entering the surface. I assign you a task. Pick up the axes on the ground and venture outside to gather wood. Before winter arrives, we must stockpile sufficient fuel and repair the surrounding crumbling walls. Be cautious not to stray too far. Should you encounter aberrant creatures, do not act recklessly, but withdraw immediately. Move out. Chu Guang initially anticipated needing to exert considerable effort in persuading them. To his surprise, these players were even more compliant than he had imagined. Swiftly grasping the axes and heading out to work, their rapid movements seemed to convey a sense of urgency, as if they were eager to complete the task without delay. Master, are these individuals truly reliable? Xiao Qi, trailing closely behind, expressed its concern. It harbored a sense that these clones might not be entirely sane. That is precisely why I brought you along, Chu Guang replied, glancing back at the sanatorium, pausing momentarily before continuing. You should watch from the window on the 3rd floor to the north. If they encounter any trouble or stray too far, alert me. As for himself, he needed to check on the rewards for completing the task. The wastebasket beside Chu Guang remained stationary. After a brief pause, Xiaoqi spoke softly, Master. What is it? I lack legs. The mobile wastebasket circled around Chu Guang's legs, demonstrating its mode of movement. It was only then that Chu Guang noticed it was propelled by 4 sets of wheels. Very well, I shall carry you up. With a sigh, he acquiesced. Chu Guang crouched down and hoisted the burden onto his shoulder. Goodness, it was rather hefty. Crack, crack. Thud. A tree as thick as a thigh gradually toppled, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. I sensed that this place bore little resemblance to a wasteland. What did it resemble, then? It felt more akin to a forest. I was referring to the forest. I wonder if you have played it, where one chops down trees to construct dwellings. It is an excellent gaming experience. Indeed, I have played it, and not only that, I managed to build my home in the sky. However, constructing in that game was far simpler. A mere click of the mouse sufficed, unlike here, where the axe felt quite laborious. Speaking of the game mechanics, I actually find this to be rather realistic. I recall watching a documentary about returning to Chernobyl, where, after 40 years without human interference, it evolved into a new ecosystem, with buildings enveloped in vines and trees towering above the houses. The game is set 2 centuries after the apocalypse, which isn't entirely implausible. I even suspect that the conditions in the city would be even more exaggerated. Observing the chaos behind him, Old Bai wiped the sweat from his brow and clicked his tongue in dismay. If this were reality, one might well end up serving a life sentence. They had been at it for 2 hours. Although their efficiency was lacking and the stumps resembled those gnawed by dogs, they had managed to fell about 10 trees of considerable girth, with countless thinner ones. However, the administrator had not specified a quantity, leaving everyone uncertain whether this was sufficient. To be frank, the realism of this game is astounding. Whether it is the dull sensation of the axe striking the tree, the flying wood shavings, or the sunlight filtering through the leaves, it evokes a sense of nostalgia. All right, enough of this nonsense, interrupted Yi Shi, leaning on his axe while gazing at the scattered branches and fallen autumn leaves, panting slightly. Since we can chop down trees and build houses, cultivating land shouldn't be a problem, right? The physical capabilities of our avatars in the game are far superior to those in reality. In real life, Yi Shi belongs to that category of individuals drained by 9 years of compulsory education, yet here in the wasteland, he can barely muster a couple of bulging biceps. Of course, the most impressive one is by Chu Guang, or Old Bai. Though his character may not be striking, with scruffy facial hair, he has muscles rippling beneath his sleeves, exuding strength. If we were to farm, I propose we set fire to the underbrush. The resulting ash would enrich the soil, and come spring, it would yield fertile land. Of course, that presupposes the game is that realistic. Otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor. Speaking of which, I have always been curious why Old Bai's muscles seem so well defined, as if he is trained, while I struggle even to wield an axe. The wind howled in response. His character likely possesses the most realistic physical attributes among us. After a brief stint of exertion, he was already winded. Each character undoubtedly has varying attributes, though I am uncertain how these are determined. Fang Zhang rubbed the back of his head, pondering for a moment before saying, but I do have a theory. What theory? The 3 players expressed keen interest in his revelation. Those who had spent some time in the Bull and Horse Club knew that he was a member of several single-player game strategy groups and possessed the largest Steam game library in their circle. Whether it be FPS, RPG, or SLG, there was no genre he did not indulge in. You must have noticed, we awoke from a silver canister. Given the game's theme, there are 2 possible explanations. 1, we have been cryogenically frozen from before the war until now. 2, we are all clones. Naturally, I personally believe the latter explanation is more convenient. After all, it easily clarifies the issue of revival. Simply recombine DNA stored in the incubation pods to form a new body. Observing the players exchanging glances, Fang Zhang continued, I estimate that later on, they will introduce attributes and leveling systems, and our physical discrepancies are likely a foreshadowing of that. I am genuinely excited to see the development team create a unique game mechanism, such as integrating DNA with a profession system, distinguishing between strength-based and agility-based players, thereby establishing diverse growth curves. This would ensure both freedom and enrich gameplay. Alas, characters are randomized. How wonderful it would be if we could decide our starting attributes. Having spoken until his throat was dry, Fang Zhang finally paused. Enough of this idle chatter. I will seek out Guang Gu after we log off. I recall Guang Gu mentioning that he is the planner for this game. Directly discussing this matter with the planner is surely more effective than our futile debates here. At that moment, Yi Shi, who had been staring off into the distance, suddenly spoke up. How vast do you think this map truly is? I don't know, replied Kuang Feng after a moment of hesitation. If I were to walk in one direction indefinitely, most likely, there is an invisible wall, or perhaps a narrative trigger. Regardless of which it is, I advise against such a course of action. Come on, he is just an NPC. Why heed his words? But he can make us log off and even revoke our beta testing privileges, Guang Feng reminded him. Fang Zhang added, indeed. And I suspect that given the intelligence of this game's NPCs, there might even be a hidden affection system. You may notice that their attitudes toward each player are not entirely uniform. There must be some underlying algorithm at play. All right, enough with the testing. Upon hearing this, even the most unruly Yishur settled down. There was no denying the potency of that statement. It was evident to any discerning eye that the value hidden within this game was monumental. A fully immersive virtual reality. Once this technology emerges, it will undoubtedly revolutionize the entire entertainment landscape and even our way of life. Even those reluctant to play games would not mind gaining an additional 12 to 8 hours in a day. According to Guang Gu's assertions, time spent in the game world equates to merely sleeping in the real world. This means that even if one were to spend an entire night here, it would not impact their work the following day. It is truly unfathomable that such a world-shattering game is being tested in such a hasty and inconspicuous manner. Does that company not seek profit? Yet, regardless of the circumstances, now that the opportunity had presented itself, none were willing to relinquish it easily. Just as Yishur suppressed his impulse to explore the map's boundaries and prepared to continue diligently chopping trees, a sudden and intense sensation of danger enveloped him. His hands and feet turned cold. Cold sweat trickled down his back. He could not discern the source of this ominous feeling, but it felt as though he foresaw a grim fate. His legs faltered, and Yishur stumbled backward, and it was precisely this stumble that enabled him to evade the shadow that descended from above. Rip! Wood chips flew in all directions. Beside me, the tree trunk bore 3 claw marks, each half a foot wide. The sound was akin to a wailing specter. A large bird, diving from the skies, missed its target but used the recoil from striking a pine tree to flap its wings and regain altitude, vanishing into the treetops. Gazing at the fallen black feathers, the dazed Yishur sat on the ground, instinctively rubbing his head. What the heck? Chapter 8. This game can actually provide sustenance. Instructions for the active material extractor. 1. Active material serves as the primary resource for synthesizing clones, encompassing, but not limited to, essential minerals, 20 common amino acids, and 2 rare amino acids, among others. 2. The raw material for the active material extractor consists of animal carcasses, with mammals from the phylum Chordata, order primates being the most optimal, achieving an extraction efficiency of 90. Non-primates follow, while invertebrates yield the least, below 10. 3. Extraction efficiency is also correlated with the degree of decomposition. As the task of recruiting players reached completion, the rewards and the manual arrived simultaneously. Within Shelter 404, Chu Guang perused the manual projected onto his retina by the system while examining the iron contraption beside the conveyor belt that resembled a coffin. According to the manual, this device was designed to produce the active material required for synthesizing clones. In simpler terms, it functioned similarly to a corpse recycler. However, as the manual suggested, it appeared that corpses of exotic species were also within the recycling range. Having grasped the device's utility, Chu Guang utilized a cart he had scavenged from outside to drag it to the elevator, ascending back to the surface. He had no intention of bringing the corpse into the shelter. As for the electricity, there would surely be a solution. The elevator ascended slowly, halting as the doors opened. Just as he emerged from the elevator with the cart, Xiao Qi's voice resonated from above simultaneously. Master, what's going on? It seems there's trouble with your players. A blackbird is attacking them. To the north of the sanatorium. A blackbird? Chu Guang paused momentarily, his expression shifting drastically as he dropped the cart and hurried towards the direction of the sanatorium. What the heck? Brother Yi is impressive. That earlier roll to dodge was something else. Get lost. I was scared out of my wits. Don't just stand there. Come help me. In the woods north of the sanatorium, a blackbird perched on a 10-meter-high branch, its keen gaze fixated on the group of players below. Its legs were slightly bent, and its kite-like wings were folded back, poised to launch at any moment. Upon hearing the commotion from Yishur's direction, the other 3 players hastily abandoned their tasks, brandishing axes as they rushed over. Perhaps sensing the multitude of humans below, the blackbird refrained from initiating a second dive, remaining just out of reach, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Kong Feng bent down, picking up a black feather from the ground and examining it closely. It resembles a crow. Can crows be this large? Casting a glance at the claw marks on the nearby wood, Yishur retreated while expressing his unease. This creature must be a mutant, a product of gamma radiation or something else. I saw the lore on the official website. Fang Zhang eyed him cautiously, not daring to relax for a moment. There's lore on the official site? Wasn't it just a reservation page? Kong Feng replied. That was a few days ago. The website updated new features yesterday. Didn't you check? Enough nonsense. What should we do now? Just sit here? Yishur retreated another step, now nearest to the bird. The 4 players and the bird found themselves in a stalemate. At that moment, a whoosh cut through the air above their heads. A stone hurtling straight toward the large bird. Though it missed, the sound startled the creature, prompting it to take flight and land on another branch. As it flapped its wings, stabilizing itself on the branch, it noticed the human below picking up another stone and throwing it its way. The bird's fury ignited. It was the first time it had encountered such audacity within its territory. With its bent legs propelling it like a cannonball from the branch, it dove towards Chu Guang. Its sharp talons extended like open hooks. Yet, beasts remain beasts, no matter how formidable. They cannot comprehend the slightest hint of mockery that curled at the corner of one's mouth. Releasing the stone, Chu Guang adeptly seized a steel pipe lodged in the ground, thrusting its sharp end with tremendous force. In the blink of an eye, there was no time to evade. Though the bird, startled by the unfamiliar object in Chu Guang's hand, attempted to gain distance, inertia made it nearly impossible to escape in time. The pipe struck true, piercing deep into its chest. A piercing cry echoed through the forest, bloodied feathers scattering in all directions. Watching the struggling bird take flight, Chu Guang silently approached, retrieving the blood-soaked pipe from the ground. This was no mere crow. Its scientific name was a falcon, likely existing 2 centuries prior. The 4 players stared wide-eyed at him, taken aback by the fluidity of his actions. Wow, so strong. Yet, they remained unaware that for the vast majority of survivors who could traverse the wasteland alone, such skill was merely foundational. In these 5 months, while Chu Guang had not mastered much, he had honed his javelin-throwing skills to perfection, hitting targets within 10 meters with pinpoint accuracy. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to stand there and impress others. A falcon? Is it truly that large? Kong Feng exclaimed in astonishment, shattering his prior perceptions of birds. Feng Zhang swallowed hard. Is it due to gamma radiation? Not just gamma radiation. Viruses, bacteria, genetic weapons. All these factors have collectively resulted in what we see today. Of course, the exotic species are merely one of the threats we face. In certain circumstances, humans can be far more perilous. Chu Guang glanced up at the pine tree before the 4 players and continued. The falcon we encountered must have made its nest in that tree. No wonder it didn't flee with so many of you around. Generally, avian creatures seldom provoke ground-dwelling beings larger than themselves. Their diet primarily consists of mutated cockroaches, mice, or squirrels. Although that creature has flown away, it won't venture far. It is likely waiting nearby in another tree to succumb to its wounds. That pointed pipe, while not possessing great penetrative power, has a hollow interior that acts as a natural drainage channel. Once a hole is created in its body, death is almost certain. Let alone a bird. Even a human would struggle to properly stitch up such a wound. Yishur lowered his head in shame. I apologize. I was too preoccupied with chopping wood to notice. There is no need for apologies. Chu Guang raised his gaze momentarily. Bird eggs are indeed a delightful treasure. Soon, his judgment was swiftly validated. Beneath a gnarled tree, he discovered the lifeless blackbird. He bled it with a dagger, meticulously plucked its feathers, and cast it into an iron pot, placing it atop a makeshift stove constructed of bricks. He stuffed dry twigs and withered leaves beneath the stove and ignited them with the matches he had previously purchased. Smoke began to spiral upward. Before the water reached a boil, Chu Guang retrieved the blanched bird from the pot, skewered it on a steel rod, and directly set it over the flames to roast, accompanied by the bird eggs. Lacking salt or spices, the dish was far superior to the half-cooked, unappetizing mush of green wheat. Could this be edible? Observing the mutated creature sizzling on the iron rack, Yishur instinctively felt a sense of aversion. However, the enticing aroma incessantly teased his senses, compelling him to swallow involuntarily. The fact that one could actually consume food in this game was an unexpected delight for a gourmand. This realization instantaneously rendered the morning's toil worthwhile. Once cooked, there would be sustenance. Any inedible items would be communicated to them. Chu Guang leisurely rotated the roasting rack, ensuring that every side of the food received adequate heat. Opportunities to savor wild game in this desolate land were scarce. Even if one occasionally managed to capture something edible, it would quickly spoil due to the lack of preservation methods. Here, salt was a far more scarce commodity than electricity. Particularly for survivors residing in inland cities like Clear Spring City, it was impractical to cure food with large quantities of salt. As for refrigerators, it was rumored that the town mayor possessed one in his castle, but Chu Guang had only heard of it and had never actually seen one. Of course, the survivors were not entirely devoid of solutions. For instance, Mr. Brown's farm, situated at the nearby survivor outpost, produced a type of tobacco rich in tar and aromatic compounds such as aldehydes and ketones, which could extend the shelf life of food for several months, even without salt. Administrator, may I inquire how much timber we truly require? The anticipation of the culinary creation was a torment. To divert attention from the food, Feng Chong proactively initiated conversation. Upon hearing this question, Chu Guang casually replied, "As much as we can chop." The players exchanged glances, appearing rather unenthusiastic. Initially, Chu Guang did not pay much heed. But then a thought suddenly struck him. They were players, outsiders, unlike himself, who had traversed into this realm. They could leave at any moment, and thus did not experience the urgency of survival. Even if he conveyed the importance of stockpiling timber, they would not fully grasp the implications of such a statement. Their identity as players dictated a different perspective in their thought processes. Even if they were indifferent to grinding, it would be challenging for them to continuously invest effort into something without tangible returns. There are tasks, hence there must be rewards. Chu Guang pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, we shall tally today's accomplishments. For trees as thick as an arm, each meter yields 1 contribution point. For trees as thick as a thigh, each meter yields 2 contribution points. However, to Chu Guang's astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, for players holding bowls sprang to their feet. "Administrator, I suddenly feel rather unhungry." "So do I. Since there's still some time before the meal, I'll go chop down a couple more trees. I suddenly feel the urge to fell something." Chu Guang. He hadn't even mentioned what these contribution points could be used for. Chapter 9, Gene Sequences and Player Levels. The workload completed in the afternoon was nearly 3 times that of the daytime. A total of over 50 logs of varying thickness had been dragged by the players, utilizing ropes and wheelbarrows, to the edge of the asylum's wall. To be frank, the players' performance exceeded Chu Guang's expectations. Each log measured between 8 to 10 meters in length, with some even reaching 20 meters, and more than half were as thick as a thigh. Chu Guang calculated that they had amassed a total of 2,000 contribution points. Among them, Lao Bai achieved the highest, single-handedly earning 800 points, while Kuang Feng appeared to fare the worst. His clone was not adept at physical exertion, possessing merely the physique of an average person, and after an entire day's labor had only managed to earn 300 points. As for the utility of these points, Chu Guang had yet to contemplate. The shelter was currently in dire straits. He had merely 2 lollipops in his pocket, and although he once had a compressed biscuit, it had already been consumed. After much deliberation, he informed the players that resurrection required not only a 3-day wait, but also the expenditure of resurrection coins. These coins could only be purchased with contribution points. Although the purchasing power of contribution points was somewhat meager, the players seemed unfazed. After all, it was currently a closed beta phase, and it was understandable that the game's content was limited, as long as there were no data wipes. Accumulating some currency would eventually yield opportunities for expenditure once the servers opened. Moreover, contribution points were intangible, merely a numerical value that could only be checked online after logging out. While Chu Guang wished to emulate Giant Stone City by producing tangible coins, the harsh conditions of the shelter made it impossible to acquire even the materials for minting. He certainly could not distribute chips to the players. Although these were the hard currency in the Clear Spring City area, he had few left himself. Furthermore, distributing chips directly to them would be futile, as the players could not engage in trade at survivor outposts. His ability to communicate with the survivors stemmed from his soul having traversed into this world, equipped with the language of this realm. In contrast, the clones used by the players were akin to blank slates, devoid of even basic cognition, let alone any notion of inheriting memories. The language employed by survivors in the Clear Spring City area was a universal tongue, entirely distinct from the languages of any nation or ethnicity in the present world, with only slight similarities in grammar and pronunciation to Chinese. In the future, Chu Guang would consider developing a translation tool to facilitate communication between players and NPCs, while also redesigning the distribution system and economic framework. But that was not for now. After tallying the day's work, the day was drawing to a close. Chu Guang glanced up at the slanting sun on the horizon, squinting slightly. Nightfall was approaching. "Administrator, I've discovered that our outpost is without power." Fang Chong stepped forward and inquired, "Why don't we figure out a way to acquire a generator?" That was a well-posed question, though regrettably it amounted to mere idle talk. "We lack an extra generator," Chu Guang replied, looking at him. "Does anyone here possess knowledge in this area, or have any electrical engineering skills?" The players exchanged glances, uncertain. "Can't we just run a line from underground?" Yisher posed a rather naive question. The lines are not excessively long, and the energy within the shelter is not boundless. Even if it can be utilized in the short term, the long-term issues remain unresolved, potentially sowing greater hazards. At this juncture, Chu Guang paused. It was getting late. We should return. For the players, return naturally meant logging off. Although dusk had not yet fully descended, it was already 5 in the afternoon, and dawn was imminent in the parallel world of Huagua. Unbeknownst to them, they had lingered in the game world for quite some time, and as they came to their senses, the players wore expressions of lingering desire. It seemed that this world still held many places worthy of exploration. However, with work awaiting them during the day, It was impossible to remain here indefinitely. Inside Shelter 404, observing the players who had returned to their cultivation pods, Chu Guang contemplated that perhaps he should attempt to recruit some idle individuals who had no work during the day or players from other time zones. Otherwise, by nightfall, the vast outpost would be left with just himself, which was not ideal from a safety perspective. He decided to continue sleeping in the shelter tonight, unless necessary. He truly wished to avoid returning to that dilapidated abode on Better Street. As Chu Guang pondered his next move, Xiaoqi approached his side. "Master, what is it?" "The report on the clone's health has been updated. Would you like to take a look?" Chu Guang hesitated slightly. "A health report?" "Yes." Every time a player logs out normally, the cultivation pod scans the clone within, recording its physiological condition and extracting a certain number of embryonic stem cells for backup, documenting the progress of genetic sequence development. Wait, what exactly is a genetic sequence? Hearing this unfamiliar term, Chu Guang felt as though he had missed some crucial information. In response to the administrator's inquiry, Xiaoqi nonchalantly replied, "Did you not realize? Each player's clone is synthesized from different DNA, and the genetic sequence refers to the numbering of those various DNAs." Chu Guang quickly followed up with another question. "And what does development progress mean?" "Each DNA sequence is meticulously designed. However, regrettably, we have not fully grasped the secrets of life. Not all hereditary traits are entirely expressed. It is akin to how an athlete's child is more likely to become an athlete, yet they are not born as one. The so-called development progress refers to the degree of dominant expression of specific segments within the genetic sequence, usually represented as a percentage. For instance, a development progress of 100 indicates that the organism's various capabilities are nearly at the limits defined by its genetic design, achieving an almost perfect state. Though this is nearly impossible, currently, the 4 activated genetic sequences we have exhibit development progress ranging between 0 and 1. Research suggests that by continually activating survival instincts and honing the physical body, one can elevate this value. If we liken genetic sequences to professions, then development progress is somewhat akin to levels. A genetic sequence focused on enhancing strength resembles a barbarian in D&D rules, inherently possessing greater strength and inclined to enhance strength attributes. For instance, other players appeared quite normal, yet he, with his dense body hair and substantial stature, evidently did not resemble an average individual. Goodness, these clones, oh no, players, can actually level up. Moreover, there is a talent system. How could I only just now learn of such an impressive feature? Glancing at Xiaoqi, who explained this with an air of nonchalance, Chu Guang couldn't help but exclaim, "Why did you only tell me such an important matter now?" Xiaoqi replied, somewhat aggrieved, "Did you not instruct me not to speak abruptly? I had originally intended to inform you from the start." Chu Guang, this fellow is undoubtedly being deliberate. Chapter 10. This game is absolutely incredible. Brothers, even if I were to die, nailed in a coffin, I would still proclaim with this decaying voice, this game is simply astonishing. Without further ado, if this game does not become a sensation, I shall defecate upside down. Early in the morning, the group leader, Bai Zhu Guoxi, made an unexpected appearance in the Bull and Horse Club, his sudden proclamation stirring several lurking members awake. Jian, what? The group leader is alive? Yi Ao Nai Wahi. The world of the living has become rather lively. Dao Xia Lu Run. I hadn't seen you several dog managers all night. I thought you had been caught doing something illicit. Humorously, Shiba Dong AI. What game are you talking about? Confused JPG. After a moment, the dog manager, Lai Rifeng Zhang, also chimed in. It's that virtual reality game that Guang Gu promoted in the group the other day. Jian, what? You all are already playing it. Is that for real? Don't be pulling my leg. Lai Rifeng Zhang. Why would I deceive you? Unfortunately, the device does not support in-game screenshots. Otherwise, he would have shared images directly. Jian, then you must tell me all about it. What is this fully immersive virtual reality game like? Which VR headset can play it? Bai Zhu Guoxi VR? Huh. That kind of head-mounted display is hardly comparable to the game helmet of Wasteland OL. Laughs. Jian, what do you mean? Does Wasteland OL not require VR goggles to play? Lai Rifeng Zhang. Clearly, you lack knowledge. They use a game helmet. How to explain it? Have you seen Sword Art Online? It's somewhat like that. Jian, what? Shiba Dong AI, a head-mounted microwave. Impressive. Yi Ao Nai Wahi. Who are you trying to fool? I've never heard of such advanced technology like that from Sword Art Online. Dao Xia Lu Run, exactly. The vast majority of people find it hard to believe. This sounds utterly preposterous. Logically, when an unprecedented technology emerges, there must be a process of evolution from unfamiliarity to maturity. This preparatory phase can be short, but it must exist. Lai Rifeng Zhang, deep down, understood their feelings quite well. After all, he had also gone through this stage, where he believed the so-called immersive virtual reality game was merely a joke from a silly group member. However, this was indeed a reality. Lai Rifeng Zhang. The device does not support photography, so I genuinely cannot provide proof. You can choose to believe it or not. Nonetheless, after experiencing it for this length of time, I have gathered some information about the game. JN, good brother. Quickly share. Lai Rifeng Zhang, group leader. Please mute the entire group. I type slowly. By Zhu Guoxi, sure thing. As a former top 200 player in the PUBG Asia server and a king of the League of Legends, Lai Rifeng Zhang possesses a gaming talent recognized by all members of the group. In the realm of gaming, he holds the most authority. This man seems as if he has no job, playing games every day, not only in multiplayer games, but his name can also be found among the speedrun guides of numerous single-player games. Among these, there are certainly some phenomenal masterpieces, with many seasoned players in the group having utilized the meticulously crafted guides produced by the developer. It can be said that he has become the king of the idle. Thus, whether one believes in the concept of a fully immersive virtual MMORPG or not, both players who have secured beta testing qualifications and those who have not are all eagerly awaiting his updates. Let us first discuss the game's backdrop. The setting is rather unremarkable, adhering to the orthodox post-apocalyptic wasteland punk genre. The narrative unfolds in an alternate world where a nuclear war 2 centuries ago obliterated everything, and players assume the roles of inhabitants of a shelter returning to the surface. Currently, we, the beta testers, are acting as the vanguard to establish outposts on the surface, having yet to formally enter the main storyline. More clues may only be unlocked following the internal testing or even the public release, so I shall refrain from elaborating on that. Now, let us turn to the game's authenticity. It is not an exaggeration to assert that the realism of this game is unparalleled among all games I have encountered, and it is foreseeable that even 50 years from now, this pinnacle of realism will remain unsurpassed. The reason I assert this is that the game is essentially a Wasteland DLC for Earth Online, be it the lighting effects, sensory interactions, or the tactile sensation of touching various surfaces. Everything is meticulously designed to convince you that this is a genuine world. This immersive experience undoubtedly reaches a level of 100%. Indeed, 100%. At the very least, I have not identified any conspicuous bugs or flaws. Next, let us discuss the degree of freedom. As a sandbox game, one can interact with nearly every object encountered within the game. This interaction transcends mere volumetric collision. Players can alter the positions of objects based on their volition, and even reshape or transform them within the confines of physical laws. I know what you are thinking, Minecraft or the forest, right? However, it is entirely different. This is a true sandbox experience, not mere pixelated blocks and texture stitching. On this point alone, sandbox enthusiasts will find immense value in this game. Now, let us delve into the most crucial aspects. Firstly, neither players nor monsters possess HP or MP bars, nor is there a visible attributes panel, at least not in the beta phase. However, in actual gameplay, the initial attributes of different players vary. For instance, some players possess greater strength, while others have heightened perception, agility, or other yet-to-be-discovered hidden attributes. I speculate that the internal testing version will likely introduce a class system and weapon mechanics, allowing players to develop their playstyles based on their inherent attributes. Furthermore, regarding NPCs, at present in the beta phase, there are only 2 NPCs. One is a manager codenamed Dawn, and the other is his assistant named Xiaoqi, a robot. It is certain that both NPCs exhibit a high degree of intelligence, capable of normal communication and interaction with players. I suspect there may be a hidden affinity system in place, but this remains purely conjectural and has yet to be confirmed. Additionally, I am particularly intrigued by the aspect of pain perception. Although the game boasts 100% realism, excessive realism in certain areas can be detrimental, especially since I have a relatively low pain threshold. However, the game's design is quite humane. While the sensation of pain coexists with touch, there exists a protective threshold. For example, when I attempted to scrape my arm with a stone, I did not experience pain. Conversely, pinching myself resulted in some discomfort. I surmise that this is a protective mechanism within the game, preventing the brain's neural center from registering excessive pain, similar to how our bodies naturally shield us from overwhelming sensations and dreams. I believe the game developers could adopt a more player-centric approach by allowing players to adjust pain perception settings. While I personally appreciate the current immersive experience with pain perception muted, some players might find value in experiencing it fully. Chuckles. As for the resurrection mechanism, I have yet to test it, but I have heard that each death incurs a deduction of contribution points, with a resurrection cooldown lasting 3 days. Contribution points can be obtained through completing tasks, but the penalty duration is excessively lengthy. Personally, I am disinclined to experiment with this. Any brave souls interested may wish to try it out, perhaps unlocking distinct gameplay experiences. Lastly, I must voice my grievance. Why are all characters male? Who on earth wants to see a bunch of burly men in the nude? I strongly advocate for the game developers to allow players to define their own gender. Having written a lengthy account of about 1 or 2,000 words, the number of spectators in the group has steadily increased, including the puppeteer, Guang. Just now, Chu Guang was reviewing the health report scanned from the incubation chamber, oblivious to the messages in the group, only to discover the extensive discourse upon checking the computer in the residence hall. However, I must say, this brother named Lai Rifeng has indeed summarized quite effectively, covering nearly everything he intended to convey, even addressing points that had not been considered. The group's mute mode was lifted, and messages flooded in. 6,666. Incredible. Is this game really that amazing? ID by 10 copies. I don't believe it. Not unless I get a beta testing qualification. While many group members remain skeptical about the existence of such an extraordinary game, at least about 10 individuals switched sides. As for how Chu Guang knew, it was because he could access the official website's backend. Just during Lai Rifeng's exposition, the number of reservations surged from 11 to 25. Guang, I was working just now and didn't pay attention to the group. Lai Rifeng's insights are largely accurate, so allow me to add a few points. Jian damn. Guang brother. Group mute mode activated again. Guang has been appointed as the group administrator. I've become a dog admin. Chu Guang was slightly surprised, but didn't dwell on it, continuing to type. First, regarding player characters and attributes, it is indeed, as Lai Rifeng stated. The game incorporates character attributes and level systems, with each player's initial talents being distinct. This information can be viewed at the rebirth point, where players awaken in the incubation chamber or on the official website. The death penalty involves not only the 3-day resurrection cooldown and deduction of contribution points, but also potential loss of progress prior to the last save. Saving occurs by lying in the incubation chamber for scanning and cellular sampling, which takes about 1 to 2 hours and will automatically take place after a player logs off. We anticipate implementing a more streamlined attribute inquiry mechanism before the internal testing phase, enabling players to monitor their character's conditions in real time, enhancing the overall playability. As for customizing character appearance and gender, I regret to inform you that this cannot be accommodated, just as one cannot choose their reincarnation. The bodies within the game are determined by preloaded DNA. If players are dissatisfied with their character's appearance, they may consider cosmetic surgery or cybernetic enhancements, which will be introduced in later game updates. Additionally, starting from the A-testing phase, players will have the opportunity to express their preferences regarding strength, agility, constitution, perception, and intelligence through a questionnaire on the reservation level page. Should one choose strength, there exists a heightened probability of acquiring strength-related talents, and the initial character will possess greater physical power. In the absence of any particular inclination, one may opt for a balanced archetype. As for gender, the character's sex aligns with that of the player, who cannot freely determine their own. This stipulation primarily arises from safety considerations, as physiological disparities may lead to coordination issues. Concurrently, the risks associated with gender identity disorders and societal scrutiny are burdens we prefer to avoid. This configuration, however, is not a mandate from Chu Guang, but rather a default setting of the system. It appears to entail a rather intricate technical challenge, the principles of which escape Chu Guang's understanding. He merely recognizes it as such. Time stretches ahead. Oh no, I am already an adult. I can sign a risk acknowledgement form. TT. The group administrator, time stretches ahead, was silenced by the group leader for 10 minutes. Stop interrupting. Exactly. Please, could you just keep quiet for a moment? Amused yet undeterred, Chu Guang continued his meticulous documentation. The aforementioned constitutes the results of my recent meeting. Additionally, in the next phase of testing, we shall introduce a favorability system. Favorability. What does that mean? Can we even date NPCs? The group administrator, girl enemy knight 10 times, was silenced by the group leader for 10 minutes. Goodness, this old boy is truly unyielding. Silencing, without hesitation, it certainly saves him a considerable amount of time. Chu Guang, unabashed, continued to elaborate earnestly. You see, it's not merely about romantic interests. Favorability refers to the NPC's assessment of the player. Specifically, player actions will influence the NPC's perception, particularly with certain key NPCs. Achieving a sufficiently high favorability can yield additional rewards and may even trigger hidden quests, unlocking concealed career paths. Hidden quests, hidden careers. Upon encountering these seemingly simple 8 words, the 4 beta testers before the screen widened their eyes in astonishment, their hearts ignited with fervor. Indeed, this serves as an encouragement for them to indulge in flattery. Nonetheless, what of it? What harm is there in being a sycophant? They are not fawning over real people, but rather over NPCs, artificial intelligences. And the benefits reaped thereafter are substantial, not at all disgraceful. Reflecting on this, Chu Guang realized he had little else to add. Currently, the shelter was destitute. As a mere figurehead, He possessed nothing beyond a cadre of free laborers, relying solely on the identity of an online planner to entice players with promises. Do you have any inquiries or particular concerns? Chu Guang was eager to ascertain if the players harbored any superior ideas. He was an open-minded individual. Should conditions permit, he would consider their suggestions. If not feasible, he could always paint a picture of future possibilities. Yes. What exactly are contribution points? Are they a currency? Or something akin to experience or points? As anticipated, this query arose. Chu Guang pondered briefly before responding in writing. The game's economic system is still under design. Our objective is to forge a completely authentic economic framework, encompassing production to circulation, allowing both crafting and combat players to fully engage in the game's delights. As for contribution points, you may perceive them as a special currency during the beta phase, primarily utilized to test the current quest system. Besides being used to purchase resurrection tokens, our planning team is also contemplating the introduction of unique rewards that can only be redeemed with contribution points. As a token of appreciation for our beta testers, in essence, it was merely a promise of future rewards. Regarding what those rewards might entail, Chu Guang had yet to determine, as it hinged on what valuable items he could procure from the system. However, to the players, this statement held a vastly different significance. Only redeemable with contribution points. That means beta-exclusive rewards. The 4 players who had secured beta access could hardly contain their excitement. Those who had already reserved spots on the official website but had yet to receive beta qualifications felt a tantalizing itch of anticipation. As for those who had always been skeptical of a fully immersive virtual reality experience, they remained unmoved by his words. Yet, this was inconsequential, as long as someone believed. That sufficed. With the hour growing late, and after a night of labor, he resolved to rest. By the way, Feng Chong, your strategy guide is quite commendable. Why not share it on the official website? The forum system has now been activated, and by registering an account, you can post there. Quality posts will be highlighted by the administrators. Naturally, this administrator was none other than Chu Guang himself. Currently, he was the sole employee of the entire company, serving as both NPC and planner, while also doubling as the moderator of the official forum. All right, I'll get right on it. The recently unmuted Feng Chong declared, swiftly diving into the chat log. The group leader lifted the silence across the entire chat. Messages flooded in like a bursting dam. Chu Guang observed numerous requests to add him as a friend, some seeking to barter for beta access, others inquiring about game intelligence, and even a few eager to teach him about game development. Unable to respond to them all, he opted to log off entirely. Gazing at the 4 health reports on his computer, an idea struck Chu Guang. Xiaoqi. Yes, master. You mentioned that since players can utilize the cultivation pods, might I too engage through the clones within the pods? I am uncertain. What on earth does that entail? Because I am merely your assistant. The information I possess is largely what you already know. My database lacks records regarding the cultivation pods you employ. Perhaps the previous managers did not design pods for your use? Just as Chu Guang was about to inquire further, he fell silent. The reasoning behind this was not difficult to deduce. If the shelter could withstand strategic nuclear strikes, then no means of forced intrusion could exist within this wasteland. Even if he, the one endowed with high expectations, were to encounter misfortune, it would merely signify a return to dormancy, awaiting the arrival of the next manager. Noticing Chu Guang lost in thought, Xiaoqi gently inquired, Master? Nothing. Returning to his focus, Chu Guang resumed examining the health reports on his screen. Perhaps to facilitate player understanding, or perhaps due to the whims of the original manager, over 120 complex physiological data points were succinctly distilled into 5 clear attributes: strength, agility, constitution, perception, and intelligence. Strength represents the robustness of muscles, bones, and other bodily tissues, indicating the player's base carrying capacity, melee damage, and the distance of thrown weapons. Agility corresponds to reflexive responses, linking to players' reaction times, motor coordination, and various other physical attributes. It manifests in the form of players with elevated agility displaying greater dexterity in combat, facilitating their ability to evade attacks with remarkable ease. Vitality, on the other hand, pertains to the player's life force and resilience, primarily evident in the recovery of lost health, as well as resistance and immunity to certain adverse conditions. Intelligence does not equate to mere IQ or logical reasoning capabilities. Rather, it significantly influences a character's learning capacity and mental recovery speed, while also affecting the compatibility with neural interfacing devices. Specifically, characters endowed with higher intelligence can operate a greater number of neural interfacing devices simultaneously. Perception denotes intuition and insight. Characters with heightened perception possess a sharper instinct for crises, making it easier for them to uncover hidden clues and traps. This aspect is undoubtedly the most enigmatic. All attributes have a baseline value of 5, fluctuating within a range of 2 based on genetic sequences and bodily conditions. Although lacking a personal cultivation pod, Chu Guang discovered a spare health inspection device on the B1 level of the shelter. As he had surmised, he too possessed a unique genetic sequence detectable by the health inspection device. Regrettably, however, the database contained no information pertaining to this genetic sequence, rendering it akin to an anomaly outside the realm of expectation. In gaming terminology, this represents a path unanticipated by the game publisher. This also implies that no one can ascertain where this path may lead or what outcomes may ensue. Realizing this, a twinge of unease flickered within Chu Guang's heart. Yet, predominantly, he felt exhilaration. Perhaps the spirit of adventure was inscribed in his very essence. Rather than adhering to the prescribed paths envisioned by others, he yearned to forge his own journey. Based on the health inspection results and the attribute conversion formulas left by the initial administrators, Chu Guang crafted his own attribute panel. And using it as a template, he created a similar one for the 4 closed beta players. ID, Chu Guang. Genetic sequence, Administrator. Level, LV5. Basic attributes. Strength, 8. Agility, 6. Vitality, 6. Perception, 7. Intelligence, 6. His 5-dimensional data surpassed that of the other players by a significant tier. A level of LV5 suggests a development progress of the genetic sequence at 5, indicating that the past 5 months were not entirely wasted. The other 4 closed beta players registered a development progress of 0. However, it was not entirely devoid of advancement. For instance, by Zhu Guoxi, his genetic sequence was strength-based. Through frequent exertion of brute force, specifically tree cutting, his development progress increased by 0.3 within a single day, while the other 3 closed beta players barely advanced by approximately 0.1. Should he continue to fell trees over the next 2 days, Lao Bai might very well become the first player to surpass level 0 and ascend to LV1. Contemplating this, Chu Guang resolved firmly within himself. Indeed, he must compel them to work harder, for their own benefit. Chapter 11, Daily Quest. A generator? You inquire about its purpose. Present day, Jinling University Canteen. Observing the earnest inquiry posed by Professor Yanfeng seated across the table, Professor Wang Haiyang halted his chopsticks midair. He knew little about this Professor Yan, only that he belonged to the physics department and was approximately the same age, both nearing 30. He could not recall when they had added each other on WeChat, and they had never engaged in conversation since. As a member of the School of Engineering Management, there had been little intersection in their professional paths. Yet today, he unexpectedly received an invitation from Professor Yan for lunch in the canteen, expressing a desire to consult him on a matter. To be honest, upon seeing the word consult, Professor Wang had presumed it pertained to a research topic, only to find, once they convened, that he was posed with such an unusual question. The conversation continued in a casual atmosphere. Yin Feng elaborated. I recently read a novel centered around an apocalyptic theme. I wish to understand how survivors would address power issues if such a scenario were to unfold. Why take the contents of a novel so seriously? Just observe how the author writes it. Professor Wang Haiyang chuckled. However, your question is indeed intriguing. The nature of the apocalypse and the specific day following the end of the world would greatly influence the circumstances. He enjoyed reading novels too, though he primarily indulged in Xianxia literature and had read fewer apocalyptic tales. He never imagined he would engage in such a serious discussion about literary content with a colleague from the university. The setting of the novel was 200 years post-nuclear war. 200 years? A nuclear war? Professor Wang Haiyang paused, hesitating. That could pose significant challenges. Unprotected electronic devices would likely be damaged by the electromagnetic pulses generated by a nuclear explosion, with increasingly sophisticated instruments facing greater difficulty in surviving. Is there a solution? Yin Feng queried, his brow furrowed. There are indeed options. For instance, one could typically find a backup diesel generator in residential communities or restaurants. These are not particularly intricate devices, but after 200 years, they would likely have been scavenged long ago. Even if they haven tea, prolonged disuse would have left their components severely aged. Additionally, fuel presents another issue. One cannot expect to find gasoline at gas stations after 200 years of the apocalypse. Professor Wang stroked his chin, contemplating before continuing. However, it is not entirely impossible. What method do you propose? Yin Feng inquired eagerly. Generally speaking, every vehicle is equipped with a recyclable generator. If one can manage to get the rotor spinning, it will yield stable 12V direct current. With some repairs, it should be usable. For small-scale power generation, such as for lighting, 12V is quite sufficient. If one can locate an inverter, converting direct current to 240V alternating current is also feasible. Is it necessary to take notes on this? Observing Yin Feng diligently jotting down notes in his small notebook, Professor Wang Haiyang was left astounded. Is it really necessary to be so serious about a novel? Adjusting his glasses, Yin Feng responded nonchalantly. No need to mind. Please continue. Professor Wang Haiyang. I had always heard that those in the physics department were eccentric, but I had thought it was merely a stereotype. Now, I find myself somewhat convinced. Wasteland. Shelter 404. Chu Guang slept on the floor of the residence hall, awakening at 4 in the morning. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a system prompt notification. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the achievement. Newbie guide, player logged in for over 8 continuous hours on the first day. Reward, 10 reward points. Such good fortune. Upon waking, I can draw a blind box again. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Chu Guang accessed the system, selecting the subpage titled Administrator Allowance. Hesitating between the primary blind box valued at 1 reward point and the intermediate blind box worth 10 reward points, he ultimately decided to place all his chips on the button for the intermediate blind box, silently praying in his heart. Please, for the love of all that is good, do not let me draw a cough syrup. A soft azure glow flickered under the tense gaze of Chu Guang. The alloy door on one side of the residence hall swung open, revealing a plastic-encased syringe that emerged onto the platform, a muscle cell enhancement serum. A slight, permanent increase in muscle strength, with a 24-hour interval between uses. Repeated applications result in diminished effects. A permanent enhancement of muscle strength? This is quite a remarkable item. Without hesitation, Chu Guang tore open the outer packaging and removed the needle cap. However, to his surprise, no needle was visible. How is this supposed to be used? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Guang pressed the tip of the syringe against his arm and activated what appeared to be a switch at the end. His arm felt as if it had been stung by something, and then, nothing further happened. Is that all there is to it? Chu Guang felt somewhat bewildered. He swung his fist, but did not perceive any notable changes in his body. Could it have expired? After all, it was a relic from 2 centuries ago. Exercising caution, he decided to conduct a physical examination on himself. Upon receiving the results, the confusion in his heart was finally addressed. ID, Chu Guang. Genetic sequence, Administrator. Level, LV5. Basic attributes, Strength, 9. Agility, 6. Constitution, 7. Perception, 7. Intelligence, 6. The progress of gene development remained unchanged, yet strength and constitution had each increased by a single point. A promising sign. Under normal circumstances, a 20-year-old adult male, without special training, would typically possess strength and constitution values around 5, which serves as the baseline for all attributes. Thus, this additional point in strength and constitution equates to an enhancement of 20 over that of a regular adult male. Chu Guang now required only 1 more point in strength to attain double the physical prowess of an average adult male. Gazing at the updated attributes panel, Chu Guang contemplated whether to attempt a few push-ups to test his newfound strength. Just then, he noticed that the administrator's log had updated with new tasks. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Astonishingly, just the night before, he had only 1 unfinished side quest. Yet today, the number of incomplete tasks had surged to 20. The variety of tasks was impressive, ranging from hunting an exotic species and stockpiling 5 tons of timber to gathering 100 liters of fresh water. Tasks that seemed relatively simple, to repairing the outer walls of the sanatorium and mending the second-floor walls, which looked decidedly more troublesome. As for the rewards, they varied from a modest 1 point to a maximum of 20 points. All these tasks bore a common label, daily. What does daily signify? Will they refresh every day? Chu Guang couldn't help but voice his thoughts. However, no one responded to him. The shelter system was silent, and little Chi was on guard outside the sanatorium, leaving him alone in the entire refuge. Chu Guang silently calculated that if he could complete all 20 tasks, he would accumulate a total of 150 reward points. Of course, at least 3/4 of those points would not be easily acquired, certainly not within a day or 2. He fell into contemplation. If he were to undertake all these tasks himself, it would undoubtedly be exhausting. However, if he delegated them to the players, it seemed he would only need to expend a few contribution points. With this thought, clarity washed over him. A marker was stored in the drawer of the computer desk. Grabbing the pen, he made his way to the surface via the elevator. After a brief search in the sanatorium, he found a piece of plastic that had not yet been scavenged for fuel. Brushing off the dust, he used the marker to draw 2 lines on the plastic and then erased them, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. Erasable and writable. This will do. After spending some time, Chu Guang selected several tasks from the administrator's log that he believed players could successfully complete. Jotting them down on the plastic sheet. Collecting timber, requirements. Usable as building material 1 point contribution per meter. Searching for water containers, materials, plastic, metal. Shape, barrel-shaped. Jug-shaped. Requirements. The larger, the better, 110 points contribution. Scavenging recyclable waste, 1 point contribution. Mission accomplished. Glancing at the time, it was now 4:30 a.m. With an hour and a half remaining until the scheduled online launch. Chu Guang remained industrious, returning to the shelter, accessing the computer, and logging into the back end of the official website. To his surprise, the number of reservations had increased by 10 since the previous night, totaling 35 individuals. It appeared that the discussions in the group had yielded some effect in attracting new players, with 10 fresh faces raising their hands. However, Chu Guang mused that the potential of the cattle and horse club users seemed to have been stretched to its limits. After all, it was merely a gaming group of about 100 people, and the active users could be counted on one hand. Perhaps these 35 individuals represented all the living players. It might be time to consider alternative promotional strategies. Advertising was not a realistic option. The website for Wasteland OL was not registered domestically and might even be hosted on a server not located on Earth. Furthermore, there existed another issue. Once they began drawing from a larger pool of users, it would inevitably attract a plethora of low-quality players, those who might simply be looking for amusement or inadvertently clicked yes. Bringing such players into the fold would only lead to complications. The threshold for reservations must be raised. Chu Guang contemplated this matter, silently noting it down. He would later instruct Little Chi to make adjustments to the official website, such as moving the reservation option from the primary page to a secondary one, requiring users to register an account, and to provide a phone number and delivery address to reserve. Although the shelter system seemingly did not require players to fill in a delivery address, implementing such a measure could at least filter out a portion of indecisive players and invalid reservations. However, he pondered, what if someone reserved using multiple devices, or even a robot or virtual machine? After some thought, he dismissed this concern. Since the system could accurately deliver headsets to users, it surely had a method of verifying the identity of those making reservations. Worrying excessively seemed unwarranted. The new main quest had yet to be triggered. Likely due to unmet conditions, he decided to temporarily set aside the daily tasks. The key was that the remaining side quest required a 10 kW generator. Power was indeed a significant issue. It wouldn't do for the shelter to exist in a futuristic era while life on the surface resembled that of primitive society. For someone like Chu Guang, coming from the modern world, the absence of electricity rendered life indistinguishable from that of primitive times. He needed to devise a solution regarding the generator. Chapter 12. The Overgrown Parking Lot. After much contemplation, Chu Guang found himself at a loss for a solution. Although the principle of a generator is quite straightforward, something even middle school students grasp, merely involving a conductor slicing through magnetic field lines, transforming this concept into a 10 kW generator is a far more intricate endeavor. When seeking guidance online, the only results yielded were links to purchase options. How absurd. If I could simply order one online, would I need your assistance in selecting which to buy? After considerable effort, Chu Guang finally unearthed some reliable tutorials, but given the scarcity of resources, none of these materials proved genuinely useful. Time swiftly passed, marking the arrival of 6 o'clock, as the hatch opened with a mechanical hiss, for players roused from their slumber. I shall delve into this later, Chu Guang mused, placing his legs down from the tabletop, adjusting his appearance in a salvaged mirror before calmly proceeding to the adjacent room. Upon entering, he found the 4 players engrossed in examining their attributes on the display screens of their incubation pods. Indeed, my genetic sequence reveals an initial strength value of 7 points. Yet my intelligence attribute languishes at a mere 3. Oddly enough, I do not perceive myself as unintelligent, one remarked. That statement hardly exudes brilliance. Especially considering your rapidly growing beard, another teased. Old Bai's facial hair had indeed become quite extravagant. Just yesterday, it was merely stubble. Yet today, it resembled the length of a fingernail. I have no idea what's going on. By the way, is there a razor around here? Clearly not. Perhaps you should try using an axe? Came the sarcastic reply. Enough of this. I cannot believe I am classified as an agility type. I had assumed I belonged to the intelligence category, Feng Chang pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. I am intelligence-based, Kuang Feng interjected with a wry smile, raising his hand. But 3 points in strength seems rather inadequate, and with 7 points in intelligence, I hardly feel any smarter. I am of the perception type. What utility does this attribute offer? Can it foretell the future? Yishur lamented. Compared to such ambiguous attributes, he yearned for superior capabilities in strength or agility. At the very least, a higher constitution would enable him to serve as a tank. It likely pertains to an instinct for danger. Have you forgotten how we evaded that alien creature's ambush yesterday? Feng Chang speculated. If utilized wisely, this attribute could prove extraordinarily advantageous. Enough prattling, Chu Guang interjected, clearing his throat to disrupt their dialogue. Perhaps due to his prior discussion with them as the planner regarding their affinity, the players now regarded him with newfound respect. To enhance their immersion, Chu Guang resolved to maintain his authoritative demeanor, continuing in a serious tone. Time is of the essence. I shall be succinct. The tasks ahead are monumental, yet our time is limited. To avoid hindering our future plans, we must establish our surface outpost before winter arrives. We need to stockpile food, potable water, and fuel, as well as construct defensive fortifications and surface dwellings. I have compiled a comprehensive checklist of required tasks, which you may review on the bulletin board at the entrance of the infirmary. The players' eyes gleamed with excitement, their faces alight with eagerness. Has the task system been refined? That is the gist of it. Are there any questions? If not, we shall proceed. Wait a moment, esteemed administrator, Yishur exclaimed, a flush coloring his cheeks as he raised his hand. Could you please inform us where the restroom is? The restroom, Chu Guang mused, realizing the gravity of the inquiry. The B1 level of Shelter 404 resembled more of a reception area, lacking any essential facilities for daily living. Observing the players rushing outside the infirmary, he suddenly recognized that with their influx, not only would sustenance become an issue, but soon enough, the need for restrooms would also escalate. There were public restrooms on Better Street, where human and animal waste was collected, reportedly sold to the nearby Brown Farm. After arriving at the infirmary in Wetland Park, Chu Guang had been resolving his needs in the woods, never contemplating the implications of 100 individuals needing to relieve themselves, uncertain if it was due to unsanitary conditions. All 4 players returned limping. It's excruciating without a latrine, one complained. And with no toilet paper, I resorted to using leaves, nearly drawing blood. Seriously, my backside feels like it's on fire. Do you all feel the same? Not at all. Did you use stinging nettle leaves? What? What are stinging nettle leaves? Never mind, just bear with it, it will pass. Chu Guang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He seemed to have forgotten to mention that one could use moss for such purposes, a tidbit he had learned from the survivors on Better Street. However, they had not afforded him the opportunity to speak. Just endure it, we all manage somehow. Administrator, Fong Chong hobbled over with a respectful tone. I propose we construct a restroom. I second that. Yishur chimed in. I concur. Moreover, with a restroom, we could dig a large pit to collect the waste, mixing it with ash and sawdust to create compost, allowing aerobic bacteria and fungi to decompose the organic matter and eliminate pathogenic microorganisms to produce fertilizer. Precisely. Furthermore, we could also mix a portion of the waste with organic debris, sealing it to let anaerobic bacteria convert it into combustible methane. That's how the biogas digester in my hometown operates. The gas produced can be used for lighting and even electricity generation. That is an excellent idea. We shall consider it, Chu Guang replied, nodding in approval. Biogas. He had been so preoccupied with survival that he had neglected this aspect. Although Better Street lacked a biogas digester, the adjacent Brown Farm possessed one. Noticing the approving expression on the administrator's face, the 4 players became even more animated, exchanging ideas enthusiastically. Constructing a restroom would not pose a significant challenge, and even the biogas digester was manageable. The only complication lay in securing airtight materials for gas storage. Fortunately, this wasteland was replete with plastic, especially beverage bottles and garbage bags. Due to the toxic fumes produced by burning plastic, few survivors would dare to incinerate such items, often reserving them solely for kindling. With a thorough search, they should find plenty in the nearby suburbs. Thus, another task was added to the task board: collect plastic bags and bottles. Administrator, regarding the generator, I have a suggestion. Huang Feng, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Chu Guang turned to him. Go on. Most vehicles are equipped with onboard generators. I wonder if there are any roads or parking lots nearby. If we can locate a vehicle, resolving this issue should be straightforward. Chu Guang nodded thoughtfully. Finding a car was not particularly challenging. There was a parking lot near the wetland park where we were located. However, I had already inspected the vehicles there, and there was nothing of value to salvage. I want to give it a try, Huangfeng said with determination. What if we find a usable generator? We could have electricity at our surface outpost. Go ahead. But I cannot allow you to venture alone, Chu Guang remarked, glancing at the players before settling his gaze on Yishur. You should accompany Huangfeng to the parking lot. Yishur, brimming with enthusiasm, responded affirmatively. Indeed, Yishur's genetic sequence belonged to the perception category, which could prove useful in times of crisis. Before they set off, Chu Guang instructed them to take 2 short knives meant for cutting grass, as these would be more effective against aberrations than cumbersome axes. Additionally, he cautioned them repeatedly to avoid combat if they encountered any aberrations, urging them to flee if possible. However, if they were discovered and faced with overt hostility, they must not turn their backs on the adversary, as doing so would be tantamount to suicide. Armed with a map of the wetland park and a rudimentary guide, Huangfeng departed the sanatorium alongside Yishur. Meanwhile, Lao Bai and Fong Chong turned to Chu Guang, inquiring, Administrator, should we continue chopping wood, or? Chu Guang surveyed the area, counting the numerous untreated logs strewn about the ground. We shall refrain from chopping wood today. We must first address the issue of the restroom. You two should fetch shovels and axes, and I will instruct you on how to proceed. The parking lot lay to the southeast of the sanatorium. Long abandoned for 2 centuries, nature had fully reclaimed this area. Tree roots had pierced through the hardened concrete, and shrubs and wild grasses had flourished, reaching knee height. Rusty vehicles were entwined with vines, and through shattered windows, one could even perceive the moss that had overtaken the seats and air conditioning vents. Upon witnessing this scene, Guangfeng finally grasped the meaning behind the administrator's words. There truly was nothing worth salvaging here. Yisher's expression mirrored his dismay. In this state, how can we possibly find a generator? Should we head back? Guangfeng remained silent for a moment, then defiantly stepped forward. We've come this far. Yisher shrugged and followed suit. After so many years of acquaintance, his most prominent impression of this online friend was his stubbornness, leaving Yisher curious about his real-life occupation. Many vehicles in the parking lot had hoods that were rusted shut, making them impossible to open. Guangfeng searched the lot extensively before finally discovering one that could be pried open. However, upon lifting the hood, he was taken aback. Is this an engine? What's wrong? Yisher inquired, leaning closer. It seems to be an electric engine, but then again, maybe not, Guangfeng replied, furrowing his brow. Do you know anything about cars? I haven't even obtained my driver's license. How could I possibly know? Yisher replied sheepishly. Haven't you been working for several years? Didn't you buy a car? I live in a dormitory, and I only have a bicycle, Guangfeng replied, undeterred, continuing to rummage through the engine compartment and even checking beneath the vehicle. Suddenly, his hands froze. Noticing the change in his expression, Yisher asked, What's wrong now? It's a bit strange that I can't find the power source. Wiping the mud from his face, Guangfeng frowned in contemplation. I can roughly locate the engine, but the power source eludes me. Could it have been removed? Yisher suggested, considering the circumstances of the wasteland over the past 2 centuries. It wouldn't be surprising if survivors had scavenged this place. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Habitually closing the hood, Guangfeng surveyed the lot filled with derelict vehicles. His feelings quite complex. There was also another possibility. In the game's background setting, the technological advancements of the pre-war society were sufficiently developed. Perhaps they had reached the point of utilizing remote power sources instead of fixed ones. However, regardless of which possibility it was, neither boded well for him. The hope of finding a generator among the wreckage now seemed unlikely. Meanwhile, progress had been made in the construction of the restroom. Under Chu Guang's guidance, Lao Bai and Fong Chong excavated a pit 2 meters wide and 3 meters long on the grounds outside the sanatorium, large enough to accommodate a person. They then inserted cut logs around the pit to form walls, placing some rubble and leaves inside. Once the latrine was constructed, the restroom became much simpler to assemble. Chu Guang directed the two to erect 2 makeshift shelters next to the pit and connected them using plastic tubing removed from the sanatorium's outer wall. Thus, a rudimentary restroom was completed. Feces and urine needed to be stored separately, as mixing them would create sludge. Moreover, urine was sterile and could be directly used to irrigate crops. For now, let us leave it at this, Chu Guang remarked, nodding approvingly at the fruits of their labor. Lao Bai and Fong Chong, resting on their shovels, exchanged glances filled with exasperation. Although this was a fully immersive virtual reality game, was it really necessary for it to be this realistic? Additionally, bathing posed another issue. There was a water source within a kilometer, but it was infested with aberrations, necessitating extreme caution when drawing water. We should consider constructing a bathing facility, Chu Guang mused. The odor is one thing, but falling ill could lead to more serious problems. Administrator, Fong Chong raised his hand. Chu Guang turned to him. What is it? I believe we should contemplate safety concerns, Fong Chong stated. Based on the aberration we encountered yesterday, this wasteland is far from secure. That is obvious, Chu Guang replied. I understand, but sanitation issues should not be underestimated. The shelter lacks sufficient medical supplies, and if an outbreak occurs, the consequences could be dire. The safety issue isn't as pressing. The aberrations within the wetland park are less active than those in the urban area, and there are no survivors nearby. In case of danger, we can retreat to the shelter. However, the hygiene of over 100 people is indeed a significant concern. In Bet Street, every household used iron barrels to store water, placing them on rooftops for heating and disinfection, bathing every 2 or 3 days. It wasn't due to their fastidiousness, but rather that an unbearable stench could lead to expulsion. Lao Bai and Fong Chong exchanged glances, pondering whether the administrator's AI design included a touch of obsessive cleanliness. They would need to be mindful of this moving forward. Speaking of which, there's a question I've been meaning to ask. Why is there no supply stockpile in such a large shelter? Lao Bai interjected. And we've been on the B1 level. What about the other floors? The other floors are temporarily closed, but will be opened in the future, Chu Guang stated succinctly, refraining from elaborating on the reasons. Although the two players were curious, they sensed that further inquiries would yield no answers, and thus accepted the situation as it was. Just then, Yishir and Guangfeng returned from their expedition. Observing Guangfeng, who was covered in mud, Chu Guang inquired, "So, did you find the generator?" Though nothing was found, it was not entirely without merit. As he spoke, the gust of wind unfurled a plastic bag scavenged from an indeterminate refuse bin, revealing it to be brimming with an abundance of blue mushrooms. These fungi were diminutive, measuring merely the length of a finger, their surfaces adorned with translucent, fine hairs that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of hues when viewed along their patterns. Chu Guang cast a glance, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. "Where did you procure these?" A faint smirk of pride graced the lips of the gusty wind as he recounted. "Near the parking lot, there exists a concrete drainage pipe, about the height of 2 men. Within it, numerous specimens of this mushroom thrived. I was uncertain of their edibility, so I gathered a few." Initially, his intention had been to sample one, but the game's realism rendered him hesitant, and he ultimately refrained from tasting them. They are known as blue umbrella mushrooms. Scientifically referred to as blue angels, it is said that those who consume them might encounter true angels within an hour. There is no room for doubt. Unless one is an invulnerable mutant, these should not be ingested. Chapter 13, Blue Angel. Chu Guang secured the plastic bag, tightening its closure as he continued. "You should consider yourselves fortunate that you did not venture further. These mushrooms typically flourish near the nests of mutated leeches." Yishir paused, bewildered. "Mutated leeches?" Chu Guang replied nonchalantly. "Yes, the juvenile mutated leech is only the size of a palm, apart from its unique mouthparts. It bears a striking resemblance to ordinary leeches. However, upon maturing, it rapidly grows to over 1 meter in length, with some reaching 3 meters. And its feeding habits transform as well. I have heard it can even swallow a living person whole, though that is merely hearsay." After hearing the administrator's account, Yishir felt a chill run down his spine. He recalled the peculiar sensation he experienced while foraging for mushrooms, though he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. In retrospect, it appeared he had narrowly avoided a brush with death. Are they inedible? The expression on the gusty wind's face was one of disappointment as he gazed at the mushrooms Chu Guang had stowed away, muttering, "I thought they might grant a buff." "Do not let your imagination run wild. There are no such buffs to be had." Chu Guang withheld a remark, knowing well that while these mushrooms should not be consumed, they served as a primary ingredient for crafting a decontamination agent. The specifics of the process eluded him, having been merely relayed by old Charlie from Better Street. The blue umbrella mushroom contains a unique peptide that effectively alleviates and heals non-lethal damage caused by gamma radiation. The merchant caravans of Giant Stone City would procure this substance, offering a handsome price for it, typically to be sold to factories there. However, acquiring these fungi is no simple task. Few scavengers are willing to risk their lives searching for mutated leech nests in the swamps, subways, or sewers. The difficulty in locating them is one matter. Bringing them back alive is another. Even those driven by necessity would hesitate to engage with these flesh-eating tentacles. Little did he expect that a mutated leech nest lay so close at hand. Chu Guang's emotions were a blend of elation and trepidation. He was pleased that the blue umbrella mushrooms could fetch a considerable sum, yet concerned about the formidable mutated leeches. Salt. Where would one procure hundreds of kilograms of salt? With that much salt, one might as well sell it outright. Set it ablaze? These creatures typically dwell in damp areas, making them rather difficult to ignite. Do you recall the precise location of that drainage pipe entrance? In response to the administrator's inquiry, the gusty wind swiftly produced a map, marking the spot with a finger. "Right here." Chu Guang noted the location silently. "I understand." It was estimated that the blue umbrella mushrooms brought back by the gusty wind and Yishir weighed around 2 kilograms. With the market rate being a modest exchange of a few chips for every 50 grams. 2,000 grams would yield 40 chips. This sum was nearly equivalent to all the savings Chu Guang had amassed over the past 5 months. Moreover, this was merely the price offered by the recycling station on Better Street. The actual worth of these mushrooms was likely at least double that figure. Chu Guang planned to sell all of them and use the proceeds to procure essential supplies for the outpost. The outpost supplies require replenishment. I shall venture out. You two remain here and be sure not to wander far. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, Xiaoqi will promptly activate the elevator for your return to the shelter. While I am away, Xiaoqi will tally your work total. You may consult it should any uncertainties arise. As for the 2 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms, Chu Guang allocated a total of 220 contribution points to the gusty wind and Yishir. Of these, 200 points were awarded for discovering the mutated leech nest, while the remaining 20 points were for the mushrooms themselves. Bestowing such a meager amount was not an act of stinginess, but rather a precaution against encouraging the players to take risks in harvesting these items, which could lead to their demise. Until he could locate a generator to power the active material extractor, he deemed it wise to exercise caution. Lunch consisted of a porridge made from young wheat. Although it was termed porridge, Chu Guang found it resembled a flavorless mung bean soup. It lacked any notable taste, serving solely to satiate hunger. To his surprise, however, the four players consumed it ravenously, as if they were starving. Is it truly that delectable? Chu Guang began to question his culinary skills. Could it be that I possess an unexpected talent for cooking? That seemed improbable. Having hastily finished the meal, he stowed away the pots and utensils, extinguished the fire, and set off alone, leaving the four players and an AI robot idly engaged on the upper floor of the sanatorium. Feng Chong stared intently at the task board affixed at the entrance of the sanatorium, lost in contemplation. Yi Shi inquired, "What occupies your thoughts?" Feng Chong replied, "According to the administrator, the blue umbrella mushroom can be utilized as a component for crafting anti-radiation agents, yet the task rewards you with merely 20 contribution points, equivalent to the yield from felling 2 trees. Do you find that reasonable?" Yi Shi paused, taken aback. "Is there an issue?" Feng Chong asserted, "Indeed there is. Ordinarily, the benefits players derive from tasks should correlate positively with their difficulty. You not only unlocked a new instance, but also gathered high-value resources. Logically, the rewards should not be so paltry." The gusty wind pondered this aloud. "What do you surmise is the reason?" Feng Chong snapped his fingers. "Prioritization." "Prioritization?" Yi Shi echoed, bewildered. "Precisely," Feng Chong nodded. "Do you recall what the administrator stated earlier? The primary objective is survival." "Did he?" "I suppose he did," Yi Shi replied. Having not paid close attention, he typically bypassed the narrative in most games without a second glance. Although one could not skip in this game, losing focus for a few minutes made little difference. Feng Chong continued, "Thus, I surmise that the tasks listed on the mission board are not exhaustive. This game affords us considerable autonomy, as missions can be initiated not only by NPCs, but also triggered actively by us." The wind furrowed his brow. "And the reason? Haven't you already received your rewards?" Feng Chong replied, "Although we did not locate the generator, we discovered a nest of aberrations and collected valuable resources. Therefore, I deduce that as long as our actions align with the current needs of Shelter 404, we can earn contribution points. Moreover, the value of the rewards correlates positively with the worth of our actions. For instance, the construction of latrines and toilets was a task issued after the administrators heeded our suggestions, and both I and Lao Bai received a reward of 200 contribution points." Lao Bai nodded. "It seems to be the case. I believe I comprehend your point," the wind mused, stroking his chin. "But completing the tasks on the mission board also grants contribution points, does it not? And the points are quite substantial. This leads me to my second point," Feng Chong said, a mysterious smile gracing his face. "Do you recall what the planners mentioned about the favorability system?" A flicker of realization crossed the wind's face. "Now I understand your meaning." Yi Shi and Lao Bai remained bewildered. "What exactly have you grasped? Please clarify." Feng Chong replied leisurely, in simple terms. While methodically completing the fixed tasks on the mission board guarantees a baseline reward, it fails to showcase our capabilities. In contrast, actively triggering tasks better reflects our own abilities. Theoretically, this should enhance the administrator's evaluation of us. Of course, these speculations are predicated on the notion that Wasteland OL is a wholly authentic immersive virtual reality game, and that the administrator's actions are governed by programmed logic rather than human design. If its intelligence is not as sophisticated as anticipated, this inference may very well fall apart. However, thus far, the administrator's intelligence appears quite high, engaging in normal conversation without issue. I cannot help but wonder if this entity is, in fact, a human impersonating a character. Having understood Feng Chang's explanation, Lao Bai stroked his stubble thoughtfully and nodded. "This line of thinking is intriguing. It merits exploration. What do you believe we should do? As for the specifics, I am still navigating through them. Yet my intuition tells me that accumulating NPC favorability prior to the second round of closed testing is more crucial than merely gathering contribution points. This will ensure we possess a superior starting point compared to other players in the second round." After a brief pause, Feng Chong snapped his fingers. "I propose we form a team." "Forming a team?" Yi Shi queried, puzzled. Lao Bai nodded. "I have no objections." The wind also assented with a nod. "I concur." Yi Shi hesitated. "I have no objections, but could you elucidate the details of the team formation?" Feng Chong patiently elaborated. "In essence, from this moment forth, we are a united team, sharing intelligence and assisting one another. Furthermore, we must leverage each of our strengths." Feng Chong then turned to the wind and Yi Shi, continuing. "The wind, Yi Shi, you will scout along the lakeshore of the wetland park, carefully observing the distribution and activity patterns of the aberrations. If you identify any areas that appear to be nests, mark them, but remember to maintain a safe distance, particularly to avoid combat. We require a secure water source." The wind nodded. "Understood." Feng Chong then addressed Lao Bai. "As for us, our task now is to gather more wood. Once we log off later, I plan to research some information online and tomorrow we will find a way to make use of the stockpiled wood. Chapter 14. The Merchant from Stone City. Chu Guang was fortunate. He encountered no insurmountable dangers along the way. Moreover, as he approached Bet Street, he chanced upon a merchant caravan from Stone City unloading goods at the entrance of Bet Street. Old Walter, with his hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, stood nearby, puffing on his homemade pipe, while old Charlie engaged in pleasant conversation with the caravan leader. Meanwhile, the scavengers, under the watchful eyes of the gunmen, busily unloaded the cargo. The caravan leader, known as Mr. Li, was unfamiliar to Chu Guang, but he knew that he hailed from Stone City, commanding 8 gunmen and a score of mutated yaks. Periodically, he would bring people and livestock to Bet Street to trade various supplies while collecting local specialties. In the wasteland, especially in urban areas, vehicles are far less reliable than livestock. The roads are littered with broken-down vehicles and collapsed ruins, compounded by poorly maintained highways with severely cracked surfaces, even sprouting vegetation. Most wheeled transport is rendered immobile. In contrast, donkeys, cows, and horses are invaluable assets. Although they may not travel swiftly, there are virtually no paths they cannot traverse. The most critical aspect is their affordability and low maintenance. 30 pounds of fodder per kilometer. Technology is not always dependable, at least not in this locale. Naturally, long-distance journeys across provinces would present a different scenario. Chu Guang had once seen a hybrid vehicle, half-wheel and half-track, adorned with a cannon as thick as a chimney, exuding a distinct punk aesthetic. However, such cumbersome vehicles seldom enter cities. They typically unload goods outside the city limits and trade with active small to medium-sized caravans in the vicinity before departing. Chu Guang noticed that among the supplies destined for Bet Street was a woman clad in a robe. Her hands and feet were shackled, with a barcode etched upon her ankle. Her delicate, fair skin did not resemble that of a survivor from the wasteland. She appeared more akin to an ethereal being stepping out from a film, or perhaps a product cultivated from a petri dish. A clone? Previously, Chu Guang had only heard of the slave trade in Stone City, but this was the first time he had witnessed it firsthand. However, such a luxury item could only be afforded by that esteemed town mayor. Chu Guang refrained from approaching immediately, instead quietly waiting in the shadows of the ruins until the transaction concluded. The cowboys were preoccupied, not lingering in the area. Once the goods were loaded, Mr. Li reached into his pocket, producing several white tokens, which he tossed to the scavengers like alms. Then, amidst a chorus of gratitude and compliments, he, along with the gunmen, set off, herding the heavily laden mutated yaks along the road. Chu Guang trailed them at a distance, navigating through 2 streets. Just then, the man beside Mr. Li abruptly halted, his gaze fixed intently in Chu Guang's direction. Startled to be noticed, Chu Guang's heart raced. How did this individual spot him from over 100 meters away? Yet, since he had already been discovered, trailing behind served little purpose. Chu Guang stepped out from the ruins, first raising his hands to signal his lack of ill intent, and then approached while holding a black plastic bag. From a distance of 10 meters, he paused beneath a crooked cafe sign, a distance deemed safe for both parties. In the event of a conflict, the carbon nanotube bulletproof vest I wear close to my body would afford me at least 5 precious seconds to flee, provided I avoid a headshot. I harbor no malice. I merely wish to engage in a transaction with you. The man, known as Li, squinted and hoisted the shotgun onto his shoulder. You are the scavenger from Better Street. Chu Guang. I care not for your name. And we do not engage in trivial dealings, he said, casting a derisive glance at the plastic bag in Chu Guang's hand. You would do better to toss that trifle to your elderly companion, Charlie. Chu Guang remained silent, peeling open the plastic bag to reveal the contents within. The man's expression faltered, clearly taken aback by the unexpected nature of the items. Far from mere scrap parts and batteries, they were indeed treasures. Chu Guang noticed a fleeting glimmer of greed in the man's eyes. Where did you procure this? The man inquired. Chu Guang regarded him coolly. From the sewer, near the lair of mutated leeches. But even if I divulged the location, would you dare venture there? Merely a casual inquiry, do not take offense. Diminishing the avarice in his gaze, the man handed his shotgun to an accomplice and stepped closer to Chu Guang. How do you intend to sell it? The recycling rate on Better Street is a mere chip for every 50 grams, but the true value of this is certainly far greater. Chu Guang paused for 2 seconds, deciding to take a gamble by quoting a price 5 times that of Better Street's recycling station. There are 2,000 grams here. I demand 200 chips. The man's slight hesitation before acquiescing immediately made Chu Guang aware that he had still undersold himself. Indeed, the prices set by that dog of a mayor for these merchants must be considerably higher. These ravenous leeches. Chu Guang silently cursed the mayor and his family, wishing them a night devoid of vigor. Let us be friends. I am Lister. The man extended his right hand, sweeping away his earlier arrogance, a smile gracing his face. I seldom conduct business directly with scavengers, but you are an exception, I find you intriguing. Chu Guang, maintaining his composure, shook his hand. Thank you. I am Chu Guang. I am aware, you mentioned it earlier. Releasing his grip, Lister scrutinized Chu Guang and continued, first and foremost. I trust that our transaction today will remain unknown to that old man named Charlie. Chu Guang replied, he surely will not know. I have no desire to stir trouble. Haha, you are a clever one. Pleased with Chu Guang's response, Lister nodded and continued, I can pay you 200 chips immediately. But since you will exchange these chips for goods anyway, why not purchase directly from me? It saves you the middleman's markup. I have some surplus supplies, and I can offer you a 20 discount. How does that sound? Chu Guang was skeptical of his so-called 20 discount, knowing he could hardly ascertain the prices of the goods in Stone City. Nevertheless, as long as he sold at a price lower than Better Street, he had no reason to decline. I need weapons. Do you have any? Indeed, I do. Which type do you require? Guns. Guns, is it? Lister stroked his chin. How about a 9mm bolt-action iron pipe rifle? It will only cost you 200 chips, and I can include 30 rounds of ammunition. Additional bullets would be 1 chip each. This price is undeniably fair. At a discount? This is already the discounted price. If you find it exorbitant, I have cheaper options as well, such as a 5mm iron pipe pistol valued at 100 chips, which is quite effective against raiders, though not recommended for use against mutants. Already at a discount. And you expect me to believe you? Chu Guang glared at him. I want one 9mm bolt-action iron pipe rifle and an additional 60 rounds of ammunition. Moreover, I require 25 chips for food and other supplies. Observing Lister's indifferent shrug, Chu Guang continued earnestly. The mutated leech lair harbors more than 2 kilograms of mushrooms. But I can only gather those near the lair. Do you comprehend my meaning? You wish for me to invest in you? Lister regarded Chu Guang with newfound interest. Intriguing. Chu Guang remained unfazed. Why not? I dare wager that even at this price, you would still reap substantial profits. Furthermore, should you agree, the goods I could bring next time would be tenfold what I present today. Are you not enticed? Lister's interest was piqued. Frankly speaking, it was indeed a compelling proposal. Transporting those 2 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms to Stone City would afford him not just a single bolt-action rifle, but perhaps 10. Those rustic folk living on the outskirts had no inkling of the significance of antidotes and decontaminants for those dwelling in the city. Such fine goods are hidden near the nuclear craters. Typically, few could procure chips from him. Lister signaled to his assistant, who fetched a bolt-action iron pipe rifle and 60 rounds of ammunition from the mutated yak nearby. You are an exception, counting out 25 white chips from his pocket. Lister handed them, along with the goods, to Chu Guang. 20 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms. Consider it an investment. I await your news. I shall return here at the month's end, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be my last visit this year. I hope to see you then. Mutated leeches. No one wished to provoke such creatures. Only God knows how many grotesque, foul insects lurk within their lairs, and, most critically, conventional penetrating firepower proves utterly ineffective against them. Their terrifying regenerative abilities and vitality allow them to split into 2 new entities even when severed, not to mention sustaining multiple punctures. As for setting them ablaze, one must question if it can even catch fire. Even if it does, it would incinerate valuable items alongside it, a complete loss. By the way, for those 20 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms, I will consider them worth 2,000 chips. You can place orders with me, no need to scavenge what others have left behind. Watching Chu Guang fiddle with the weapon in his hands, Lister reminded him, how will I know what stock you possess? With a snap of his fingers, Lister's companion understood and presented a square tablet. Here, it contains photographs. Swipe left or right to select. I shan't teach you how to use it. I assure you, the quality of these goods is impeccable, though I cannot guarantee that the actual items will match the photographs precisely. Taking the tablet, Chu Guang glanced over it and discovered a plethora of desirable items, especially spotting the very things he most urgently needed. Have you made your selection? Li Site urged, eyeing the chosen items of Chu Guang. I've made my choice. Chu Guang replied, returning the tablet. A 10 kW wood-powered generator, along with the KV-1 power exoskeleton. Your taste is commendable. Although the KV-1 is a basic model, it is renowned for its durability. However, may I inquire as to why you require a generator? Instead of worrying about depleting power, you might as well purchase a few extra batteries. I offer a trade-in service here, quite reasonably priced. The generator is no trifling expense. It costs 1,200 chips. In contrast, the KV-1 power exoskeleton is merely 800 chips, and a compatible chemical energy battery is only 150 chips. Even if you were to replace a battery, it wouldn't amount to more than 1,000. Moreover, once acquired, where do you intend to store it? The exoskeleton can be worn beneath clothing. But a generator is a luxury not typically affordable for an ordinary scavenger. Perceiving Li Site's concerns, Chu Guang reassured him, fear not. I shall not be taking it back to Bet Street. I was merely asking, Li Site shrugged, casting a glance at the darkening sky. Time is of the essence. Until we meet again. Chu Guang called after him. Wait, may I inquire if the items I just ordered are subject to a discount? Li Site chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. The prices you see are already discounted. Chu Guang exclaimed, damn it. Just wait and see how I will deal with you unscrupulous merchants in the future. As he watched the merchant caravan fade into the distance, Chu Guang turned away with a scowl. Chapter 15, The Mobilization Order. The sun had already begun its descent, and time was not on his side. Returning now would surely be futile. Chu Guang preferred to spend the night in Bet Street rather than risk the dangers of traveling at night. Having endured several unpleasant experiences, he was all too aware of the perils that lurked in the darkness. Surviving was merely a stroke of luck. He wrapped the iron pipe rifle he had purchased in a plastic bag and secured it to the sharpened water pipe he carried, ensuring that its true nature remained concealed. Though Bet Street did not impose restrictions on survivors carrying weapons, Chu Guang wished to avoid attracting the attention of the mayor's spies regarding his clandestine dealings with the merchant caravan. 50 g of blue umbrella mushrooms only exchanges for 1 chip. How clever these leeches are. Upon passing through the gates of Bet Street, Chu Guang observed a throng of people gathered at the recycling station's entrance. Men, women, the elderly, and children alike formed a dismal circle. Their tattered clothing and gaunt faces told tales of hardship. They bore woven bags or frames on their backs, clutching plastic buckets or other containers in their hands. Their daily existence was painfully simple, trading the refuse they scavenged for chips, which they then exchanged for essential necessities. New shipment of soap, produced by the giant Stone City chemical plant. Only 3 chips to rid yourselves of those repugnant odors. Hurry and purchase a bar for your wives. There are only 30, first come, first served. Cooking oil, regardless of its source, is a fresh and valuable commodity, transported from Brown Farm, priced at 10 chips per liter. It may seem steep, but quality comes at a cost. Best to find someone to share the expense. Let me see. Oh, and there's coarse salt. A thumb-sized chunk for just 5 chips, regardless of its origin. What more do you desire? Come and buy. And tobacco leaves, whether for personal use or for smoking meat. Also from Brown Farm. Choose as you will. I shall take a moment to rest. Old Charlie lounged at the entrance, his demeanor hardly befitting a businessman. In truth, this was not commerce, but rather a form of charity from a master to his servants. Do not be misled. Living here does not afford one the luxury of choice. Within a 5-mile radius, many items can only be procured here, and those residing in this area have little power over their circumstances. Moreover, do not underestimate the distance of 5 miles. Though Clear Spring City is situated on the southern plains, it has transformed into a concrete graveyard more perilous than any forest. Old Charlie wiped the sweat from his brow, delegating the collection of payments to his assistant while he settled into a corner to rest his weary eyes. At that moment, a thin young man clad in a gray coat approached, brandishing a wooden sign as he stepped before the crowd. The mobilization order. By the decree of the mayor, by the end of the month, each household must submit 100 kilograms of firewood and 2 square meters of pelts. Spread the word. The crowd stirred in agitation. Murmurs of discontent rising, yet none dared to oppose. After all, this had been the custom in years past. While Bet Street did not impose taxes, it did not imply that life here was without cost. In addition to soft exploitation and trading rights, the mayor always found ways to extract supplies through various means. The mobilization order was one such method, occurring annually in August or September. What happens if one refuses to comply? The penalties were straightforward and severe. All men and women aged 16 and above living in the settlement, regardless of their living arrangements, would be deemed a single household unless married. Failure to provide the required supplies would result in the registrar striking their name from the rolls and confiscating their shelter in Bet Street, effectively banishing them from the survivor's stronghold. In this world where life is worth less than paper, losing one's shelter equates to a death sentence, particularly in the frigid winter months. While Bet Street may not be affluent, it is still a far cry from the neighboring Brown Farm, where survivors at least enjoy a modicum of pitiful freedom. It seemed the mayor intended to seize one last bounty before the final merchant caravan of the year arrived, hoping to enjoy a prosperous year with the supplies gathered. Chu Guang mused over this, but did not take the so-called mobilization order seriously. He would depart before winter arrived. No one would need to urge him to leave. Avoiding the recycling station, Chu Guang made his way directly to his shelter. However, before he could reach the door, he spotted Yu Xiaoyu and a young man engaged in a heated argument at the entrance. The boy, likely around 15 or 16, was of short stature. Chu Guang did not recognize him, but recalled he was perhaps the 3rd son of the Wang family, named Wang Difu. His shelter was at the far corner of the settlement, diagonally opposite Yu's, and he seldom ventured there. What could possibly bring Wang Difu to his doorstep? Step aside. Wang Difu exclaimed impatiently, shoving Yu Xiaoyu aside. The girl stumbled back, but stood her ground, arms outstretched protectively. Not letting you through. This isn't your home. Nor is it yours, he retorted. But he asked me to help watch over it. What is there to watch over a dead man's home? He is not dead. Yu Xiaoyu shot back, her eyes wide with indignation. Stop lying. That outsider hasn't returned in 4 or 5 days. Wang Difu continued, exasperated. Yu family merely wants a share of the spoils. I have no intention of hoarding it all for myself. Thus, the crossbeam of the shed and this door belong to me. The rest is yours to take. The homes of the deceased often go uninhabited, typically divided among the neighbors. There is no definitive rule stating how many days of absence equate to a person's demise, but when someone is missing for several days, it is generally assumed that they have either fallen victim to slave traders or marauders, or have been taken by otherworldly beings to feed their young. No one can endure several nights outside. Even seasoned hunters find it exceedingly difficult. Yu Xiaoyu bit her lower lip until it turned purple, her eyes wide and fish-like, steadfastly refusing to budge, yet making no other movement. Wang Difu, unwilling to wait any longer, knew that the men of the Yu family would soon return, and he would gain nothing alone, so he prepared to forcibly push her aside. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. Who says I'm dead? Wang Difu felt a shiver run through his body, leaping aside with the instinct of a frightened beast, casting a wary glance at Chu Guang. Yu Xiaoyu swiftly darted behind Chu Guang for cover, whispering her report. He came yesterday, intending to tear down your house. Thank you, Chu Guang replied, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Wang Difu. Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you? Aware of his own culpability, Wang Difu refrained from arguing, casting a furtive glance at the blood-stained steel pipe on Chu Guang's back, and ultimately departed in silence. He harbored no fear of the Yu family or this outsider, but no one wished to offend a robust man, especially one with no apparent vulnerabilities. Observing the man's retreating figure, Chu Guang felt a sudden pang of sorrow. Some individuals, though alive, had become indistinguishable from the hyenas and vultures lurking outside. He had once witnessed a mutated hyena sever the neck of an injured companion, feasting upon its flesh. At that moment, he had dismissed it as a mere aspect of nature's law. Now, he found himself empathizing with the sentiment. Having been away for just a few days, these people were already stirring with impatience. Hidden behind Chu Guang, Yu Xiaoyu remained, contemplating that if she waited a little longer, she might savor the candy she had enjoyed that day. She had never tasted anything so sweet, nearly chewing on the plastic stick as well. Noticing the large eyes fixed upon her, Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized the situation. Smiling as he retrieved a forgotten lollipop from his pocket and placed it in the little girl's hand. I appreciate your help these past few days. Not a bother. Xiaoyu joyfully unwrapped the plastic, popping the lollipop into her mouth, mumbling through it. I have nothing else to do anyway. I can keep an eye on things while you're out. At that moment, the men of the Yu family returned, hauling spoils from the direction of the recycling station. Their bulging bundles indicated a bountiful harvest. Upon seeing her elder brother, second brother, and father, Xiaoyu swiftly retreated into the house. Earning candy was merely a secondary venture. Keeping watch over the outsider was the task entrusted to her by her elders, and she had not forgotten their admonition. However, despite her swiftness, she could not outpace the keen eyes of a hunter. The patriarch of the Yu family, a robust elder with a face lined with wrinkles, glanced at Chu Guang but said nothing, entering the house alongside his eldest son, who carried 2 bags of green wheat. Yet, the second son, Yu Hu, paused before Chu Guang. Chu Guang recognized him. The locals generally ignored him, but this 18 or 19-year-old lad was one of the few who would engage him in conversation. Direct and straightforward, much like his name suggested, he continued, I thought you were dead while you were away. It seems your intuition is rather off, Chu Guang replied. Yu Hu blinked, scratching his head with a grin. This outsider was quite intriguing, his manner of speaking distinct from others, always preferring to take a roundabout approach. Not dwelling on it, he continued, I need to inform you that the mayor has just issued a mobilization order. Each household must submit 100 kilograms of firewood and 2 cubic meters of furs before the end of the month. With 3 adult males in the Yu family, they were required to contribute 300 kilograms of firewood and 6 square meters of furs, making them significant taxpayers on Better Street. The former was manageable, as the city was teeming with vegetation and the northern outskirts boasted vast tracts of forest. Even without the mayor's directive, they would need to gather some for winter. However, the latter posed a greater challenge, as 6 square meters of furs would necessitate the hunting of at least 4, if not 5, mutated hyenas. I heard about it upon my return. That's good. Yu Hu, straightforward as ever, continued. We were just discussing with the Li family about heading to the northern woodlands to try our luck. It's rumored that deer herds have been migrating there. If we manage to catch a couple, it would yield not only furs, but also meat. Would you like to join us? Perhaps not. I'll think of something on my own. Chu Guang politely declined, though he silently took note of the plan. The scavengers of Better Street intended to hunt in the north, and the Linghu Wetland Park lay just a bit northwest. He hoped they wouldn't cross paths. Yu-hu, unaware of Chu Guang's thoughts, interpreted his reluctance as shyness and pressed on. I can see you're a capable person. But even the most skilled individuals have their limits. Wang's boy dares to bully you simply because he has the numbers on his side. How about this? My sister will be of marrying age next year. Why not take her as your wife? That way, we would be family. If you're in a hurry, we could even hold the wedding tonight. Chu Guang nearly choked on those words, coughing as he replied, no need for that. What on earth? How did the conversation shift to this? Moreover, the age deemed suitable for marriage among these survivors was something Chu Guang, hailing from a civilized society, could not accept. He was still young. Marriage was far too premature. Ah, well then. Yu-hu ceased his persuasion, feeling a twinge of regret. Those who emerged from the shelter were quite clever, much like that old man Charlie, who had been assisting the mayor since Chu Guang could remember, regarded as a figure of significance among the neighbors. Old Charlie had said that Chu Guang also came from the shelter, so he must be sharp as well. If he and his sister were to have a son, perhaps the Yu family could eventually produce a person of stature akin to old Charlie. Yu had even prepared himself to persuade his father. However, it seemed he had overstepped. Returning home with his burdens, Yu called for his sister. Xiaoyu, tell me, would you be willing to marry the outsider, Chu Guang? With a lollipop still in her mouth, Xiaoyu garbled her response, sure. After all, it was just next door. Not far at all. In her eyes, marrying merely meant changing her sleeping location. It made little difference, and she might even gain a couple more pieces of candy. What Yu had initially considered abandoning, he now expressed with delight. Then I'll help persuade him. Oh, Xiaoyu replied absently, preoccupied with her candy, showing little interest. In contrast, Yu was busily contemplating his plans. All right, I'll speak to my elder brother and father, but you shouldn't just sit there idly. Take some time to learn from mother how to make pancakes, so I can have a taste too. No way. Xiaoyu protested as his second brother attempted to snatch his candy, instantly displeased. He crouched down and nimbly evaded him, disappearing in a flash. Chapter 16. The Mechanics of Sandbox Gameplay. Within the confines of Linghu Wetland Park, outside an abandoned sanatorium, stood a series of wooden stakes of varying sizes. I had heard that freshly cut wood, if left untreated, would crack and warp. Observing the haphazardly stacked logs against the wall, Lao Bai, axe in hand, furrowed his brow and remarked, how is wood typically treated? Feng Chong inquired. One can dry out the moisture within the wood, or apply paint to both ends to allow for natural drying, Lao Bai explained. Alternatively, one may soak it in water, although retrieving it afterward can be quite a challenge. Let us hope it does not rain in the coming days. Lao Bai estimated that, including the labor from yesterday, if all the wood were cut into 3 to 4 meter logs with pointed ends for embedding into the ground, they would have ample material to reconstruct the walls on the northern and western sides of the sanatorium. However, since these logs were untreated, their durability was questionable, and after a few rainfalls, they might very well rot. Consequently, he and Feng Chong deliberated and resolved to adopt a different approach, utilizing cement as their building material. There was an abundance of concrete debris on the wasteland, with plenty even found within the sanatorium itself. Through the ravages of time, thermal expansion and contraction, and the elements, most of the concrete chunks, having separated from the rebar, had crumbled into rubble. Trusting in the reliability of these materials was unwarranted. Nevertheless, mixing them with cement and reinforcing the structure with steel bars salvaged from the ruins would suffice for constructing rudimentary concrete works. Though it may be a shoddy construction, it was certainly superior to using wood. After all, they had no intention of erecting skyscrapers. However, to utilize these concrete scraps, they first required cement. To produce cement, sufficient coal and a furnace capable of withstanding temperatures of 1,450 degrees were essential. Just then, Guangfeng and Yi Shi returned. Feng Chong noticed that Guangfeng was carrying a plastic bucket filled to the brim with uniformly textured mud. To the east of Linghu, there flowed a river that was not marked on the map and likely formed within the last 2 centuries. They had explored the entire eastern and southern shorelines of the lake, marking areas of anomalous activity and suspected nests on the map. As Guangfeng spoke, he gestured for Yi Shi to produce the map, which bore several markings drawn with charcoal. With this map, their trips to fetch water from the lakeside would be significantly safer. However, Feng Chang's attention remained fixated on the bucket in Guangfeng's hand. This is what I discovered by the riverbank, he said, setting the bucket down. I suddenly thought it could serve as a building material, so I brought it back. This substance cannot serve as a building material. It dissolves with water, Lao Bai remarked, squatting down to take a pinch of mud, rubbing it between his thumb and forefinger, his face suddenly lighting up with excitement. But this stuff is quite valuable. It gives us a lead on our kiln. A kiln? Yi Shi blinked in confusion. I discussed it with Lao Bai, and we intend to produce cement, Feng Chong stated. Guangfeng looked at him in astonishment. Is that feasible? What's not feasible? Isn't this a sandbox game? Lao Bai stood up, enthusiasm radiating from him. Just pour the mud here. You all fetch a few more buckets, and Fong Chong. Help me gather some twigs. Hurry up. All right, Fong Chong replied, filled with vigor. Guangfeng and Yi Shi exchanged bewildered glances before they too set off. The river was shallow. Yet there was an abundance of mud nearby, not far from the sanatorium, and they quickly amassed a considerable amount. Lao Bai formed a circular structure with the mud, digging 2 holes for air intake. Then placed the charcoal and dry leaves left over from cooking inside the mud circle and ignited them with a match provided by the manager. The fire quickly blazed up, gradually drying out the surrounding mud. Lao Bai continued to excavate new mud with his hands, alternating between drying and building up the walls of the kiln until it reached his thigh height, at which point he began inserting thumb-sized wooden sticks inside. What is this for? Fong Chong asked, curiosity etched on his face. Although he had played survival games before, he had never engaged in such meticulous tasks within them. Charcoal burning. Without coal, we must use carbon as a substitute. To create cement, we cannot simply burn wood. We must start from the very basics, Lao Bai explained. How do you know all this? I played with it as a child back in my hometown. Played with it? Who doesn't dabble in this? Standing up, Lao Bai clapped his hands and, while the flames had yet to ignite the wood, began to seal the top of the kiln. This step was crucial. Before the wood caught fire, he needed to leave an opening at the top, and once the internal temperature rose sufficiently, he would seal all openings with mud, allowing the wood to smolder for a day. By tomorrow, they would reap a bountiful harvest of charcoal. If you seal all the holes, won't the fire go out? Not immediately, and that's precisely the effect we desire. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lao Bai patted Fong Chong on the shoulder. You shouldn't be idle either. Let's construct a few more kilns and prepare for tomorrow's cement production. All right. Not only did Fong Chong join Lao Bai's construction crew, but even Guangfeng and Yi Shi, after transporting sufficient mud, were conscripted into the effort. The 4 players collaborated to build 4 clay kilns for charcoal burning. And using the aluminum silicate clay excavated from the riverbank, they constructed a slightly larger kiln. According to Lao Bai, they would attempt to produce some cement the following day. He planned to create ash cement, a rudimentary method yielding cement of low technological sophistication and not overly reliable, yet undoubtedly superior to wood. Furthermore, with ash cement, he could endeavor to build a kiln capable of withstanding even higher temperatures. Lao Bai had resolved to search for information online once they logged off. Damn, I finally understand why the manager urged us to come up with a bathing facility, Yi Shi remarked, overwhelmed by the stench of sweat, feeling as though he might suffocate from the odor due to his mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. This game is incredibly hardcore. Shall we wash up by the lakeside before logging off? Lao Bai proposed. I concur, but where's the manager? It's nearly time to log off, yet he hasn't returned, Guangfeng inquired. Perhaps he is preoccupied with something. Fong Chong suggested. How will we inform him of our afternoon's labor? Yi Shi promptly asked. Fong Chong glanced back at the sanatorium. There is no need for concern. I've already spoken with that robot, named Xiao Qi. It confirmed that it has tallied our results and will report the situation accurately to the manager. Upon hearing this, Yi Shi finally felt reassured. As the players gradually logged off, removing their helmets and rising to commence a new day, Chu Guang remained at Better Street, cautiously detaching the plastic barrel from beneath the water purifier. Better Street boasts public wells, and each household possesses its own collection system, and Chu Guang was no exception. Except during the occasional luminous rain laden with radioactive dust, or when the clouds exhibited distinctly abnormal appearances, the rainfall in the wasteland was generally quite safe. Indeed, it was often more pristine than that of the pre-war era. After all, 2 centuries had elapsed since the decline of civilization, and phenomena such as acid rain and smog, products of the industrial age, were seldom encountered here. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, consuming rainwater directly was far from prudent. By slicing a plastic bottle in half, Chu Guang fashioned a rudimentary filter by placing a layer of dried pine needles and moss beneath the bottle's neck, topping it with crushed charcoal ash. Thus, a makeshift water filter was completed. Whether or not the graphite could absorb radiation was unclear to Chu Guang, but in the outskirts, far from nuclear blast sites, radiation was not the primary threat to survival. Rather, diarrhea and dehydration were. He still recalled that during his first month of residing there, he was almost afflicted with severe gastrointestinal distress rather than succumbing to any mutant threat. Less than 10 liters of water was hardly sufficient. Gazing at the jars and bottles scattered throughout the room, Chu Guang sighed. The supplies he had painstakingly accumulated over several days had nearly dwindled, all consumed within just a few days of the player's arrival. A solution was imperative. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Chu Guang rose, approached, withdrew the bolt, and opened the door. There stood Little Fish, hands clasped behind her back, her round, dark eyes fixated upon him, silent. As Chu Guang contemplated greeting her, he suddenly recalled the second son of the Yu family, who had previously mentioned a marriage proposal, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Hypothetically, were it not for Shelter 404, the system, and the players, he would be isolated and would have to attempt to integrate into this society. Yet he was utterly at a loss. He was far too lean. Perhaps he could afford to wait another 2 years. Is there something you need? Chu Guang inquired calmly. Yu Xiaoyu extended her arm, revealing a small, dark cake, likely a concoction made from boiled green wheat. My second brother asked me to bring this to you. Saying I should tell you it was made by me, she articulated, each word pronounced distinctly. The convoluted subject-object relationship left Chu Guang befuddled for a moment until he finally grasped that it was Yu who had instructed her to deliver this cake to him. Thank you, he ventured. No need, she replied, shoving the cake into his hands before swiftly darting away, leaving Chu Guang alone, bewildered in the wind. In the present world of Jinling, having removed his helmet, Yin Feng rubbed the bridge of his nose, reaching for his glasses on the bedside table. After a moment of contemplation at the edge of his bed, he finally rose, made his way to the bathroom, cleaned up, donned his jacket, and descended the stairs, leisurely pedaling his bicycle to the cafeteria. The time was 5:30. Aside from students preparing for entrance exams, few ventured to the cafeteria at this hour. The grand hall was largely vacant, with only a few windows by the door still in operation. The cafeteria lady behind the counter recognized this frequent patron at a glance, her face lighting up with a smile. Professor Yin, up so early today? Yes, I turned in early last night. I'll have 2 steamed buns, please. The buns have just begun steaming. You'll need to wait a moment. Not a problem. Yin Feng produced his meal card and swiped it at the reader. The fragrant steam wafting from the steamer was delightful. Yin Feng relished the aroma, finding it quite comforting, though regrettably, it was not particularly friendly to someone wearing glasses. As he removed his glasses to wipe away the fog, he couldn't help but reflect on his character in the Wasteland Online. In the virtual realm, despite a slightly lesser initial strength, he was considerably more formidable than his real-life self. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that his virtual counterpart did not suffer from myopia. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Yin Feng donned his glasses and turned to find Professor Wang Haiyang standing there. Do you have class this morning? No class. I couldn't sleep, so I got up. I thought physicists worked late into the night. That's a misconception. I rarely bring work home. Adjusting his glasses, Yin Feng suddenly recalled something and remarked, by the way, there's a matter I'd like to consult you about. Professor Wang's eyebrows lifted. Is it about yesterday's topic? Yin Feng nodded. Yes. Wait a moment. I have to ask, the novel you mentioned, surely at ISNT something you penned yourself? Professor Wang chuckled. A novel should be somewhat ambiguous. If it mirrors reality too closely, it loses its charm. Actually, it's not a novel. To be frank, it's a game. A game? Yes, it's a post-apocalyptic themed game, Yin Feng said, accepting the steamed buns from the cafeteria lady, peeling open the plastic bag, and taking a bite. Professor Wang's interest piqued. Can you elaborate? I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. The game is currently in closed beta, and my knowledge is limited. You mentioned a highly advanced society, one that could create vehicles without a power source. No power source? Professor Wang paused, then chuckled. Are you suggesting the use of remote power technology to replace fixed power sources? Is that difficult? Yin Feng inquired. Whether it is difficult, I can't say, but from my professional perspective, wireless power technology isn't particularly challenging. The real difficulty lies in how we obtain clean and affordable energy, such that even with energy loss of 90 or more, the costs remain acceptable. At this point, Professor Wang paused, then continued in a joking tone. Aside from the controllable nuclear fusion depicted in science fiction, I can't think of a better solution. Nuclear fusion? Yin Feng mused thoughtfully. I see. It seems the setting of Wasteland Online is even more grandiose than I had imagined. There must be many layers worth exploring. When do you plan to publish your novel? Can I take a look? Professor Wang jested, adding, who knows, I might be able to offer some advice. Yin Feng shot him a glance. I told you it's not a novel. All right. If you say it's not, then it's not. After receiving his breakfast from the cafeteria lady, Professor Wang playfully patted his colleague's shoulder. I have a class. I'll be on my way. Good luck. Chapter 17. It is our honor to alleviate your burdens. In the deep of night, Chu Guang slept fitfully, awakening several times. His hand instinctively seeking the gun concealed within his sleeping bag before he drifted back into a fragmented slumber. The sanctuary was far too comfortable, devoid of any lurking dangers. And upon his abrupt return to such an unstable environment, he found himself somewhat out of sorts. He had grown complacent. Chu Guang let out a sigh, his hand instinctively brushing against the firearm concealed beneath the quilt, the long and sturdy barrel providing a sense of security. He wondered how the players were faring. Although he had instructed Xiao Qi on what to do in his absence, he still found it difficult to ease his mind. Awakening at 5 in the morning, Sleep eluded him, and he lay there with his eyes wide open, quietly waiting. It was not until dawn broke that he emerged from his sleeping bag, donned his clothes, and shouldered the steel pipe along with the newly acquired gun. This outing would likely see him away for a considerable time. The mayor's insistence on collecting debts forced him to expedite his moving plans, necessitating that all preparations be completed by the end of the month. If he could not stockpile enough supplies to sustain 100 individuals, he would have to wait until February or March of the following year to conduct the next round of tests, thereby wasting the entire winter. Pushing open the door, Chu Guang, having organized his equipment, prepared to set off when he encountered the men from the Wang family. Wang Difu, who had caused a commotion at his doorstep the previous day, glanced at him without uttering a word, yet his eyes bore a hint of provocation. Perhaps it was the presence of his father and elder brothers, combined with the hunting gear he carried, that emboldened him considerably compared to the previous day. As if he were attempting to flaunt his bravado, Chu Guang, however, had no intention of engaging with a mere child. At 16, the youth was already considered a man on Bet Street, but to Chu Guang, he appeared to be nothing more than a boy yet to mature. Hey, don't get yourself killed, he thought, choosing to ignore the boy entirely, not even sparing him a glance. Wang Difu, incensed by the outsider's disregard, clenched his teeth and flushed with anger, feeling humiliated by the perceived slight. Just as he was about to act irrationally in a bid to provoke a response, his elder brother suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Despite still harboring some resentment, Wang Difu soon settled down, clearly obedient to his brother's guidance. Chu Guang stole a glance at the Wang family's eldest son, a robust man who was also observing him. From this man, Chu Guang sensed a faint whiff of danger, subtle, yet palpable. Intriguingly, as they locked eyes momentarily, a flicker of surprise appeared on the man's face, albeit well concealed. The instinct of a hunter told him that this individual would not be easily dealt with. After a brief exchange of glances, both parties averted their gaze, recognizing the futility of provoking unnecessary trouble. Once the Wang family members had moved on, Chu Guang prepared to depart. At that moment, a bright voice called from behind him. Be careful on the road. He halted and turned to see Xiaoyu peeking at him from behind the door. Smiling, he replied, Thank you, to which she responded, No need. In the blink of an eye, the little girl disappeared back into the house. By 6 in the morning, the sky was nearing full brightness. The gates of Bet Street creaked open, allowing survivors laden with backpacks, bows, arrows, short blades, and crossbows to step onto the cracked concrete path, navigating through the weeds sprouting from the crevices as they ventured towards the ravaged ruins. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was no longer a simple task to scavenge valuable items from the wasteland. Even finding spent shells left behind by mercenaries or raiders was considered a treasure. Chu Guang did not leave the settlement immediately. Instead, he lingered at the entrance for a while, waiting until the others had departed before heading to Old Charlie's recycling station. I need 7 kilograms of green wheat, which is 21 chips. How much can I get for 4 chips of cured meat and tobacco? He inquired, having never made such a purchase before. 1 chip per 2 ounces, came the response. Then give me 4 ounces. Food was essential for growth. Only by stockpiling provisions could he recruit more players to assist him. Survivors could not subsist on green wheat porridge daily, even if they could endure it. He would not be able to. Now armed, hunting would be considerably easier than before. Chu Guang intended to buy some tobacco to take back, planning to turn any excess meat into cured provisions for winter storage. Old Charlie raised an eyebrow. I recall you purchased 5 kilograms of green wheat just a few days ago. Is there a problem? Chu Guang replied nonchalantly. Old Charlie smirked slightly. Nothing at all. It's always good to save up. As Chu Guang contemplated the future, an unsettling realization struck him. The speaker's words were casual, but he was now acutely aware of a potential issue. He had not returned with any useful junk or other finds in quite some time. Yet he had made 2 substantial purchases in quick succession. While the mayor might overlook a minor figure like him, others might inevitably question the source of his newfound wealth. However, Old Charlie said nothing further, perhaps indifferent, and weighed out the grain before cheerfully sending him on his way. It was a lapse in judgment. Upon exiting the gates of Bet Street and turning a corner, Chu Guang finally exhaled, pausing to observe his surroundings before continuing onward. For scavengers, possessing over 10 chips was a significant sum, as they typically struggled to save any money. Yet he had, twice in a row, spent over 20 chips on supplies he could not consume in the short term. Old Charlie had been relatively amiable, given their shared background in the shelter, but he remained a servant of the mayor. Contemplating this, Chu Guang furrowed his brow. Regrettably, the merchant named Lister only accepted food and dealt exclusively in industrial goods from Giant Stone City. Perhaps he should try his luck at Brown Farm. With 7 kilograms of green wheat, 10 liters of drinking water, bullets, and equipment weighing over 20 kilograms, the burden on his shoulders was considerable. Besides transporting the goods, Chu Guang had to conserve energy and remain vigilant against hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. Even with the extraordinary strength that lay within his muscles, he could only walk a short distance before needing to stop and assess the terrain. The roads beyond the settlement were treacherous, often necessitating detours around collapsed highways and navigating through fallen buildings. Chu Guang found himself enviously contemplating the protagonists of Fallout and Dying Light, who could effortlessly parkour across the ruins while he was relegated to a cautious march. Perhaps next time, he should consider purchasing a cow. He wondered if Lister sold them. Fortunately, the mutated creatures encountered along the way had not detected his presence. After traversing the ruins and walking along the road for a while, Chu Guang finally arrived at the sanatorium located in Wetland Park just before 8:30 a.m. However, to his astonishment, upon arrival, he discovered that all 4 of the closed beta players had already logged in. Not only that, but he noticed 4 half-height earthen stoves and a dome-shaped earthen kiln standing outside the walls of the sanatorium. What on earth was this? He could not recall having assigned the task of constructing the furnace. Oh, esteemed administrator, you have finally returned. As he observed the astonished expression on the administrator's face, Fang Chong approached with a smile. I spent an entire night outside, intently monitoring those furnaces. Chu Guang even forgot to set down the burden on his back. How are things progressing on your end? Have you encountered any aberrant species or other survivors? Everything is normal. No unexpected occurrences. Fang Chong reported their achievements with a beaming face. The 4 furnaces, each half the height of a person, were designed for charcoal burning, while the adjacent furnace with a blower was utilized for the high-temperature calcination of coarse cement material. We incinerated the bark into ash, then mixed it with water, filtered out the upper layer of potash lye, and squeezed the remaining slurry to extract calcium hydroxide and calcium carbonate for cement production. Next, we subjected these raw materials to calcination in the blast furnace until they turned orange-red, then combined them with sand gathered by the riverbank and mixed them with water to obtain ash cement. Goodness. Frankly, Chu Guang was astonished by the practical skills of these players. He had previously attempted to create cement by mixing ash with slurry, employing methods from Bihu. Yet the resulting substance crumbled at a mere touch and was utterly useless. It seemed that his approach had been flawed. Was it the blast furnace and the secondary calcination that made the difference? And the purity of the ash? Fang Chong continued without pause. We plan to use the cement to repair the walls of the sanatorium. By the way, we also collected the filtered potash lye in containers. This substance can be utilized for tanning leather and is exceedingly useful. You all have done remarkably well. After contemplating for a while, Chu Guang struggled to devise a suitable reward for these players, managing only a single compliment. However, upon hearing this, Fang Chong was immediately filled with excitement. It's increased. Our favorability. It must have risen. Seizing the moment, Fang Chong solemnly recited the lines he had pondered throughout the night. For the continuation of civilization, it is our honor to alleviate your burdens. Chu Guang suddenly found himself at a loss for how to respond. Compared to himself, these players seemed far nobler. To speak of the continuation of civilization, and for the future of us all, was truly commendable. Clearing his throat, he maintained a dignified expression and addressed the enthusiastic players. I shall go below to store the supplies. Your plan is excellent. Proceed with confidence. Fang Chong straightened his back, brimming with vigor. At your command, esteemed administrator. Do remember to balance work and rest. Do not overexert yourselves, Chu Guang advised. His concern was not born from a sense of guilt, but rather apprehension that these players might exhaust their enthusiasm too soon. However, the players seemed oblivious to his heartfelt intentions, proudly declaring their loyalty. Serving you is our mission. This is also my declaration under the flag of humanity. Upon hearing this, Chu Guang nearly choked. A declaration, you say? Have you even seen what the flag of humanity looks like? Very well, you are quite spirited. Off you go. Watching the players scamper away, Chu Guang sighed inwardly. Ultimately, his worries were unfounded. Chapter 18. It was clearly my reservation first. Given the players' conscientiousness, Chu Guang felt it best to refrain from micromanaging them, allowing them the freedom to thrive. After stacking the supplies beside the elevator, he returned to the shelter and summoned the administrator system. Soon, a pop-up window announcing the completion of tasks appeared before him. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task, stockpiling wood. Reward, 2 reward points. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task, producing cement. Reward, 5 reward points. In total, he had accumulated 7 reward points from completed daily tasks. Yet it was still insufficient for a mid-tier blind box. Nevertheless, Chu Guang was unperturbed. His players had successfully produced cement, and their food reserves had surpassed 10 kilograms. He would soon be able to recruit more players as free labor. System, exchange all reward points for a beginner S blind box. The reward points in the Administrator S allowance diminished to 0 in an instant. The alloy door on the wall opened, and the conveyor belt began to move. delivering the rewards from the blind box. 5 lollipops, a 200G chocolate bar, and a 500G bag of salt. Just like before, none bore expiration dates or trademarks. What on earth did this damned first-generation administrator have for a penchant for sweets? Staring at the 5 lollipops and the chocolate, Chu Guang found himself at a loss for words. However, the glistening salt was indeed a valuable find. He picked it up, his face lighting up with unexpected delight. The salt available on Better Street was coarse salt brought from Giant Stone City. With a poor appearance and exorbitant price, its bitterness often overshadowing its saltiness. This fine white salt, on the other hand, was usually quite expensive, and most survivors could hardly afford it. If only there were more. This amount would suffice for cooking. But using it for making cured meats or sausages would be a bit wasteful. Of course, trading it might be a wise choice. This fine white salt could easily be exchanged for 10 to 30 times its weight in coarse salt. However, this venture came with its own risks. The Valley Province was an inland province, and salt was a lucrative commodity, second only to firearms. Venturing into this business without sufficient strength was rather imprudent. After confirming his rewards, Chu Guang proceeded to open the player list, checking the players' offline times from yesterday and their online times for today. To his surprise, Lao Bai had actually leveled up. One could level up from chopping trees. Chu Guang was astonished. Previously, the genetic sequence development progress of these players had been at 0, yet Lao Bai's had risen to 1, corresponding to level 1. However, after considering it, Chu Guang found it reasonable. Chopping trees was a physically demanding task, akin to exercise. And given that Lao Bai's genetic sequence was strength-based, it was not surprising that his development progress had increased. Gaining experience did not necessarily require combat, even though the latter was a relatively quicker route. Exiting the system interface, Chu Guang sat before the computer in the residence hall and logged into the backend of the Wasteland OL official website. Previously, he had set a reservation threshold requiring an address and phone number, as well as account registration to make a reservation. Chu Guang had prepared himself for a slowdown in the growth of reservations, if not a complete halt. However, when he opened it today, he was astonished to find that the number of reservations had surged from 35 to 45. Good heavens, does the Cow and Horse Club have so many living people? Amidst his astonishment, Chu Guang logged onto his QQ account and entered the game group called the Cow and Horse Club. Scrolling through the chat logs to discern the underlying reasons. It was just yesterday when a surge of newcomers flooded the group, causing the member count to skyrocket from just over 100 to more than 200. Most of these newcomers were invited by existing members to observe, many of whom were habitual participants in various gaming communities. Rumors of a fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG had begun to circulate in the PC gaming sphere. While the majority scoffed at the notion, there were always a few who believed, diligently seeking out the Bull and Horse Club to join. Whether this was a ruse orchestrated by the group administrators remained uncertain, but the official website certainly presented itself with an air of authenticity, including historical chat records. Cigarette break. Why are there suddenly so many newcomers in the group? Confused JPG. Level 99 trash collector. Esteemed ones. How does one reserve that game? Does it cost money? Cigarette break. What the heck? Is everyone here for Wasteland OL? Surprised JPG. Teenage antagonist night 10 times. The group name could be changed to Wasteland OL Player Group. Humorous. Proudly defiant. During the closed beta phase, there's no cost involved. As for later, who knows? Simply register an account and fill out a form to get in line. When your turn arrives, it's all a matter of luck. Unbelievable that some actually believe this. Cigarette break. Night 10. Did you guys log on last night? Any new content to test? Excited. Teenage antagonist night 10 times. We tested it, played all night, and managed to produce some cement, haha. Ask Feng Chong. I have to attend class, we'll chat later. Cigarette break. Cement? Level 99 trash collector. Isn't it just trash collecting? The group engaged in animated discussions for quite some time. Chu Guang bypassed the lengthy banter and scrolled directly to Feng Chong's comments. Feng Chong. To be honest, the game's realism exceeded my expectations. Unlike most sandbox construction games, in Wasteland OL, logs do not automatically transform into lumber, and creating charcoal is not as simple as tossing wood into a furnace for a one-click synthesis. Instead, one must first construct a charcoal kiln, and the burning method is essentially the same as in reality. The same goes for producing cement. There is no one-click synthesis workstation. It begins with burning plant ash. Cigarette break. No way. It's that realistic? Feng Chong. Indeed, it is that realistic. The combat system hasn't been tested yet, but in terms of sandbox gameplay, neither I nor Lao Bai have discovered any limits to this game. Feng Chong. Theoretically, all the materials we have encountered can be modified according to real-world physical and chemical principles, and these modifications to the map environment are permanent. They won't be reset. This is what amazed me the most. This reminded him of the pseudo-sandbox game, Death Stranding, which involved road construction. However, this game offered more interactive content than the pixelated Minecraft, with visuals that surpassed even the photorealistic racing game Forza Horizon 4. The immersive experience was unlike anything he had ever encountered. In a nutshell, he was ready to sing its praises, proudly defiant. I'm amused. If it's really that impressive, I could construct a Jinling city in the wasteland. Spare the knife? I don't believe it. It's too absurd. Passing through. Stop boasting. You'll see once you get into the game. This game is the most grind-intensive I've ever seen. All materials must be gathered by hand. And it doesn't support idle gameplay. While you can leave your computer running overnight in other games to farm monsters, in this game, just chopping a few trees will leave your hands too fatigued to move. Level 8 Gale. That's true. I've experienced it firsthand. Cigarette break. Wow. You guys make it sound so enticing. Chu Guang, I know you're lurking. I'm begging you for a chance. Chu Guang continued scrolling through the chat records. Those who had secured closed beta qualifications, including the group administrators and the group owner, were busy extolling the virtues of Wasteland OL, proclaiming its sandbox gameplay as legendary and its dominance for the year as assured. There were also envious players occasionally chiming in with offers of exorbitant sums for beta access, claiming they'd pay 10 million or even a billion. Humorous. Then the conversation shifted to wilderness survival, perhaps intrigued by Fong Chong's descriptions of gameplay. Many players who were skeptical about the existence of a fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG joined in the discussion, even brainstorming strategies. Among them, the individual with the ID, WC really has mosquitoes, piqued Chu Guang's interest. Noticing that this newcomer had only recently joined the group, he was clearly a novice. While others were engaged in lively discussions about the game, he earnestly spoke of the 18 uses of wood, charcoal production, and furniture making were merely the basics. Beyond that, he also mentioned dry distillation of wood. The principle involved is that during the carbonization of wood in a sealed container, a significant amount of combustible gas and smoke rich in various organic chemical components is released. This complex mixture is collectively referred to as wood tar, a precursor to many chemical products, prior to the widespread use of coal tar and petroleum. According to this group member's description, by filtering the collected condensate, one can obtain a water-like solution composed of acetic acid, acetone, and methanol, along with a thick tar-like residue. Both are complex mixtures, but can be separated using distillation methods to extract various organic chemical components. Acetic acid and methanol are well known, while acetone is a valuable substance, not only serving as an organic solvent, but also capable of being used to create smokeless gunpowder. At this point, Chu Guang was utterly astounded. Was this individual a chemical engineer? He instinctively clicked on the person's avatar and then on their space. The space was unlocked, revealing not chemical-related content, but advertisements for furniture and building materials. Well, it appeared he was a furniture seller. His deep knowledge of wood likely stemmed from personal interest. However, his expertise might prove beneficial here. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Guang formed a plan and sent him a private message. Friend, are you interested in joining the closed beta? In the wasteland, it was 9 in the morning, while in the parallel world of Huagua, it should be 9 in the evening, a prime time for activity, certainly not a time for slumber. Sure enough, the individual named WC really has mosquitoes responded with a question mark. Question mark. Who are you? Chu Guang typed, I am a planner for Wasteland OL. WC really has mosquitoes. No way. You're the planner? WC really has mosquitoes. Bro, how do I test it? Does it cost money? I'm broke. Chu Guang patiently explained, no need to pay. Just fill out a form, and I'll send you the link. Despite being filled with confusion, WC truly clicked the link and filled in his address and phone number on the official appointment page. However, when entering the address, he remained cautious, writing only the community station without specifying the door number. WC truly has mosquitoes. So what's next? Are there any more procedures? Guang, none. Just send me your appointment number, and I will mark you in the backend. I will notify you when it goes live in 3 days. Creating a clone takes 3 days. Just as Chu Guang pondered what other talents the outpost might need now that they had a carpenter, the group chat suddenly exploded. Upon opening the group chat, he discovered that WC truly has mosquitoes had just filled out the form and was now showing off in the chat. Ha, brothers. I've secured a closed beta qualification. Quitting smoking. What the hell? What the hell? Quitting smoking. On what basis? I clearly booked first. TT. The group chat was instantly abuzz. Along with that, Chu Guang's private messages flooded in. Seeing the long string of red dots, Chu Guang felt a wave of panic wash over him, knowing he could no longer stay silent, and quickly came out to explain. Guang. Everyone, please remain calm. The closed beta is also for everyone's gaming experience. At this stage, we need to test whether the game's various systems are complete. So we require players with specialized knowledge to act as guinea pigs. Quitting smoking. I can be a guinea pig too. I have 7 years of driving experience. TT. Knife under mercy. Puffed. Your 7 years of driving experience means nothing. I can operate an excavator. Grandpa, you can't do anything about me. Stop arguing. Don't you realize that this WC truly has mosquitoes just joined the group yesterday? It might be a dog management's alternate account. What fully immersive virtual reality game? It's all garbage. Who understands love? The profile doesn't seem like an alternate account though. Quitting smoking. Brother Guang, I kneel to you. Give me a chance. Guang, let us wait a few more days. In a few days, there will be 100 qualifications released. Trust me, everyone will have a chance. The group members surged with excitement again. Chu Guang attempted to calm the members' emotions, but found it utterly futile. As the other administrators were all in the game and couldn't manage this situation, this couldn't go on. Should he release another qualification? Chu Guang pondered while stroking his chin. After all, the food reserves in the base had accumulated to about 10 kilograms, and with a gun, he could hunt. So having a few more pairs of chopsticks shouldn't be an issue. Right food. Chu Guang's eyes suddenly lit up as he typed on the keyboard. Guang. By the way, we are still in need of a chef. Guang. Testing the cooking system. To Chu Guang's surprise, after he sent this message, the argument in the group intensified even further. Not everyone could be a carpenter, but the threshold for being a chef was far too low. In this day and age, who couldn't whip up a couple of dishes and a soup? It just required having hands, whether they were truly skilled or merely pretending. The brothers in the group boasted one after another, claiming they could cook Kung Pao chicken with their eyes closed, or that even their dogs would come running, almost elevating themselves to the status of culinary deities reincarnated. In pursuit of the closed beta qualification, these netizens spared no effort, leaving Chu Guang utterly bewildered. How on earth was he supposed to choose? The debate raged on for a solid half hour until a brother showcased his new Oriental certificate, which finally quelled the uproar. This tangible proof was indeed far more persuasive than mere boasting. Chu Guang promptly announced the allocation of the 6th closed beta qualification, swiftly inquiring about the appointment number before logging off at lightning speed. Chapter 19. The Ambition of the Construction Team Leader. Boo-hoo. Master, you finally came to find me. The earlier boo-hoo was the sound of wheels rolling over the concrete floor. Upon returning to the surface, Chu Guang first visited the 3rd floor of the nursing home. He intended to find Xiao Qi to gather some information, but before he reached the window, he noticed the trash can pitifully rolling toward him. Chu Guang stared at it, perplexed, unsure of what was wrong this time. What is going on? Xiao Qi had only 1 bar of battery left. Oh, he thought it was something serious. Wait. Chu Guang, where am I supposed to find you a charging station? Xiao Qi, I have a wireless charging port. Just staying in the shelter for a while will suffice. Chu Guang, no wonder I never saw a single outlet in the shelter, and that computer on the table without a host never seemed to run out of power. It turns out to be high-tech. Although wireless charging isn't precisely cutting-edge technology. Carrying the trash can-shaped robot, Chu Guang headed downstairs, having neatly retracted its wheels. Xiao Qi suddenly spoke up. By the way, Master. What now? I just remembered that the power system in the shelter seems to be powered by a nuclear fusion core. Nuclear fusion? Yes, so the electricity inside can last a very long time. Oh, that is good news. Chu Guang's mind began considering how to extract that electricity. Xiao Qi continued. However, this might not be entirely good news. The statement interrupted Chu Guang's thoughts, causing him to halt on the stairs. What do you mean? Because it is already the year 2340, which is considered a long time after the shelter was constructed. What? Chu Guang quickly inquired. What will happen if the electricity runs out? However, Xiao Qi's response nearly made him spit out a mouthful of blood. I don't know. You don't know? You dare say you don't know such a crucial matter? Isn't there an emergency plan? Xiao Qi cautiously replied. According to the plan, the shelter should have opened 100 years ago, but for some reason, it has been delayed by a full century. Chu Guang. Seeing Chu Guang silent, Xiao Qi continued to comfort him softly. Actually, you needn't be too pessimistic. The power room of Shelter 404 should be on the 3rd floor of the shelter. As long as you unlock that level, replacing the fuel rods should suffice. Chu Guang nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. Where on earth am I supposed to find nuclear fusion fuel rods? It's already the 211th year of the wasteland era. Xiao Qi. There must be a way. Right? Chu Guang. Regardless, I can't take my frustration out on electronic devices. That would be utterly unrefined. Chu Guang set Xiao Qi down by the elevator, watching the trash can robot roll back with a clattering sound. His mood was somewhat agitated. However, Chu Guang was also aware that being anxious at this moment was futile. The problems needed to be addressed one by one. In the short term, there should be no significant issues with power supply. Even if the shelter's activation is delayed by a century, the past 100 years have seen no operations, implying it is likely functioning in energy-saving mode. There's a chance that the remaining power could last for several decades. In contrast, the impending cold winter is far more deserving of his concern. Time is running short for his preparations. Upon leaving the sanatorium, Chu Guang arrived at the cement kiln, where he discovered the players industriously engaged in their tasks, having already commenced the construction of a second kiln. Nearby, the mounds of charcoal were neatly arranged into 8 piles. They were poised to leap over the agricultural era directly into industrialization. Chu Guang felt a surge of elation. It was fortunate that he possessed the skills to manage people and govern the village effectively. As he observed the approaching manager, Lao Bai wiped the dust from his face. Brimming with excitement, appearing less like a man in his 30s and more like a child, he stood up and exclaimed, "Manager, you have arrived." "Yes, I just went down for a moment." "Was this your idea?" Chu Guang inquired, directing his gaze towards the earthen cement kiln behind him. "It was the collective effort of everyone. No need for modesty. I have been watching, and the organization will remember your contributions." Lao Bai beamed with enthusiasm. This was precisely the affirmation he had been awaiting, especially the latter part of the statement. "Furthermore, I will represent the organization in awarding each of you 1,000 contribution points as recognition for unlocking cement materials. From this moment on, you shall be the captain of the construction team at Shelter 404's outpost. You are free to unleash your creativity within the planned scope to design and construct our outpost." If only a notification sound from the system could resonate at that moment, it would have been splendid. Or perhaps a reward prompt could appear before the player's eyes. Alas, such was not the case. Nevertheless, even this verbal promise and praise filled Lao Bai with exhilaration. Achievements, positions, and goodwill. It seemed the hidden systems of this game were far richer than he had imagined. "Esteemed manager, I shall exert every effort to construct our home." The other 3 players gazed at him with envy. Although everyone had contribution points, it was evident that Lao Bai, having attained the role of construction captain, had truly struck gold. The freedom to design facilities transcended the mere title of a construction captain. He was akin to the director of a planning office in a post-apocalyptic world. Absolutely remarkable. Observing Lao Bai's spirited demeanor, Chu Guang nodded in approval and remarked, "Excellent. Now I need you to share your plans with me." "Yes." Lao Bai straightened his back and began his report. According to him, after logging off yesterday, he had conducted field research at a real cement factory and consulted the craftsmen, learning that incorporating iron powder into cement could yield a stronger and more durable product. It appeared that discussions regarding matters outside the game were automatically disregarded by the NPCs, as Lao Bai proceeded directly to the main topic, noticing no reaction from the manager. Considering the abundance of rusty steel scattered across the wasteland, he intended to mix the gathered rust and charcoal, using the latter as a reducing agent. By employing calcination methods, he would produce iron, and then combine the resultant slag with ash cement for further calcination. Although this approach might seem to increase the production costs of cement, the cement produced through this method would allow for the creation of more durable, heat-resistant, and higher-yielding kilns. It was impossible to produce large quantities of cement relying solely on these earthen kilns. Hence, he planned to invest all initial cement production into the construction of production facilities to further enhance cement output. Chu Guang nodded in approval. "This idea is commendable. But how much cement can we realistically produce with just tree bark?" He had already observed that not only were the logs on the ground felled, but the trees around the sanatorium had been stripped of their bark by the survivors. They had not spared even the tree stumps. Lao Bai had evidently anticipated this issue. Responding confidently, "Precisely for this reason, we require a more specialized cement kiln capable of reaching temperatures of 1,450 degrees Celsius. This way, we can produce calcium carbonate cement by calcining limestone and clay, completely replacing the ash-based materials. The potassium and sodium-rich ash cement is not the ideal building material. It is merely a substitute when conditions do not permit." Having been appointed as construction captain, Lao Bai suddenly harbored greater ambitions. His vision extended beyond a mere wall or a single sanatorium. He aspired to transform the entire wasteland into the world of his dreams. "You have considered this thoroughly. Proceed as you envision." Chu Guang nodded. He then turned to the other 3 players. "2 newcomers will soon awaken and join our advance team. I plan to host a small feast to welcome them, so we need to procure some game. We cannot simply serve them porridge." Pausing for a moment, Chu Guang continued, "Who wishes to accompany me on a hunt?" As soon as he finished speaking, 4 hands shot up. Chu Guang was taken aback. Goodness. Even the newly appointed construction captain raised his hand. "Cough, cough. We don't need that many people." "Yi Shi, you shall come. You are perceptive." "At your command, esteemed manager." Yi Shi replied excitedly, saluting as he stepped proudly beside the manager, under the envious gazes of the 3 other players. Chu Guang turned to the remaining 3 players. "Speaking with seriousness, your tasks are also crucial. Cement is paramount to the development of the outpost. We have enough wood for now, so halt logging. I need you to focus entirely on cement production. Can you manage that? Though they regretted not being able to join the esteemed manager on the hunt, the three players obediently complied with his directives. We will ensure the tasks are completed. Excellent. Just as I expected from my chosen players. Chu Guang nodded in satisfaction, leading the delighted Yi Shi towards the woods south of the sanatorium. Chapter 20. The Mutant Tribe. Before leaving Linghu Wetland Park, Chu Guang first took Yi Shi to the mutated leech nest near the parking lot. Those mushrooms were found in there. Yi Shi pointed toward a nearby damaged cement pipe. Fortunately, you did not venture inside, Chu Guang remarked, patting Yi Shi on the shoulder. Let us move on. Our goal today is not that. He had heard that leeches could be medicinal, but he was uncertain about the potential of the mutated ones. The two carefully navigated around the leech nest, avoiding the lush vegetation and concrete ruins, striving to remain in the sunlight. After walking eastward for some distance, gazing at the elevated bridges and residential buildings, Yi Shi could not help but ask, "Aren't we going hunting?" Indeed. Why has the distance to the forest been increasing? Just ahead lies the forest. Without much elaboration, Chu Guang silently removed the iron pipe rifle from his back, loading the bullets into the chamber, and his demeanor shifted accordingly. Not far away stood a fractured, elevated bridge. Its concrete support columns draped in moss, the passage of time concealed beneath the shadows of verdant growth. A rat, the size of a basin, licked the muddy water in a drainage pit, but upon noticing the two unexpected intruders, it darted swiftly into the nearby underbrush. Yi Shi lifted his head slightly, his pupils dilating as a hue of astonishment washed over him. Behind the broken overpass loomed skyscrapers, entwined with vines and moss. Thick roots penetrated the cracked concrete earth, and tree trunks surged up through the center of the road, appending rusted cars and bus stops. In this verdant hell, life flourished, yet it concealed a lurking peril that could devour all. The world before his eyes was overwhelmingly striking, each frame resembling a post-apocalyptic work of art, to the extent that Yi Shi momentarily forgot he was in a gaming realm. In that instant, he finally grasped the meaning behind Chu Guang's words. Here, indeed, resided the true forest. Caution was imperative from this point onward. As Chu Guang spoke, he disengaged the safety of his rifle and began to tread cautiously forward. Although this area could only be classified as the northern outskirts of Qingshui City, far from the core urban zone, vigilance remained essential. High-rise residences, drainage systems, vertical gardens, parking lots, drone hives, CNC planting towers, maglev stations, and the secrets hidden behind every window. All these man-made wonders, once abandoned by civilization, had transformed into natural greenhouses and nurseries. Following the nuclear war, this land indeed endured a protracted winter, but it lasted less than half a century. The forces of nature reclaimed everything. The first to succumb were the skyscrapers, as moss began to creep up their sunlit sides, ultimately enveloping them entirely. Non-high-rise structures were not spared either. In the years of human decline, just a few torrential downpours and a muggy summer could turn this place into a paradise for fungi and sprawling flora. They provided ample sustenance for wildlife. After the city's drainage system collapsed, the freshwater resources within the urban area became even more abundant than those of the adjacent Ling Lake. Wild animals and uncontrolled poultry began migrating from the forest, lakeside, and farms toward the more hospitable urban environment, evolving into fierce, bloodthirsty mutants under the trifecta of radioactive materials, genetic weaponry, and the passage of time. They were collectively referred to as errands. Of course, the dangers here extended far beyond that. As they cautiously advanced along the roadside of Street 76, the surroundings fell eerily silent. Just as Yi Shi pondered the whereabouts of the errands, he heard Chu Guang's voice nearby. There is something amiss. Suddenly, Chu Guang halted before a discarded vehicle. Yi Shi snapped back to attention, promptly stopping and scanning his surroundings anxiously, yet saw nothing unusual. What is happening? Chu Guang's expression was grave. There are signs of survivor activity. Other survivors. Yi Shi was momentarily taken aback, lowering his voice in imitation of Chu Guang, though his excitement was palpable. Are they the indigenous people of the wasteland? We might finally encounter other NPCs. He had anticipated this moment for so long. Chu Guang cast a sidelong glance at him, understanding his thoughts. You needn't be so exhilarated. This is not a cause for celebration. Why not? Because in places like this, strangers are more perilous than errands. Without further explanation, Chu Guang crouched down, discovering a string of cans strung together with wire behind the wrecked car. The aluminum cans were ruptured, resembling something having exploded, and a faint odor of rotten eggs lingered in the air. Excessive sulfur in the explosives, along with tacks and metal shards. Chu Guang furrowed his brow. Mutants? Or raiders? Typically, survivors wouldn't set snares near their settlements. Such traps are unlikely to ensnare the keen-sensed errands. In other words, they are meant for humans. Based on the residual scent, the explosion had likely occurred not long ago, at most 5 hours or even less. Chu Guang turned back to inquire. Did you hear an explosion coming from the east when you emerged from underground? Yi Shi shook his head nervously. No, stay here. As Chu Guang rose after setting down the cans, Yi Shi anxiously asked, what will you do? Investigate the situation ahead. I can accompany you. You will remain here. Yi Shi intended to insist, but upon meeting Chu Guang's gaze, the words caught in his throat, and he finally nodded slowly. The pressure emanating from the authoritative figure made him acutely aware that this man was not to be trifled with. He might genuinely be kicked offline. After instructing Yi Shi to hide beside the abandoned car, Chu Guang stowed his weapon and drew the sharpened steel pipe from his back, swiftly slipping into the side of the Street S building. Although he had initially considered using this player as bait, the circumstances had changed. The presence of other survivors, likely raiders or mutant tribes, rendered the bait strategy moot, as it would only serve to alert them. Chu Guang's expression turned serious as he tightened his grip on the steel pipe. The distance to Ling Lake Wetland Park was at most 1 kilometer in a straight line, perilously close to Shelter 404. Especially now, as the players were engaged in extensive production, the resulting smoke and noise, though partially obscured by vegetation and concrete barriers, would inevitably attract attention over time. Allowing such dangers to linger was a constant threat. Chu Guang was prepared to kill. The moment he deemed the other party posed a threat, he would strike without hesitation. The 10-story street-side building had a narrow emergency exit, its confined space overrun with moss. Fortunately, there were no particularly dangerous aberrants here. Around the 5th floor, a few plump mutated rats appeared, perhaps emboldened by their numbers, baring their teeth at Chu Guang. If they had turned to flee, they would have swarmed him. But this unexpected guest did not frighten them. Their naturally timid nature kept them from acting recklessly, merely daring to feign aggression, baring their fangs. Chu Guang was unfazed by their antics. Without a word, he thrust the pipe forward, impaling the nearest mutated rat, instantly killing it. The remaining rats, seeing such ferocity, scattered in all directions, scurrying into the building's entrance, disappearing into the shadows. It seemed this was not a rat nest, likely comprising only 10 to 20 individuals. Any more than that, and these creatures would pose a significant challenge. A swarm of mutated rodents poses a formidable challenge even for fully armed mercenaries, let alone for an individual armed only with a pipe rifle. Chu Guang exhaled a sigh of relief, flicking the sharpened steel pipe and discarding the lifeless body of the fat rat along with the bloodstains. He ascended directly to the rooftop of the 10th floor. Using the steel pipe as a crowbar, he pried open the rusted door and stepped onto the rooftop terrace. The wind on the terrace was fierce. He approached the corroded water tank and gazed towards the eastern residential complex, where his suspicions were confirmed. In the open space amidst the concrete structures stood a makeshift wooden encampment, obscured by tattered cloth and construction debris. Survivor strongholds in the wasteland can be broadly categorized into 2 types: those residing in buildings that remained standing before the disaster, and those that established themselves anew amidst the ruins or open spaces. Depending on the surrounding circumstances, predators living in urban areas typically inhabit multi-story buildings and seldom construct such primitive dwellings and fortifications. Only mutants averaging 2 meters in height and weighing over 300 pounds would resort to building wooden shanties when suitable houses were available for use. The sharpened wooden stakes at the camp's entrance resembled the fangs of a beast, adorned with the remains of a few severed limbs. And the ground was stained with dried blood. They consumed anything, not merely fungi or fruits of plants, but even the flesh of mutated flies, rats, and cockroaches. Of course, their preferred delicacy remained their former kin, humanoids. As he scanned the sides of the street, Chu Guang spotted a mutant sentinel atop a storefront at the end of 76th Street, bearing a metallic longbow. Its greenish skin resembled that of an orc from a fantasy film, and indeed, they were as robust, savage, crude, and bloodthirsty as orcs. Towering at 2 meters, its muscular form was clad in armor pieced together from metal debris, with a signboard serving as a breastplate that even bore a second half-price tag. The 2 outward-bending steel bars affixed to its shoulders were evidently salvaged from a bicycle, proving remarkably effective against slashing and blunt force attacks, capable of ensnaring chainsaws or axes. It could be described as strikingly cyberpunk. Had Chu Guang and Yi Shi continued forward, they would have encountered an ambush by that mutant sentinel at the intersection. A flicker of apprehension washed over him. Chu Guang's throat tightened slightly as he shifted his gaze back to the mutant encampment in the eastern complex. Due to the numerous obstructions, he could not discern how many individuals resided within, but he surmised from the encampment scale that the number of mutants was likely between 20 and 30, a small settlement of mutants. Chu Guang's expression grew increasingly grave. These creatures were not to be trifled with. Almost simultaneously, a faint blue system notification appeared within his field of vision, Task: eliminate the mutant tribe located on 76th Street. Type: side quest. Reward: 200 reward points. Wait a moment. Tasks can be triggered outside the shelter. Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback, immediately attempting to summon the system, but received no response. The pale blue notification vanished as if it had never existed. It seemed the system could only be activated near the shelter. Yet tasks could indeed be initiated anywhere beyond its confines. Nevertheless, those 200 reward points were quite impressive. Without hesitation, Chu Guang sheathed his weapon, turned, and swiftly departed the area with a bewildered Yi Shi in tow. That was 200 reward points. A side quest summoning 100 players only yielded 100 points, indicating that this task was not trivial. There could very well be a significant risk involved. Chu Guang was not naive. He would not fall into such an obvious trap. What did you see, Administrator? Yi Shi, panting and resting his hands on his knees, could not help but inquire as Chu Guang finally came to a halt. Mutant camp. Chu Guang replied casually as he paused to catch his breath. Are we just going to leave? What else can we do? Should we engage them in combat? What if we lose and end up in a boiling pot? Chu Guang shot him a glance, urging him to think. We only have one gun. In fact, only one of us can fight. Yi Shi fell silent. He had not considered that mutants could be akin to NPCs in this game until now. Hearing Chu Guang's words, he realized they were likely hostile entities, and they consumed human flesh. He mentally noted this intelligence, intending to share it with other players upon their return. Provoking those beasts was not wise. They needed to prepare more thoroughly and consolidate their strength to eradicate them once and for all. Chu Guang, now some distance away, muttered curses, cursing the unfortunate circumstance that the mutant camp was situated directly across from the eastern entrance of the park on 76th Street. Regardless, they had to exercise caution. Their originally planned hunting route would have to be altered. Chu Guang and Yi Shi circumvented 76th Street, heading north along the elevated highway for about a mile, where they stumbled upon an abandoned construction site. The site was expansive, presumably a recently commenced development, with one building rising to 17 or 18 stories, while several large pits indicated ongoing excavation for foundations. Most construction equipment had fallen into disrepair, and a crane lay toppled atop the unfinished building, forming a slope. It was evident that the quality of the construction was commendable, even though the crane had been toppled by the shockwave of a nuclear explosion. The concrete structure had only suffered a dent, leaving its integrity largely intact. However, to their surprise, Chu Guang discovered a substantial quantity of unused grayish limestone. He instantly recognized it, knowing it to be limestone, primarily composed of calcium carbonate, which could serve as an excellent raw material for producing cement. What a find! Chu Guang felt a surge of joy as he marked the location on his map. If all this limestone could be processed into cement, constructing 2 buildings would be no problem. As long as Old Bai unlocked the technology for producing calcium carbonate cement, they would not need to worry about cement raw materials for a considerable time. Chapter 21. Hostile Forces. New intelligence unlocked. Around 3 in the afternoon, Chu Guang returned to the surface outpost of the 404 shelter with Yi Shi and the spoils of their hunt. This expedition yielded promising results. Although the 2 mutated hyenas appeared a bit lean, each weighed around 40 to 50 kilograms. As one of the primary sources of meat for survivors in the wasteland, mutated hyenas were among the most cost-effective prey. They provided meat that was several times more than that of mutated rats, often appearing in groups of 3 to 5. And most importantly, the risk of food poisoning was relatively low. However, in relative terms, without firearms, it is exceedingly difficult for scavengers to triumph over such a collective of mutated beings using mere cold weapons. 2 mutated hyenas, accompanied by a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Discarding their prey at the entrance of the sanatorium, Chu Guang addressed the approaching players. Old Bai was the first to inquire, "What is the good news?" Chu Guang replied, "The good news is that to the northeast of Wetland Park, along the elevated highway leading out of the city, there lies an unfinished construction site where we discovered a substantial quantity of limestone intended for engineering use, presumably of the desulfurized variety. There are also some abandoned handcarts that could be repaired and put to use." A joyful expression spread across Old Bai's face as he excitedly clenched his fists. "Wonderful. I was just lamenting the difficulty of sourcing materials for calcium carbonate cement, and unexpectedly, this issue has been resolved so swiftly. Moreover, it's ready-made." However, standing beside him, Feng Chong sensed that matters were not so straightforward. "And the bad news?" Chu Guang continued. "To the east of Wetland Park, proceeding along 76th Street, lies a camp of mutants, roughly estimated to number over 20. The 3 players exchanged glances, failing to comprehend the gravity of this statement. Sensing his companion's confusion, Yi Shi promptly interjected with an explanation. "Mutants are hostile entities. They possess formidable combat capabilities, and most crucially, they are cannibalistic. We must exercise extreme caution." Chu Guang nodded in affirmation. That is indeed the essence of it. Upon hearing this, the three players did not exhibit fear. Rather, they displayed an eagerness to engage. However, Chu Guang swiftly doused their excitement with a proverbial bucket of cold water. Those mutants are not something we can contend with at present. Their levels are at least above 10. Engaging with them recklessly would not only be futile, but would also expose our location. Henceforth, all individuals are prohibited from approaching 76th Street and from exiting through the eastern gate of Wetland Park until the threat is neutralized. The players, generally obedient, though curious about the appearance of the mutants, dared not defy the directives of their esteemed game master. The prospect of being confined to a black room was a trivial issue compared to the potential loss of the hard-earned goodwill they had accumulated. After a brief inspection of the morning's labor, Chu Guang turned his attention to the matter of processing the freshly acquired prey. Although he had consumed such creatures before, it had always been from the barbecue stalls on Better Street. He had never personally handled one. He had heard that newly caught prey needed to be bled immediately, lest the meat spoil and emit an unpleasant odor, but the specifics of how to bleed it and what to do afterward were beyond his knowledge. For the past 5 months, he had primarily relied on scavenging for resources, leaving him with limited experience in hunting. After all, hunting was perilous for a lone wanderer. In summary, after dispatching the prey, he made an incision in the creature's major artery, but felt that the blood had not been fully drained. Just as Chu Guang was contemplating this, Kuang Feng approached him. "Respected Game Master, may I request a small amount of the prey's blood?" "Blood? What do you require that for?" Chu Guang inquired. Kuang Feng elucidated, "I wish to validate a few hypotheses, and it necessitates this." Without further deliberation, Chu Guang unsheathed his short knife and severed a foreleg from the mutated hyena before tossing it to Kuang Feng. "Take it." "Thank you." Kuang Feng expressed his gratitude and departed with an air of mystery. Though curiosity stirred within Chu Guang, he refrained from probing further. As evening descended, all players returned to the sanatorium, and upon witnessing Old Bai's expression, Chu Guang surmised that their haul for the day had been substantial. He intended to inquire about it. But before he could voice his question, Old Bai eagerly spoke up. "Respected Game Master, under your sagacious guidance, the cement kiln at the outpost is nearly complete. Tomorrow, as the cement dries, we shall commence the trial firing of our first batch." "Excellent," Chu Guang praised, nodding in approval. "Thanks to your efforts, we have taken another significant step towards the grand objective of revitalizing the Human Federation. I hope you continue your diligent work. The organization will remember your contributions." Chu Guang felt increasingly adept at crafting lofty promises. However, the players appeared unconcerned with whether he was merely spinning tales. It seemed they had unearthed newfound enjoyment in the labor of rebuilding their home. After all, is that not the essence of a sandbox game? Witnessing their home improve incrementally is a source of joy in itself. To have the privilege of experiencing such groundbreaking immersive virtual reality technology ahead of others is, in itself, a stroke of fortune. Chu Guang was indeed pleased that these players found delight in their endeavors. Given the current impoverished state of the shelter, he was unable to offer them any substantial rewards, and thus, he could only continue to paint visions of the future and dispense some metaphorical tokens. After logging off, the Bull and Horse Club erupted into lively chatter. Recently, many of the night owls had shifted their schedules to more daytime-friendly hours. Led by the Smoking Brother, individuals who once could not sleep until dawn were now retiring promptly at 10 each night and rising at 5 in the morning, all to witness the antics of a few dog-like administrators. Ye sure mutants. New faction update. The Game Master has encountered a mutant settlement at 76th Street, confirming that mutants are hostile entities. The first to log off, Ye sure, could hardly contain his excitement as he ignited the gossiping fervor among his friends. Mutants. What do they look like? Why hasn't the official website been updated yet? Awesome. With hostile factions in play, the closed beta must be approaching soon. Damn. I can't wait to play. A flurry of messages erupted in the chat. Ye sure continued typing. I don't yet know what they specifically look like. I haven't seen them myself. But everyone, don't panic. The official website will surely update with information about mutants, and I am also awaiting news. Smoking Brother, where are the other three? Why is it just you online today? Ye sure? I have no idea. Old She seems to have gone to study cement. Kuang Feng probably has a class this morning, and Fang Chong is quite the enigma. The girl enemy, Ye sure, was silenced by the group leader for an hour. Old Bai, you dare call me Old She? Try it. Fury, let him go? Haha. Good call. Damn, I'm so excited to wait 2 more days, and then I can join the testing. Tomato scrambled eggs, meme. Smoking Brother, damn. Ban those 2 braggarts too. It's infuriating. I was the first to reserve. Alas, there's no saving you now, truly hopeless. Even now, this individual known as Alas. There's no saving you now remains skeptical of the notion of a fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG, let alone the idea of it being 100% real. He and his ardent followers steadfastly believe that this is merely a ruse orchestrated by the dog management teams, a tale spun from miscommunication. Today, instead of chiming in the group chat, he chose to update the official forum with his impressions from the day's trial experience, or perhaps it could be termed a handwritten account of gameplay. It marked the third day of the closed beta test, during which the charcoal kiln provided us with a plentiful supply of coal. With the successful firing of the ash lime cement, under the guidance of the old master, we constructed a larger cement kiln. Should tomorrow's test firing prove successful, we shall acquire more reliable building materials to fortify our abode. I must commend the development team. The experience this game has afforded me is unparalleled, surpassing all others available on the market to date. Particularly at the moment the cement kiln was completed, the ensuing sense of achievement was utterly intoxicating, rendering one incapable of detachment. The content tested today was rather limited, primarily focused on the sandbox system of the game. However, it is noteworthy that the administrators revealed to us that a mutant tribe resides at the end of 76th Street, officially designated as a hostile faction. All players are advised to exercise caution in avoiding them, yet the administrators divulged no further intelligence regarding the mutants. As of now, the official website has yet to update with images of the mutants. Perhaps the storyline has not yet reached that juncture. Should any new information arise, I shall promptly update this post. I also encourage my fellow players, who refer to themselves as Earth Friends, to keep an eye on this thread in anticipation of the public beta. Although our number currently stands at merely 40, each participant is either actively engaged or fervently enthusiastic, rapidly elevating the thread to new heights. Chu Guang quietly observed, refraining from joining the discussions. Nevertheless, adhering to his usual practice, he noted down some valuable suggestions, marking particularly insightful players for potential future recruitment. Those loyal users would be prioritized, while those prone to instigating trouble would be held at bay. After all, why should those who come merely to stir discord be granted entry, just because of their unwarranted bravado? At this stage of closed testing, Wasteland OL resembles a private server, a familiar haven for the management, leaving little opportunity for disruption. Moreover, by gradually raising the bar for reservations, those privileged enough to hold game access would cherish their chances all the more. As for the public beta phase, that is an entirely different matter, with its own gameplay mechanics. At that time, a designated area will serve as the new player village, and without a requisite level or honor title, one shall not even catch a glimpse of it. Chu Guang found himself unwittingly becoming increasingly cunning. When had this transformation begun? Pondering such matters seems futile. Closing his computer, he accessed the system to verify the rewards for today's daily tasks. Task: chop down 10 trees. Reward: 1 reward point. Task: eliminate a mutant. Reward: 3 reward points. Today's tasks were rather scant, totaling a mere 4 points. After a brief internal struggle, he ultimately succumbed to temptation and accessed the management subsidy. Investing all 4 reward points into a novice blind box, the alloy door swung open. The conveyor belt whirred into action. As he beheld the 4 lollipops resting at the end of the conveyor, he nearly let slip a colorful expletive. Yet, at that moment, a semi-transparent holographic pop-up suddenly appeared above one of the lollipops wrapped in a pale golden foil, akin to a label. Enhanced chocolate-flavored lollipop. Strength boost 10. Duration 10 hours. Chu Guang, what? What is this? Chapter 22. Capturing mutant leech larvae. A 10 strength boost. What kind of black technology is this? But then again, does this count as candy or a stimulant? Chu Guang was uncertain of its composition, as the packaging bore no production date or ingredient list. The duration of 10 hours seemed quite impressive. A mere 10-point boost could indeed alter the tide of battle in critical moments. However, consuming a lollipop in the heat of battle clashed somewhat with the image of the iron-willed warrior, Wu Izu. Moreover, the timing of its efficacy remained an enigma. After much contemplation, Chu Guang decided to hold on to it. Having an extra card up his sleeve could never be a disadvantage. The following morning, players logged on as scheduled. Despite the fatigue from their daytime endeavors, they shook off their weariness upon entering the game, bursting with energy and vigor. Lao Bai's cement kiln had completely dried. He and Kuangfeng ventured to the construction site on the map, hauling back dozens of kilograms of limestone with a cart, then proceeded to the riverbank to gather several large buckets of clay and sand, eagerly commencing the first round of trial firing for the silicate cement. In truth, the formula for ordinary silicate cement is readily available online. In simple terms, it involves crushing limestone and mixing it with clay and iron filings in specific proportions, then heating it in a specialized kiln to 1,450 degrees Celsius for calcination. The cement clinker produced through this method requires only the addition of sand and water to create a usable cement mortar for construction. With the help of various professional websites, one can even ascertain the precise material ratios for different types of cement based on construction requirements. as long as one has done their homework prior to the game. The difficulty is far less daunting than navigating an ancient world from scratch. Considering it was his first attempt at this endeavor, Lao Bai opted for the simplest formula, as it did not impose overly stringent material requirements and could be feasibly accomplished given the current conditions at the outpost, utilizing his inherent strength. He wielded a hammer to break the stones gathered from the site into smaller pieces, mixing them with clay and iron filings derived from charcoal before sending them into the newly completed kiln. The charcoal ignited, producing wisps of blue smoke. Fong Chong eagerly assisted nearby, rubbing a branch tied to a clay plate. This served as a rudimentary blower, constructed from a water pipe, tree bark, and cotton thread, capable of channeling a substantial amount of air into the kiln to intensify the burning. How do we determine the temperature inside the kiln? I don't know. You don't know? What else can we do? Do you possess an industrial thermometer? In any case, stop wasting words and just apply more effort into that blower. If only we had a generator. Lao Bai sighed while stroking his chin, and Fong Chong stood beside him, somewhat speechless. This fellow had certainly taken on the demeanor of a foreman since becoming the construction team leader. As he busied himself with the branch, he pondered where Guangfeng and Yi Shi had wandered off to. In truth, neither of them knew, nor did Chu Guang, the administrator. Although he could confirm whether players were online or offline through the system, as well as their approximate locations and distances, he was unable to ascertain their precise coordinates, at least not at this moment. Just as Chu Guang pondered what those two players might be up to, he spotted them approaching with buckets in hand. "Where have you been?" he inquired, facing the managers. "Near the mutated leech lair," Guang Feng replied candidly. Chu Guang frowned. "Did I not expressly forbid you from going there? We did not enter. We merely set traps in the vicinity. Look, these are the juvenile mutated leeches." Before Guang Feng could elaborate, Yi Shi, noticing the manager's displeasure, quickly placed the plastic bucket on the ground and began to explain. Chu Guang glanced into the bucket and discovered it contained several glass bottles filled with palm-sized larvae. Their forms were contorted, stretching and retracting their deformed mouthparts, entangled with one another in a frenzied manner, reminiscent of tentacles from a certain book. Quite intriguing. How did you manage this? He had never heard of anyone capturing such creatures back in Better Street. Although mutated insects were rich in protein, they also harbored a high parasite content. Such things could not simply be boiled to death in a pot. Furthermore, given their unique habitat, they rarely acted alone, making their combat capabilities difficult to assess. And few survivors showed interest in them. Blood. We used animal blood to lure them into the baited glass bottles. The larger leeches couldn't squeeze in, but the smaller ones got trapped. Yi Shi excitedly recounted, while Guang Feng added a few more words. These mutated leeches likely forage at night and retreat to their lairs by day. Aside from a few broken bottles, all these little creatures remained trapped inside. I initially intended to test it out, but the results were unexpectedly successful. Chu Guang nodded thoughtfully. I see. This is indeed a brilliant idea. No wonder Guang Feng asked me for some meat yesterday. It was to be used as bait for capturing the juvenile mutated leeches. But what do you intend to do with them? Chu Guang continued his inquiry, gazing at Guang Feng. I'm not sure about the leeches, but the mutated ones are certainly inedible. I don't plan to figure out how to eat them. Rather, I intend to use them for fishing. Fishing? Yes. Guang Feng nodded, excitement flickering in his eyes. While exploring the lakeshore, I noticed some large black birds fishing on the water surface. Since there are fish in the lake, we can absolutely catch food by fishing. What a brilliant idea. Upon hearing Guang Feng's words, Chu Guang's eyes instantly sparkled. In fact, he had attempted fishing before, as it posed far less risk compared to hunting. However, his fishing skills were lamentably inadequate. Even with professional gear and bait, he struggled to catch anything, let alone without such tools. In truth, this was not entirely his fault. If fish were so easily caught, survivors would surely not neglect to settle by the lake. The fish in Ling Lake were mutated creatures, referred to by survivors as exotic species. After a few unsuccessful attempts, which had even cost him the precious fishing gear he had painstakingly crafted, Chu Guang had given up. Can you fish? In response to the manager's question, Guang Feng hesitated before replying. Not really, but I did look up some fishing traps online. I plan to try making a few. Although uncertain whether NPCs could comprehend the concept of looking up online, he recalled that during previous discussions about real-world matters, NPCs had shown no reactions. Thus, Guang Feng decided to speak plainly. Chu Guang felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a composed demeanor as he nodded. Fine, since you know how to catch fish, I'll entrust this task to you. Upon receiving the order, Guang Feng and Yi Shi promptly dashed off to create the traps. Fishing was far more engaging than hauling bricks or chopping wood. Chu Guang observed as they gathered some branches and plastic ropes scavenged from unknown sources, squatting near the wall to tinker away. Ignoring their activities, Chu Guang now focused on how to smoke the meat using the purchased tobacco leaves. Yesterday, He had followed the methods of the better street survivors, crushing the tobacco leaves and wrapping them around the meat before slowly roasting it over a fire, allowing the tar-rich and ketone compounds to seep into the meat's fatty layers, killing off parasites and microorganisms. Yet, for reasons unknown, he couldn't shake the feeling that something smelled off. It shouldn't be, right? He picked up a piece of hind leg meat and brought it closer to his nose, frowning. Normally, meat smoked this way should carry a hint of nicotine aroma, its surface displaying a glossy, golden brown sheen. However, this piece of hind leg meat appeared a dark red, undercooked on the inside, and faintly exuded a putrid odor. Was his method flawed? Chapter 23. Two newcomers have arrived. Regardless, this meat was certainly inedible. With a sigh, Chu Guang reluctantly discarded it aside. If only there were a refrigerator. He needed to acquire the blue umbrella mushrooms from the mutated leech lair for the generator, and yet, it was only the second week of September. Lister's caravan wouldn't arrive in this area until the end of the month. There was little use in pondering such matters now. He couldn't wait until the end of the month to start stockpiling food. Furthermore, given the current economic conditions of the shelter, such a luxury as a refrigerator was utterly unattainable. Over the course of 3 days, Chu Guang had established a routine of venturing out to hunt in the morning, returning by noon or afternoon to prepare a pot of meat for the players, and then squatting in a corner of the clinic, continuing to ponder the techniques of food smoking. This fixed schedule was as regular as that of an NPC. Although his research on smoking meat was still progressing slowly, the players had performed exceptionally well over the past few days. Chu Guang calculated that after 3 days, he had accumulated a total of 7 reward points. Although he was close to reaching 10 points, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided to wager all his chips on a beginner's blind box. Fortunately, this time it was not merely lollipops. He also managed to procure a bottle of soy sauce. The brand was unknown, but it would certainly enhance the players' meals. Chu Guang treasured the soy sauce as if it were a precious gem. However, despite this, he could not boast of his culinary skills. He could barely manage to cook the food properly. The players initially found the meals refreshing, pure, and natural, an exquisite flavor compared to takeout fast food. But enduring such fare day after day was simply unsustainable. Every meal is a stew. I feel like I'm going to vomit. Yi Shi lamented, sitting on the ground with a bowl in hand, wearing a glum expression. At first, he was quite thrilled to discover that this game allowed for the consumption of food, but gradually he began to realize the profound agony that accompanied eating. Each meal consisted of stewed meat or a porridge made from green wheat. Even if his mouth could endure it, his backside was nearing its limits. Fong Chong took a bite of the greasy front leg meat, furrowing his brow in contemplation, and remarked, "Perhaps the taste perception system has yet to be fully developed. Otherwise, even with a minimal amount of salt, it shouldn't be this bland. It's neither salty nor sweet, just overwhelmingly greasy. And it carries a hint of bitterness. It's even worse than the porridge made from green wheat. The fishy taste is too strong. We should use cooking wine, scallions, ginger, and garlic to blanch it, which might improve the flavor." Lao Bai consoled, suggesting they make do. After all, this is the wasteland. Where would we procure such ingredients? Delicious food will surely come in the future. Fong Chong shot him a sidelong glance, but refrained from responding. Ever since being appointed as the construction team leader, this fellow had increasingly taken to considering matters from the game developer's perspective, even going so far as to help spin a tale of hope. Yet it was indeed true. Since realism was the selling point, positioning seasonings as luxury items was not unreasonable. One might even have to pay to enjoy them in the future. Yi Shi sighed softly, voicing his wish. "I hope the next update will introduce seasonings that I can purchase with RMB." Kuang Feng chewed his meat slowly, choosing not to join in their conversation. He was less concerned with the flavor and more focused on how to improve the fish traps. Noticing the sudden lull in the conversation, Yi Shi turned to Lao Bai and casually inquired, "How is the cement production coming along?" Lao Bai, sipping his soup, replied, "The quality still needs improvement, but I feel we are getting closer to success." "Really?" Yi Shi asked, genuinely intrigued. "Absolutely, no joke. Moreover, not just with the cement. Recently, Fong Chong and I have also been researching brickmaking. Although the lack of molds is quite vexing, the shapes we produce, while not aesthetically pleasing, should still be functional." Yi Shi hesitated, asking, "Can't we use wood to make molds?" "Huh, you think it's that simple?" Fong Chong shook his head, continuing, "This endeavor is quite different from cutting down trees. Achieving a perfect square shape requires a certain level of craftsmanship." Fong Chong hadn't expected that as a seasoned player. A hardcore survival master in the forest, he would find himself hindered by such rudimentary issues in this game. Of course, this was also related to the excessively hardcore setting of Wasteland OL. Yi Shi and Kuang Feng exchanged glances, turning their eyes to Lao Bai and Fong Chong, conveying a sense of helplessness. They too were more theoretical than practical. While their hands-on skills couldn't be deemed zero, they were hardly impressive. Although they had captured numerous larvae of mutated leeches in recent days and had attempted to create multiple traps inspired by survival experts on short videos, they had yet to catch a single fish. It was to be expected. The lakeside was teeming with fish-eating birds. The foolish fish had long been snatched away, leaving only the cunning ones that would not fall for bait, swiftly darting away after consuming it. Guang Feng could only console himself by fattening the fish in the lake, hoping that when they eventually relaxed their guard, he might finally catch one. At that moment, a commotion could be heard from the direction of the sanatorium. The administrator was leading two bewildered newcomers toward them. Without needing to ask, it was clear from their astonished expressions that they were novice players entering the game world for the very first time, their faces reflecting the shock of donning helmets for the first time. Yisher sighed inwardly once more. Oh great, two more guys. Allow me to introduce our new members, Scrambled Eggs with Tomato and Mosquito, he announced. What on earth are those names? Chu Guang suppressed the urge to comment. For in the game, he was an NPC. Clapping broke out, albeit sparsely. The players seated before the large pot set down their bowls and applauded, extending a lukewarm welcome. However, the newcomers remained oblivious. They were still reeling from the overwhelming sights before them. Under Chu Guang's guidance, they sat before the fire where the pot was suspended, staring vacantly at the white steam wafting above. The humid warmth mingled with the aroma of meat was overwhelmingly realistic. Seeing the two newcomers remain motionless for a prolonged period, Lao Bai took the initiative to break the silence. What are your attributes? The one called Mosquito was the first to regain his senses. I'm in the agility category. Then Scrambled Eggs with Tomato followed suit. I'm in physical strength. Have you all already eaten? Initially, the administrator had intended to hold a welcoming ceremony, but it seemed that had gone awry, so he let them eat first. Yisher made a resigned expression, saying, You must have just awakened, so why not have some? Mosquito swallowed hard. As he accepted a bowl brimming with large bones and broth, he took a sip, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The taste is incredible. This game can really serve food. Wow, this is beyond amazing. Not only can you eat, but if you don't, you'll suffer from low blood sugar, Fong Chong sighed. To be honest, I feel there is no need for it to be this realistic. Perhaps they could have made it a tad more palatable. Scrambled Eggs stared at the bowl, hesitating for a long moment before asking, What exactly is this stew made from? Lao Bai replied, Meat. Meat? What kind of meat? Mutated hyena, though we're not entirely sure if it's classified as a wolf or a dog. It's all just a mutation. Upon hearing this, Mosquito instinctively shifted his bowl away, nearly spilling the soup. However, Scrambled Eggs was different. Instead of retreating, he leaned in with curiosity and took a taste. But upon doing so, he frowned even more tightly. Why does it taste so fishy? Did you not bleed it out? The players exchanged glances. We don't know. The prey was brought in by NPCs, Lao Bai suggested. If you know how to cook, you could discuss it with the administrator. Anyone with a skill will surely be valued. Scrambled Eggs perked up, eager to respond. Really? Then I'll give it a try. Can I do woodworking? I can do woodworking. Mosquito hastily interjected. Woodworking? Lao Bai's eyes lit up, fixating on him as he pressed. You can do woodworking? Mosquito was taken aback, smiling shyly as he replied. I can. My family sells furniture, all handcrafted from solid wood. If you're interested, you can add me on QQ, and I'll give you a discount. That is fantastic. Lao Bai exclaimed, springing to his feet. I need someone to help me make molds. Can you lend a hand? Not only did Lao Bai jump up, but Fong Chong also stood alongside him. Mosquito, still trying to process what was happening, found his arms seized by the two. Wait, I haven't finished my soup yet. As he looked at the two dragging him towards the construction site, he wore a bewildered expression, ready to protest, but before he could utter a word, Lao Bai interrupted him. Why not have a hammer and wait for the chef to whip up another pot this afternoon? Isn't that more appealing? Fong Chong chimed in. Exactly. My good brother, heed my advice. That dish is truly unpalatable. Let us familiarize you with the gameplay. Mosquito. Tomato Scrambled Eggs stared blankly at the newcomer being dragged into the thicket, swallowing nervously. Is this game serious? Yisher exchanged a glance with Guangfeng. It seems decent. Perhaps? Tomato Scrambled Eggs retorted. Why the question mark? Chapter 24. From this moment forth, you shall be the chef of the shelter. The newcomer, named Mosquito, indeed displayed commendable carpentry skills. While Lao Bai and Fong Chong struggled for ages with a steel rod as a ruler to saw a board, he effortlessly produced a stack with just a saw in hand, completing his task in mere moments. Not only that, the boards he crafted retained their interlocking edges, allowing them to be easily assembled into square, hollow brick molds. Before long, they had produced several molds for making bricks. You folks are terrible at handling this wood. Look, it's practically sprouting mushrooms. Mosquito wiped the sweat from his brow, setting the saw aside, and inquired of Fong Chong and Lao Bai. Is this sufficient? Absolutely. Thank you. My friend, you've been a tremendous help. Lao Bai beamed, patting Mosquito on the shoulder. Mosquito, blushing slightly, chuckled awkwardly. No need for thanks. Just let me know if you need anything. Lao Bai grinned, giving his shoulder another pat. All right, I'll remember that. Next time, I won't hold back. Mosquito, with the molds in place, creating mud bricks became significantly easier. Lao Bai and Fong Chong mixed the yellow clay they had gathered from the riverbank with a bit of water, kneading it into a thick paste to pour into the molds, shaping them into neat squares. They then filled the gaps in the middle with some charcoal and smoothed ash over the surface. This method was something Lao Bai had learned from wilderness survival videos. As the first layer of bricks dried sufficiently, they shifted their orientation and continued stacking the second layer, progressing layer by layer until the brick pile towered over their heads. Once they had completed the task, Lao Bai carefully ignited the charcoal within the pile, allowing the flames to take hold from the center and gradually engulf the entire stack. Can this even work? Observing the smoke rising from the clay mound, Fong Chong wiped the sweat from his brow, his arms caked in mud. Resembling someone who had just crawled out of a cesspit, Lao Bai's appearance was hardly any better, his face smudged with soot, akin to someone emerging from a coal mine. Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. This was his first time attempting to fire such a thing. He had merely observed adults do it in his childhood, never knowing if this method would prove effective. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow. Let us move on. We'll let it burn for now. Let us check on the cement kiln. I feel we're quite close to achieving our product. This time, let us apply more force to the bellows and aim to produce a barrel before logging off. Meanwhile, with the assistance of WC really has mosquitoes, Guangfeng and Yishir finally completed the nth generation of their fishing device. They replaced the original cylindrical structure with a cage-like design, fortifying the trap's main structure with sturdy steel rods instead of flimsy wooden strips. No matter what fish enters, it shall not escape. The trio made their way to the lakeside, eager to test their creation once more, their spirits high. As for Chu Guang, he remained deep in thought, contemplating the techniques of smoking meat, albeit with little progress to show for it. Esteemed administrator, may I inquire what you are currently engaged in? Hearing a voice from beside him, Chu Guang rose from his post at the smoking rack, brushing the soot from his hands as he turned to see tomato scrambled eggs, curiously observing his smoking apparatus. If memory serves, this gentleman appears to be a graduate from the New Oriental Culinary School. With that thought, Chu Guang's eyes lit up. I am researching how to produce smoked meat, and your arrival is fortuitous. From now on, you shall be the chef at Outpost 404. Without giving the player a chance to respond, Chu Guang continued, his expression serious. We are currently facing a dire situation. Beyond constructing facilities at the surface outpost, we must stockpile ample food for the 100 compatriots who will arrive before winter sets in. I require your assistance. Scrambled eggs looked bewildered. A chef, you say? In reality, I am indeed a chef. I even prepared 2 dishes before handing the spatula to my colleague before logging in. I never imagined I would return to my roots in this game. Was this akin to a career change to a life player? After a moment's pause, he finally spoke. But what can I do for you? Excellent question. Chu Guang gestured toward the smoking rack. I attempted to smoke meat, but the results were far from satisfactory. I need you to address the issue of food preservation. I have reviewed your profile, and the organization states you possess relevant experience, correct? Scrambled eggs hesitated. I have a basic understanding, but this is a game. I'm not certain my knowledge applies here. Realizing this was a game world, Scrambled Eggs adjusted his phrasing, but it seemed the NPC was unfazed, likely programmed to automatically disregard elements unrelated to the game. No matter, I need the insights of a professional. Chu Guang looked toward the smoking rack again. Please examine my smoking apparatus and identify what went awry. As he gazed at the wooden frame before him, Scrambled Eggs fell into silence. Rather than pinpointing a specific flaw, it seemed the entire setup was flawed. First and foremost, smoking meat should occur in a sealed environment. Your method would likely char the exterior without any benefit. And what is this on the meat? Spices? A type of special smoking leaf. Smoking leaf? Indeed. Noting Scrambled Eggs' astonished expression, Chu Guang nodded. This is an inland region where salt is expensive. The local survivors use these aromatic leaves, rich in aromatic compounds and tar, as a substitute for salt. They crush it and rub it onto the food's surface, allowing the heat to meld the preservative substances with the fats on the food's surface, achieving a preservation effect. Is it truly possible to do that? Scrambled Eggs was utterly astonished. Some aromatic compounds could indeed serve as food preservatives. But this was the first time he had heard of such a method being edible. Perhaps moderation would prevent death? Yet his instincts warned him that this smoking technique equated to fighting poison with poison. Even without salt, meat can still be smoked. It's simply one tea taste as good. I'm not familiar with the method you described, but from a health perspective, smoking food this way seems rather unsuitable. Scrambled Eggs expressed his thoughts delicately. Having heard of the NPC's affection system, which required higher favorability for unlocking hidden quests, in a real-world scenario, he would have rolled his eyes. You can do it without salt. Chu Guang was taken aback. Yes, microorganisms require moisture to survive. Smoking meat essentially dries out the moisture within the meat, achieving a dehydrating effect. The presence of salt would undoubtedly enhance the efficacy, prolong the preservation time, and significantly improve the flavor. However, in its absence, with proper technique, satisfactory results can still be achieved. Of course, if the fat content is high, dehydration may pose complications, which largely depends on the specific type of meat in question. At this juncture, stir-fried eggs paused momentarily, casting a somewhat awkward glance at the adjacent rack of smoked meat, and murmured softly, "Nonetheless, in either scenario, your failure to secure a proper seal is certainly inadequate. If one could cure food without resorting to the peculiar smoke leaves, it would be a boon for the outpost." Yet, Chu Guang remained somewhat perplexed. Even if the survivors of Better Street were utterly ignorant, having survived in this wasteland until now, it was hard to believe they could mismanage such a fundamental survival skill. Where could the error lie? However, Chu Guang decided against pondering such troublesome matters for the time being. Primarily, he was not so leisurely. Furthermore, if every issue were to be resolved by NPCs, what purpose would players serve? Excellent. This glorious yet arduous task has now been entrusted to you. He heartily patted the shoulder of the novice. With a serious demeanor, Chu Guang assigned the task of smoking meat to tomato scrambled eggs, carefully briefed him on safety protocols, and then, in a buoyant mood, departed. Indeed, another complication had been resolved. Speaking of which, with the food situation beginning to take shape, perhaps it was time to consider recruiting more players to bolster productivity? Relying solely on his own hands, he might not even manage to repair the walls of the sanatorium by the end of the month. Just as Chu Guang was lost in thought, an exuberant cheer erupted from a distance. Incredible! Damn it, we finally did it. Chapter 25, Shortage of Manpower. The jubilant exclamations emanated from the cement kiln. As Chu Guang approached, he saw Fong Chong and Lao Bai laboriously piling a mound of light, gray powder on the ground, mixing it with water and sand to form a slurry. A rough estimate suggested this batch of cement weighed around 20 kilograms. Given that it was merely a trial burn, the quantity produced was limited. However, based on the capacity of the kiln's filling port, processing half a ton per day should pose no issue. While it may not rival professional production equipment, it was still serviceable. A steam manager. Noticing Chu Guang's approach, the two players discarded their tools and eagerly rushed towards him. Cement. We've finally produced silicate cement. This achievement was no small feat to ensure the kiln reached temperatures exceeding 1,450 degrees. The duo had tirelessly operated the blower, shoveling in coal with fervor, nearly developing Herculean strength. Particularly, Lao Bai, with a genetic sequence inclined toward strength, was on the brink of leveling up after these 3 days. You both have done exceptionally well, Chu Guang commended, nodding in approval. With this cement, we have made significant progress towards our Phase 1 plan. The shelter will remember your contributions, and each of you will be awarded 1,000 contribution points. Joy illuminated the faces of the two players. Their hard work over the past few days had indeed borne fruit. However, unbeknownst to them, the NPC before them, a cunning planner, was already contemplating how to reclaim the excess currency they held. Rapid inflation was untenable. It would jeopardize the longevity of the game. Perhaps a gacha system? One draw for 1,000 contribution points? That could work. Just as Chu Guang pondered how to implement this appropriately, Fong Chong and Lao Bai exchanged glances, then respectfully addressed him. Esteemed manager, there is a matter I must report. Speak, he urged. Now that the cement has been successfully produced, we require additional manpower to commence construction at the outpost. Chu Guang regarded the two intently. How many do you need? Lao Bai interjected eagerly, at least 10. Naturally, the more, the better. The cement kiln requires manual operation, and the two of us can manage one furnace. Soon, we will need to construct a second, which will require 4 people. At least 4 more are necessary for transporting stones, and we need no fewer than 8 for building walls and houses. Chu Guang mentally calculated. That amounts to 16 people, doesn't it? Currently, the food reserves at the outpost were sufficient for 7 individuals, including himself, for 1 week. A sudden tripling of the population raised concerns regarding logistics. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to take a gamble. It was already the 9th. Almost a third of September had passed, and if they did not intensify their efforts, completing the outpost before winter would be exceedingly difficult. All right, I understand, he nodded, looking at the two players. I will request support from higher authorities. In 3 days, a new batch of members will awaken from dormancy and join our cause on the surface. Upon hearing this, joy blossomed on Lao Bai and Fong Chang's faces. With new recruits, their foundational plans would become significantly easier. Not only that, but Fong Chang's speculation was validated. This NPC's authority was indeed more profound than a mere NPC, capable even of influencing the game's closed beta process. This revelation sparked memories of early online novels, where fantasy gaming narratives depicted a world operating on limitless computational power, with the game company establishing the framework while content was dynamically generated by AI. Perhaps Wasteland OL was such a creation. The more Fong Chong contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. With the addition of carpenters and chefs, the players' working conditions and quality of life saw a remarkable enhancement. With the assistance of There Are Mosquitoes in the WC, Lao Bai and Fong Chang's construction team acquired molds for making mud bricks. And they also aided Quang Feng and Yi Shi in improving their fishing traps. They even crafted a wooden toilet from tree stumps that spared one's dignity. At last, the toilet could finally be used comfortably. However, not everyone appreciated this seated toilet design. For instance, Quang Feng appeared to possess a slight obsession with cleanliness and, even in the game, could not bear the thought of using a toilet previously occupied by another. Stubbornly, he dug a new pit beside the old toilet and erected a wooden partition for privacy. Thanks to his efforts, the outpost now boasted a second toilet. Yet, in comparison to these trivial matters, the most exhilarating development was the fishing venture undertaken by Quang Feng and Yi Shi. With the improved traps, the duo finally succeeded in catching their first fish before evening fell. And it was a sizable catch. Judging by its appearance, it was likely a catfish. The reason for the uncertainty lay in its remarkably broad lips and head, adorned with deep blue patterns interspersed with white spots, and its whiskers embellished with coral-like red tendrils. Evidently, this creature is a mutant that has undergone a transformation. Observing the struggling behemoth in the trap, both Quangfeng and Yi Shi were overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in their eyes, utterly indifferent to the creature's unsightly appearance. 3 days. A full 3 days. At last, they had succeeded in capturing one. Seizing the opportunity before the great birds circling above and the beasts near the lakeside took notice, they swiftly dragged the creature, trap and all, from the water's edge to the shore, mercilessly bludgeoning it to death with steel rods. Only when it lay lifeless did they bind its head and tail with rope, hoisting the still twitching carcass back to their outpost. Brother Chow Dan, do you think this thing is edible? What in the world is this? Staring at the catfish that Quangfeng and Yi Shi had discarded on the ground, the tomato scrambled egg chef was astonished, his eyes nearly popping out. After half a lifetime of cooking, it was his first time witnessing such a colossal catfish. Just the head alone could fill a basin. By the way, if this thing is thrown into the lake, can other fish even survive? Catfish are carnivorous. It should be a catfish, Quangfeng remarked. Of course, I know it's a catfish, Chow Dan replied, kneeling down to lift its lip for a glance, then tugging at it and exclaiming, "Goodness! This must weigh over 100 pounds. Yi Shi quickly inquired, "Can we make smoked fish out of it? Who on earth makes scrambled eggs with smoked catfish?" Chow Dan continued, exasperated. "This thing has a thick layer of fat and a slimy coating that retains moisture, making it quite troublesome to prepare. I'm not sure if it can even be dehydrated. So what do we do?" Quangfeng asked. "I've never tried it before. Let us give it a go." Chow Dan mused, glancing at the smoking rack he had spent half the day assembling, falling into silence. A fish weighing over 100 pounds would surely collapse it. He would have to start anew. As dusk descended, Chow Dan, stepping in for the manager, prepared a pot of fish head soup for the players, proving through practice that it was indeed edible. Surprisingly, it tasted rather delightful. Though lacking tofu as a side dish and absent the usual scallions, ginger, and cooking wine to eliminate the fishy odor, Chow Dan still managed to create a remarkably fresh and non-greasy fish head soup using only salt and soy sauce. The players ate with tears streaming down their faces. Chow Dan and the mosquito were astonished that the game even had a sense of taste, while the other 4 players were moved to tears for finally savoring a mouthful of proper sustenance. Oh, it's been such a struggle. That day, the game session ended at 6 in the evening, coinciding perfectly with 6 in the morning in the real world. The closed beta testers had just logged out of the game, and before they could even access the Penguin account, the messages in the Nyoma Club group exploded. "Jian, oh my god, you all need to check the official website. Yi Ao Nai Wahi. You haven't given up yet? Dao Xiao Lu Run. What happened on the official site? Jian, major update for Alpha 02 version. The official website will once again release 24 closed beta qualifications. The number of closed beta players will expand to 30. Dao Xiao Lu Run. What? Yi Ao Nai Wahi. Huh? They're starting to harvest the chives. Come on, how much? I'm checking if it's enough to file a case at the police station downstairs." Pix knows. Jian. It shouldn't cost anything. The announcement didn't mention any fees. Haha, I don't believe it. We want to even get in this time. Jian La G99 level. You're overthinking it. The reservation numbers have already exceeded 100. The probability of getting one of the 24 extra spots is about 1 in 4 to 1 in 5. Jian. Over 100? What the hell? Are there that many living people in our group? Jian La G99 level. Not all of them are from our group. I saw many gaming groups discussing this game last night. Dao Xia Lu Run. It's actually gone viral. Surprised. Shui Badong AI. Yeah, I just checked. The reservation count is already 111. Jiayan. What the actual fuck? Chapter 26. Alpha 02 version update. Official website. Wasteland OL closed beta Alpha 02 version update announcement. Major update. 1. The number of closed beta players has increased to 30. 2. The expansion pack Winter is Coming is going live. The game will enter winter within 30 days, and within 60 days, temperatures will drop to -10 degrees Celsius. If players manage to withstand the harsh cold, all closed beta participants who maintain an average online duration of over 4 hours will receive the exclusive title of Winter Warrior. If they fail the challenge, the game server will shut down for the duration, and after difficulty adjustments, it will reopen for closed beta. Optimizations. 1. A more realistic physics system. 2. A richer variety of mutated creatures. 3. Enhanced freedom of play. 4. Fixes for minor bugs. 5. The player manual has been updated to version 20. Players who have received invitation qualifications should consult it promptly. Current reservation count, 113 people. Good heavens. In the blink of an eye, 2 more reservations had been added. At this very moment, Chu Guang sat in the residence hall of the shelter, fixated on the official website's backend, pondering, where are all these people coming from? There can't be that many living souls in the group. Alt accounts? Unlikely. No one can create alt accounts on the Wasteland OL official website. It doesn't matter if you change your IP or even your head. The reservation qualifications are tied to the individual, not the computer. Chu Guang opened the forum and noticed many familiar IDs, along with a number he had never seen before. Jiayan. Why have there suddenly been so many people on the forum? Where are you all coming from? From the future Kakarot. The King S team? I followed a link someone posted. Irina. I'm different. I came from the driving group. Humorous. All the good names were taken by dogs. Bro. Can I borrow a word? A touch of nostalgia. Eating melon. Tung tung. What kind of game is this? Is it serious? Tian da Mo Wang. Same question. Jiayan. No need to ask. It's obviously not serious. Just look at those people above. Are they serious? I beg you all, please don't reserve. It's all fake, fake, fake. Frustrated. Tung tung. Tian da Mo Wang. Farewell. Chu Guang. Is Jiayan out of his mind? The official forum had finally gained some traction, and before it could even warm up, he scared away a potential crowd. Perhaps more than one. Chu Guang shook his head in disbelief, but didn't dwell on it too much. He wasn't the petty type. After perusing the forum, Chu Guang began to understand why there had suddenly been a surge of new users. He had no idea which group had shared the screenshots of the Nyoma Club chat along with the link to the official game website. Following that, this game, which only had an official website, a setting, and a vague outline, Wasteland OL, inexplicably became popular within the gaming community. Many newcomers have flocked from other gaming communities, primarily inquiring about the nature of this game, the timing of its internal testing, and absurd queries regarding whether one can disrobe or if there are any mosaics, questions that are rather inconvenient to address. Genuine discussions concerning the game's content appear to be scarce. Chu Guang couldn't help but ponder whether he should appoint a few moderators to assist in managing the forum. Switching to his desktop, he logged into his QQ account and entered the Nyoma Club game group, which was buzzing with activity at that moment. The topic of qualification for closed testing had seemingly been discussed earlier, and the conversation had now entirely shifted to the Alpha 02 update and the upcoming expansion, Winter is Coming. Is it not absurd for a game still in closed testing to release an expansion? Junk Picker level 99. What the heck? Doesn't that mean those without closed testing qualifications would miss out entirely? Who can understand? It's just ridiculous. Quit smoking. Could someone tag the dog planner and recruit more people? I don't need money. No, I can pay. Junk Picker level 99. Guang. Someone S calling you the dog planner. Quit smoking. Damn. Quit smoking retracts a message. Chu Guang. Why is it always this guy? Just as he contemplated whether to chime in, he suddenly noticed a private message from the future is long brother Guang. Are you there? Grinning. Curious about what this individual intended to say, Chu Guang replied, just finish something. What is up? The future is long. There is something I've been quite perplexed about. I'd like to ask you about the NPC referred to as the administrator. Is it played by your company's staff, or is it AI? Concerned that this individual might find the question awkward to answer, he quickly added, I'm just asking casually. If it pertains to corporate secrets, just pretend I didn't ask. Guang. No worries, this isn't exactly classified information, and as a mere planner, I wouldn't have access to any confidential content. The future is long beamed with delight and promptly typed. Oh, wonderful. Please go on. Chu Guang contemplated for a moment, mustering the audacity to type, in simple terms. Its existence is quite unique. Unique. Goodness. This NPC is indeed extraordinary. The sharp capture of two keywords sent the future is long into a frenzy, his thumbs dancing across the screen. Could you elaborate further? Guang. Indeed, it is a fully artificial intelligence developed by our company. Fully artificial intelligence? The future is long appeared bewildered. This exceeded his realm of understanding. Nevertheless, it felt incredibly impressive. Sitting in front of his computer, his eyes sparkled with excitement, yearning for this insider to divulge more. And Guang did not disappoint, continuing to type. Guang. Correct, it is an artificial intelligence that closely resembles human beings. Guang. It possesses its own personality, memory, thought patterns, as well as values and behavioral motivations, which is why we have granted it the authority to regulate players and guide them into the game. Just as I thought. This is indeed genius. The future is Long's excitement nearly caused his phone to slip from his grasp, his trembling thumbs continuing to type. The future is long. I understand now. No wonder its decisions can influence your testing progress. In fact, I've already observed that the game's core content has been developed quite thoroughly. The immersive experience feels like a real world. To put it frankly, even a picky person like me couldn't spot a blatant bug. The future is long. If there's one flaw, it's probably that there are too few NPCs. Therefore, I thought, is it possible that what you're testing is not the game itself, but rather the AI? Including the expansion Winter is coming that launched with the Alpha 02 update. Is that also for this purpose? Right to the point. This was the future is Long's self-assessment of his statement, piecing together various clues. He felt he had fully discerned the intentions of the game developers, while others in the group speculated about why Wasteland OL released Winter is coming during closed testing. Their fragmented conclusions seemed superficial to him. They barely scratched the surface, if at all. Only he stood in the stratosphere. The mysterious company developing Wasteland OL was ostensibly testing the game, but in reality, they were truly assessing the fully artificial intelligence operating within the game framework. And this expansion titled Winter is coming served as the company's examination of the initial generation of fully artificial intelligence. Silence lingered for a moment. Noticing that the individual named Guang had yet to respond, the future is long had already arrived at an answer, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. I'm indeed a genius. Guang, you are quite astute. Guang, indeed, as you stated. The Winter is Coming expansion is specifically designed to test the performance of the initial generation of fully artificial intelligence. And this is a necessary procedure to initiate the next round of testing. As he typed these words, Chu Guang discreetly deleted the elaborate explanation he had just prepared, feeling that this individual's ramblings sounded far more convincing. No exaggeration, this guy truly is a talent. In terms of creativity alone, the future is long. I think I understand your point. Thus, the testing progress is indeed influenced by the game's narrative advancement, correct? Guang, yes. The future is long. And at this stage, the only one who can drive the narrative forward is the administrator of Shelter 404. Am I right? Guang, correct. The future is long. Thank you. I understand now. I apologize for bothering you with so many insider details, but rest assured, I will keep it a secret. Grinning, Guang. Actually, it's not exactly classified. You need not keep it a secret. The future is long. No, no, no. I will definitely keep it a secret. You can count on me. Anyone who knows me understands that I am incredibly reliable. Grinning, Chu Guang. Is this what they call corporate-level understanding? I've learned something new. Chapter 27. Winter is coming. The leaves turn yellow, the temperature drops, and an unprecedented crisis looms. This winter will be harsher than previous years and will arrive earlier, leaving us little time to prepare. From this moment forth, we must seize every minute, even every second. Before conditions deteriorate completely, we must be ready to face the cold wave. The task panel has been updated, listing the essentials, required facilities, and corresponding rewards. Remember, it is only through unity that we can weather the storm together. Winter is coming. This is a trial set forth by fate for us all. In the residence hall of the shelter, an inspiring voice reverberated. Facing the spirited gazes of the players, Chu Guang delivered a passionate speech, officially inaugurating the prologue of the first expansion, Winter is Coming, since the game's closed beta. With the dawn of this new chapter, the atmosphere at the outpost of Shelter 404 began to change, much like that on the official game website. It was not just the players. Even Chu Guang himself could sense a palpable urgency in the gradually chilling air. The supplies stored at the outpost were hardly abundant, while the population had skyrocketed from 6 to 30, a five-fold increase. Though this surge in population brought more labor, it also exponentially heightened the pressure on supplies. In order to satiate the impending 30 mouths, Chu Guang had been quite troubled these past few days, tirelessly working from dawn till dusk, accompanied by Night 10, who possessed a perception-based genetic sequence, hunting to stockpile additional rations. For a time, the entire Linghu wetland park was thrown into chaos by their endeavors. However, the The results were equally gratifying. Within 3 days, Chu Guang had slain over 10 mutated hyenas and captured countless wild rabbits and squirrels using traps. Despite being mutants, they were still edible. Furthermore, Knight 10, responsible for vigilance and reconnaissance, successfully leveled up from LV0 to LV1. And Chu Guang felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough himself. Yet, the managerial genetic sequence was exceptionally peculiar. Chu Guang had yet to discern the nuances of upgrading, relying solely on health examination devices to confirm a minuscule increase in the development of his genetic sequence. On another note, the performance of other players was equally remarkable. Some could even be described as showcasing their unique talents. Lao Bai and Fong Chong utilized charcoal as a reducing agent, employing calcination methods to reclaim a small amount of iron slag from rusted rebar and automotive parts, which they then mixed with crushed limestone and clay in the cement kiln to produce more reliable clinker. This was indeed a labor-intensive task. Whether it was operating the blower manually or transporting stones with a repaired two-wheeled cart, considerable effort was required. However, this very exertion led to Lao Bai's advancement, with his genetic sequence elevating from LV1 to LV2, while his strength attribute increased by 1 point. As for Fong Chong, who worked alongside him in shifts, he finally broke through his limits, ascending from LV0 to LV1. However, his attribute growth was not in strength, but in agility. It appeared that while the development of genetic sequences adhered to the principle of use it or lose it, the growth of attributes was a different matter altogether. Speaking of upgrades, the most unfortunate might be Guangfeng. As of now, he was the only one among the 4 closed beta players whose genetic sequence level remained at 0. Over these days, he had captured a considerable number of fish using improved traps, yet he remained just a fraction short of the experience needed for LV1. It seemed that the experience gained from capturing mutants via traps was not on par with that acquired from engaging them in direct combat. This puzzled Guangfeng, yet, regrettably, there seemed to be no effective solution at present. Besides the 4 initial players experiencing the game, the 2 newcomers were equally full of enthusiasm, hardly taking a moment to rest. For instance, Mosquito, who was not in a hurry to level up, continued with his carpentry work, occasionally assisting Lao Bai and Fong Chong, or helping Guangfeng repair damaged traps. Aside from these tasks, he was busy with his own project. According to Mosquito's account, he intended to construct a simple wooden cabin to serve as his chemistry laboratory and storage. During his time transporting stones from the construction site, he had collected numerous bottles and jars, placing them beside the little cabin. Although Chu Guang harbored doubts about the safety of such a cabin, seeing Mosquito so content, he felt it best not to interfere excessively with the player's choices. In stark contrast to Mosquito's leisurely pace, Tomato scrambled eggs epitomized the diligent player. As the chef of the outpost, he was not only responsible for cooking, but also for assisting the manager with the process game. This entailed bleeding, skinning, deboning, cutting the meat, and, most crucially, smoking it. Given that the outpost's supply of salt was not lavish enough for meat smoking, Scrambled Eggs employed the most primitive smoking method, doing nothing at all. He hung the cut meat on a rebar frame, placing it inside a kiln constructed from clay and earth bricks, where he used charcoal to create smoke, slow roasting the meat to dehydrate it, sealing the entrance with pine branches and leaves. The smoked meat produced through this method resembled dried meat, capable of lasting for a time, even without salt. And there was no need for elaborate treatments involving wrapping it in tobacco leaves. By early or mid-next month, winter would likely settle in. At that time, he could simply wrap the jerky in plastic bags or tree bark and bury it in the snow, with little concern for spoilage until spring. However, the quality and flavor of the smoked meat were, to put it mildly, rather lacking. Additionally, Scrambled Eggs did not waste the skins he removed from the mutated hyenas. Instead, he collected them to craft leather. In truth, leather making is a rather complex and laborious process, far more cumbersome than making jerky. Yet, the shelter did not require luxurious, smooth, or supple high-end furs, merely warm materials for insulation, with little regard for quality. Thus, many unnecessary steps could be omitted. Previously, when Lao Bai was burning plant ash, the potassium lye collected had been stored in a plastic barrel he found. Scrambled Eggs made use of this potassium lye as a tanning solution, soaking the cleaned hides from his catches. Once the leather sufficiently combined with the tanning agent, he would hang it on a rudimentary drying rack to sun-dry, resulting in a leather of acceptable quality. Esteemed manager, I must report that I am truly overwhelmed with work. I desperately need assistance, even just one more person. As he received the freshly shot game from Chu Guang, Scrambled Eggs' gaze inadvertently drifted towards Knight 10. He felt that Knight 10 seemed rather idle, having only assisted the manager in retrieving game and appearing to contribute little else. Perhaps he could enlist some help for himself. Knight 11 quickly discerned Scrambled Eggs' intentions and waved his hands, saying, "Don't look at me. I'm very busy. Just kidding." Where can you find such a great opportunity to level up while following an NPC? He certainly had no intention of learning to cook alongside that fellow. Observing Yishur's resistance, Fried Egg couldn't help but roll his eyes internally, muttering to himself, "What a waste of time." Glancing at the complaining Fried Egg, Chu Guang spoke soothingly, "Yishur's assistance is crucial for my hunt, and his keen sense of danger is indispensable, so I cannot have him stay behind to help you. However, I assure you, your concerns will soon be addressed. Our reinforcements are already en route and will promptly arrive on the surface." "All right, thank you." "If that is indeed the case, then that would be splendid," Fried Egg sighed, pausing momentarily before continuing. "There is another matter. Although I attempted leatherworking, I am only capable of basic processing. As for turning them into clothing, I am utterly at a loss." Chu Guang chuckled gently. "You need not worry about that. Among the reinforcements on their way, there are individuals skilled in this domain. I will assign the tasks of leatherworking and crafting warm garments to that person. Not just a tailor. Among the 24 newly added players, talents from various professions abound. While they may not all be experts in their respective fields, some are even students. They can still contribute within their capabilities. Moreover, the internet serves as a valuable tool." Chu Guang held unwavering confidence in these vibrant, enthusiastic players. As long as they exert sufficient effort, they would eventually find themselves residing in grand houses. How promising. Chapter 28, 24 new players. Reinforcements arrive. September 12th, 6 o'clock a.m. After 3 agonizing days of waiting following the issuance of beta testing qualifications, the day of the server launch had finally arrived. Following the tutorial on the official website, Du Mingdao donned his helmet, reclined on his bed, and closed his eyes. Is this really all it takes? Just as this thought flickered through his mind, a beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating his surroundings, even though his eyes remained closed. Sitting up from the damp incubation pod, Du Mingdao surveyed his surroundings, his dazed expression swiftly replaced by overwhelming astonishment. Is this the game world? The metallic walls and tiled floor exuded a sci-fi ambience, while wisps of steam evaporated from his shoulders, gradually siphoning away his body heat. Taking a deep breath of the game's atmosphere, he faintly detected an unpleasant odor. Whether everything before him was real, Du Mingdao could not ascertain. Yet, the sheer intensity of immersion left him utterly speechless. This feeling is absolutely astounding. At that moment, a neighboring sleep pod suddenly opened, and a creature with a lizard-like mouth, covered in dark green scales, sat up. Upon meeting Du Mingdao's gaze, he was startled. "What the hell? What is that? What are you talking about? Who the hell are you? An NPC? What NPC? I'm a player. ID, Scavenger 99. I should be asking you who you are? You're a scavenger. I'm the one who spares lives. Wait, you're that newbie who joined the group a few days ago? Why do you look so hideous? You are the ugly one." The lizard man's amber eyes widened in confusion, clearly not grasping the situation. However, his gaze soon fell upon his own scaly, dark green skin, and an expression of terror gradually overtook his bewilderment. He hurriedly looked down, glancing left and right, his claws fumbling over his body, his tail twisting as he resembled a gecko that had fallen into a mud pit. Just then, his gaze suddenly fixated between his legs. With a piercing wail, he exclaimed, "What the hell? Why don't I have that thing?" Du Mingdao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "With a look like that, your focus is on that. That thing is missing, that one is too. Damn it, the developers are liars. If I can become a lizard man, why can't I choose a female character? If you don't want to be a lizard man, let us switch. Get lost." The sleep pod was equipped with a body scanning device that displayed 1's attributes and level, all of which were publicly available information on the official website. Scavenger extended a finger and tapped the interface, quickly projecting the attribute panel onto the screen. ID, Scavenger 99. Genetic sequence, mutant lizard man level, LV0. Basic attributes, strength, 8. Agility, 7. Constitution, 8. Perception, 8. Intelligence, 2. Talents, cold-blooded, enhanced stealth, sluggish in low temperatures. Bipedal, greater stamina, difficulty operating complex machinery. Regeneration, enhanced recovery. Challenging to improve genetic sequence level. Whoa, these attributes are something else. Scavenger vaguely recalled that the official website stated the baseline attributes for a normal adult male were around 5, fluctuating between 2. Clearly, he was not measured against that standard. Aside from a slightly lower intelligence score, his other attributes were remarkably high. The key was that he didn't feel unintelligent at all. Even if his intelligence panel showed a slightly lower score, so what? It didn't hinder his ability to show off. Realizing this, Scavenger couldn't contain his joy. A wide grin spreading across his face as he settled down. Observing the grinning lizard man, Du Mingdao inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" "Haha, I'm fantastic. Let us hurry and get out of this room. We need to meet up with the other players and not keep the administrators waiting." With that, Scavenger flipped over and leapt out of the incubation pod. He discovered that being a lizard man had its perks. He didn't need to wear clothes. As it didn't matter whether he wore pants or not, there was nothing that needed covering. Staring at the lively lizard, Du Mingdao's face reflected a mix of bewilderment. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a piece of paper stuck to the creature's rear. "You have something on your backside." "Where?" Prompted by this comment, Scavenger became aware of the foreign sensation on his rear and reached back with his claws. Unaccustomed to maneuvering this body, he fumbled for a while before finally scraping off the piece of paper. The paper was waterproof, having not been dampened. Yet the text inscribed upon it was neither Chinese nor any language he recognized. Scavenger scratched his head in confusion. What does this say? Resident Hall of the shelter. The once relatively spacious area is currently brimming with newly joined players. A diverse array of individuals stands here, each face adorned with expressions of bewilderment, astonishment, exhilaration, and curiosity. Prior to this moment, nearly everyone presumed that this so-called fully immersive virtual reality game was merely a whimsical jest concocted by a handful of bored gaming enthusiasts. Even upon receiving the helmets sent by the gaming company, the majority harbored a sense of skepticism. Yet now, all doubts have dissipated. If one were to seek a game more authentic than this, it would likely only be EarthOL itself. As the automatic door slid open, the player known as Garbage 99, emerging from the room, sparked quite a commotion. Initially, onlookers mistook him for an NPC, only to later learn that he too was a player, and possibly even a legendary hidden class. Bathed in the envious gazes of the crowd, Garbage seemed to have cast aside his worries about not possessing certain attributes and wore a proud smile. Did such attributes truly matter? Not in the least. "Bro, stick with me, I've got your back." He jovially patted the shoulder of Brother Knife, who merely rolled his eyes in exasperation, dismissing him. After all, his initial stats were only slightly superior. Accompanying Garbage out of the room was Du Mingdao, who also garnered considerable attention. Regrettably, his genetic sequence was merely that of an ordinary strength type, lacking any remarkable traits. As the players in the hall scrutinized the duo, he too discreetly observed the other players. Aside from Garbage, most players appeared rather typical, at least on the surface, with no discernible differences. Physically, they seemed predominantly strength and constitution types, though a few exhibited traits of perception, agility, and intelligence. What astonished Du Mingdao the most was the presence of two female players among them. One stood at 180 centimeters, her physique curvaceous, straining against the confines of her shelter uniform, likely a strength type. The other was somewhat shorter, barely exceeding 150 centimeters, unremarkable in appearance, making it difficult to ascertain her class, though she certainly did not seem to be of the strength type. Having a background in civil engineering and years of experience, Du Mingdao possessed an acute sense of measurement, particularly regarding distance and size, generally yielding minimal error. The two had emerged from the same room and appeared to be engaged in a minor dispute, their postures radiating competitive tension. Who is this little one? Still weaning? You. Being tall is something to brag about. Who knows how short you are in reality? Haha, someone who can utter such words clearly isn't very old. Are you still in elementary school? Haha, how unfortunate for you. But I'm the director at a fashion design company, quite grown up indeed. Unlike you, just seeking validation in a game. Haha, mere director? I thought you were a president of some major corporation. Which company does your little sister work at? Mind your own business. Du Mingdao found himself thinking that these two seemed quite juvenile. Of course, the clamor extended beyond just these two. After a long wait, the excitement of finally obtaining a closed beta qualification had the newly entered players buzzing with enthusiasm, incessantly chattering and exploring their surroundings, unable to remain still. Some even banged their heads against the wall, laughing foolishly without a care for pain. Such antics were still relatively tame. Others grabbed nearby players, begging for a slap, eager to experience the sensation of being struck, hoping it would prepare them for battling monsters later. Du Mingdao felt a shiver run down his spine. Had he truly entered a game world, or had he been confined in a lunatic asylum? As he observed someone preparing to drop their pants to relieve themselves, a voice of authority resonated throughout the residential hall, emanating from the entrance. Silence. In an instant, all noise ceased. The authoritative tone seemed to carry a peculiar pressure, compelling the players in the hall to instinctively hush their chatter, their gazes drawn toward the source of the voice. Du Mingdao was no exception. His excitement surged as he beheld the figure standing at the door. An NPC. The opening narrative. This must be the legendary administrator. Although it was his first time playing this game, he had been diligently following updates on the official website, thus familiarizing himself with the game's lore. The other players shared his anticipation, all holding their breath, eagerly awaiting the unfolding of the story. When selecting players, Chu Guang considered not only the professions listed on the reservation page, but also historical forum contributions, online duration, and overall activity. striving to exclude those with erratic thought processes and incessant debaters, individuals far better suited for bricklaying on construction sites than for this realm. Casting a sweeping glance over the players in the residential hall, Chu Guang spoke in a steady and solemn voice. "Welcome to Shelter 404. I am the administrator, codenamed Dawn." From the moment he began speaking, all players fell silent, captivated by his presence, fearful of missing any detail. Chu Guang felt satisfied with their reaction, surveying the hall once more. However, when his gaze landed on the lizard man in the corner, his expression froze for 2 seconds, nearly reaching for the gun on his back. What is this alien doing here? But judging by that foolish expression, beneath that skin lies a player. There is nothing to worry about. In terms of combat experience and panel data, these fledgling players were no match for him. While Chu Guang might be concerned about survivors lurking in the shadows, he held no fear of these players causing trouble. Kicking players out, banning accounts, revoking qualifications, it would take less than a second to execute such actions. What could be accomplished in that brief interval? Deciding to investigate the lizard man's situation later, he shifted his gaze back to the players in the hall and continued. "First, I must share some good news. The war is over. However, the bad news is that our world has been irrevocably altered. If you were hoping to pack your bags and return home to your mothers, that is evidently not feasible. We are now in the 200th year post-apocalypse. Fortunately, we have survived the most arduous years. You stand here today, more fortunate than 12 billion others. And now I need you to quickly recognize the reality of your situation and fulfill your pledge under the banner of humanity to rebuild our home. This is my assistant, Xiao Qi. Should you have any questions regarding the shelter or require clarification, feel free to inquire with it." He had once delivered the routine opening remarks, word for word. When the next batch of players arrived, he would repeat them once more, as he had no intention of altering them unless there were serious bugs or narrative inconsistencies. After all, they were painstakingly crafted. After a brief pause, Chu Guang continued. "In addition, the Residence Handbook has been updated to version 20, which includes the Residence Charter, codes of conduct, and requirements regarding public morals and prohibitions. I urge all residents to review it promptly. Those who violate the regulations may face penalties ranging from enforced hibernation and confinement to expulsion back underground and permanent disqualification. I hope everyone will adhere strictly to these rules." A wave of unrest rippled through the player community. Wasn't this NPC wielding a bit too much authority? Yet, their reactions were not particularly intense. By choosing to make a reservation, they had implicitly accepted the game's parameters. Prior to logging in, they had perused the Residence Handbook on the official website, which did not impose overly stringent stipulations. The newly introduced clauses merely imposed restrictions on player-versus-player combat, harassment of other players, improper trading, and malicious destruction of in-game facilities. These regulations aligned with the interests of the vast majority of ordinary players, and some of them had even been proposed by players themselves in forum discussions, later adopted by the developers. For instance, the suggestions from Lai Rifeng Chong and Lao by regarding the malicious destruction of in-game facilities, as well as a female player who had yet to secure a reservation spot advocating for the prohibition of coercive actions. These were commendable proposals. After all, this was a game focused on resource gathering, not a nuclear simulation or a risque title. Even games that championed freedom and sandbox concepts could not permit one player to recklessly undermine the gaming experience of others. Not only were these suggestions adopted, but Chu Guang also refined the rules further. For instance, those who maliciously damaged facilities would be subjected to compulsory labor, while those engaging in coercive actions would face permanent confiscation of their tools. Quite the stringent measures. What? Can't accept it? Then hurry back to play CF and let someone in need have your helmet. Having outlined the necessary precautions, Chu Guang led the 24 players away from the shelter, splitting into 2 groups to take the elevator to the surface. The overwhelming visual impact left these new players speechless. It was not just a visual sensation. Every sense, auditory, olfactory, tactile, and even gustatory, was alive with the realization that this was an utterly authentic world. Incredible. Is this truly a game world? Oh wow, I'm absolutely amazed. Awesome. Observing the players who were beside themselves with excitement, a faint smile curled at the corners of Chu Guang's mouth. He wished he could tell them that their joy was premature. After familiarizing these novice players with the outpost facilities, particularly emphasizing the prohibition of indiscriminate urination in the vicinity, Chu Guang took them all back to the infirmary, where they were handed over to the eagerly waiting Lao Bai and others. The construction site at the outpost was in dire need of manpower, alleviating any concerns that these players would be left idle. The seasoned players would instruct them on what to do. Some were called to help with moving bricks and repairing walls, while others, led by Feng Chong, went to the northeastern construction site of Wetland Park to transport materials for cement production. As for compensation, it was 10 contribution points per hour. While they were unsure of the specific utility of these contribution points, Every player was brimming with enthusiasm, eager to commence work immediately. Why worry about minutiae during the closed beta phase? The developers had assured them there would be no data wipes. They simply needed to get on with it. The vigor displayed by these players even made Chu Guang feel a bit bashful. Of course, not all players were assigned to the construction site. Tasks such as making jerky, tanning hides, fishing, hunting, and gathering also required personnel. For instance, a female player named Crow, who stood at 6 feet tall, was designated for gathering duties. Her genetic sequence was of the perception type. Although her primary attribute, perception, had an initial value 1 point lower than Yishu's, at 6, she possessed an additional innate talent, toxic intuition. According to the system's explanation in the player list, those with this talent could perceive toxicity purely through biological instincts, independent of knowledge and experience. Conversely, until she acquired toxin resistance, the effects of poisoning would impose more severe negative repercussions on her. Additionally, the positive benefits of this talent would be influenced by her perception attribute. It was indeed fitting for her to serve as a gatherer. Moreover, there was the lizard man. After assigning the gathering roles, Chu Guang called this player aside. "You're a level 99 garbage collector? What a ridiculous name." Upon noticing the administrator addressing him, the Garbage King thought he had triggered a hidden storyline and promptly stood at attention, nodding excitedly. "That would be me." Chu Guang nodded and was about to assign him a task when he noticed the Garbage King suddenly seemed to recall something and eagerly produced a note. "Esteemed administrator, when I awoke, I discovered this note. I cannot comprehend the writing on it. Could you enlighten me about its content?" "Let me see." Chu Guang took the note from his hand. It was somewhat damp, as if it had been soaked in water, though not entirely saturated, suggesting it was made of waterproof material. The handwriting was quite familiar and written in the script of this world. Chu Guang immediately deduced who had left it behind. "Where did you find this?" "From my backside." Chu Guang nearly dropped it from shock, realizing the administrator was visibly flustered. The Garbage King quickly clarified with a mix of laughter and embarrassment. "What I meant is that it was stuck in the incubation pod when I woke up." "No worries. I was just inquiring." Chu Guang continued to examine the note's contents. "Congratulations. You have won a prize. This is an Easter egg I left for you. The genetic sequences stored in the gene bank are not solely human. They include a small number of special genetic sequences. To be frank, I am responsible for this, though it was somewhat accidental, and I do not intend to take the blame. How should I put it? Don't you think this is part of natural selection? So, should we refer to it as a peculiar entity or a different species? Never mind, it's up to you to decide." Initial administrator. This fellow must be insane. Chu Guang was at a loss for words. He couldn't be bothered to critique the deceased and opened the system interface to confirm the lizard man's 5-dimensional data and talents from the player list. Just as the lizard man was tall and robust, his strength and constitution were extraordinarily high. Had it not been for the shot he received, his strength would have nearly matched that of his own level 5. Moreover, the talents of physical regeneration and cold-bloodedness serve as formidable assets in actual combat. Despite the challenges of difficult upgrades, sensitivity to low temperatures, and struggles with intricate machinery, these are not insurmountable flaws. In essence, the issues are manageable. Chu Guang was already contemplating whether to equip this individual with gauntlets or steel claws. Alternatively, crafting a metal canister for the front line also seemed like a viable option. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the esteemed administrator, the player known as Trash Picker, level 99, felt an unsettling chill in his heart. However, the NPC did not linger in his gaze for long, swiftly assigning him a task distinct from those given to other players. "From today onwards, you will hunt alongside me." Chu Guang resolved to refrain from concerning himself with weaponry matters. These players were not necessarily less astute than himself. It would be better to allow them to explore their own strategies. Trash Picker clenched his fists in excitement and exclaimed joyfully, "At your service, esteemed administrator." "Excellent, quite spirited." Chu Guang nodded in approval and continued, "You should wait for me at the entrance of the infirmary. I have a few matters to attend to, and I shall join you shortly." "Understood." Trash Picker scampered away eagerly. Chu Guang then turned his attention to another female player anxiously awaiting nearby. Her ID was Tung Tung, and her genetic sequence belonged to the intelligence category. She appeared somewhat petite, standing at about 1.5 meters tall. The expression of genetic traits is inherently unstable, and even the most meticulously designed sequences can exhibit flaws. There was little Chu Guang could do to assist her in this regard. Nonetheless, not all was bleak for her. Like the player Yaya, her talents included a particularly unique initial gift, dexterous hands, which enhances muscle memory and facilitates quicker mastery of repetitive tasks. If memory serves, her real-world profession was a fashion designer. If so, this talent was practically tailored for her. "Can you sew clothes?" Chu Guang inquired of the administrator. Tung Tung nodded nervously. "Yes, if I have materials and tools, I can give it a try." Although her primary work involved design and was predominantly computer-based, her practical skills were not insubstantial, being notably superior to the average person. Materials are not an issue, but we may need to figure out the tools. Come with me, Chu Guang instructed, leading her to the backyard of the infirmary, pointing to rows of coarse furs hanging on wooden frames. Are these sufficient? As Tung Tung gazed at the array of furs, her eyes widened in awe. Although she was uncertain from which animals these pelts were sourced, the texture and sheen clearly indicated they were of high quality. Are all these for me? Ting Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chu Guang nodded, responding, indeed. If you're willing, you may start by taking responsibility for the processing of these furs. The pelts on those racks were handled by our chef, who admittedly lacks expertise in this area. Of course, you can count on me, Tung Tung said, nodding vigorously. Do you have any specific requirements regarding the design? Chu Guang replied, there are no particular aesthetic demands. Warmth is the priority. Do you have the necessary tools? A sewing machine might be challenging to procure, but basic tools like needles, thread, and scissors should be somewhat available. While a sewing machine would be preferable, if the only requirement is warmth, these basics will suffice, she affirmed. Splendid. Chu Guang appreciated her industriousness and minimal demands. Then I entrust this task to you. Over the next few days, I should be able to procure additional game. I plan to venture north along the elevated road outside the city. I've heard there are migrating herds of deer in that region. With a stroke of luck, we might secure a considerable bounty. Chapter 30. This is quite the ordeal. Chu Guang was a man of principles and would not exploit the labor of players without compensation. Although the sanctuary was impoverished and contribution points could only be spent on resurrection coins, he nonetheless offered Tung Tung a wage. For each garment she crafted, she would earn 50 contribution points. The requirements were modest, functional, and warm would suffice. Once the shop system was implemented, he intended to price these garments based on quality, ranging from 100 to 500 contribution points, to sell to other players. This meant he would need to recruit an NPC to act as a merchant. He had heard that the nearby Brown farm annually sold off less capable serfs during the winter to conserve food and fuel, planning to replenish their stock with inexpensive goods from slave traders come spring. Perhaps he should try his luck there. Esteemed administrator, when do we depart? Trash Picker inquired eagerly as he approached Chu Guang, who had just exited the infirmary. There's no rush. I need to procure a suitable weapon for you. Follow me. Outside the infirmary walls stood a small wooden hut, constructed by, there really are mosquitoes in the WC, currently serving as a carpentry workshop. The outpost was lacking tools, particularly reliable steel implements. Many items had to be improvised from wood. However, necessity breeds ingenuity. By combining industrial refuse scavenged from the wasteland with timber, this adept carpenter had indeed crafted numerous post-apocalyptic style tools. One such item was a crossbow leaning against the wall, a remarkable creation. The wooden bow, complemented by stainless steel components, formed a simple mechanical structure with hinges, while the bowstring was fashioned from the sinews of mutated hyenas, treated for durability. The arrowheads were made from sharpened metal shards. With his stock of iron pipe rifle ammunition dwindling to about 20 rounds, conservation was paramount. It was preferable to use the crossbow for any game that could be taken down by it. As Chu Guang picked up the crossbow, Trash Picker mistakenly assumed it was to be his and hastily reached out to receive it, only to be rebuffed with a swift hand. Your weapon is that one. Chu Guang pointed to several spears equipped with sharpened metal tips in the corner, accompanied by a convenient carrying strap. With your initial strength of 8 points, mastering the throwing technique will suffice to slay prey within 10 meters. Trash Picker frowned. However, esteemed administrator, I still believe that having a ranged weapon would enhance my hunting efficiency. Chu Guang glanced at his towering stature of 2 meters. With a physique like yours, isn't it more fitting to charge forward as a tank rather than hide behind a snipe? Whereas your sense of masculinity. Spears are fundamental in hunting. They allow you to avoid being on the defensive, whether in close quarters or mid-range encounters. Today, I will teach you the skills of hunting. The choice of weaponry in the future rests solely on your shoulders. So, it was part of the narrative. Trash Picker nodded, somewhat understanding, and closed his mouth in silence. While engaged in conversation, the player known as W.C. Junyawanger pushed open the door of the wooden cabin, emerging with 2 glass bottles in hand. Upon spotting Chu Guang, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Esteemed administrator, I was just looking for you. This is what I referred to as acetone. It can be used as a solvent to produce smokeless gunpowder. As he spoke, he mimicked the gestures of an alchemist, shaking the bottle in his right hand, causing both Chu Guang and Garbage King to flinch and instinctively step back. No need to worry. As long as we avoid open flames. We'll be just fine, he continued, his excitement palpable. Such audacity was something he would only dare to attempt in the game. In his own workshop, he would never take such risks. Yet he was astonished that the game could be so realistic as to allow such creations. At that moment, He suddenly noticed the lizard man beside the administrator, and his exuberant expression faltered. "Who is this?" he inquired. Chu Guang cleared his throat and replied, "He is a new resident. ID, Enlaji 99G. Ah, a newcomer." Mosquito exclaimed, gazing at him with envy. "Starting off with a hidden profession. How fortunate. Now, tell me about the item you're holding." Chu Guang said, glancing at the glass bottle in Mosquito's hand. "How did you manage to create this?" "The method is quite simple. Really, it's just the dry distillation of wood. You place the wood in a sealed metal container and bake it, then use a tube to direct the vapors into a cold water bucket for condensation. The collected condensate can easily be separated into an aqueous solution and a viscous tar-like residue through simple distillation. The aqueous portion is wood vinegar, primarily composed of acetic acid, acetone, and methanol, which can be further distilled due to their differing boiling points. Acetic acid can react with alkali metal compounds to produce various useful salts, while acetone, contained in this bottle, has remarkable applications." As he spoke, Mosquito sighed with lingering desire. "If only I could obtain sulfuric acid. With sulfuric acid, we could produce hydrogen peroxide, which, when mixed with acetone, can create triacetone triperoxide, commonly known as TTP, or entropy explosive." Garbage King, listening nearby, was left speechless, unable to suppress a gulp. What on earth does this guy do in reality? This is utterly insane. Chu Guang was equally taken aback. He instinctively glanced at the small wooden cabin before him, struggling to reconcile such activities with the notion of a chemistry laboratory. Only players would dare to engage in such reckless endeavors. Regaining his composure, Chu Guang continued, "I will keep an eye on the chemical factories in this vicinity." "So, you mean to say that currently, we cannot obtain explosives?" "We can acquire high-performance ones, but black powder is relatively easy to procure. Just give me a bit more time. I'm considering other methods. However, sometimes it's not strictly necessary to use explosives to achieve a destructive effect." Mosquito shook the glass bottle in his left hand, chuckling softly as he added, "This contains a mixture of turpentine and acetone. I've even added a bit of plant fiber. If you ignite the cotton wick at the bottle's mouth and throw it, it can burn for a long time. A Molotov cocktail. This is quite a useful item." Chu Guang's eyes brightened as he took the glass bottle from Mosquito, weighing it in his hand. "Have you tested its power?" There are trees nearby, and I'm afraid the fire might spread," Mosquito replied awkwardly. "Not bad. It seems this fellow possesses some measure of prudence. I will take this outside shortly to help you test it," Chu Guang said, discreetly stowing the glass bottle away. Conducting chemical experiments in this environment is somewhat perilous, and furthermore, the shelter is not currently equipped to store such hazardous materials. I will reward you appropriately for your contributions. However, I cannot encourage you to expand production." After a brief pause, Chu Guang shifted the conversation's direction. "Nevertheless, I suggest you consider how these chemical products might be utilized in the construction and development of the outpost to create the value we need." "Creating the value we need?" Mosquito's expression was one of contemplation as he silently mulled over the phrase. Take your time to think it through." Chu Guang nodded, continuing, "Of course. I also recommend that you engage in discussions with the other residents of the shelter to see if they have any good suggestions. You may stumble upon unexpected insights." Chapter 31. Encounter with Raiders. The player's first battle. The applications of acetic acid, acetone, and methanol are indeed quite extensive. If the outpost is to embark on genuine industrialization, these chemical materials are indispensable. Although they may not be immediately useful, Chu Guang still bestowed upon player WC a reward of 1,000 contribution points, publicly acknowledging his remarkable achievement in successfully preparing acetic acid, acetone, and methanol from wood. One might wonder if this could be considered an all-server announcement akin to those found in online gaming novels. Observing WC proud expression and the envious gazes of other players, Chu Guang felt compelled to uphold this fine tradition. Indeed, not just within the game, it should also be publicized on the official website. Furthermore, we could establish a Hall of Fame to commemorate certain players' achievements on specific dates, whether they have resolved developmental issues or conquered challenging dungeons. As a humble ruler, the only cost-effective reward he could offer players was a sense of honor. After concluding these matters, Chu Guang, accompanied by Yi Shi and Garbage King, ventured northward along the elevated road outside the wetland park, continuing their exploration. They searched for traces of prey while seeking valuable exploration targets. The industrial clusters of Qingchuan City were primarily concentrated in the southeastern corner of the city, fanning out along the 3rd and 2nd Ring roads. The northern part, where Linghu Wetland Park is located, was predominantly residential, with several unfinished buildings visible along the exit road. This area, aside from having relatively well-developed public facilities such as education, healthcare, and transportation, had not formed large-scale industrial clusters. Only a few light industrial workshops were sporadically distributed in the suburbs, neighboring waste incineration plants. Now, most of them were covered by forests. As the nuclear war loomed, the northern suburbs of Qingchuan City, due to a massive population base and extremely low strategic value, had hardly faced direct strikes from strategic weapons. However, conversely, after the complete collapse of order, the overwhelming influx of refugees brought a different kind of disaster. Supermarkets, convenience stores, markets, and malls were quickly looted, followed by hospitals, schools, office buildings, and every shop along the street, even including every refrigerator and storage cabinet within residences. No shelter would risk its safety by opening its gates to accept them, nor was it feasible. The paralyzed transportation made it exceedingly difficult for these individuals to leave. Even 200 years later, one could still glimpse the tragedies that had transpired from the bullet holes in the walls and the shattered glass. In certain shop windows, beside shelves, and even within the refuse bins, there still hang remnants of skeletal remains, not yet fully weathered. It is a disheartening sight. As Garbage Master averted his gaze from the sight of two skeletons, one large and one small, entwined together, he gently closed the open lid of the trash bin. Knight 10, however, maintained a semblance of composure. After all, it was not his first time accompanying Chu Guang on an expedition, and he had long grown accustomed to the grim reality of such places, even taking on the role of a seasoned player to offer a few critiques. To be fair, the game's environmental design was impressively immersive, capturing the essence of a post-apocalyptic world. And indeed, this was a world born from such a cataclysm. Chu Guang casually remarked in response, keenly observing the interior of the shop window while marking a point on his paper map. This appeared to be a clothing store. Regrettably, only a few garments remained on the shelves, with the only two tattered pieces cloaked in a thick layer of mold. It was evident that scavengers had frequented this place long ago, and more than once. I fear we are exerting ourselves in vain, Knight 10 sighed, clearly disheartened. It's apparent that this place has been thoroughly ransacked. Yet we may still uncover something of worth, like this, Chu Guang declared, having discovered an unopened sewing kit behind a nearly shattered cabinet, tossing it into Knight 10's hands. The needles were likely crafted from alloy. While the thread was probably synthetic silk, being unopened, there was no risk of oxidation. Even after 2 centuries, it would remain usable. At that moment, the outpost was in dire need of such tools. Tung Tung will surely find it intriguing. With nothing more to scavenge, the group prepared to exit the store. However, at that very moment, a piercing scream echoed from a distance, followed by the sharp reports of gunfire. Judging by the sound, it was likely 5mm rounds. Chu Guang's senses heightened instantly. He retrieved his iron pipe rifle from his back, crouching low to conceal himself in the shadows against the wall, cautiously tracking the source of the noise. Not far from the street corner, beneath a crooked billboard, a man clad in a gray coat collapsed. Having been struck by a bullet, his face a mask of terror as he crawled backward. Blood seeped from his back, pooling upon the ground. A scavenger? Before long, a figure emerged around the corner. A gunman, dressed in a fur coat and gnawing on a half-smoked cigarette, approached the pleading man, wielding a makeshift iron pipe rifle assembled from refuse. Following closely behind was another individual accompanied by a dog. The accomplice brandished a similar weapon, a fire axe hanging from his waist, with a dog leash secured on the other side. Chu Guang's pupils constricted slightly. Within less than a second, he swiftly discerned the identities of the 2 men. Raiders, what is happening outside? Knight 10 inquired, leaning closer and lowering his voice. He believed he was being discreet, yet his efforts at concealment were evidently lacking. Shoo! Just as Chu Guang gestured for silence, the mutated hyena tethered by a chain turned its head abruptly, barking towards their direction. Chu Guang's expression shifted dramatically. Damn, this creature's skill points must all be in perception. In an instant, the 2 raiders also turned their attention towards them, reacting with remarkable speed as they raised their rifles to fire. Bang! Bang! Chu Guang quickly retracted his head, only to realize he had been overly concerned. The makeshift rifle likely lacked rifling, from a distance of an entire street. It had only succeeded in hitting the cement ground beside him. Are we under fire? What is going on? Have we encountered mutants? Garbage Master, hidden within the shop, remained unperturbed, even excitedly rubbing his fists together. Knight 10 mirrored his enthusiasm, promptly drawing his spear. Stay calm. Let me take a look, he urged. Look at what? Seeing that the 2 raiders exhibited no fear, Chu Guang felt his frustration mounting as he pressed Knight 10's head down, forcing him back. They are raiders, both armed and accompanied by a dog. Retreat through the back door. We will regroup at the bus station 300 meters to the south. Esteemed administrator, why must we retreat? There are merely 2 men and a beast. Our numbers are not inferior. Garbage Master clenched his fists. We can fight. Indeed, we can fight. Knight 10 enthusiastically nodded, seizing the crossbow that the administrator had just discarded, his morale soaring. We may only have 1 gun, But we also possess Molotov cocktails and this 2-meter-tall lizard. I refuse to believe we cannot overpower a mere dog. Hearing this, Chu Guang snapped back to reality. Right. Why should we run? In the past, as a solitary wanderer, it was only natural to avoid encounters with such ruthless bandits. Now, we are armed and have allies. Why should we flee from just 2 of them? Chu Guang quickly made a decision, simultaneously pulling back the bolt of his rifle to chamber a round. Let us take them down. You, take the Molotov and head over there. He tossed the cocktail and matches into Knight 10's hands, gesturing towards the street corner across from them. Listen to my instructions. The moment I fire, you ignite and throw. The raiders are unaware of our numbers. Seeing someone charge out will undoubtedly provoke them to pursue. Knight 10 hesitated momentarily. How am I supposed to get over there? Run. Or do you wish for me to carry you? Chu Guang replied, giving him a gentle push. Knight 10 stumbled to the doorway, though his heart raced with anxiety. The prospect of impressing the administrator spurred him on. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself. Damn it, let us go for it. What is there to fear in this game? As Chu Guang had anticipated, upon witnessing Knight 10 burst from the shop, the 2 raiders immediately erupted into a cacophony of taunts, firing 2 shots in his direction. Huh. Where do you think you're running off to, my little darling? Give it up, you can't escape. Surrender now, and perhaps we'll spare your life. Knight 10 couldn't comprehend their words, only feeling the bullets whizzing past his scalp. He dared not pause or look up, bolting into the shop on the opposite side of the street. The raiders exchanged glances and shared wicked smiles as they advanced, guns drawn, releasing the dog from its leash. Without firearms, he is likely just a scavenger rummaging through the area. Crushing a scavenger is no different than squashing a cockroach for them. Hidden within the shop, Chu Guang remained still, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Listening to the increasingly close barks of the dogs, he abruptly leaned out, aiming at the frenzied, charging mutated hyena before pulling the trigger. Bang! The 9mm bullet erupted from the chamber, leaving no chance for evasion at such a short distance of under 5 meters. Piercing through the beast's flank. Although Chu Guang had aimed for its head, the creature did not even have time to emit a cry. It collapsed to the ground, rolling 2 meters before lying still. The approaching raider was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the revelation that their adversary was armed as well. As realization dawned, the expression on his face twisted in fury at the sight of his longtime companion's lifeless body. I will skin you alive. Cheong, stay calm. There is more than one of them. Before the words had fully escaped, a Molotov cocktail was hurled toward them, shattering against the wreckage of a car behind them. Flames erupted alongside the scattered shards of glass. Seeing that the enemy still possessed Molotov cocktails, the raiders hurriedly sought refuge, their resolve wavering. However, with flames sealing off their escape route, they found themselves ensnared in a predicament with no viable options. At that moment, one of the raiders caught a glimpse of a terrifying figure from the corner of his eye, lurking beneath the eaves of a nearby storefront. It was a lizard with dark green skin, or rather, a humanoid lizard. A monster. Whoosh. The sound of slicing air interrupted the raider mid-sentence as a spear shot forth, impaling him through the chest and pinning him to the burning wreck of the car behind. Until the very last moment of his life, he failed to comprehend why such a creature, resembling an abomination, would be mingling with scavengers. He had heard tales of mutated hyenas being tamed as pets, and even of bears and horses being kept, but this was the first time he had encountered anyone capable of taming such a thing. It was utterly absurd. Chapter 32. A talent carved in bone. At the construction site of the old sanatorium, clouds of dust billowed as the sounds of hammering and unloading echoed, creating a bustling atmosphere of industrious activity. The players seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of energy and enthusiasm, pushing wheelbarrows salvaged from the abandoned site, transporting load after load of gravel to the cement kiln, where they would break it with hammers before feeding it into the kiln for calcination into coarse cement. Squatting nearby, players were diligently operating bellows, striving to stoke the flames within the kiln. Not far off was a continuously operating charcoal kiln, and further still, there were earthen pits for smoking meat and racks for smoking fish, with rising smoke and clamor driving away the birds from the trees. United in purpose, the players mixed the produced cement with sand and water to create a thick slurry, swiftly establishing the foundation for the first wall, wreathed in wisps of blue smoke. This site resembled a nascent tribe, youthful and brimming with vitality. Having entrusted the construction site to the civil engineering specialist, Spare the Blade, Lao Bai and Fong Chong commenced their exploration into primitive steelmaking techniques. Meanwhile, on the side of the fierce winds, fishing traps were being improved. Utilizing the larvae of mutated leeches as bait, effortlessly catching dozens of fish daily. Any surplus was handed over to Brother Chow Dan to be dried into fish jerky. The aquatic resources of the lake exceeded his expectations. The only caution was to avoid overloading the bait in the traps and ensuring the water level was not too deep. Otherwise, larger fish could easily damage the traps. However, these were minor issues. Once the tricks of the trade were mastered, everything would become second nature, and the process itself was filled with delight. New players felt similarly enthralled. There was no need for deliberate searching. Everything here was a novelty for them, experiences nearly impossible to come by in modern society. Many spent entire days confined to offices, repeating tasks that anyone could accomplish, losing themselves in the minutiae of life. Yet here was different. This distinction stemmed not merely from a fleeting sense of novelty, but from a profound fulfillment derived from self-actualization. Civil engineering workers, who had labored for 5 or 6 years without breaking into management, found themselves instantly revered as leaders by other players simply by declaring their profession. Likewise, workers mixing cement and plastering would find acknowledgement and respect. The vast majority of players were ordinary people, engaged in jobs that might not be particularly noteworthy in reality. Yet here, possessing a single skill, no matter how modest, garnered collective validation. Moreover, the surface outpost of the shelter was visibly improving, thanks to the efforts of each individual. Within Maslow's hierarchy of needs, this represented the highest tier, one detached from any base pleasures, providing a spiritual joy unparalleled by any trivial pursuit. Most crucially, attaining this fulfillment did not require a significant sacrifice. Even if one's muscles ached from exertion, it was merely the game character that bore the strain, leaving real life unaffected. In fact, early to bed led to a revitalized vigor come morning. These musings were mere conjectures of Chu Guang as he returned to the outpost laden with spoils, observing the players fervently engaged in their labors. Of course, he could not fathom their thoughts. For the managers, such matters were inconsequential. As long as the number of reservations always exceeded the players on the list, there was no worry about a lack of fresh recruits to sweat it out. Quitting the game? AFK? The sentiment remained. Please pass the helmet and account to someone in need and consider trying a more primal approach to gaming. To return to the matter at hand, the spoils from this outing were quite gratifying. 2 5mm iron pipe rifles, 62 rounds of 5mm ammunition, and 3 unexamined backpacks, all salvaged from the 2 raiders and the unfortunate soul they had hunted down. Chu Guang was not one to waste anything, collecting even the mutated hyena that had been shot in the neck. Taming did not diminish its flavor. After all, to Chu Guang, it was merely an exotic species. He handed the mutated hyena over to Brother Chow Dan, the designated cook, and began rummaging through the retrieved backpacks with fellow players Yi Shi and Garbage June matches. A compass, a map, and a few strips of jerky? What is this plastic sheet? Hearing Yi Shi's murmur, Garbage June, whose claws were somewhat clumsy, leaned in with interest to examine one closely. It resembled a casino chip. Give me the plastic sheets. I can use them. Chu Guang impassively confiscated the 20 or so white plastic sheets, as they held no value for the players. He then turned his gaze to the jerky clutched in Yi Shi's hand. As for the jerky, I don't mind if you eat it. Yi Shi, poised to take a bite, hesitated. Why? Chu Guang pondered for a moment before employing a more tactful expression. Raiders typically have few dietary restrictions. You cannot ascertain what kind of meat this is. Garbage June had yet to process this when Yi Shi, already beside him, discarded the jerky and began to retch. Even within the game, he could not accept certain elements. Observing the reaction of Knight 10, Chu Guang suddenly felt a surge of curiosity regarding the thoughts of these players. He turned to Garbage Lord and inquired about the sensation of killing. Garbage Lord paused momentarily, scratching his head, and replied, I didn't really pay attention. What feeling could a game evoke? I've played far bloodier games before. In fact, the blood effects in this game are rather understated, to the point that I barely noticed them at the time. However, when I charged forward and plunged my spear into the chest of the last raider, and the blood splattered upon me, I was suddenly overwhelmed by an insatiable hunger, akin to a primal instinct. Chu Guang cast a somewhat surprised glance at the lizard man, taken aback by the unexpectedly robust psychological resilience of this player. Could it be that the dreamscape dulled their perception of death? Or perhaps the players viewed this world through a lens of which he was entirely unaware. It was unclear. This apparatus, after all, was not designed by Chu Guang, and he had never donned the helmets of the players. He could not ascertain whether the world they perceived was identical to his own. It seemed he would need to engage with players more frequently in his capacity as a planner. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the northern wall of the sanatorium had been nearly restored. One could not help but marvel at the brilliance of these players. Chu Guang even felt that his role as an NPC was somewhat superfluous. Some talents, although not inscribed on their attribute panels, were ingrained in their very beings. Given a patch of land, they could transform it into a flourishing field by the morrow. Even if the server were to reset, or the world was to meet its end, they would reconstruct this place brick by brick. The treasures at the construction site were not merely the gray stones, but also the mountain of cement blocks encased in burlap sacks, These were too heavy for ordinary survivors to carry or utilize. Thus they remained as they were since the onset of the nuclear war, though the cement had long since hardened and could not be mixed with sand to lay a foundation. A change in perspective revealed its potential as excellent building material for walls. After all, it was far more reliable than the yellow mud bricks made by Old Bai. Under the guidance of Spare the Victims, the players drove pine logs, cut to lengths of 4 to 5 meters, into the earth, stacking cement blocks transported from the site in between, and securing them with rebar pilfered from the construction area. Finally, they poured the well-mixed calcium carbonate cement over the structure. Once the cement dried, a simple yet dependable concrete fortification would be completed. As for the inner side of the wall, it was constructed into a slope using cement blocks and concrete debris. In the event of an attack, the players within the wall could simply crawl along the slope, utilizing the cover to retaliate against their assailants. Considering that the scale of the outpost would expand in the future, an additional defensive structure could be erected on the outer side of the fortress, complemented by watchtowers and sentry posts for vigilance. The entire wetland park featured relatively gentle terrain, with the area surrounding the sanatorium being a forested plain, devoid of steep inclines that could serve as cover. I could fell all the trees in the vicinity. This way, we would be able to spot any approaching targets at the earliest opportunity. Impressive, my friend. What do you do in real life? Old Bai exclaimed, astonished at the new player beside him. He vaguely recalled the ID, Spare the Victims, but only just, remembering that it had been added to the group some time ago. He had not anticipated that such a small gaming community would harbor so many formidable individuals. Spare the Victims smiled shyly and replied, I'm just a civil engineering enthusiast. A marginal figure in my workplace, spending my days sipping tea and reading the news. Hardly anyone pays me any mind. No, you possess remarkable skills. Honestly, I never imagined we could complete an entire wall today. You flatter me, truly. As evening fell, the horizon glowed with a golden hue. Brother Scrambled Eggs, the designated cook, set up a large pot in the clearing before the sanatorium, tossing in fish caught by the wind from the lakeside, concocting a pot of pine nut fish soup. The players sat on the ground, each with a bowl and a piece of smoked jerky. Sipping the fish soup alongside the meat created a unique culinary experience. Of course, not everyone found this flavor agreeable. For instance, Tung Tung, seated on the ground, pinched her nose, a frown etched upon her face as she gazed at her bowl. Ugh, it's so fishy. Sensitive to odors in both the game and reality, she simply could not endure such a robustly flavored dish. Nearby, Brother Scrambled Eggs overheard her and rolled his eyes. Do you think I wanted to make do without cooking wine? I've done my utmost. His expression was clear. Eat it or don't. Just make do. This game won't feed you if you don't eat. Night 10 consoled. Why not pinch your nose and gulp it down? I can assist. Ting Ting shifted away slightly. There's no need for that. The administrator is not far off. However, he was not dining with the players. He lingered for a moment before hurriedly departing. When he returned, many players nearby noticed that his face was ashen, seemingly in a foul mood. A ripple of unease spread among the players. Noticing the commotion, Old Bai's curiosity piqued, and he set his bowl down. Rising to his feet, he hurriedly approached and pulled aside the nearby Gale for inquiries. Brother, what is going on? Gale's expression was grave as he spoke in hushed tones. I heard someone has died. Chapter 33, The First Drop of Blood. Died. Someone has died. Old Bai was momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. When he finally regained his senses, his initial reaction was disbelief. Could this game truly permit death? Logically, unless one actively sought to perish or willingly threw themselves into danger, dying seemed rather difficult. Not only was Old Bai baffled, but Chu Guang too found himself perplexed. He had not expected that the third batch of players, freshly logged in, would encounter a non-combat related casualty, a situation that arrived at least half a month earlier than he had anticipated. The player who had perished bore the ID Crow, a perceptive gene sequence, endowed with the talent of toxin intuition. Chu Guang recalled sending her out in the morning to gather berries and edible mushrooms, only for her to unwittingly wander near the lair of the mutated leeches. Through the player list, Chu Guang could ascertain the player's approximate location. As he explored towards her last known area, situated beyond the mutated leech nest, he promptly abandoned the idea of recovering her body. The juvenile mutated leeches were manageable, having undergone mouthpart degeneration, making blood-sucking difficult. At most, they would consume decaying matter, occasionally being gnawed upon by cockroaches and rats in the wasteland, or captured by diligent players for bait. However, the adult mutated leeches were an entirely different matter. These creatures swallowed their prey whole, their digestive fluids possessing anesthetic properties that would relax the muscles of their victims within a minute, rendering them unconscious within mere minutes. There was no doubt, now, it was likely that not even the bones would remain. Regardless, the logout time had finally arrived. Chu Guang escorted the players back to the shelter in batches. ensuring they were comfortably settled in their sleep pods before returning to the surface alone, where he found himself beside the active material extractor. The cylindrical extraction furnace was coated in a layer of dust. Ever since acquiring this apparatus, he had not utilized it, as it lacked power. Ironically, while the cultivation pods were equipped with compatible wireless charging interfaces for the shelter, this particular device had none, only featuring a plug with positive and negative terminals. It was evident that the designer of this contraption had no intention of allowing him to pilfer electricity from the shelter. Xiaoqi, what troubles you, my master? Chu Guang stroked his chin, pondering aloud. How can we inject the synthetic materials generated by this device into the cultivation pods? Quite straightforward, actually. The active material storage tanks of the cultivation pods are detachable. One should simply pour the active materials directly inside, Xiaoqi replied. Chu Guang nodded thoughtfully before shifting the conversation. So, it is also feasible to remove the storage tanks from other cultivation pods? Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment. I'm not certain, my master. You wouldn't be considering theft, would you? Borrowing, Chu Guang interjected, his tone resolute. The generator won't be available until the end of the month. I cannot afford to wait that long to revive the deceased players. Besides, there are still 70 unopened cans, rather than letting them sit idle. It would be prudent to utilize the active materials within. Xiaoqi murmured softly, but what if we run out? Chu Guang replied without hesitation, we'll find a solution then. For now, we must address the immediate issue. Solutions are always more abundant than problems. He contemplated the potential of enhancing death penalties or imposing additional penalties for consecutive deaths to curtail the player's curiosity. With an influx of players, establishing a novice village where individuals below level 5 are prohibited from venturing outside could be a viable approach to minimize waste. Chu Guang was still perplexed by the motivations of the player known as Yaya. While others might be indifferent, she at least belonged to the perception class. Upon returning to the shelter, he planned to engage her in conversation from the perspective of a planner. However, the crux of the matter lay not in how the players died, but rather that the deceased was a novice, entirely lacking the contribution points to cover any penalties. In other words, she was currently incapable of affording the death penalty, which posed a significant dilemma. He couldn't simply let her accrue a debt. What would the other players think? They would surely feel liberated from constraints. It seemed necessary to implement compulsory labor or punitive tasks to substitute for the death penalty in cases of inability to pay. Additionally, reducing goodwill and extending the cooldown for revival after consecutive deaths could serve as effective measures. With Xiaoqi in tow, Chu Guang returned to the shelter and first compiled the day's work results into a document on the computer, a habit he had recently cultivated. As the player population grew, the daily fluctuations in stockpiled resources had become considerable. As the manager, he must meticulously plan for every item. When timber fell short, he would rally the players to chop trees. When food was scarce, he would mobilize everyone to hunt or gather, ensuring that construction and production could proceed smoothly without stagnation due to a lack of any one resource. The inventory of building materials included 84 logs, 500 kilograms of carbon, 500 kilograms of calcium carbonate cement, 2 stacks of yellow clay bricks, and several hardened cement blocks. In terms of consumption, 220 logs had been utilized, with the day's cement production nearly exhausted, incurring an additional 200 kilograms in inventory depletion. As for food supplies, they received 50 kilograms of smoked meat, 10 kilograms of smoked fish, 2 kilograms of edible tubers, and a small quantity of raspberry berries. Approximately 10 kilograms of smoked meat had been consumed, as they prepared pine nut fish soup for dinner without utilizing the smoked fish. Perhaps I should hire a warehouse manager, he mused. I also need to devise a way to acquire more precise scales and measuring tools. Chu Guang spent some time utilizing the statistical information provided by Xiaoqi to allocate contribution points to each player's personal account based on actual performance. The newly joined players primarily earned contribution points through manual labor, calculated at 10 points per hour, with most falling between the ranges of 90 and 100 points. Only Tungting currently had a contribution point balance of 0. However, crafting clothing was inherently a skilled endeavor, especially when working with unfamiliar materials, necessitating some time for adjustment. Once she fully acclimated to the tools and materials available, he believed her contribution points would soon increase exponentially. After distributing the players' rewards, Chu Guang proceeded to open the system and verify the rewards for today's daily tasks. Task: chop 10 trees. Reward: 1 reward point. Task: kill an aberrant creature. Reward: 3 reward points. Task: collect 1 ton of stone. Reward: 1 reward point. Task: store 10 kilograms of food. Reward: 1 reward point. This amounted to a total of 6 reward points. In truth, the players had far surpassed the daily task requirements, yet the rewards available each day remained limited. Adding the points from previous days, he calculated that he had accumulated a total of 17 points. Let us take a gamble. After a brief contemplation, Chu Guang opened the subpage for manager's allowance and allocated 10 points to the intermediate blind box, using the remaining 7 points for the basic blind box. Soon, the walls trembled as the alloy door opened, and the rewards from the blind boxes rolled down the conveyor belt. Nanotechnology healing needle, primarily used for non-lethal injuries. It can significantly enhance tissue repair capabilities within a short time frame, thereby accelerating wound healing. This item was likely obtained from the intermediate blind box. The specific efficacy was not detailed, and its side effects were unknown. Much like the previous enhancement needles, it was a product devoid of any labeling. Since Chu Guang was not injured, he temporarily stored the healing needle in the drawer of his desk and then turned his attention to the other rewards. As anticipated, out of the 7 rewards, 5 were lollipops. One of them was orange-flavored, akin to the previously acquired chocolate-flavored one, offering a 10-hour attribute enhancement buff, though this time it boosted constitution rather than strength. The other 2 were a 200g chocolate bar and a 230g can of beef. The chocolate should be edible. But what about the canned beef? If memory serves me right, canned food was invented during the Prussian War of 1806. This can, likely aged, might be older than the antiques in my former World S Museum. Chu Guang decided to wait and see if a player would be willing to try it. After much deliberation, he resolved to invite a player with high goodwill to dinner the next day when they logged in. Such a generous offer should be hard to refuse. With the rewards confirmed, Chu Guang returned to his computer and sat down, not immediately opening the group chat, but instead navigating to the official forum. Searching for the player with the ID, Yaya. Initially, he anticipated a lengthy endeavor, but to his surprise, as soon as he opened the forum, he spotted this ID prominently displayed on the homepage, accompanied by a thread that had nearly 100 replies. Woo woo woo, it's all my fault for being reckless. I shouldn't have put myself in danger. I earnestly beseech the developers to show mercy. I truly didn't mean to. Please don't ban my device. QEQ, ban my device. Surely that cannot be the case. After reading the title, Chu Guang was baffled until he continued to peruse the entire post. At which point he grasped the gravity of the situation. This individual was truly adept at self-sabotage. Chapter 34. We are a serious company. Postbody. I confess. I was indeed reckless. But what can I say? Blame it on that toxic intuition talent. Anything poisonous emits a green glow to my eyes. It nearly drives my obsessive-compulsive tendencies to the brink. Wait, what? Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of astonishment. The ability to visually identify toxins? How impressive. However, what exactly constitutes the criteria for identifying something as toxic? Is there a dosage limitation? Moreover, what is the triggering mechanism for this talent? It was all too perplexing. Chu Guang decided to set aside these unanswered questions and continued reading. The post elaborated further, following the tasks assigned by the administrators. I initially foraged for mushrooms and raspberries in the forest. Thanks to my character's talent, I could identify almost all the poisonous berries and mushrooms, making my foraging highly efficient. And soon I had filled several plastic buckets. I figured I had exhausted the area around the sanatorium, so I decided to venture further afield. As I wandered, I stumbled upon a location resembling a parking lot. There were plenty of mushrooms there, and just as I was about to head back, I suddenly spotted a towering concrete pipe, reminiscent of a sewer entrance, emanating a brilliant green glow. I didn't think too much of it at the time. I reasoned that with so many mushrooms inside, it would be worth a look. After all, I could identify any poisonous ones, so as long as I didn't touch them, I would be fine. Furthermore, I saw no dangerous creatures in the vicinity, so I approached, peered inside, and I swear, I truly only took a glance. Then, something horrifying occurred. A lump of flesh, the nature of which I could not discern, came crashing down upon my face. I was immediately rendered unable to breathe or open my eyes, and soon I found myself utterly immobilized, as if something had swallowed me whole. Although I felt no pain, the sensation was utterly dreadful. Just as I was on the verge of losing consciousness, I suddenly awoke in reality. Everything that had transpired felt like a nightmare. At first, I thought I had disconnected, so I hastily donned my helmet to reconnect, only to see the words connection lost displayed within the helmet, which then changed to login restricted. No matter how I tried, I couldn't T-log back in. Woo woo woo. Incredible. What a reckless endeavor indeed. After reading the post, Chu Guang was left dumbfounded. This player was undeniably brave, genuinely using their face to probe the underbrush. Were it him, he certainly would not dare to engage in such foolhardy antics. The netizens below were equally unkind. Some had already secured access to the closed beta and were merely enjoying the spectacle, while many others, who had been unable to make reservations, condemned such disgraceful wastefulness. It is worth noting that the resurrection cooldown is at least 3 days. This reckless act effectively squandered 3 days of gameplay time. Surely there were better ways to spend that time? Night 10. Losing your head is one thing, but a headless senior sister? Humorous. Quit smoking. What the? Is that it? If you can't play well, kindly donate your gaming qualifications to those in need. Damn. TT. Det big eyes. Indeed, that's quite reckless. Isn't this just a waste? Let me take over. Irina, continue updating. Please elaborate on what it felt like to be consumed. Humorous. A good name taken by a dog. Now you've got me thinking inappropriately. My friend, let's talk privately. Humorous. From here, the thread began to veer off course. What had started as a plea for help devolved into a situation where no one cared whether her issue was resolved. Eventually, seeing that the officials had ignored her and the netizens were far too harsh, the post transformed into a one-sided argument where the original poster was desperately engaging with the commenters. This young player's retorts were quite sharp, clearly indicating she was no novice in such exchanges. Chu Guang, unable to bear it any longer, locked her thread and sent a private message through the backend. Hello, I am the game planner for Wasteland OL. We have received your feedback. According to the game's death penalty mechanics, a 72-hour cooldown is required for resurrection. Please be patient until the cooldown period ends, and you may log back into the game. Yeah, I have to wait 3 days? Can it be changed to 1 day? I'm willing to pay for it. Just tell me how much. Chu Guang, this is not a matter of money. Yeah, can't we make an exception? I beg you, dear planner. I truly did not mean to. Please help me. By the way, what's your QQ number? Can I add you? Typing here is quite cumbersome. Let us chat on QQ instead. Pleading. Chu Guang, rules are rules. I cannot assist you with that. Yeah, really can't you make an exception? Pleading. Chu Guang remained unmoved, continuing his message. Moreover, aside from the resurrection cooldown, players also lose 500 contribution points upon their first death in the game. Yeah, and I lose contribution points. But I don't have that many. Chu Guang, this complication lies here. Currently, you only possess 30 contribution points, which you earned from gathering tasks. This amount is insufficient to cover the penalties for death. Yeah, so what happens if I don't have enough? Nervous. Chu Guang, the current setting is that it will affect NPC evaluations of the player. In other words, it will decrease their favorability. Yeah, decrease favorability. Please, no? QEQ. Now you realize the severity of the situation? Where were you when you needed to be aware of this? Clearly, you had no comprehension of the issue's gravity. Imagine, the character you embody bears the mission of saving civilization. Yet, as an elite human tasked with supporting surface construction, you have not created any value but instead caused significant trouble for everyone. Do you not feel any remorse? You couldn't even earn 500 free coins and wasted a large canister of vital material. Do you not feel any shame? Yeah, but this is just a game. Indeed, it is a game, but it is not solely your game. Chu Guang asserted with conviction. You must have played a murder mystery game before. Yeah, yes, I have. Chu Guang, this is akin to a game involving 30 players, where 29 are earnestly engaged, while one person is merely goofing off. And they are even holding an identity card. You should understand how detrimental such behavior is to the other players. In truth, it is not as exaggerated as it seems. Merely a novice. If he perishes, so be it. However, Chu Guang felt that if he displayed no reaction, these players would fail to remember the lesson. It was imperative to impart some education. Yet perhaps he had been overly harsh in his words. This young player possessed a thin skin. Or perhaps had truly been deceived while engaging in script murder in reality. Sitting before the computer, Yia was on the verge of tears, desperately typing out apologies. I'm so sorry. It was my fault. QEQ. A flurry of messages flooded the chat window, and Chu Guang, who had been poised to continue typing, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Why did it feel as though he were engaging in psychological manipulation? Never mind. It was of little consequence. Chu Guang, there is no need to apologize to me. I merely wish to elucidate the game's penalty mechanism and the rationale behind such a design. You may, in a moment, share your insights in that thread with the other players. I will unlock the post. Chu Guang, additionally, I must reiterate that the positioning of Wasteland OL is that of a hardcore game. During the initial phase, there will be scant leisure elements. A decision we made during the entire game framework's design. If you find the settings intolerable, I suggest you either switch to another game or wait for the open beta, when the content will be more substantial. Yeah, please don't. I want to play. Without the helmet, I'll perish. QEQ. Yeah, esteemed planner. I have no objections to the death penalty. How might I restore the lost favor? Is it effective to admit my mistake after revival? QEQ. Chu Guang. It may be of some use, but its significance is minimal. The AI personality and behavioral logic of the manager is designed to be neutral and lawful. Their evaluation is primarily based on whether a player's actions align with the overall interests of the shelter. Therefore, to make amends, allow them to witness your efforts and refrain from engaging in thoughtless actions. Yeah, I understand. May I offer a small suggestion? Chu Guang, please go ahead. Yeah, could you perhaps introduce some purchasable gifts in the future? Something that could enhance favorability? I see that other games have them, like the Big-Nosed Mole Manor, where I can spend money. Chu Guang facepalmed, typing, "Dear friend, you must not always think that money solves problems. We are a legitimate company. If a person is gone, what use is money? Can it be burned to bring them back?" Taken aback, Yiya paused, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, momentarily bemused. A legitimate company? Isn't that synonymous with extorting money? Surely. Only those who do not seek money are the unscrupulous ones. Closing the webpage, Chu Guang set aside the matter of this young player and logged into his QQ account. Interestingly, the Nyoma Club was discussing the very post on the official website. It appeared that the players were quite invested in the game's death penalty. Dare to spare. Having played it, I must say, this game is indeed remarkable. I retract my previous statements and bowed down to its brilliance. Prideful yet unyielding. What the hell? Did you, with your pronounced features, get bribed by the management? Prideful yet unyielding was muted by the administrator for 1 hour. Night 10. Is the dog barking again? Old bye. Cut the nonsense. Have you seen the post on the official website? It concerns the person who died today. Night 10. I saw it. Their ID is Yiya? The one with the long legs at 180 centimeters. Admin, please find a way to add them to the group. Funny. Old bye scram. Go do it yourself. Fong Chong. Having read the post, I summarized 3 points. 1. Losing consciousness or dying in the game results in a forced disconnection. 2. The extreme pain sensation has indeed been removed. This aligns with my prior testing. I must commend the game's developers for their shrewdness. With no sensation, it feels unreal. Yet excessive pain is discouraging. This balance is just right. However, I still maintain that it would be better if players could adjust it themselves. Grinning. Night 10. And what about the other point? Furious wind. Let me add. If you don't provoke trouble, you one team meet your demise. Fong Chong, correct. Quit smoking. I'm exasperated. Why can't I secure a reservation? I desperately want to play. TT. Old bye. Why not ask Brother Guang for a favor? Quit smoking. I've already tried. He told me to wait. TT. Night 10. My condolences. Old bye, huh? That seems excessive. Did you perhaps insult him in secret? This guy does hold grudges. I checked and found he is a Scorpio. Quit smoking. No way. Why would I dare insult him? I'm his most loyal fan. TT. Old bye. That is quite strange. I'll ask him about it another day. Fong Chong. By the way, has Garbage Picker level 99 gone online yet? Night 10. I'm not sure. Should I tag you? Old bye. Garbage Picker level 99. Garbage Picker level 99. Ahem. What is up? I'm in the group. There's little intrigue and lurking in the group. Besides, in such a familiar circle, a newcomer like him, who had just joined days ago, found it rare to interject. Fong Chong. I see your character is a lizard man. How does it feel to remove the helmet and return to reality? Any dissonance? Chu Guang, also eavesdropping, felt intrigued. He was curious about the sensations experienced by players entering the game as lizard men, especially with the absence of a small tail and the presence of a larger one. He wondered how one might adapt. Garbage Picker level 99. Not really. It feels quite good. My athletic abilities in-game are exceptional, and my reflexes are swift. Upon exiting the game, I didn't notice anything amiss. However, there is one thing I find hard to adjust to. In the game, I constantly crave raw meat. And seeing blood makes me feel feverish, but once I remove the helmet, it's all gone. Quite fascinating. Fong Chong, damn. Why is it that even non-human characters can be chosen, yet creating a female character is off-limits? Furious wind. Ahem, let us be rational, brother. Old bye, you're starting to frighten me. Fong Chong, get lost. I merely wanted to experience the sensation. Pure curiosity, you all understand. Night 10. No. We don't understand. Furious wind. Speaking of which, Night 10 and Garbage Picker, when you two went hunting with the manager today, did you encounter any raiders? Garbage Picker level 99, yes. There were 2 raiders and a tamed mutated hyena. They were executing a scavenger when we arrived, and by the time we noticed, that person had already met their scripted demise. We then eliminated the 2 raiders and claimed their gear. Fong Chong tamed. So, mutants can indeed be domesticated. I wonder if players will be able to raise pets in the future. This seems like a hint from the developers. Stroking chin. Furious wind. Did you kill the NPC? Garbage Picker level 99. Well, the attack was ordered by the manager, so it shouldn't violate the resident's handbook, right? I even checked afterward. It only prohibits attacking neutral or friendly NPCs. Night 10. I believe those should be considered spawned wild monsters, not NPCs, right? However, the blood effects were indeed quite realistic, to the point where I almost believed a real death had occurred. Upon reaching this point, Chu Guang fell into contemplation. He had previously speculated whether the world seen by players might be filtered, and it now seemed there was indeed a possibility of this. Yet, this filter may not resemble those found in beauty cameras. It is more likely akin to a conceptual blurring effect, much like the device's approach to pain perception. Excessive pain would be masked by the player's brain, and sensory shocks beyond the threshold of tolerance would presumably undergo corresponding emotional desensitization. Otherwise, triggering the brain's meltdown mechanism would cause players to awaken abruptly from their nightmares, thus severing the connection, wouldn't it? Clearly, these nuances had already been contemplated by the designers of this apparatus. Upon analyzing this, Chu Guang suddenly felt a twinge of envy. When he first arrived in the wasteland, it had taken him considerable time to overcome such psychological barriers. Kongfeng, are they speaking Mandarin? Jian Laji 99. What they're saying is rather strange. The pronunciation resembles Chinese, but is not quite it. I can't understand it at all. It must be randomly generated by the program. In depicting extraterrestrial planets or alternate worlds, numerous films and games employ similar concepts, creating an alien language by scrambling the normal sequence of words or entirely fabricating it. For instance, the gibberish spoken by characters in The Sims. From Jian Laji 99's perspective, Wasteland OL likely adopted a similar design. In this regard, the game has indeed done a commendable job. Feng Chong. Indeed, the arrangement of this plot is quite intriguing. I sense it is meant to remind us of the hidden dangers in this wasteland. Just like the mutant tribes we previously explored, the aim should be to evoke a sense of crisis. You sure? Isn't it a randomly generated plot? Feng Chong. Everything you see is meticulously designed by the program. True randomness does not exist. Lao Bai, I think Feng Chong has a point. It feels rather deliberate for such an event to occur on the day new players log in. Feng Chong. This can only be considered a hypothesis. I believe this plot segment can be interpreted as a reflection of the expanding scale of the outpost and the overall enhancement of player strength, suggesting that conflicts with other factions and mutants in the wasteland will gradually intensify. The struggle for survival resources and space may become the central theme of the next phase of the game. Feng Chong. In fact, preparations for war can already commence. I estimate that soon, with the conclusion of the winter is coming expansion, the next expansion will revolve around outpost conflicts. Kongfeng, impressive. Jian Laji 99, 6666. This analysis is on point. Yi sure, amazing, Feng Chong. You're in the stratosphere with this insight. Jian damn. I want to play. TT subsequently. The group began exchanging tips on smelting steel and producing gunpowder, while Chu Guang sat before the screen, utterly astounded. Goodness. This brother had considered aspects that even the planner himself had overlooked. What a talent. Chu Guang mused, promptly copying and pasting this insightful analysis into a document for safekeeping. You're all right. You're all seasoned veterans. If anyone inquires in the future, Chu Guang resolved to explain it just like this. Chapter 35. Please, let me get on and grind. With player numbers increasing from single to double digits, it wasn't just productivity that surged, a multitude of new issues followed suit. For instance, the issue of online time. Chu Guang realized he seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. Not everyone needed to work or attend school during the day. Especially within the single-player gaming community, there were plenty of those who perpetually bubbled in the group chat, leaving one to wonder how they made a living in reality. Having forgotten to shut down his computer after a late-night session, Chu Guang, while dozing off in his chair, was jolted awake by the ping of a private message at midnight. Damn, who could that be at this hour? Rubbing his eyes awake, Chu Guang squinted at the private message and discovered it was from Jian Laji 99 of the Bull and Horse Club. Jian Laji 99, Brother Guang. When is the earliest I can log in? Jian Laji 99. I can't wait any longer. I implore you, please let me log in and grind. Zhao, is there really such a person? Chu Guang, still not fully awake, pondered for a moment before typing back. Guang, I was just catching up on sleep. Don't you have to work during the day? Jian Laji 99. Work? This game will definitely make big money in the future. Better to seize the time to level up. Guang, is it really appropriate to say such things in front of the planner? Never mind. I'll pretend I didn't hear. Guang, you might want to take it easy. The date for open beta hasn't been announced yet. It's possible we might have a closed beta for a year or two, followed by an internal test for 3 to 5 years. Jian Laji 99, not important. You guys are a big company and aren't worried about bankruptcy. Why should I be concerned? His reasoning was remarkably clear, even more so than the majority of players who had received internal test qualifications. The games currently on the market are mere dross compared to this one. Not to mention, the liberation of nighttime hours is already overwhelmingly advantageous. Who would refuse an extra 8 hours of life each day? A little fatigue during the closed beta is inconsequential. It won't always be this exhausting, and one can't keep grinding until the servers shut down, can they? Only the little paratroopers would take the closed beta content as the entirety of the game. Laji 99 envisioned further ahead. Though he didn't know when the open beta would commence, once it did, it would undoubtedly be a roaring success. Getting to play early was equivalent to gaining a head start. meaning an additional day of advantage over others. Not to mention the game itself was already captivating enough to ensnare him. Guang, suit yourself. Jian Logi 99. Then, esteemed planner, could you possibly let me log in? Hee. I promise, whatever you ask me to test, I will test. Guang, what you do is none of my concern, as long as you abide by the game rules. But it's quite late. What will you do in-game at this hour? The game time is synchronized with real time, so it should still be deep into the night. This was also the reason Chu Guang hadn't allowed survivors to work at night. Even he wouldn't dare to stay out in the wild all night. Jian Logi 99, precisely because it's night. You may not know this, but my genetic sequence in the game is that of a mutant. Strictly speaking, night is my domain. During the day, I should be sleeping. Hee. Dear planner, please let me in. Light, I would like to apply. Garbage picker level 99. Thank you, Brother Guang. Chu Guang sighed, rising from his chair and adjusting his somewhat disheveled collar and buttons. He had never encountered such an enthusiastic player before. However, the fellow's assertions seemed to carry some weight. Strictly speaking, the night indeed serves as the domain of the aberrants. For a lizard man like Garbage Picker level 99, darkness might not necessarily spell danger. Rather, it could provide a cloak of concealment. With an idea forming in his mind, Chu Guang opened the player list and switched Garbage Brothers' equipment from locked to enabled. Almost simultaneously, the sound of a hatch opening echoed from the adjacent room. Goodness, that was swift. Observing the lizard man emerging from the room, Chu Guang composed his expression, clasping his hands behind his back, and addressed him with a serious demeanor. Awake? Just in time. I happen to have a task for you. Triggered a mission? Garbage Picker level 99 stood at attention, brimming with energy. Please command me, esteemed administrator. Chu Guang wasted no time and got straight to the point. At 76th Street, directly opposite the east gate of Wetland Park, there exists a tribe of mutants. During the day, we have also detected signs of raider activity along the elevated outskirts to the north. I suspect there may be a raider stronghold in the northern region. I need you to scout north along the elevated route, searching for any traces of survivor activity within a 3-kilometer radius. Should you discover any suspected survivor outposts, mark them on the map and return immediately to report. Remember to conceal yourself and avoid unnecessary combat. Additionally, if you encounter suitable targets, feel free to undertake hunting side missions. Rewards are always valid. Upon hearing Chu Guang's orders, the towering figure immediately bowed respectfully. As you command, esteemed administrator. Having finally secured permission to log in, Garbage Picker level 99 wasted no time. After leaving the shelter, he took the elevator to the surface and swiftly vanished into the night outside the sanatorium. Chu Guang could sense the general position and distance of each player. Once he confirmed that Garbage Brother was not wandering aimlessly but was obediently heading north as commanded, he returned to the shelter, closed the door, and resumed his dozing in the chair. The following day, before 6 in the morning, aside from yesterday's crow still busy recreating clone bodies, other players gradually emerged from their incubation pods. As for Garbage Brother, who had ventured out earlier, he had yet to return. However, Chu Guang was able to confirm through the player list that he was still alive and not too far from Wetland Park. Esteemed administrator, what arrangements do we have for today? Old Bai was the first to step forward, respectfully inquiring. Although it was a rather redundant question, he repeated it daily, hoping it might trigger some storyline. If not, it served simply to assert his presence before the administrator. Chu Guang fulfilled his duties as an NPC as usual, responding in a routine manner. As yesterday, tasks are posted on the bulletin board. Beyond that, you may act freely. The outpost is currently in dire need of food, building materials, and defensive fortifications. One side of the outpost's wall has been repaired. The remaining 3 walls should be completed within 2 days. What concerned Chu Guang more was that the commotion at the outpost was attracting attention from the mutant tribe on 76th Street to the east. Currently, the entire outpost possessed only 3 firearms, 2 of which were mere 5mm pipe guns. While they couldn't be said to be entirely defenseless against the green-skinned muscle-bound brutes, they would undoubtedly suffer severe consequences, likely leaving only himself able to escape. Should that group of beasts capture any players, it would be a fate worse than death. Typically, the mind succumbs before the body. Of course, if players were indeed captured, they would likely face a forced disconnection, rendering them oblivious to subsequent events, no matter their curiosity. The group ascended to the surface in batches, spirited and ready to commence a new day's work. Where's Garbage Coin? I don't see him, Night 10 remarked, scanning the crowd only to find the large lizard absent. Chu Guang glanced at him and replied, he has already departed. I have assigned him a special task. Upon hearing this, the nearby players displayed expressions of envy. Indeed, a special profession was distinctly different. While they were still engaged in menial labor, he had already triggered an exclusive mission. Damn those Europeans. Night 10, you and I shall venture out shortly, and Fong Chong, you will join us. After much contemplation, Chu Guang ultimately decided to bring along someone with a brain. Feng Chong, taken aback, promptly abandoned Old Bai's resentful gaze and trotted over eagerly. Although he had promised to study steelmaking with Old Bai prior to logging in, the thrill of undertaking a mission with the boss far outweighed that. Not to mention the generous rewards. Merely the fresh first-hand information was enough to entice him. Good brother, wait for my return. Scram, don't come back. Ignoring the exchange between the two players, Chu Guang removed the two 5mm pipe rifles from his back and tossed one to Feng Chong and the other to Knight 10. Along with 20 rounds of ammunition. He did not expect these novices to hit anything with such rudimentary firearms. The key was to intimidate the opposition with a few shots if necessary. Who knows, they might even hit something, and even a single hit would be a considerable gain. Naturally, avoiding combat altogether would be ideal. The safety is on the right side of the trigger. Familiarize yourselves with its location. But don't engage it unless I instruct you to do so. Observing the two players excitedly fiddling with their weapons, Chu Guang paused before continuing. We are to visit a nearby survivor outpost to exchange some supplies needed by the outpost. Regardless of what occurs, you must heed my commands. Do not act independently. Especially refrain from firing indiscriminately or displaying hostile behavior. Remember, we represent the entirety of Shelter 404. Do you understand? Understood. Feng Chong stood at attention, excitement radiating from him as he executed a clumsy and unrefined salute. Your orders are our mission, esteemed administrator. Knight 10 was slightly slower to react, but his mind was quick to catch up, and he hurriedly imitated Feng Chang's salute. I am just like him. Chu Guang, where did you learn that? Reciting it is rather awkward. However, as the administrator, he could not voice such thoughts. His authority over the players was, in a certain sense, directly correlated with their immersion. The more the players identified with their roles as residents of the shelter, the more likely they were to comply with his orders rather than cause trouble. Very well. You are spirited. Chu Guang cleared his throat lightly, casting a serious gaze towards the outside of the sanatorium. We need to procure 50 kilograms of smoked jerky, 20 kilograms of smoked fish, 10 pelts for mutated hyenas, and a cart for transport. The two of you, prepare accordingly. We shall depart in 10 minutes. Chapter 36, Brown Farm, a new NPC outpost. The construction of the outpost requires tools, and a considerable quantity at that. Essential items include fire tongs and hammers for forging, axes for cutting trees, saws for processing timber, as well as smaller tools like screwdrivers, screws, nails, and wrenches. Without these implements, many tasks become either exceedingly difficult or inefficient, as evidenced by the makeshift plastering knives fashioned from wood by the players currently repairing the walls of the outpost. In the early years of the Wasteland era, such tools could be readily found in hardware stores, department stores, and repair shops. Thanks to the advanced material technology of the pre-war period, their quality was typically commendable. However, after 2 centuries, the easily scavenged locations have long been stripped bare. Places rich in resources, like department stores and repair shops, were once havens for survivors, leaving little behind. Nevertheless, it is not entirely hopeless. Just as scavengers still manage to unearth a few meager supplies from the wasteland even today, there are always some valuable items left behind by the careless. These remnants are often sold to nearby survivor enclaves, displayed as refuse on shelves, available for passing caravans to peruse. Chu Guang harbored a straightforward plan. He intended to disguise himself and the two players as a trading caravan and venture to the nearby Brown Farm to barter for the supplies needed at the outpost. Before setting out, he donned some salvaged casual attire. Accompanied by Yi Shi and Feng Chong, Chu Guang departed from the southern gate of Wetland Park, steering clear of Route 76, and made his way along a dilapidated path towards the southeast. The distance from Better Street to Brown Farm is roughly equivalent, with a linear measurement of about 3 kilometers on the map, the only difference being one lies directly south while the other is southeast. The choice of Brown Farm was quite simple. No one there recognized him, nor were they privy to his background. Furthermore, the route to Brown Farm was somewhat more navigable, with fewer ruins to traverse. However, even so, the journey on foot through the wasteland involved far more than a mere 3 kilometers. The group ambled along, stopping intermittently to circumvent impassable ruins, all while remaining vigilant against aberrations and the predatory gaze of ill-intentioned survivors. At last, before 9 o'clock in the morning, they arrived near their destination. At the end of the muddy road stood a spacious iron gate, flanked by walls constructed from concrete and stone. The walls were not particularly high, standing at just under 3 meters, adorned with a row of aluminum awnings and steel bars, seemingly erected from industrial refuse. The walls bore countless bullet holes, and gallows hung with bones outside, all signifying that the inhabitants were not to be trifled with. From the roadside sign, it was evident that this location was once a pastoral-style farmhouse before the war. Various indications suggested that, in the early days of societal collapse, Survivors fleeing the city had seized this place. Unlike Better Street, where a multitude of free citizens resided, Brown Farm was owned by a true landowner, Mr. Brown, and its inhabitants fell into one of two categories, either the farmers' enforcers or serfs. Yet, Chu Guang held little concern that they would harbor ill intentions. Any faction with land to cultivate seldom attacked outsiders, for those in shoes often weighed the merits of bullying the barefoot. Stopping approximately 10 meters from the iron gate, Chu Guang raised his right fist, signaling the two players behind him to halt. Simultaneously, a dark barrel emerged from between the aluminum panels of the wall. The display of weaponry indicated a lack of hostility. It seemed this encounter was proceeding smoothly, and Chu Guang felt a slight sense of relief. The man atop the wall shouted in a menacing tone, Hey, stop. Who are you? What brings you here? We mean no harm. We simply wish to exchange some goods, Chu Guang replied, maintaining his composure and gesturing for the players behind him to remain calm. Exchange goods? The man shot a quick glance at the cart behind the trio, keeping his finger firmly on the trigger, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. I don't recognize you. Where do you hail from? Chu Guang recited the prepared lines. We come from the wilderness. We have recently migrated to this area. The man hesitated before inquiring, nomads? Shrugging slightly, Chu Guang offered a non-committal response. That depends on your interpretation. Nomads are not an uncommon sight in the wasteland, particularly in suburban areas, where they frequently traverse the wilds between cities. These individuals do not engage in agriculture, living instead off herding and hunting, tracing the paths of aberrations and herds, migrating from one region to another. Occasionally, they engage in trade, exchanging hunted game and scavenged refuse for necessities. Of course, they also occasionally partake in acts of thievery. In the wasteland, there are no absolute good or evil individuals. Under specific circumstances, anyone can become a marauder. The man did not immediately trust the trio at the gate, but the firearms they wielded gave him pause, especially since he had no knowledge of their tribe's numbers. What do you have for trade? What do you intend to exchange? 50 kilograms of smoked jerky, 20 kilograms of smoked fish, and 10 pelts from mutated hyenas. In return, we seek hardware tools and grains cultivated from the land. I assure you, once the transaction is complete, we shall depart without lingering for a moment longer. Having finally been convinced of their intentions, the man slowly withdrew the gun from its position behind cover, his tone now carrying a warning. Wait here, I will consult with my superior. Go ahead, Chu Guang replied, standing quietly as he awaited the man's return. Meanwhile, the two players behind him whispered amongst themselves. This survivor stronghold seems quite impressive. I mean, the architectural style has that post-apocalyptic vibe. Indeed, it appears this update has introduced quite a bit. Is that the new NPC? It should be, though I wonder what he is prattling on about. Who knows? All I know is that expression looks quite punchable. I agree. No one enjoys being threatened with a gun. Chu Guang shared that sentiment. However, one must exercise restraint while reveling in the outside world, as resurrection remains an impossibility. It was not long before the iron gate ahead swung open. A wooden cart, pulled by a shackled serf, emerged from within the walls under the watchful gaze of two armed guards. The cart was laden with sacks filled with provisions and tools packed tightly within wooden crates. The man who had previously called out to Chu Guang from atop the wall stepped forth, his penetrating gaze fixed upon him. Lu Zhengyue, Chu Guang. The two exchanged a brief handshake, which was soon relinquished. Gazing at Chu Guang, Lu Zhengyue continued, I need to ascertain what kind of meat you are transporting. Dried meats consist solely of mutated hyena, while the smoked fish comprises catfish and crucian carp. You may inspect them at your leisure. Chu Guang replied with an air of calmness, fully aware of Lu Zhengyue's concerns. Without further ado, Lu Zhengyue approached the cart, lifted the plastic covering, and scrutinized the contents closely, particularly focusing on the smoked meats. He retrieved a small knife from his waist, selected a piece of reasonably good jerky, and cut off a segment the size of his thumb, tossing it to the pulling serf. Eat it, he commanded. The serf dared not resist, hastily stuffing the jerky into his mouth, fearful of repercussions for any delay. After chewing for a moment, he quickly asserted, it is indeed mutated hyena meat, unsalted, purely air-dried. Absence of salt is quite normal. After all, we are in the inland region, Lu Zhengyue remarked, closing his eyes slightly as he waited in silence. Approximately 10 minutes passed. Noticing that the serf exhibited no unusual reactions, his brows relaxed slightly, and he turned to Chu Guang, gesturing with his hands to signify numbers. 1 kilogram of smoked meat or smoked fish in exchange for 2 kilograms of green wheat or 2 kilograms of goat horn tubers. Furs can be traded for tools. 1 for 1. Goat horn tubers, a root crop resembling potatoes and shaped like goat horns, were abundant in carbohydrates and easy to store and cultivate. Thus, like green wheat, they constituted a staple food source for nearby survivors. Previously, while in Beta Street, Chu Guang had observed survivors cultivating this crop right outside their doors. such as the Yu family across the way. He had once attempted to grow them himself, but soon abandoned the endeavor. It was not due to a lack of ability, but rather because he was often scavenging outside, leaving his home unattended. The first sprouts were swiftly pilfered by neighbors. Purchasing some goat horn tubers to plant at the outpost might be a prudent idea. 1 kilogram of smoked meat should at least yield 5 kilograms of grain, split evenly between green wheat and goat horn tubers. Furthermore, the furs were of exquisite quality, each one capable of being exchanged for 3 tools. Chu Guang shook his head and stated, "I have visited Beta Street. Do not presume I am unaware of the market." His quoted price seemed intended for negotiation. However, much to Chu Guang's surprise, Lu Zhengyue did not counteroffer, but instead stared at him in shock. Had he perhaps quoted too high? Just as Chu Guang contemplated whether to make a concession, Lu Zhengyue finally regained his composure, looking at Chu Guang with a bemused expression and slowly nodding. "Deal. Do these merchants not engage in haggling?" Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback, but his previous sales experience quickly illuminated the situation, leading him to curse inwardly. Damn, that dog of a mayor. He dares to manipulate the grain prices. The 2 players beside him were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the exchange between the manager and the native due to the language barrier. However, seeing Lu Zhengyue nod, they presumed a transaction had been reached, albeit puzzled by the manager's grim demeanor. 50 kilograms of jerky and 20 kilograms of smoked fish were exchanged for a total of 350 kilograms of green wheat and goat horn tubers, filling no less than a dozen sacks. The remaining 10 pieces of fur were traded for 30 tools. When selecting tools, Chu Guang sought those of superior quality, preferably alloy products manufactured before the war. Though these items were relics from 2 centuries past, their quality far surpassed the iron or pure steel replicas crafted by the wasteland's indigenous inhabitants. Lu Zhengyue remained silent, indifferent to Chu Guang's meticulous selection. It was evident that these tools were in surplus at the farm, likely discarded by scavengers or left behind by passing merchants. After weighing the grain, it was all loaded onto the cart. Lu Zhengyue and Chu Guang shook hands once more, and a stiff smile finally broke through the tension etched on Lu's face. "Welcome to return." "I shall," Chu Guang replied. "We also cultivate some mutated tobacco leaves here. Do you have any interest?" Lu Zhengyue produced a small handful of sun-dried tobacco leaves from his pocket, promoting their benefits as fatigue relievers that could enhance the flavor of food, making them quite useful. "Perhaps next time. We have nothing left to trade," Chu Guang responded, having hoped to acquire a slave or 2 for labor, but, as he mentioned, he had exhausted his trading resources. "Perhaps next time?" No, my friend. This pack is a gift for you. With no charge," Lu Zhengyue said with a smile, pressing the leaves into Chu Guang's hands, his demeanor now considerably more affable. Acknowledging the gift, Chu Guang accepted it without further protest. Although he did not partake in such substances, he realized it could be sold for a few tokens. With the transaction finally concluded, Chu Guang instructed Feng Chang to pull the cart onward, ultimately shaking hands with Lu Zhengyue before turning to follow Yi Shi. On the return journey, Chu Guang felt elated. This transaction could only be described as a bountiful harvest. The 2 players accompanying him were equally pleased, engaging in animated discussions. "Is this place called Brown Farm?" Feng Chang inquired. "Yes, I believe that is indeed its name. If I am not mistaken, today's test was likely for the trading system and the new neutral faction stronghold. This is merely my conjecture. I foresee the introduction of an entirely new merchant gameplay feature in the near future. Do you recall what the planner mentioned to us before? The economic system of Wasteland OL will be designed according to a wholly authentic demand-supply model, making resource exchanges with other survivor settlements indispensable. I estimate this aspect will be updated within the next 2 versions." "Goodness, hearing you say that makes me eagerly anticipate the public beta," Yi Shi exclaimed. "The public beta is still a ways off, I suspect. The ambitions of this game company are considerable, and there are likely many more elements to test. However, I feel that even before the public beta, the content should be quite rich during the internal testing phase. Speaking of which, are you certain that Chu Guang cannot hear you mentioning the planner here?" Yi Shi asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Feng Chang inhaled sharply. "Oh no. Now that you've mentioned it, I feel uneasy. Brother Guang, I was mistaken. I meant to say you are my father." Chu Guang merely sighed, "Forget it." As if he had not heard a thing, Chu Guang, a diligent NPC, refrained from engaging in the discourse between the 2 players. His gaze meandered around the vicinity, appearing nonchalant while, in reality, he was scrutinizing every shadow that might conceal a lurking danger. It was approximately 10 o'clock in the morning, a time generally considered safe. Yet one could never afford to be complacent. In the wasteland, anything could transpire. "Did you hear something?" Knight 10, who had been bantering with Feng Chang, abruptly halted, furrowing his brow as he scanned the surroundings. "A sound?" Feng Chang blinked in surprise. Although he had heard nothing, he instinctively ceased his steps. Chu Guang's brow furrowed in response. His alertness heightened as he cast a wary glance around, his index finger subconsciously disengaging the safety on his firearm. He too had heard it, the breath of an abomination. Startled, Chu Guang lifted his gaze toward a vine-covered building to his front right, where he beheld a grotesque creature clinging to the wall, its grayish-black skin almost blending seamlessly with the surface. Its crimson eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the group. Lacking legs, it boasted 4 elongated, powerful arms, with desiccated fingers resembling claws, firmly anchoring its form to the concrete structure. The muscles on its chest heaved subtly, while its bloodied maw clutched a human femur, exuding a ravenous desire for flesh with each hissing breath. Chu Guang's pupils contracted sharply, nearly shrinking to mere pinpoints. A crawler. Chapter 37. The crawler. But why would it appear in broad daylight? An icy chill enveloped his spine. With no time to ponder this conundrum, Chu Guang swiftly raised his weapon, pulling the trigger as he barked, "Scatter!" Bang! A flare of fire erupted from the muzzle. However, the distance was too great, and the bullet missed its mark, embedding itself in the wall behind the crawler. Infuriated by the ricocheting debris and shrapnel, the creature bit through the femur it held, unleashing a piercing roar of rage. The players were momentarily paralyzed by the creature's ferocity, standing frozen beside the cart, their feet seemingly glued to the ground. Goodness! This is far more shocking than the raiders. I told you to move away from the food supplies, Chu Guang shouted, frustration boiling within him as he continued to fire, pulling the bolt with practiced speed, unleashing several more rounds. Thanks to the hunting experience he had accumulated over the past few days, while he was not yet a sharpshooter, his reloads had become significantly more fluid than when he had first grasped a firearm. The crawler's 4 arms flailed rapidly, and it soon vanished into a nearby window. At this moment, the 2 players finally regained their senses, hurriedly raising their weapons and nervously aiming. Administrator, we want to go anywhere. Why yes, we will defend to the death. Get away from the food supplies, I say. Watching the 2 bumbling fools stammering their lines, Chu Guang felt an overwhelming urge to kick them. Yet now was not the time for such actions. He sensed the imminent danger approaching swiftly. The crawler was unlike the gnawers. While both were products of fungal mutation, the latter resembled mindless zombies, retaining only their instinct to feed, shunning sunlight, and possessing lesser combat capabilities than mutated hyenas. The former, however, was markedly different. It bore an unsettling resemblance to a living organism, hunting not by instinct but by intellect. They could strategize, even pursuing targets that had slipped from their line of sight. While sunlight instilled fear in them, it did not hinder their movements. Who was the fool that summoned this creature? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chu Guang's forehead as his gaze darted across the concrete edifices lining the street, his nerves taut to the breaking point. Left or right? Catching a glimpse of a fleeting shadow from the corner of his eye, Chu Guang abruptly pivoted his weapon toward the second floor of a street-side shop to his right. Almost simultaneously, the repugnant crawler swung its 4 arms, charging ferociously toward him. Bang! His finger reflexively pulled the trigger. In a flash, the bullet struck the creature's shoulder. Black blood erupted. The crawler emitted a pained shriek, tumbling to the ground. Though delayed, the 2 players finally reacted, hastily raising their inferior 5mm iron pipe rifles to fire. Yet, due to the lack of rifling in their firearms and their utter inexperience, the gunshots merely echoed in vain. They failed to land a single hit. The gunshot wound on its shoulder only incited the crawler's aggression, and it rolled, adjusting its form, recklessly charging at what it perceived to be the greatest threat. Death approached like a gale. Just as Chu Guang completed his reload, instinct compelled him to relinquish his iron pipe rifle. Drawing the steel pipe he had used as a spear from his back, positioning it defensively before him to intercept the monstrous maw. The steel pipe creaked under the strain as Chu Guang gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body tensed to its utmost limit. However, even with 9 points of strength, he found himself slightly lacking against the aberration known as the crawler. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he felt his footing slipping, as the creature's brute force pushed him backward until he collided violently with a derelict bus in the middle of the street. Thud! The rusted shell of the vehicle buckled and cracked under the impact, and Chu Guang felt a momentary loss of sensation in his back. Yet, this brush with death ignited his survival instincts. Damn it! His vision swam with crimson, eyes fixed on the advancing fangs. Chu Guang suddenly sensed a surge of power coursing through his straining veins, momentarily halting the creature's advance, even pushing it back slightly. Sensing a hint of danger from its prey, the crawler abruptly raised its forearms, intent on seizing its victim's shoulders to rend him asunder. But in that split second, 2 gunshots rang out. One struck the bus, while the other hit the crawler's scapula. The crawler let out a wretched howl, the bite on the steel pipe instinctively loosening as its head jerked back, momentarily losing its balance and control over its prey. Die, discarding his firearm. Fong Chong snatched up the 9mm iron pipe rifle that Chu Guang had previously cast aside, charging forward with a wild cry. Can't shoot? Then get close and fire. Bang. The trigger was pulled, flames erupted, and black blood exploded across the crawler's back. The shot, though not fatal, proved sufficient. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Guang raised the steel pipe, now thoroughly bent into a V shape, and plunged the pointed end forcefully into the neck of the crawler. Once, twice, thrice. Then, with all his might, he twisted it. Black blood gushed forth like a faucet turned wide open, spraying skyward and drenching Chu Guang completely. The crawler emitted a hollow, anguished wail, flailing its arms in a desperate struggle before collapsing in a grotesque manner, twitching several times before falling still. Leaning against the bus, Chu Guang gasped for breath, wiping the black blood from his face with his arm, spitting a mouthful onto the ground. Thanks. The two players stood in awe at the sight of the blood-soaked manager. How formidable. If it had been them facing the crawler, they wouldn't have even lasted a single round before meeting their demise. No need for pleasantries. Let me help you up. Fong Chong was the first to regain his senses. Realizing the scene had reached its conclusion, he stepped forward to assist the manager, only to see Chu Guang raise a hand to stop him. No need, I just need a moment. Gasping, Chu Guang glanced at his bulging veins, sensing the pulsation of blood vessels beneath his muscles. Was this the latent potential hidden within his genetic makeup? When cornered earlier, he had felt an inexhaustible power surging through his arms, matching the crawler blow for blow. It was difficult to articulate that sensation. Clenching his weary fists gently, Chu Guang resolved to undergo a physical examination upon his return. He yearned to uncover what had transpired within his body moments ago. At that moment, Yi Shi, still carrying the firearm, approached. Manager, shall we take a moment to rest in a nearby shop? The street feels too open, and I fear it may be perilous. Indeed, with the cacophony of gunfire just moments ago, anyone nearby would surely have heard it. Fong Chong concurred. In truth, Chu Guang wished to express that any survivor who heard the crawler's screams would keep their distance, too terrified to even glance this way. However, his muscles ached as though they had been thoroughly exhausted, necessitating a brief respite. Very well, Fong Chong, assist me to the restaurant across the street. Yi Shi, please drag our cart to the entrance. Yi Shi nodded vigorously. Absolutely. By the way, do we need to recover the crawler's corpse? Chu Guang shook his head. No need. Its flesh is inedible. The crawler's nervous system has been entirely ravaged by mutated fungi, and every inch of its cells harbors lethal neurotoxins. Strictly speaking, the black blood that splattered on me is also toxic. However, discussing toxicity without considering dosage is mere folly. As long as one doesn't foolishly ingest a mouthful, one should be fine. Besides, with a physique score of 7, my recovery ability, resistance to abnormal states, and immunity are roughly 140 that of an average adult male, making me less susceptible to poisoning. He mused, pondering whether the crawler could even be classified as a mammal, or if it could be tossed into the active material extractor for reprocessing. If the generator could be repaired, it might be worth a try. However, glancing at the cart overflowing with food, Chu Guang sighed inwardly. What a pity. The weight limit had already been reached. He couldn't possibly stack that creature's corpse atop their food supplies. Yi Shi jogged toward the cart, while Chu Guang placed a hand on Fong Chang's shoulder, limping toward the restaurant across the street. Yet, as the duo crossed the threshold of the open establishment, preparing to find a place to rest, they suddenly noticed someone seated at the bar. It was a woman with fiery red hair. Her striking features were pale from blood loss, her slender brows furrowed, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. Alarmingly, the entirety of her right leg below the knee was absent, the wound crudely bandaged with a torn sleeve and some gauze. Good heavens! So, you were the source of the hatred, Chu Guang realized. Yet she remained conscious, proving to be quite the survivor. At last, he comprehended where the crawler had acquired the human leg it had carried. A new NPC, Fong Chong exclaimed in delight. But Chu Guang had already seized his rifle from Fong Chang's grip, aiming it unwaveringly at the woman lying on the ground. You'd best behave. My injuries are far less severe than yours. The woman's hand had reached for the handgun on the floor. As she noticed the dark muzzle aimed at her, she resignedly smirked, pushing the pistol toward Chu Guang's feet and shutting her eyes. Is she an enemy? Fong Chong, observing the manager's actions, anxiously sought clarification regarding the woman's identity. However, to Chu Guang, asking such questions in the wasteland seemed utterly foolish. I don't know. It's irrelevant. Offering a vague response, he gestured for Fong Chong to help him to a nearby chair, then, with a click, chambered a round into the rifle before slamming it onto the table. The sound of the bullet being chambered made the woman's brows twitch involuntarily. Her tightly shut eyes filled with regret. Who could have anticipated that the weapon in his hands was unchambered? Despite the pain coursing through him, Chu Guang managed to muster a smile. We can have a conversation now. The woman feigned calmness, her expression composed. What would you like to know? Chu Guang wasted no time in introducing himself and diving straight into the matter at hand. I'm Chu Guang. And you? Xia Yan. What is your background? A mercenary from Giant Stone City. Where are your companions? Is it just you? They're dead. Oh, how many perished? Xia Yan's lips twitched, gritting her teeth as she replied. 3. Besides me, they all died. Chu Guang nodded, glancing at Yi Shi, who was dragging the cart through the entrance. He spoke in Mandarin. Leave the supplies at the door, don't bring them inside. Go search the vicinity for any corpses dressed similarly to this lady. Upon finding them, bring back their equipment. Yi Shi stared blankly at the woman slumped at the bar, bemused by the sudden appearance of this NPC. Damn, did I miss the plot again? As she watched the man turn to leave, Xia Yan's gaze flickered slightly. She neither understood Chu Guang's rapid speech nor knew what his intentions were. By the way, I almost forgot to ask you, what was the deal with that crawler? Chu Guang inquired, looking at Xia Yan, who had opened her eyes once more. How did you get involved with it? It has set its sights on us, and Xia Yan did not conceal the truth, candidly stating that we were in search of the entrance to Shelter 117 when we encountered it. It pursued us relentlessly from the subway, and we nearly faced total annihilation. The crawler is indeed a formidable adversary, particularly in confined spaces. Even seasoned veterans may find it quite challenging. This was Chu Guang's first encounter with such a creature. He had only heard old Charlie from Bait Street warn about the monster with 4 arms. Run as far as you can if you encounter it. In hindsight, he was grateful he hadn't heeded that old man's advice. How could one possibly escape? The entrance to Shelter 117? What is that? Chu Guang inquired curiously. I do not know. We only have a rough idea of its location near the New World department store at Line 7 in the northern suburbs of Qingchuan City, and it contains items our employer desires. Chu Guang nodded. He was not particularly concerned about the veracity of the man's words, nor was he invested in the matter. While Shelter 117 might harbor some treasures, they were not worth the risk he would have to take. Just look at this fellow's pitiful state. If even a professional has been battered to such an extent, who knows what other dangers lie in wait? The immediate priority is to bolster the outpost. Chu Guang had no intention of complicating matters. Once he has gained sufficient strength, he could simply toss the mission to the players for them to explore. Why should he risk himself? Noticing Chu Guang's apparent disinterest, Xia Yan tentatively asked, Are you not interested? Why should I be? I heard there is a powered armor inside. Oh, have you seen it? May I see the photograph? No. Chu Guang smiled lightly. Then wait until you acquire one before discussing it with me. For him, conversing with this man was merely a way to pass the time until Yi Shi returned from rummaging through the loot. He figured he would be resting by then. He intended to keep the handgun on the floor for her. As for whether she would survive, that was no longer his concern. By the way, is your hair dyed, or is it natural? Xia Yan was momentarily taken aback. The abrupt change of topic caught him off guard. Natural. Oh, the color is quite appealing. But you ought to wash it. Xia Yan glared at him in irritation. Are you mocking me? Chu Guang chuckled, finding the situation amusing. However, just as he was about to tease her further, a sharp command rang out from the doorway. Let her go? Chapter 38. Shoot me. Chu Guang turned his head. He saw a burly man standing at the entrance, his left arm firmly locking Yi Shi's neck and bound hands, while his right hand gripped a handgun. Its muzzle pressed against her temple. Just as he uttered the command to release her, 2 guns swiftly aimed at him. The burly man instinctively recoiled behind Yi Shi, urgently shouting, Don't move. Your comrade is in my grasp. I know you're strong, but can you outrun a bullet? Chu Guang, holding his gun, was momentarily taken aback, a smirk involuntarily curling his lips. I'm strong? Oh, how flattering. After more than 5 months in the wasteland, it was the first time someone had complimented his strength. Qinyang, you're not dead. Xia Yan's eyes widened as she looked at the man in the doorway. The burly man's expression became awkward. Yet he managed to force a smile. Huh, I'm not so easy to take down here. Just wait, I'll get you out first. A flicker of hope reignited in Xia Yan's eyes. If possible, she certainly wished to avoid falling into the hands of these primitive men. With the 5 toes she had left, she could already envision the treatment she would receive if captured. Occasionally, mercenaries who were captured were ransomed back from slavers by their teammates or insurance agents, provided they were sold to Stone City. But even if they were still alive, they were no better off than if they were dead, both mentally and physically. Finally breaking free from the suffocating grip of the burly man's arm, Yi Shi gasped for air. As he struggled desperately, he shouted, Shoot. Fire at me. What are you waiting for? Damn, this idiot reeks of body odor. It's suffocating me. Had the man understood what Yi Shi was shouting, perhaps he would have been unable to resist pulling the trigger. But alas, the man did not comprehend and merely found the hostage annoyingly loud. Raising the gun butt, he struck the back of Yi Shi's head with force, chastising him sternly. Behave. Yi Shi had no intention of complying. He felt no pain past his threshold. Rather, the blow only fueled his determination to shout louder. Fire at me. Master Administrator. Please don't worry about me. I want to die. Nonsense. Of course, I know you want to die. Who do you think is paying to keep you alive? Chu Guang rolled his eyes internally, maintaining a facade of calm as he regarded the burly man named Chen Yang, casually stating, I don't appreciate being threatened. You'd best lower your weapon, raise your hands above your head against the wall, and I may spare your life. Chen Yang, agitated, retorted, I'm not joking. I will shoot. I can do the same, Chu Guang said calmly, watching him. Do you want to try? Let us count to 3 and fire together. Xia Yan, leaning against the bar, could no longer bear to watch. She did not want her hard-won escape to end because of her. Enough, Chen Yang, you can leave alone. You don't need to worry about me. Chu Guang ignored her, softly uttering the first number, 3. As he began the countdown, Chen Yang felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. This lunatic, doesn't he care at all about his companion's life? And the hostage in his grasp wore an expression of gallant resignation, entirely uncharacteristic of someone in their position. 2. Insanity. They are all insane. Wait, stop. I'm not threatening you. I will release the hostage. I just want one thing. Chen Yang admitted his cowardice, glancing hastily at Xia Yan, who sat on the ground. He continued at a breakneck pace. Give me the key from her. Give me the key, and I'll let her go immediately. Chu Guang raised an eyebrow, somewhat intrigued. The key? A magnetic card. She knows what I'm referring to. Chu Guang glanced at Xia Yan, who lay on the ground, yet she did not look at him, only staring blankly at her former teammate. So you're after the key. Say what you will, rather than dying here for no reason. I might as well fulfill part of the commission. Teammate, this is the wasteland. He had initially planned to wait for the crawler to leave before rummaging through his teammates' corpses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have feigned death to escape, silently observing until now before deciding to help her. Chen Yang disregarded the profound disappointment etched on his former teammate's face. Slowly retreating while pressing the gun against the hostage's temple, his gaze fixated on the expression of Chu Guang. So what will it be? One woman, along with your companion. All I require is a single card from her possession. After all, it serves no purpose in your hands. Chu Guang nodded slightly. That makes sense. So in essence, I stand to gain. He paused. However, there is no need for that. Chu Guang turned to Xia Yan. Give it to him. As the manager hesitated to fire, instead engaging in negotiations with the kidnapper, Yisher grew increasingly frantic, fearing that this NPC might compromise for his sake. Don't worry about me. Fang Chong. Are you out of your mind? Shoot. I am a player. What is there to fear? If I die here, it would be a glorious sacrifice, surely boosting my favorability. Just hold still, let me take aim. Fang Chong said nervously. But how could he dare to move? It was not that he lacked the resolve. He had done such things while playing Battle Royale games before, but this was a different context. With the manager refraining from action, he could not risk moving. What if he missed a crucial plot point? Xia Yan silently retrieved the bloodied magnetic card from her pocket, the very one handed to her by the captain before his demise. Logically, Chen Yang should have no way of knowing it was in her possession unless he had rifled through the captain's corpse. In that instant, everything clicked into place. Xia Yan gazed expressionlessly at her former comrade, feeling more numb than sad or frightened. Perhaps her own fate would be grim, cast aside like a filthy rag awaiting mold, or sold off by these brutes to other slavers until she could labor no longer. Yet suddenly, she felt that none of it mattered anymore. Take it. With 2 fingers, she tossed the card away. As the card landed at his feet, Chen Yang's eyes flickered with a moment of wild joy and insatiable greed as he extended his foot to kick it out the door. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Almost simultaneously with his outstretched right foot, the hostage, who had been struggling fiercely in his arms, suddenly slackened, slipping from his elbow and kneeling on the ground. Before Chen Yang could comprehend what was happening, 2 gunshots rang out nearby, one of which cleanly pierced his forehead. A spray of blood erupted from his brow. With wide eyes, Chen Yang fell backward, unable to grasp what had just transpired. Damn it, I got hit. A headshot. Fang Chong exclaimed, excitedly shifting the gun barrel away. That was my shot. Your bullets went flying into the streetlight. You need to practice more. Chu Guang replied, exasperated, reloading his rifle. He had long since lost hope in the player's shooting skills. This was, in fact, his first time exercising GM privileges to forcibly eject a player from the game, and he was pleasantly surprised by how effective it was. Of course, should any players inquire, he would feign ignorance and attribute it to network fluctuations. You kill him. Xia Yan stared blankly at Chu Guang, clearly taken aback by his sudden decision to shoot. I told you, I detest being threatened, especially after I provided him with an opportunity. Moreover, that man had aimed a gun at him. While speaking, the kneeling Yisher suddenly twitched and woke up, bewildered. What just happened? Why did I disconnect? His confused gaze settled on the lifeless body behind him, prompting him to leap to his feet. What the hell happened to him? Did we skip a scene? Fang Chong approached and patted his shoulder. Must have been a network glitch. You managed to log back in just in time for a headshot. Pretty impressive, huh? Impressive indeed. Yisha replied enthusiastically. Well, it seems I can skip the explanation altogether. Shifting his gaze from the two players, Chu Guang felt he had sufficiently recovered and stood up from the dining chair. Approaching Chun Yang's corpse, he bent down to retrieve the bloodied card and the fallen handgun. The former was not immediately useful, but the latter was a valuable item. He toyed with the handgun for a moment. It appeared to be semi-automatic. Though he was uncertain of its power, it likely packed a punch. I plan to leave now. Good luck to you. Hearing Chu Guang address her, Xia Yan looked up in confusion. Aren't you taking me with you? Chu Guang countered, did I ever say I would? Xia Yan was taken aback. This was entirely different from her expectations, and it caught her off guard. But time was of the essence. And as she observed the man named Chu Guang genuinely meant to leave, accompanied by his two loyal subordinates, panic surged within her at the thought of being abandoned. Are you really not raiders? Chu Guang halted, teasingly regarding her. Are you disappointed? Xia Yan stammered, awkwardly clearing her throat before continuing. What I meant was, are you survivors from nearby? Could you take me to your settlement? After all, she had nowhere else to go. Attempting to walk back to Stone City on one leg was absurd, more challenging than defeating a crawler in a duel. Furthermore, returning was not an option. Since this group was not raiders or slavers, aligning with them might not be so bad. However, Chu Guang had no intention of burdening himself with this liability. The current medical facilities in the refuge could hardly provide her with a mechanical prosthetic. At best, they could fashion her a cane. Without a leg, she was incapable of heavy labor and would only add to the number of mouths to feed. It would be more prudent to recruit another player instead. Just then, he overheard the hushed conversation between the two players. Is this woman a new NPC? Possibly, but it seems the manager doesn't intend to take her. I think she can still be saved. Indeed, she appears to have a mercenary background. Even with a lost leg, she should still be capable of crafting firearms and weaponry. Right? That does seem plausible. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Guang turned his attention back to Xia Yan. I'll be frank, right now, you are nothing but a burden. Even if I were to leave you at a nearby survivor settlement, your fate would not be much better than death. Xia Yan bit her lip and lowered her head. She could already envision her grim future. Gazing at the silent woman, Chu Guang continued. Certainly. If you possess a unique skill, I would not be averse to bringing you along, provided you are willing to work for me. Chapter 39. Have new NPCs finally arrived? In truth, there was hardly a choice at all. Xia Yan was acutely aware that, with only one leg remaining, even traversing this street proved to be a formidable challenge, let alone returning to Giant Stone City. Moreover, what would returning even entail? Despite her extensive tenure as a mercenary, she had scarcely amassed any savings. A decent neural-linked bionic limb easily commanded tens of thousands of chips, while an inferior mechanical prosthetic would still set one back by thousands. Such prices rivaled that of a chemical-powered exoskeleton. Even if she were to be sold, it would not suffice to cover the cost. The options were stark. Either accompany these individuals or await demise in this forsaken place. The choice was, in essence, rather uncomplicated. Perched on the edge of a swaying wooden cart, jostling alongside a heap of bulging sacks, Xia Yan sighed silently within. Perhaps this journey represented her final moments of freedom. Aside from being dragged back to bear a child, she could scarcely conceive of any other purpose she might serve for the man before her. A unique skill? Employment? How laughable. After much contemplation, it seemed that her only remaining asset was her body, which still held a modicum of value. She had heard it would be excruciating. Whether that was true remained uncertain. We have arrived. The voice from ahead interrupted her daydreaming, pulling Xia Yan abruptly from her reverie. As she lifted her gaze, she discovered that, unbeknownst to her, this group had already led her into a small grove. At the heart of the forest, a clearing lay dotted with wooden stakes, where an unfinished concrete wall stood sentinel. Beside this wall, several kilns emitted wisps of blue smoke, and beyond them were pits for curing meat and racks for smoking fish. The air was thick with the aroma of grilled meat, accompanied by the rhythmic clinking of tools. Some individuals hammered stones, others worked bellows to stoke the furnaces, while yet others transported stones, constructed walls, or felled trees. It resembled a bustling construction site, primal and industrious. Were these individuals his subordinates? Observing the scene before her, Xia Yan's pale visage was etched with astonishment. A quick count revealed that there were indeed several people present, at least a dozen or 20, all clad in matching blue uniforms. The instant she recognized the attire, it took her less than a second to deduce their identities. Residents of the shelter? She had not heard of any shelter in the vicinity. However, what were they engaged in? Xia Yan found herself perplexed. Shelters were not uncommon in Springwater City. Some had been established years ago, while others remained sealed, awaiting the passage of time to unlock their doors. Those shelters that thrived occasionally wielded considerable influence. whereas those that struggled often became mere fodder for mutants or aberrations. Xia Yin recalled that a shelter was situated not far from Giant Stone City. Yet its inhabitants were known for their exclusivity, reluctant to interact with outsiders, and they rarely ventured above ground to engage in such industrious activities. Did this wall even serve a purpose? It was indeed robust, impervious to bullets. Yet, could any wall be sturdier than the gates of a shelter? Those gates could withstand even gamma rays. Are you residents of the shelter? Yes, Chu Guang replied, glancing at her injured leg. I thought you had succumbed. Throughout the journey, she had remained notably passive, lacking any significant movement. Chu Guang had primarily directed his attention elsewhere, assuming she had fainted from blood loss, only to be surprised that she was still conscious. I am not so fragile, Xia Yin retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. Her brow and expression stiffened as if cast in lead. She hoped this might lend her an air of resilience, or at the very least, not portray her as cowardly. Regrettably, her feigned bravado went unnoticed, as no one seemed to regard her display of strength. Indeed, Chu Guang remarked, diverting his gaze from her mangled leg. Your wound heals at an accelerated rate, slightly above the norm. Applying the attributes of Shelter 400 Force template, this individual's physique rated at least 8 points, with a margin of error around 1. Under normal circumstances, even without significant blood loss, one would likely succumb to fever and unconsciousness by now. Yet, she managed to endure, merely exhibiting a light sheen of sweat, pallor, and a diminished state of consciousness. Of course, it could also be attributed to a latent talent. Survivors in the wasteland often exhibited peculiar traits that hinted at mutations. Chu Guang turned to the two players and instructed, take the provisions to tomato and eggs, ensuring they are stored properly. Not long ago, he had advised his comrade, the chef, to establish a granary capable of preserving grains and meats. Presumably, it was now completed, whether by drying and storing or simply stacking the bags. He trusted this chef to be more adept and reliable than himself. With players on hand, Chu Guang felt no need to concern himself with such minutiae. The last time he had merely attempted to prepare smoked meat had proven to be a considerable hassle. He feared that if he were to plan the granary, it would spoil or be consumed by rodents before winter even arrived. Upon hearing the manager's command, Fang Chong and Yi Shi nodded in agreement, accepting the task. Yes, understood. Chu Guang said nothing further. He reached down to lift the incapacitated mercenary from the cart, disregarding her startled exclamation, hoisting her over his shoulder as one might a sack. With his other hand, he seized the backpack that Yi Shi had procured from the 3 other mercenaries and strode purposefully toward the sanatorium. Yi Shi and Fang Chong watched in admiration. That hefty load of gear combined with a living person must have easily exceeded 100 kilograms. The ease with which he carried it all was astonishing. Observing the manager's departure towards the sanatorium, Lao Bai, noticing the situation, quietly approached. What transpired? Who is the individual our boss is carrying? Asked Fang Chong. He watched the entire storyline unfold. I merely observed in silence. I was either looting or serving as a hostage, Yi Shi lamented, feeling like a mere tool in the grand scheme of things. Fang Chong wore an expression of resignation. Don't look to me. This game lacks subtitles. During the narrative, I couldn't comprehend what the NPCs were discussing. Just assume she's a newly introduced NPC. While he could conjecture the general premise, articulating it fully proved challenging. It was best to await updates on the official website. Lao Bai pondered. Well, speaking of which, how did she sustain such severe injuries? Oh, don't mention the severity of the injuries. We nearly lost our lives. Yi Shi sighed, recounting their harrowing journey back. You have no idea what we encountered on the way. What did you encounter? Lao Bai inquired, his expression one of astonishment. Did you come across crawlers? What do they look like? While the official website contained information about the crawlers, it offered little beyond abstract descriptions, lacking any details regarding their combat prowess or visual references. Lao Bai only recalled that these creatures seemed to belong to the same category as the Eaters, both being symbiotic aberrations birthed from fungal infections, seemingly linked to biological weaponry. With their ancestry irretrievable, he had initially presumed that the crawlers were merely fictional monsters, perhaps not yet modeled by the game developers. To his surprise, the two had actually encountered one. They're quite grotesque, with 4 elongated arms, crouching at about half a person's height, and standing approximately 2 meters tall. Not only is their strength staggering, but their speed is astonishingly rapid. We fired 3 rounds, not landing a single shot. Ultimately, it was the manager's prowess that prevailed. He wielded a steel pipe and dispatched it in a few swift strikes. Yi Shi animatedly described the incident, albeit his abstract narrative left much to be desired in clarity. Lao Bai glanced at Fang Chong for assistance, who sighed in response. I can't elucidate everything in detail at the moment, but essentially, as Yi Shi stated, the Eater is exceedingly formidable. I suspect the new expansion not only updated the in-game activities, but also introduced more aberrations, new NPC factions, and corresponding quests. I need to log off shortly to deliver this cart to Egg Brother. I'll handle that task first. Although Lao Bai yearned to discuss Fong Chang's discoveries, the approaching dusk left him with little time for idle chatter. All right, you go ahead. I'll ponder over the steel furnace in the meantime. Once you're done, come back promptly to assist me. Understood. See you later. Meanwhile, within the sanatorium, players laboring on scaffolding noticed the manager's return from the outside world. Naturally, they also observed the woman slung over his shoulder. Well, look, the manager is carrying someone. Who is she? A new NPC? And a female at that. Finally, a new NPC has arrived. Brothers, we're one step closer to the closed beta. The mere thought of nearing the closed beta sent the players into a frenzy, boosting their morale as they worked with renewed vigor. Xia Yan, draped over Chu Guang's shoulder, felt her cheeks flush with heat. Not merely due to her position, but also because of the myriad scrutinizing gazes that felt like daggers upon her back. She could not comprehend their words. Yet the insinuations were unmistakable, lewd remarks akin to the predatory glances these men cast upon her. She envisioned them as hyenas in the wasteland, offering flattery and adulation to the dominant male in hopes of receiving a morsel once he had finished feasting on his prey. It was painfully clear that she was the tender, delectable lamb in their eyes. The more she pondered, the more dread consumed her. Her clenched teeth betrayed her anxiety, and her eyes brimmed with tears that eventually fell. In that moment, she regretted her situation, feeling it would be more dignified to end her own life than to be cast to the wolves for a gruesome feast. Yet her body betrayed her resolve. Descending in the elevator, they reached their destination. Chu Guang strode through the sanctuary's entrance, traversed the buffer room, and entered the residence hall, unceremoniously discarding a bag laden with equipment before tossing Xia Yan onto a chair. Hey, be gentle. What are you doing? She gasped, wincing in pain as she instinctively recoiled from his approach. Behave yourself. Disregarding her, Chu Guang casually opened a drawer and retrieved a silvery metal cylinder. Flicking off the plastic cap with his thumb, he instinctively tapped it with his index finger. It shouldn't hurt, just endure it. Chapter 40. Upgrades and New Talents. Nano Healing Needle. Primarily used for non-lethal injuries, it can significantly enhance tissue repair capabilities over a short period, thereby accelerating wound healing. This was the item Chu Guang had acquired from a blind box. Having witnessed the remarkable recovery capabilities of this item, he initially intended to forego its use. But upon discovering that her wound had begun to fester, he ultimately decided against saving resources, recognizing that allowing the injury to worsen could lead to amputation. The sanctuary currently lacked a surgeon, and even basic anesthetics and disinfectants were absent, let alone the sterile environment required for major operations. Resolving to procure alcohol from Mosquito Brother, he steeled himself for the task ahead. As Chu Guang approached, Xia Yan's instinct was to retreat, yet with only one functioning leg and a precarious hold on life. She found herself helplessly slumped in the chair. Don't come any closer. Chu Guang, uninterested in further dialogue, swiftly administered the injection into her right leg. It doesn't hurt? Xia Yan's exclamation faltered as she gazed in bewilderment at the man before her, who had withdrawn the syringe from her leg. What just happened? Why do I feel nothing? Just as she attempted to voice her confusion, her consciousness began to waver. What have you done to me? I saved your life. No need to thank me. If you wish to express gratitude, simply work hard. However, Chu Guang held little hope that the inhabitants of this world would exhibit the diligence of players from another realm. Xia Yan yearned to articulate more, but her tongue had betrayed her, and her awareness quickly succumbed to darkness, her erratic breathing gradually stabilizing. To her surprise, the needle possessed a hypnotic effect. Thankfully, it had not been utilized in combat. Quietly observing her reaction, Chu Guang retrieved a pen from the drawer and diligently noted her clinical responses in a small notebook. The nano-healing needle induces drowsiness, anesthesia, and disorientation, rendering it unsuitable for use in combat situations. Following this, he carried her to the adjacent room, selecting one with 4 inactive incubation pods, gently placing her on the floor. The effects of the nano-healing needle began to take hold. The swollen, festering wound was slowly subsiding, and her pale cheeks regained a hint of color. While it was unlikely that the lost limb would regenerate, at least amputation would not be necessary. The sanctuary's temperature and air quality remained stable within the most habitable range for humans. Although the floor felt cool, it was far preferable to the exterior. Now, all that remained was for her to recuperate. Chu Guang believed that her constitution was resilient enough to endure. On the ground lay a piece of chocolate and a bottle of pure water produced by the outpost. Chu Guang, exercising his authority as a manager, locked the room's door to prevent the individual from wandering around the shelter upon awakening. Subsequently, he returned to the residence hall, eagerly conducting a self-examination. ID, Chu Guang. Genetic sequence, manager. Level, LV5, LV7. Basic attributes: Strength, 910. Agility, 6. Constitution, 78. Perception, 7. Intelligence, 6. Astonishingly, he had ascended 2 levels. Although he had sensed he was on the brink of a breakthrough, he had not anticipated that this crisis would propel him directly from LV5 to LV7. Chu Guang's face was awash with surprise and delight. However, it must be noted that the fluctuations in attributes resulting from the advancement of the manager's genetic sequence appeared to lack any discernible pattern. While other players possessed primary attributes, he did not, and the points he gained seemed to have been distributed at random. Nevertheless, an increase of 1 point in both strength and constitution was certainly not unwelcome. These 2 attributes were among the most beneficial and cost-effective in the early stages. Now, Chu Guang boasted a strength value of 10, nearly doubling that of an average adult male. This was reflected in the endurance and explosive power metrics on the examination report as well. The enhancement of his constitution signified a more robust physique, along with a greater resistance to negative statuses. Of course, what captured Chu Guang's attention most was the talent section beneath the attribute panel. Compared to his previous examination, a new line had appeared in the talent column. Talent, Primal Instinct. In extreme conditions, awaken primal instincts, enhancing all attributes by 10 to 15 for the duration, while increasing fatigue accumulation speed by 20 to 30. Primal instinct was a rather peculiar term to him. Nevertheless, he could understand its implications. After all, the original manager who designed this attribute panel and conversion formula was a character endowed with a wicked sense of humor. By comparing the prior examination data, Chu Guang made a rough estimation. In simple terms, this talent likely served to enhance the efficiency of cellular function and metabolic rate, or perhaps stimulate adrenaline secretion. Its effects bore a resemblance to that of a stimulant, albeit only in resemblance. The physiological and chemical reactions involved would undoubtedly be intricate. Moreover, the panel data obtained through the examination served merely as a reference. For instance, the creature encountered today, the Nar, would undoubtedly overpower him based solely on panel data. Yet, even so, it would not be an easy task for that creature to eliminate him. After inputting the examination data into the computer for archival purposes, Chu Guang turned his gaze to the backpack he had previously discarded on the ground and reached down to retrieve it. Inside lay the gear scavenged by Yi Shi from the corpses of the 3 mercenaries. The moment he unzipped the bag, a joyful expression immediately graced his face. For handguns, 2 stockless submachine guns, a pump-action shotgun, and a broken assault rifle severed in 2. Regardless of whether the assault rifle could be repaired, the bounty from this outing could only be described as bountiful. He had struck it rich. Beyond mere firearms, there were approximately 1 to 200 rounds of ammunition, some loaded in magazines and others scattered loosely, completely filling the half-height backpack. It was evident that Yi Shi had been meticulous in his looting, leaving nothing behind. Not even the empty magazines. However, the quality of the ammunition was rather ordinary. Most were forged from solid steel, with only a few bolt bullets featuring steel cores coated in copper or lead. Chu Guang also noticed that several bullets had red-tipped heads, suggesting they were of a special variety. Though these mercenaries were not affluent, their firepower was certainly formidable. It seemed that the strength of Stone City was not to be underestimated. Weighing the red-tipped bullet in his hand, Chu Guang gently tossed it back into the bag. The overall strength of a region is typically correlated with its productivity. For instance, the suburban marauders wielded homemade pipe rifles or scavenged weapons, with some resorting to cold steel altogether. The fact that even ragtag soldiers could be armed to such a degree indicated that Stone City's industrial capabilities were likely far more impressive than the rumors suggested. Chu Guang resolved firmly within himself that once winter passed, he would make a visit there, ideally organizing a trade caravan to accompany him. The scale of the outpost would continue to grow, necessitating trade with other survivor strongholds. One could not always rely on unscrupulous merchants to deliver goods to their doorstep. To avoid being taken advantage of, one must ultimately embark on the journey personally. Chapter 41. The game officials are truly benevolent. As evening approached, players gradually returned to the infirmary. The chef, Brother Scrambled Eggs, set up a large pot in the open area, commencing the preparation for the final meal of the day. Tonight's menu featured salt-boiled horned potatoes accompanied by smoked meat. Thanks to the discovery of the new NPC stronghold, the players in the shelter were finally able to enjoy a meal beyond fish soup. The flavor of these horned potatoes was quite pleasing. After boiling them in salted water, a drizzle of soy sauce rendered them reminiscent of KFC mashed potatoes. However, they did consume a considerable amount of soy sauce. In preparing these 28 servings of mashed potatoes, roughly 1/5 of a bottle of soy sauce was used, and that was with careful rationing. On the other hand, it appeared that the shelter's supply of salt was also dwindling, with only half a bag remaining. At this rate of consumption, it would not be long before they were back to subsisting on plain broth. Oh no, these mashed potatoes are simply splendid. Brother Scrambled Eggs, may I have another bowl? Exclaimed Tung Tung, squatting on the ground with a look of utter satisfaction. That's it, 1 bowl per person, Brother Scrambled Eggs replied, rolling his eyes at the term brother. Tomorrow, are we having mashed potatoes again? Tung Ting asked, with a pitiful expression. We can't afford any more. The soy sauce is running low and must be conserved. If you want mashed potatoes, you'll have to get up early and order takeout, Brother Scrambled Eggs sighed inwardly. Preparing meals for this bunch had been a source of constant worry. After so many years as a chef, he had never been so frugal for a boss. Feeling as though he had to sprinkle a grain of salt, as if it were two. Meanwhile, seated among the players, Yi Shi held a bowl, animatedly recounting the events of the day, even forgetting to eat. Particularly when he spoke of encountering the crawlers on the way back. He excitedly set down his bowl and picked up a twig to draw on the ground. As I walked down the street, I felt a chill run down my spine. And suddenly, my instincts kicked in. In the blink of an eye, I grabbed my rifle and fired a volley. Unable to endure the incessant boasting of Fong Chong beside him, he interjected, "What a load of nonsense. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were wielding a Gatling gun." Yi Shi cleared his throat, dismissing the irrelevance. That's not important. Now what happened next? Continue. How did you manage to overcome that thing? The surrounding players, indifferent to the details, eagerly urged him on, clamoring for more. Calm down. Let me continue, Yi Shi said, quickly regaining his composure as he recounted how he had aided the administrator ensnared by the aberrations, how he scavenged on the battlefield, and how he had been ambushed by a scoundrel, tactically logging out to execute a miraculous counterattack alongside his teammates. Fong Chong rolled his eyes, finding it unbearable, and opted to relocate to another spot to eat, preferring not to see or hear the drivel. After finishing his meal, with the sun nearing its descent, Chu Guang carried Xiao Qi down from the upper floor. He led the players back to the shelter in groups, watching as they settled securely into their cultivation pods. Everyone had returned except for Garbage Kuan, who remained outside hunting. However, Chu Guang was not particularly concerned for him. Through the player list, he could ascertain that the fellow was still alive, having logged out 2 hours prior. It was implausible for anyone to remain logged in for 24 hours straight. Everyone needed to eat and stretch their limbs. Moreover, the clones within the game also required rest. No one could stay awake indefinitely, not even the lizard men. According to publicly available information on the official website, there were various methods to log out, not solely through returning to the cultivation pod for active hibernation. Any action resulting in loss of consciousness could sever the connection, including but not limited to delivering a blow to the back of one's head or simply finding a place to lie down and sleep. However, such logout methods were not particularly reliable. Firstly, they did not allow for saving progress, and secondly, they posed safety risks. Clones synthesized rapidly through the cultivation pods lacked any cognitive abilities. In other words, without a conscious connection, these clones would hardly react to external stimuli beyond mere reflexes. At such moments, should a mutated rat or cockroach happen to pass by, it could easily devour them whole. Fortunately, Garbage Kuan seemed to have found a secure hiding spot, at least for the time being. Setting aside concerns about Garbage Kuan, Chu Guang took a seat at the computer in the residence hall and, as per usual, began to compile the day's work achievements. The construction of the eastern wall was completed. In terms of resources, the inventory included 110 logs, 1 ton of charcoal, 1 ton of silicate cement, 2 stacks of yellow mud bricks, and several hardened cement blocks. On the consumption side, 240 logs and 800 kilograms of cement had been used, with the wood inventory having steadily decreased over the past 2 days, while surprisingly, the cement began to accumulate. It seemed necessary to assign a few lumberjacks or increase the daily logging requirements for players. In terms of food inventory, there was an intake of 350 kilograms of green wheat and horn potatoes, 5 pounds of smoked meat, along with a small quantity of berries and mushrooms. The consumption was approximately 5 kilograms of jerky, 10 kilograms of horn potatoes, and for trade, 50 kilograms of smoked meat and 20 kilograms of smoked fish. Hunting would need to commence again tomorrow. Moving on to the fur inventory, aside from trade consumption, 5 pieces of fur were utilized, and astonishingly, Tung Tung managed to produce 5 garments today? That's impressive. I estimate that yields about 250 contribution points. Additionally, with the increase in weapon stock, a munitions depot must be planned. Finally, today's daily tasks yielded 7 reward points. Time for some delightful blind box openings. Having compiled the data, Chu Guang leaned back in his chair and stretched. Simultaneously, in the adjacent room, 30 activated cultivation pods had completed scanning the clones within and archived somatic cell samples, compiling the player's gene sequence development progress and panel data into a single table. Glancing briefly at it, Chu Guang noted that, perhaps due to the current phase of the outpost's workforce being predominantly labor-intensive, strength-based players were evidently leveling up at a quicker pace. For instance, Lao Bai had already reached LV3. Moreover, Yi Shi, who had consistently accompanied him, had elevated his gene sequence from LV1 to LV2, with his primary attribute of perception reaching 9, making him the player with the highest perception attribute in the entire outpost. Master. Noticing Xiaoqi rolling over to the table, Chu Guang diverted his gaze from the computer. What is it? Why did you bring back a stranger from outside? Chu Guang nearly choked on those words. While there was some truth to it, it still felt somewhat off. What are you talking about? Xiaoqi retorted. I saw it from the rooftop. You carried her back. Chu Guang replied impatiently. So what? In an unvarying electronic tone, Xiaoqi expressed her concern. It's nothing. I just wanted to remind you that compared to the clones whose movements can be easily restricted, the natives of the wasteland are far more difficult to control. It's best not to trust them too easily. You're overthinking it. I've never fully trusted anyone, be they players or locals. Chu Guang replied nonchalantly. Then I'm relieved. The camera atop Xiaoqi's head bobbed up and down in agreement. By the way, you can always trust Xiaoqi. No matter what happens, I will always be your most loyal assistant. All right, I got it. How dismissive. Chu Guang suppressed the urge to retort and continued to focus on the computer screen. It had been over 10 minutes since the players logged out, and it was likely that the official website forum was bustling at that moment. It was time for some enjoyable screen peeking. Humming a little tune to himself, Chu Guang accessed the official website's backend and first checked the number of reservations. The little leaks with their bowls had doubled from just over 100 to nearly 300. The threshold for game reservations had shifted from merely filling out a form to answering questions on that form. Although the questions were mostly general knowledge, those who patiently read through them and filled in the blanks could be considered serious players. Those who passed could be deemed quite high quality. Simultaneously, the website's traffic had surged significantly, achieving an average daily visit count of 1,000. While not everyone registered an account, and even fewer clicked on reservations, it at least indicated that Wasteland OL was gaining recognition within the gaming community. It was astonishing that a site with no official registration, merely a plethora of textual lore and a few construction photographs, could draw in such a crowd. Chu Guang couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, there are still many tedious individuals around. Just perfect. Since he had nothing else to do, why not come to the game and lend a hand? He closed the background pages and entered the forum. As he had anticipated, the players who had logged off were all here reporting in, and the forum was bustling with activity. This included the notorious Trash King, who had logged off just 2 hours ago, now immersed in the forum. Trash King level 99. Damn, today has been exhausting, but thankfully I have made some gains. There's a tire processing factory about 2 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site, and there are people walking their dogs on patrol nearby, possibly a raider camp, though I'm not entirely sure. I plan to get a closer look when it gets dark. Once I confirm it, I'll come back to the forum and show off. Wildwind, 666. Old by damn. I was wondering why I didn't TC you log off. Also, how could you log in during the day? Trash King level 99. If you were an aberration, you could too. Enough of the nonsense. I'll be back online after a short rest. Grins. Night 10. You're just here to flaunt, aren't you? Quit smoking. Forget about logging in during the day. If I could just log in for a glimpse, I would die without regrets. TT. Crow. I'm still on resurrection cooldown, crying duck. Trash King level 99. Grins. Aside from Trash King showing off, the vast majority of players in the forum were fervently discussing the new NPCs brought back by the administrator, as well as the newly discovered survivor settlements, particularly the latter. Players were especially intrigued. At the top of a lengthy thread, Chu Guang quickly spotted an analytical post pinned by Days to Come. This individual was consistently adept at summarizing, and his posts garnered the highest popularity in the forum. Were it not for prohibitive circumstances, Chu Guang would have been tempted to invite him to take on a planning role for the game. I must commend this Alpha 02 version update. It is evident that the game developers are quite sincere. It is truly a commendable effort. The contents of this update extend far beyond the few optimization items listed on the official website. It includes new factions, new monster models, a larger map, and much more, far richer than I had previously imagined. For instance, upon reaching the brown farm with which we traded, as soon as I approached the concrete structure of the walls, I was astonished by the artistic design of the game. The immersive feeling is difficult to articulate. Whether it be the post-apocalyptic architectural style or the intricate details of the NPC's attire, every facet bears the mark of careful craftsmanship, rather than merely reskinning existing materials. Furthermore, there was the testing of the combat system. On our return journey, we encountered an attack from a crawling creature, resulting in a thrilling yet safe skirmish. Until that moment, I had believed that such absurdly powerful aberrations existed only in the lore, but to my surprise, they had been implemented in the current version. It must be said that our administrator is indeed a novice guide. Their combat prowess is astonishingly formidable. The moment the crawling creature lunged at us, Neither Knight 10 nor I reacted in time. We were almost caught off guard, relying entirely on him to deal damage. As he single-handedly took down a 2-meter-tall devourer with just a small water pipe. It was exhilarating to witness. Moreover, personally speaking, the most delightful surprise was the addition of a new NPC to our outpost. Her unique identity may bring us numerous new gameplay possibilities, such as weapon modifications and perhaps even additional side quests that I believe we can eagerly anticipate. I will continue to update more information regarding the Alpha 02 version in the thread, so those interested can feel free to follow along. What a relief. Ah, how embarrassing. After reading the post from beginning to end, Chu Guang could not help but smile broadly. However, to be fair, he felt he had been quite conscientious. At least he and T exploited the players' wallets. In a next-generation game that liberates dreams and sleep, would you expect companies like Goose Factory or Pig Factory to let you play without charging you a hefty sum? Not to mention if you want to mine, you'd likely have to pay for a membership first. What? No money? Well, that's easily resolved. You wouldn't mind smoothing some plaster with your hands, would you? After all, without such measures, how could one showcase the nobility of an RMB warrior wielding a plastering trowel? Of course, you could also choose to watch 2 hours of advertisements to unlock membership discount coupons. At least such unscrupulous deeds are beyond Chu Guang's capacity. In light of his self-praise for being conscientious, Chu Guang pinned Feng Chang's post. He casually closed the thread, pondering what to do to pass the long night when a soft, resentful voice interrupted him. Master, the woman you rescued has awakened. Chapter 42. Please exercise some restraint. Thirsty, uncertain how long she had been unconscious, Cheyenne gradually regained consciousness. Feeling an intense hunger gnawing at her, her throat parched as if scorched by a hot iron. Her arms felt heavy, as though filled with lead. Her blurred vision seemed to be shrouded in a haze. She struggled to rise from the ground, but soon gave up. It was only when her gaze fell upon a plastic bottle and a packaging bag not far away that she abruptly lunged forward, seizing the bottle without regard for the liquid inside, tilting her head back to gulp it down. Instantly, her thirst was alleviated. After draining the last drop, Cheyenne discarded the bottle and, like a famished ghost, tore open the plastic packaging she had picked up from the ground. Her instincts told her that it contained food. However, upon seeing the dark, unappetizing contents, her expression faltered momentarily, betraying her hunger. What is this? She leaned in closer to sniff it. Surprisingly, it didn't smell bad. After a moment's hesitation, Cheyenne ultimately steeled herself and cautiously took a bite. The instant her lips met the substance, her expression froze, and her pupils dilated in shock. What is this flavor? She stuffed the dark contents into her mouth, finishing it entirely, licking her lips with a sense of lingering satisfaction, even turning the plastic packaging inside out to savor every last bit. At that moment, the alloy door in front of her swung open. Cheyenne looked up to see the man standing at the entrance. Awake? She instinctively recoiled in fear, hastily glancing down at her clothes, and, with a steely resolve, nodded. Was it tasty? Though she wished to appear defiant, her mouth betrayed her. It was delicious. Chu Guang smiled faintly. Do you want more? Yes. Cheyenne nodded vigorously. Pleased with her response, Chu Guang nodded. What you just ate is called chocolate. From today onward, you will work for me. You will do whatever I ask. In exchange, I will provide you with safe housing and food. Additionally, if your performance satisfies me, I will give you another piece of that chocolate. Xiaoyan had never tasted chocolate, having only heard that it was a popular delicacy before the war and a luxury item among the upper echelons of Stone City. Is this the flavor of chocolate? Her finger instinctively brushed her lips, and a bewildered expression adorned Xiaoyan's face, gradually giving way to regret in her eyes. Damn! If only I had known to savor it more slowly. Chu Guang could never have guessed what she was pondering. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was merely a piece of chocolate. Was it really that significant? Observing Xia Yin seated on the ground, Chu Guang continued. So what is your answer? I am willing, Xia Yin replied without hesitation, not even questioning what Chu Guang intended to make her do. After all, she had no other options. With half a leg lost, even if she returned to Stone City, the ultimate fate would be to rot in a filthy alley of the slums, akin to a decaying orange peel. No one would care at all. To be alive, naturally. No one wished for death, at least not yet for Xia Yin. She turned her head, resigned, closed her eyes, and softly murmured, though I have never tried it. It should be fine. I know you want it to be lighter. What? Chu Guang instinctively paused, but being a seasoned driver for many years, he quickly deduced from her expression that she had misinterpreted his words and immediately corrected his demeanor to one of seriousness. Madam, please maintain your decorum. I am currently engaged in a very serious discussion about work with you. If you continue this way, I may become unable to maintain my seriousness. Hearing Chu Guang's words, Xia Yin was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Did he not intend to bring her back to bear children? Her pupils trembled violently as she seemed to finally distinguish between her fantasies and reality, her face gradually turning a shade resembling that of a liver. Turning her head in humiliation, she glared at the crevice in the wall and said fiercely, "Just kill me." Chu Guang. What on earth? After a brief moment, Chu Guang and the sprawled Xia Yin succinctly explained the situation. Games were not popular in the wasteland. Using the concept of players would only confuse her further. Chu Guang, uninterested in speaking to a wall, articulated in terms she could understand. In simple terms, my subordinates and I plan to establish a survivor settlement on the surface, drive away the aberrations, shelter the refugees, and restore order in this region. Upon hearing this, Xia Yin wore a skeptical expression. How much confidence did one need to utter such implausible words? Restore order? Countless individuals had attempted this over the past 2 centuries, yet none had succeeded. Instead, the aberrations in the city had multiplied, the mutants had increased, and the living space for survivors had been continually squeezed, deteriorating year by year. Did they think restoring order was as simple as erecting a wall? Wounded in spirit, Xia Yan's tone dripped with sarcasm. You should visit Stone City. There are countless who are far more powerful than you, and even they can only linger at the periphery of the third ring. What makes you think you can achieve anything? Chu Guang, who had not entertained such thoughts, calmly regarded her and continued, I have my plans. I never intended to accomplish this goal within a few months. I fully understand that this will be a protracted battle, and I am prepared to make sacrifices across generations to see it through. How bothersome. It's merely a setup. Can you let me finish my statement? Chu Guang was well aware that restoring order was not a matter that could be resolved with a mere phrase. Nor had he ever arrogantly believed himself invincible simply because he had eliminated a few impoverished raiders dwelling on the outskirts. Yet, this was his character, or rather, the game's premise. At the very least, he had to make the players feel that this NPC was credible. However, it was evident that this individual only heard the latter part of his statement. Generations? Xia Yin instinctively shrank back. So, they really did intend for her to bear children. Returning to the main topic, Chu Guang lightly cleared his throat and continued, You can assemble firearms, correct? As well as maintain the parts? Xia Yin nodded. Yes, that is basic skill. Excellent. Chu Guang acknowledged with a nod. From this moment on, you will be the owner of the weapon shop. What? Xia Yin appeared utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend his words. Chu Guang had used a term not found in this world, but rather in the common tongue of a parallel universe. The owner of the weapon shop, Chu Guang fixed his gaze on her, articulating each word distinctly before proceeding. This is your job description. In simple terms, it involves selling firearms and providing maintenance for them. If someone inquires about your profession, this is how you should respond. Selling guns? Xia Yin asked in confusion. To whom? To the residents of the refuge. Ah. Xia Yin was even more perplexed. Were those not your subordinates? Yes, but they differ somewhat from the subordinates you envision. Chu Guang paused before continuing. In simple terms, we have just emerged from underground and need to concentrate our efforts on significant endeavors. Moreover, resources are scarce. So we are temporarily implementing a planned economy where everyone works together and shares meals from a communal pot. Once the survival crisis is resolved and resources begin to surplus, they will need to actively engage in production and step out of their comfort zones to strive for progress. At that point, our settlement will adopt a different set of rules. Things like food, medicine, weapons, and other resources will no longer be free. Since you mentioned Stone City, you should be familiar with the concept of leverage, right? It essentially means the same thing. It was apparent that this woman had not grasped what he was conveying. Survivors in the wasteland, if even slightly educated, could at least secure a position as a dog-ass leg for a local tycoon, much like old Charlie, who merely existed on Bet Street. If one possessed a skill, they might find a position in a factory, assisting the big shots with boiler work, mixing medicines, or repairing power armor. Only the impoverished would engage in life-risking trades for mere coins, much like the present Xia Yin. In the wasteland, being a mercenary was never a glamorous profession. It merely consisted of a group of expendable pawns without social security or benefits. However, Chu Guang did not mind. All he required was a tool capable of executing his commands. Knowledge, experience, quality, all were learnable. Pausing momentarily, Chu Guang looked at her and said, The language our people use differs a bit from that of those on the surface. However, it is not a significant issue. I will teach you a few simple phrases for daily communication. You only need to follow my instructions. Chapter 43. Exceptional players have already begun assigning tasks to NPCs. Language barriers? Communication difficulties? For Chu Guang, this was hardly a concern. As a tool, one only needed to master a few basic phrases to meet the player's demands for game functionality. For instance, the most rudimentary transactions of buying and selling can be mastered without an intricate vocabulary. As for the player's banter that one might fail to comprehend, it is of no consequence. After all, even in a wholly immersive virtual reality MMORPG, it is unreasonable to expect every NPC to possess genuine intelligence. Thus, Chu Guang did not demand that Xia Yan learn the intricacies of the Chinese language. He merely requested that she grasp a few fundamental words and fixed phrases. However, much to his surprise, her performance in meeting these modest expectations was still lacking. For the customers who entered the shop, she was supposed to greet them with, "Hello. I am Xia Yan, the proprietress of this weapon shop. How may I assist you?" Upon hearing a request to purchase items, she ought to point to the menu and respond, "Please, take a look." When someone mentioned needing maintenance for their firearms, she was to extend her hand and reply, "May I have it?" What a farce this was. Clutching the paper in her hands, Xia Yan wore a frown of despair as she looked towards Chu Guang, who was seated nearby. Despite each character being annotated with phonetics, she remained unable to adapt to the peculiar pronunciations, even though they bore a resemblance to human speech. Noticing Xia Yan's gaze upon him, Chu Guang shifted his focus from the computer screen and turned to her. "Have you learned it yet?" he inquired. "Not yet," she replied. "Then why are you staring at me? Continue memorizing," he urged. For a fleeting moment, she suddenly considered that the task of childbirth might be less daunting. Yet she could not fathom why this individual showed her no interest whatsoever. Am I that unattractive? She pondered. Surely not. Feeling a tinge of dejection, she pinched her crimson hair tips, still confident in her looks, as even the captain had pursued her for a time. Alas, she simply had no inclination towards him. The life of a supporting character was fraught with hardship, facing the specter of death daily. Her dream was to marry into the affluent inner city of Giant Stone City, thereby living a life of luxury. In truth, it was not entirely impossible. Who knows? Perhaps one day she would be tasked with escorting a prominent figure, leading to a scenario reminiscent of a damsel rescuing a hero from a novel. However, regrettably, their marginal group was incapable of undertaking even tasks near the second ring road, relegated instead to scavenging in desolate wildernesses. As for the present, her envisioned life seemed even more unattainable. Who would desire a cripple? Especially one who had been captured by barbarians. Just as Xia Yan wallowed in her dismal fate, a light cough broke the silence beside her. "Please, temper your expression," came the admonition. "Huh," Xia Yan responded, bewildered. It was clear she had drifted off. Observing her instinctual reaction, Chu Guang, seated in his chair, could only shake his head in disbelief. Sighing, he paused momentarily before stating, "Starting now, the clock is ticking. In 2 hours, I will assess your progress. If there is still no improvement, perhaps the brown farm next door would suit you better. They are in need of serfs. Conveniently, I could profit from this arrangement." It was winter, and the brown farm had no need for serfs. Rather, they would be disposing of a batch of unfit laborers or those with disabilities by the end of the month. A crippled mercenary would be of no value, even if offered for free. As for aspirations of beauty, that notion was even more ludicrous. Even the local tycoon of Beat Street could afford clones with features so exquisite that even celebrities would envy them. What worth could a frail, coarse, and brutish soul hold? This was a wasteland, after all. Chu Guang merely mentioned selling her as a jest, intending to frighten her into action and motivate her. Even if she were truly dim-witted enough to struggle with these few lines, he would not reduce her to slavery. At worst, he would cast her aside. In truth, throughout their interactions, Chu Guang found her quite intriguing. Speaking to her earnestly bore little fruit. A few threats would swiftly cow her into compliance, diligently reciting her lines. What a peculiar situation. He shook his head and returned to his online activities. Moments ago, he had discovered that his Steam account was still operational. A perfect diversion for the time being. The following morning, upon awakening, Chu Guang accessed the player list and unlocked the login permissions for the players, guiding those who logged in to the surface. "Esteemed administrator, may I inquire about the lady from yesterday?" Fong Chong asked respectfully, standing beside him. "Are you referring to Xia Yan? Her injuries are somewhat severe. She requires a few days of rest. I spoke with her last night. She has agreed to join our cause. Once her wounds have healed, she will oversee the weapon maintenance at the outpost." Chu Guang was careful not to mention that she had been reciting lines until 2 or 3 in the morning, ultimately having to carry her to the neighboring room. Assuming all went well, she should be sleeping soundly. Upon hearing the administrator's response, Fong Chang's eyes brightened with newfound information. A new NPC named Xia Yan. Her role is likely that of a weapon shop owner or a similar profession. Silently noting this, Fong Chang planned to update his posts with this information once he logged off later that day. Chu Guang could easily guess his thoughts, which was why he had shared such details. Resuming his duties as an NPC, Chu Guang gathered the players in a vacant area of the infirmary for a brief motivational speech before dismissing them. After 2 days of acclimatization, the newly joined players had adapted to the rhythm of the game, requiring no guidance from him. Watching the flames and smoke rising from the construction site, along with the players diligently working on the scaffolding, Chu Guang felt akin to a farmer herding ducks. Each day, his task was to let the ducks roam free outside their coop, only to gather them back in at dusk, tallying their daily yield and noting how much weight they had gained, all while methodically plucking a few feathers from them. Of course, this assessment was not entirely accurate. After all, most of the tools they used were provided by him, and the jerky they consumed was primarily sourced from his own hunting endeavors. Reflecting on this, he realized he had indeed contributed considerably. Perhaps, standing before the construction site, pondering what tasks to undertake that day, Knight 10 had already approached him proactively. Esteemed administrator, with a respectful demeanor, Knight 10 performed a courteous bow, brimming with eagerness, and asked, "Are we going hunting today? When do we set out?" Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. Now, remarkably, these players had grown quite proactive, learning to organize their own activities. However, Chu Guang said nothing. After all, he had indeed intended to venture out for a bit, hoping to return with some game to prepare. Accompanied by Knight 10, he returned to the shelter, donned the tactical belt he had stripped from a mercenary, secured a pistol he had scavenged, and loaded it with two 5mm magazines. The primary weapon remains his 9mm iron pipe rifle, coupled with the steel tube of the sword of physics, capable of prying open doors as well as delivering devastating blows. Although there are now submachine guns and shotguns available as close combat tools, these two pieces of equipment hold little significance for hunting. The shotgun's ammunition lacks deer shots, and using buckshot would ruin the hide. Rather than relying on close-range firepower to subdue his prey, Chu Guang prefers to utilize his high-quality, rifled 9mm iron pipe rifle to deliver a swift, lethal shot from a medium distance, or at the very least, incapacitate the creature before moving in closer to deliver a finishing blow with the steel pipe. This approach not only conserves precious ammunition, but also preserves the integrity of the prey's fur. It is essential to note that each additional bullet hole or cut diminishes the quality of the hide by 10%. "Take this," Chu Guang said, handing a pistol and a crossbow to Yi Shi, along with a quiver made from animal hide containing 15 bolts. "Can I use that shotgun?" Yi Shi inquired, glancing between the pistol and the shotgun resting in the corner, casting a pitiful look at Chu Guang. However, Chu Guang showed no inclination to relent, responding with a stoic demeanor, "We are going hunting, not hunting mutants. Familiarize yourself with these two weapons before discussing anything else." Thus, Chu Guang set out with Yi Shi for their hunting venture. The players at the outpost were as industrious as ever, diligently going about their tasks, those hauling bricks, mixing cement, and plastering, none idling. Thanks to the 30 tools that the administrator had retrieved from Brown Farm, the players' efficiency saw a significant boost, especially among those constructing walls. The progress at the outpost wall construction site was visibly rapid. Not only the construction site, but Feng Chong and Old Bai, pondering the art of primitive steelmaking, also made notable advancements after acquiring fire tongs and hammers. They salvaged rusted car frames, hoods, suspensions, and even the engine casings from the vehicles in the parking lot, debris that had succumbed to 2 centuries of weathering, now serving as a treasure trove for them. Crushing the brittle rust and tossing it into the furnace, still using charcoal as a reducing agent and hand-operated bellows, they finally succeeded in transforming this refuse into molten iron. "Incredible! We've done it!" Old Bai and Feng Chong exclaimed, their fists clenched with excitement. This moment had been 3 days in the making. The molten iron produced through this method, once cooled, would yield high-carbon pig iron. By repeatedly heating and cooling it, they could reduce the carbon content to between 2, 1 and 5, resulting in basic steel. As for the addition of metals like chromium and nickel to create alloys, that was still a bit beyond their capabilities. Proper steelmaking required specialized equipment, at the very least, an electric furnace. In truth, even the ability to extract molten iron from industrial refuse was an extraordinary feat for their rudimentary production facilities. "What shall we forge?" Old Bai asked, brimming with enthusiasm. "An axe? Tools? Or something else?" Feng Chong, equally delighted, pondered for a few seconds before replying. "Let's make a large pot first. Eating stews every day is making me nauseous. Although yesterday's mashed potatoes were decent, I've heard from Brother Chow that we're low on soy sauce. So today we'll likely have pine nuts and fresh fish soup again. That stuff is not fresh at all. It tastes like catfish with every bite." "Haha, great idea. With an iron pot, we can stir fry." The two quickly reached a consensus and began contemplating how to create molds for the iron pot using the leftover clay from brickmaking. Meanwhile, at the woodworking shed's entrance, Brother Mosquito sat on a small stool, engrossed in his handiwork. He was seen holding a trash can he had salvaged, sealing it with wooden planks, then inserting a stainless steel pipe to create a simple spray mechanism. But he was not yet satisfied with a slanted sprinkler. Brother Mosquito proceeded to seal the joints with resin, attaching a wooden handle for easy carrying to the exterior of the trash can, and fashioned a makeshift pressurizer from a plastic bottle, connecting it to the back of the can with a soft hose bent into an S shape. Perfect. Brother Mosquito beamed at his creation, a manual pressurized flamethrower. By simply pouring wood tar into the can and inserting a cotton wick into the front water pipe, theoretically, this device could become a nightmare for any human or mutant within a 5-meter radius, provided he didn't accidentally ignite himself. From a high-context perspective, the design bore a hint of cyberpunk aesthetics, but Brother Mosquito thought it was fine, believing he could make improvements later. He decided to dub it Hellfire 01 for now. Just as he contemplated where to test it, he looked up to see a whirlwind approaching, carrying a plastic bucket. This fellow had gone fishing early in the morning, a rare sight since he usually appeared near the sanatorium in the afternoon. Yet today he returned before 10 o'clock. "Oh, you're early today?" Brother Mosquito teased. "Did you break another trap?" "It has nothing to do with the trap," the whirlwind replied, tossing the plastic bucket to the ground. "Look what I found." Upon seeing the contents of the bucket, Brother Mosquito was taken aback. Inside were some white stones mixed with yellow and light brown impurities. The stiffness on his face instantly transformed into wild joy. Bird guano. Chapter 44. The Merchant from the Neighboring City. I should have known. The most abundant resource in Linghu is not just the fish in the lake, but the rich nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium along the lake shore. We're almost there. It's just ahead. As they walked towards the lakeside, the whirlwind excitedly recounted. The two stopped at a shallow area by the lake, lush with vegetation, providing excellent concealment and serving as an ideal water source for both humans and animals. Just as the whirlwind reached out to point, Brother Mosquito hastily stepped forward. Squatting down in front of a relatively flat rock, he extended his index finger, gently brushing it against the stone wall before bringing it closer to sniff and attempting to taste a lick. The whirlwind, unable to suppress his curiosity despite the unpleasant sight, quickly asked, "What is it?" Spitting on the ground, Brother Mosquito wore a face of mixed emotions. "Ugh, why is there still something fresh?" The whirlwind. Although he accidentally tasted some fresh bird droppings, one thing was certain. There was indeed a significant presence of bird guano here. This mineral's primary component is MgNH 4PO46H2O, characterized by its orthorhombic crystal system. Just from examining its chemical composition, one can easily discern the vast array of its potential uses. Not only that, but once a sufficient quantity of guano is formed, the ammonia it contains gradually oxidizes into nitric acid under the influence of nitrifying bacteria, ultimately accumulating in the soil in the forms of potassium nitrate, sodium nitrate, calcium nitrate, magnesium nitrate, and so forth, giving rise to what is known as nitrous earth. This nitrous earth, a companion mineral, can be easily processed through simple methods, such as boiling it with wood ash that has not been filtered of potassium and alkali, thereby extracting the calcium and magnesium ions contained within, resulting in the production of a nitrate with a small amount of impurities. In simpler terms, discovering guano essentially equates to mastering the production of nitrate. Possessing nitrate is tantamount to possessing gunpowder. In fact, it is not solely guano. The banks of Linghu Lake are strewn with various types of excretions. Over time, these excretions have weathered, accumulated, and solidified, ultimately forming guano mines. As for why there are so many guano deposits by the lake, it is quite easy to comprehend. In the early years of this planet's descent into the wasteland era, it underwent a prolonged period of extreme cold lasting nearly half a century. During that time, Linghu Wetland Park, being the most water-rich area in the vicinity, hosted a multitude of wild animals and livestock that had escaped from farms. These droppings are likely remnants from that era. It was only after the cold spell ended, and an uninhabited urban area evolved into a more vibrant ecosystem, that the place gradually became desolate. With these deposits of nitrous earth, procuring black powder should pose no significant challenge. Rising from the ground, Mosquito eagerly glanced at the howling wind. "Lend me a hand. Let us gather more to take back." The howling wind, puzzled, inquired, "We have the nitrous earth and charcoal, but I recall that the recipe for black powder also requires sulfur. Where do you intend to find sulfur?" If memory serves him correctly, sulfur typically manifests near volcanic craters or hot springs. However, this area clearly does not resemble a location where either of those could be found. Mosquito hesitated momentarily, evidently having not yet contemplated this issue. If sulfur is unavailable, sulfates could suffice. The process might be a tad more cumbersome, but they should still be relatively easy to find, right? The howling wind glanced around, shrugging helplessly. In any case, let us search for it. Unfortunately, the forest yielded no sulfur, nor did they encounter any suspected sulfur substances by the lake. It is understandable, after all. How could such a thing possibly appear in a wetland park? Yet, fortuitously, just as the two were on the verge of giving up, they stumbled upon some gypsum deposits beside a small river extending from Linghu. This substance, composed of calcium sulfate, can be thermally decomposed with carbon to yield calcium sulfide and carbon dioxide. precisely the sulfate mineral they sought. How could I have forgotten about this? Mosquito lamented, smacking the back of his head in frustration. Just a couple of days ago, I noticed old Bai and the others mixing this gypsum powder while making cement. Isn't this just calcium sulfate? The howling wind chuckled wryly. This is what is termed as being blind to what lies beneath the lamp. In any case, the outcome was favorable. They gathered some gypsum and stowed it in a plastic barrel. After washing his hands, Mosquito stood up and addressed the howling wind. Let us go. We've secured the materials, and it's time to head back. The howling wind nodded and followed closely behind. As the two returned to the survivors' settlement and were about to approach the wooden cabin, they were met with a commotion at the settlement's entrance. They observed players working at the construction site, who had somehow descended from the scaffolding, armed with tools, encircling a two-headed cow. Beside the two-headed cow stood an unfamiliar man, clad in a leather jacket, wearing an ingratiating smile, gesturing oddly while babbling incomprehensible words. Mosquito, filled with curiosity, halted in his tracks. Who was that person? A new NPC? I hadn't heard of any updates today. I don't know. Let me inquire, replied the howling wind, an action-oriented individual. He placed his plastic barrel down and strode over to the crowd gathered around the smoking rack, pulling the curious Egg Brother aside. What is happening over there? Who is that person? Egg Brother crossed his arms and shook his head. I'm not sure of the specifics. I heard others say that one of our people encountered this guy while transporting stones from the construction site, and he just followed them here without saying a word. The howling wind approached closer, overhearing the players' discussions. How did this cow end up with two heads? Is it a domesticated anomaly? This person followed us all the way. I bet he's not a good fellow. He might be a Raider spy? Not necessarily. What if he's an NPC? That doesn't make sense. If he were truly an NPC, he wouldn't be unable to communicate at all, right? Could it be that the conditions haven't been triggered? Perhaps we should confine him for now and wait for the manager to return? Feeling the increasingly hostile glares of those around him, Sun Shichi felt immense pressure. Although he concealed a revolver beneath his leather jacket, with the safety off, he only had 6 bullets in the chamber. The encroaching residents of the settlement would not grant him the opportunity to fire all 6. With just one blow from a hammer, he would be down on the ground. I'll say it again, I mean no harm. I am a merchant. Do you understand what a merchant is? For heaven's sake, 200 years ago, even in the worst of times, there wouldn't have been a profession as a traveling merchant, would there? Or have you forgotten after sleeping for too long? All right, calm down. Let me rephrase. I wish to trade the items on this cow's back for something you have in abundance, but I need desperately. Anything would do. Of course. If you don't wish to trade, that's fine too. I'll leave right away and promise not to disturb you again. Seeing the communication was utterly futile, Sun Shichi began to reconsider his retreat. However, the residents of the settlement showed no signs of dispersing. Rather, they closed in even more, brandishing ropes. Despair washed over Sun Shichi. Just as he contemplated whether to make a desperate stand, the crowd surrounding him suddenly parted to create a path. A man approached, carrying the corpse of a mutated reindeer over his shoulder. The reindeer weighed at least 100 kilograms, nearly the size of a horse. Yet the man walked as if it were no burden at all. Although he was clad in a seemingly harmless blue jacket, Sun Shichi sensed a distinct aura of danger emanating from him. This guy is definitely not an ordinary resident of the shelter. The man dropped the prey heavily onto the ground and exchanged a few words with his companions, who then obediently dispersed. As he watched the man approach, Sun Shichi felt a surge of anxiety, his nerves taut. In an instant, a thought flashed through his mind. If he could take this man hostage, he might successfully escape from here. Yet, his instincts warned him that if he attempted such a thing, he would perish the moment he made a move. Who are you? Chu Guang inquired, gazing at him. Upon hearing the man address him, Sun Shichi was momentarily taken aback, a look of surprise swiftly gracing his countenance. You can speak? No, that is not what I meant. What I intended to inquire was whether you were proficient in the local language. The term local language naturally referred to the lingua universalis. Prior to the war, this region was part of the domain of the United Nations, where a standardized language was utilized. By all accounts, the inhabitants of the shelter should also communicate in lingua universalis. However, for reasons unknown, these individuals seemed somewhat atypical. Chu Guang furrowed his brow slightly, observing him as he continued. Now it is my turn to pose a question. Pray tell, who are you? Detecting an unkind tone in the inquiry, Sun Shichi hastily clarified. My surname is Sun, and my name is Sun Shichi. I hail from the neighboring Honga town. I am a merchant. Honga town? At the mention of this unfamiliar place, Chu Guang raised an eyebrow. He was aware that this locality was called Qingchuan City, situated within the heart of the River Valley province of the United Nations. However, he was not well acquainted with other cities within the province. What brings you to Qingchuan City? Sun Shichi responded cautiously. As a merchant, of course. I am here to conduct business. Chu Guang's expression remained inscrutable. A merchant? Then why have I heard my companions say that you were following them? A misunderstanding. It is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Sun Shiqi waved his hands, exasperatedly explaining, I was actually on my way to Jushur City when I happened upon them wearing blue coats. I assumed there was a shelter nearby and thought to exchange a few goods with you. I am merely a merchant, truly without any intention to offend. He had not anticipated the heightened sensitivity of these individuals. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare approach a typical survivor settlement alone. However, a shelter was a different matter altogether. These charming figures clad in blue coats were notoriously naive in the wasteland, easily misled and manipulated. They were often the elite of the pre-war society or their descendants, who prided themselves on being the heirs of civilization, exuding arrogance and an air of superiority. He had thought that following them would pose little risk. At worst, he might be shooed away like a beggar, incurring no real loss. To his astonishment, these people had let him in and promptly surrounded him, refusing to listen or entertain his words. It was utterly devoid of martial virtue. Chu Guang's expression did not soften in light of this man's explanations. He continued to regard him with an impassive demeanor, stating, regardless of your intentions, you have indeed committed an act that offends us. I believe that in any corner of this wasteland, following someone cannot be deemed a friendly gesture. Wouldn't you agree? Sun Shiqi, perspiring profusely, nodded stiffly. You are correct. Excellent. It appears you have recognized your error, Chu Guang acknowledged with a nod. However, you need not worry. We are reasonable individuals. I have already convinced my companions that you are willing to apologize for your transgressions. Sun Shiqi eagerly nodded. Indeed, I am willing. Upon hearing this, a smile finally broke across Chu Guang's face. Very well. By the way, I presume you do not intend for us to choose ourselves? Sun Shiqi was momentarily dumbfounded, staring blankly at the man before him. Wait, what do you mean by choose ourselves? Chu Guang replied matter-of-factly. One cannot apologize empty-handed, can one? What would an apology be without recompense? We are not intending to extort you. At most, we would merely select an item from your cart. As he spoke, the smile that had previously adorned Chu Guang's face slowly faded. You wouldn't be unwilling, would you? Sun Shiqi's expression turned more sorrowful than a frown. Yet he still forced himself to nod. Not at all. Everything is in this cart. Please, choose as you wish. These bandits. Where has the restraint and pride of civilized individuals gone? To rob a tattered wasteland traveler. It was akin to a wealthy man robbing a beggar on the street. Could these people not feel a twinge of shame for their actions? How infuriating. Sun Shiqi inwardly cursed as he maintained a facade of cordiality, unwilling to reveal any negative emotions. He had gradually begun to realize that this shelter appeared fundamentally different from those he had encountered before. As for Chu Guang, he paid little heed to the merchant's inner thoughts, as they were of no consequence. Seeing the man so compliant, a pleasant smile returned to his face. Then I shall not be polite. Chapter 45, The Grainless Hongha Town. To Chu Guang's surprise, the cart bore a considerable bounty. For instance, atop the pile lay 5 revolver rifles. These weapons boasted a 7mm caliber, featuring 2 rudimentary grooves within the barrel, allowing the fired bullets to maintain a stable trajectory within a 50-meter range. Especially notable was the simple spring-loaded chamber structure, which not only made maintenance exceedingly convenient, but also ensured reliability in combat. Even in the event of a jam or misfire, one need only turn the cylinder gently to continue firing. The barrel could be removed and used as a pistol, albeit with unpredictable accuracy. Of course, what pleased Chu Guang most was the weapon's rate of fire. Although it was semi-automatic, if the trigger was pulled swiftly enough, discharging 6 rounds in rapid succession to establish suppressive fire was hardly an issue. It was quite user-friendly. Just as Chu Guang contemplated whether to select a rifle as compensation, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the sacks tethered to the sides of the 2-headed ox. Upon opening one, he found it stuffed to the brim with coins. These coins came in both brass and silver hues, and to his surprise, they showed no signs of rust. The brass coins appeared slightly smaller, while the silver ones were a tad larger, with face values inscribed as 1 and 10, corresponding to their worth. Pre-war currency? No, that could not be right. Lifting one coin, Chu Guang turned it over, quickly recognizing a line of small lettering in Lingua Universalis, Galactic Arcade. Good heavens, these were game tokens. Where on earth did you acquire these? Tossing the coin back into the sack, Chu Guang scrutinized the merchant, noting the anxious expression on his face as he inquired. In response to Chu Guang's question, Sun Shiqi answered candidly, I discovered these coins in the basement of an arcade. I thought they might be useful for extracting copper and steel, so I took them. Generally, merchant caravans seldom paused to scavenge. They typically traded with local scavengers, benefiting both parties and avoiding potential conflict. However, nothing is absolute. Just as impoverished mercenaries occasionally moonlight as raiders, a cash-strapped merchant might also take the risk to collect refuse. For instance, this merchant before him clearly had not been in the trade for long. It was likely that the two-headed ox was a recent acquisition made with effort. Is there any left? Chu Guang inquired. Sun Shiqi was momentarily taken aback and instinctively nodded. It seems there are still 2 crates of such sacks. Likely enough to hold 4 to 5 more. Excellent. I shall take all of them. Chu Guang replied as he unloaded 2 sacks from the ox's back and gazed at Sun Shiqi. These 2 sacks, along with the coins inside, shall serve as your compensation to us. When you return next time, be sure to bring the remaining coins. I propose a trade of 4 kilograms of dried meat for every 100 kilograms of coins, shall we? 100 kilograms is roughly the amount that fills a single sack, amounting to approximately 30 to 40,000 coins. In business, one must practice patience. Chu Guang did not wish to extort too heavily, thus he selected these 2 sacks, which were indeed of use to him. Furthermore, having resolved to let this man go, he preferred not to overtly display his demand for weapons. Clearly, Sun Shiqi had not anticipated that the individual before him would take an interest in these discarded items. His face was etched with surprise. Yet he dared not show it too openly, hastily nodding in agreement. No problem. As long as you need them, I will certainly bring them all next time. He was indifferent to the reasons behind this man's desire for the coins. Perhaps it was for sentimentality or some other motive. The old relics of ice were inherently difficult to comprehend. Originally, he had intended to drag the coins to Giant Stone City to trade for copper and steel, but the returns were rather meager. If he could use them to unlock a market for a refuge, then this transaction would surely be advantageous. Moreover, lightening his load in advance would make the journey ahead considerably easier. In addition to the 2 sacks of coins, Chu Guang also retained the 5 revolvers he had previously eyed, purchasing the 200 rounds of 7mm ammunition that Sun Shiqi carried. In exchange, he offered this distant merchant a total of 50 kilograms of cured meat and 10 kilograms of smoked fish. Despite the initial misunderstandings that arose during their first encounter, the outcome was satisfactory for both parties. Chu Guang acquired what he desired, while the merchant named Sun secured the trading rights and provisions he needed. Survivors residing in Clear Spring City could scarcely fathom the circumstances in Red River Town. Although the 2 locales were less than 100 kilometers apart, the ecological environments were entirely distinct. According to Sun Shiqi's own account, there existed a large-scale chemical industrial base and a landfill in the area. Following the war, these facilities fell into disrepair, leading to leaks in their stocks and severe soil contamination due to heavy metal overflow. Extensive desertification and compaction ensued, and even now, nature had not fully restored the land. Moreover, due to the fragile ecosystem, the local fauna primarily consisted of scavengers and arthropods. This extreme situation left the local survivors with scant arable land and made it exceedingly difficult to sustain themselves through hunting. Interestingly, the landfill that had been protested multiple times by locals before the war became, over the course of the 2 centuries following the nuclear conflict, the greatest treasure of the local survivors. It housed nearly half a century's worth of waste, much of which had not been adequately decomposed or processed. In the current wasteland era, the refuse buried there had transformed into a non-natural mineral deposit, fostering a boom in local mining, archaeology, and trade. But what do you eat? Chu Guang could not help but ask after hearing Sun Shiqi's description. Is it entirely reliant on imports? Wouldn't that drive food prices sky high? Certainly. It cannot be solely dependent on imports, Sun Shiqi clarified. Though we lack reindeer and hyenas, many mutated moles and rats are still edible. Additionally, we capture some less dangerous insects to make protein extracts for livestock or to create a nutrient paste akin to this. As he spoke, Sun Shiqi retrieved a sealed glass jar from the pack slung over the double-headed ox, revealing a dark gelatinous substance that resembled turtle jelly. Previously, when rummaging through the pack, Chu Guang had noticed this item but had not understood its purpose. Thus, he had overlooked it. To his surprise, it turned out to be food. What is this made from? Sun Shiqi chuckled and replied, mutated cockroaches. Chu Guang was taken aback. Oh my. He felt his ability to view turtle jelly in the same light was irrevocably altered, although it was derived from the proteins and fats of mutated cockroaches. After undergoing multiple processes of boiling, filtering, drying, grinding, soaking, and reducing, it bore little resemblance to its original source. Would you care for some? It is packed with protein. Chu Guang maintained a stern demeanor. No, thank you. I would rather starve than partake in that. However, it did pique his curiosity that, according to this fellow, the cost of such food seemed rather low. Mutated cockroaches were ubiquitous, and it stood to reason that the cockroaches in Clear Spring City would have significantly lower heavy metal content than those in Red River Town. In critical moments, using this nutrient paste as emergency rations for players could indeed be a viable option. Contemplating whether to embrace this line of thinking, Chu Guang found himself deep in thought. Just then, another idea struck him. You seem well-versed in insects? Sun Shichi nodded eagerly. Of course. We deal with them daily. Chu Guang pressed on. Do you have a way to deal with leeches? Leeches? Sun Shichi paused. Are you referring to those mutated leeches? Yes, Chu Guang affirmed with a nod. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Shichi's expression grew somewhat troubled. Those are quite rare in Red River Town. Perhaps it's because we have an abundance of ants. Chu Guang frowned. Ants? Sun Shichi nodded, explaining, yes, we have a species known as ironback ants, roughly the size of a thumb, with some growing as large as a fist. Their exoskeletons are extremely hard and corrosion-resistant. They consume nearly anything, making most soft-bodied creatures no match for them. Chu Guang inquired, could you bring a few back for me to examine next time? Sun Shichi smiled and replied, absolutely. Count on me. Once the trade was concluded, Sun Shichi chose not to linger, but instead continued on his journey. Chu Guang did not attempt to retain him, merely cautioning him about the presence of a mutated human camp near 76th Street and signs of raider activity in the northern direction of Wetland Park. Before wishing him a safe journey, the silhouette of the double-headed ox gradually vanished into the woods. As the players watched him depart, they began to murmur among themselves. That fellow was indeed a merchant. Phew, good thing I didn't strike him. But even if I had, I could have kept his goods. While that was true, they pondered what would happen if the merchant perished and no longer respawned. It is improbable that the game would cease to exist. Yet there is a possibility that the forthcoming expansion, Winter is Coming, may feature only one merchant. Have you not heard the developers proclaiming that Wasteland OL aims to establish an economic system that authentically reflects supply and demand dynamics? If this is not merely an elaborate promise, then the correct interpretation would be to cast a long line to catch a great fish. This notion seems somewhat reasonable. Disregarding the players' discussions, Chu Guang's thoughts were solely fixated on the two hefty sacks of game currency before him. He harbored an audacious idea. If plastic chips could serve as a common equivalent, then why not metallic currency? These two sacks contained no fewer than 60 to 70,000 coins, and it would not take long for that merchant, surnamed Sun, to procure a considerable amount more. For a scale of fewer than 500 players, these coins would be more than sufficient. The brass coins could be deemed copper, while the silver-white coins could represent silver, with a value ratio of 10 to 1. The original contribution points would be integrated into a new honor system, allowing players to purchase identities, titles, and even private lands. Concurrently, the forthcoming systems of mercenaries, caravans, guilds, and legions would also be linked to contribution points. Only players with sufficient contributions would be eligible to lead others. This not only strengthens management, but also significantly curtails disruptive players. After all, the higher the value of a player's account, the more they would cherish their hard-earned game privileges, thus tending to invest more effort and voluntarily uphold order within the game. Disruption may be entertaining, but it is a facet of human nature. Dragging two nearly 100-kilogram sacks back to the shelter alone, Chu Guang sought out an unoccupied room devoid of activated incubation pods. Leaning the sacks against the corner of the wall, he then turned back to the residence hall, powered on his computer, logged into the official website's backend, and began crafting the announcement title. Wasteland OL Closed Beta Alpha 03 Version Update Announcement. Major Economic System Adjustment. As he typed this line, Chu Guang opened his document, where he had previously gathered numerous brilliant ideas from the forum. Now was the perfect moment to put them to use. Chapter 46, Developers Log, Alpha 03 Version. Official website, Wasteland OL Closed Beta Alpha 03 Version Update Announcement. Major updates. 1. The number of closed beta players increased to 50. 2. A brand new economic system. 3. A completely revamped honor system. Optimizations. 1. Several new alien models added. 2. A richer array of tradable resources. 3. Minor bugs fixed. After the announcement was released, Chu Guang remained busy, pinning his pre-edited post at the top of the official website's forum. Such a significant update, concerning the interests of all players, warranted a thorough discussion in his capacity as a planner. Developers Log, Alpha 03 Version. Greetings, esteemed players. I am your most beloved planner. Thanks to our tireless dedication and the punctual participation of our closed beta players, the development of Wasteland OL has made significant strides. I do not mean to boast, but this Alpha 03 version update is poised to be the most consequential update since the commencement of the closed beta. Previously, some players lamented that the contribution point settlement process was excessively cumbersome, requiring players to log out to check, thereby missing the joy of counting their earnings in-game. Additionally, many worried that NPCs might shortchange their wages, a concern that is entirely unfounded. The 404 Shelters manager, who also serves as a novice guide, is programmed to be perfectly just, ensuring that no player will receive less than their rightful earnings, a fact I can guarantee with my integrity. However, despite the absence of wage theft, The convoluted contribution point settlement process indeed posed an issue. Following feedback, our planning department convened for 3 consecutive days and nights, ultimately concluding that we cannot sacrifice gameplay for the sake of realism. Thus, we have resolved to design a brand new currency to replace the existing contribution points as the primary reward for players undertaking missions. This new currency is remarkably convenient, primarily denominated in 1 and 10 units, with brass and silver-white compositions, allowing players to purchase food, equipment, and other fee-based services and goods. Yes, following this update, food will no longer be provided free of charge. Players will need to use in-game copper or silver coins for purchases. Simultaneously, players will receive monetary rewards from missions. Doesn't that sound exciting? The gameplay has instantaneously become richer. On another note, following the Alpha 03 update, the shelter will permit its residents to possess private property. Items or equipment salvaged from the wasteland will belong to players, who can trade them with others or sell them to the shelter for rewards. To facilitate this, we have introduced an additional storage system located in the buffer room at the shelter's entrance. There, a row of password-protected lockers awaits your attention. You may have noticed them, and they are now accessible for use. Both money and weapons can be stored there, with the exception of dangerous items prohibited from entering the shelter. What? You inquire whether this service is free? Of course, it comes with a fee. However, do not fret. The rental costs are quite affordable, within the reach of all. Furthermore, players holding substantial contribution points need not despair. Although contribution points will no longer serve as currency, your contributions to the shelter and the civilization at large have not gone unnoticed by the NPCs. After thorough consideration by our planning department, we have decided to incorporate contribution points into the new honor system. This system operates independently of the economic system and pertains to the privileges players enjoy within the shelter. In simple terms, it can be exchanged for identities and titles. All players start with the default identity of shelter resident, and spending 2,000 contribution points allows one to upgrade to citizen status. In the 404 shelter, residents possess only basic human rights, while only citizens can own private land. Currently, only citizen identity exchanges are available. The most basic citizen status allows the purchase of a mere 5 square meters of private land, and as 1S status advances, this figure will continue to expand. More identities and titles will be released in subsequent updates based on testing progress. Concurrently, the systems of mercenaries, caravans, guilds, and legions currently in development will also necessitate certain identity and contribution point requirements. Post-Alpha 03 version, daily mission rewards will primarily consist of monetary compensation, with contribution points awarded only for actions that benefit the overall interests of the outpost. This includes, but is not limited to, holding public positions, resolving emergencies, and undertaking great creations and inventions. Please keep these points in mind. After the post was published, it did not immediately create a significant stir, though this was well within Chu Guang's expectations. It was currently 3 in the afternoon in the wasteland, while it was the dead of night in reality. For those who had not secured reservation qualifications, it was far too late, and for players currently engaged in the game, it was rather early. Once they logged out, they would naturally see it. Stretching languidly, Chu Guang was about to shut down his computer when he suddenly noticed a new reply to the post. Yaya, what is going on? Is the update already here? Did I miss the entire version 02? QEQ. Upon reading this post, Chu Guang was taken aback. This individual truly meant what he said. He wouldn't sleep without a helmet. However, he had no choice in the matter. If given the option, Chu Guang would have wished for the player's resurrection cooldowns to be shorter than anyone else, but alas. The journey from embryonic development to maturity invariably requires a modicum of time. Patience is key. By tomorrow, he would likely be back on his feet. Disregarding the plight of the unfortunate player, Chu Guang shut down his computer and rose to step outside the shelter. Ever since he procured a batch of tools from Brown Farm, the efficiency of the player's labor had indeed improved significantly. It had only been 2 days since the third batch of players entered the game, yet the concrete walls surrounding the sanatorium were nearly completed. Not only that, Chu Guang also discovered that a group of players, under the leadership of a fellow named Knife Under the Blade, had begun excavating a foundation in the vacant lot before the sanatorium, laying yellow mud bricks and applying cement. It appeared they were constructing a building. Chu Guang approached and halted a player who was busy moving bricks, inquiring, "What are you all up to?" The player, with a candid grin, explained, "We heard that the new NPC is a weapon merchant, so we are building her a weapon shop." "Goodness!" Chu Guang exclaimed in astonishment. Were they this proactive? Although he had indeed hinted at some information about the NPC to Fong Chong, he had never suggested anything about establishing a weapon shop. Such foresight was simply extraordinary. Without revealing any outward reaction, he glanced at the adjacent foundation and continued to ask, "And what about that one?" The player chuckled and replied, "That, you see, will be a public bath. We used to wash up by the lake, but but we realized that wasn't very safe. Just yesterday, Old Bai nearly had his little worm bitten off by a catfish. So, after some discussion, we decided to set up a communal bathhouse. Chu Guang stifled a laugh, maintaining a stoic expression as he nodded. Ahem, keep up the good work. It's commendable to prioritize hygiene. The player grinned and said, absolutely. I'll get back to it then. As evening descended, Fried Egg set up an iron pot in the open space, first tossing in a chunk of hyena fat to render out oil, followed by diced venison and an assortment of greens he had scavenged, all sautéed over high heat with a sprinkle of salt for seasoning. Tonight's menu consisted of fern fronds stir-fried with venison, accompanied by a light barley porridge. Thanks to the reindeer brought in by the administrator, the players could finally enhance their meals. Curious about the origin of the iron pot, Chu Guang noticed the unfamiliar cooking utensil in Fried Egg's hands and turned to the nearest player, Old Bai, asking, where did that come from? Old Bai chuckled and replied, oh, that's something Fong Chong and I put together. Really? You made that? Chu Guang raised an eyebrow in surprise, then inquired, is your furnace operational now? It is indeed. While the quality of the steel is merely average, it suffices for crafting some tools, Old Bai said with a proud smile. I was just about to report this to you, but I couldn't find you. It was remarkable how these players had even mastered the art of steelmaking through rudimentary methods. Although the steel produced might not be of the highest quality, every skill matures through gradual evolution, does it not? With iron at their disposal, they had significantly elevated their productivity. Chu Guang felt a wave of admiration wash over him. You all have done exceptionally well. I will commend your efforts to the organization. Both you and Fong Chong will receive a reward of 1,000 contribution points for addressing the steel needs of the outpost. Old Bai beamed with joy, exclaiming, it is my honor to relieve your burdens. Chu Guang shook his head. No need for such formality. These players were truly talented, and their pleasant demeanor made his role as a manager exceedingly effortless. He recalled hearing from Old Charlie at the general store on Better Street that the majority of shelter managers faced grim fates. The residents of shelters were far more challenging to please than the survivors in the wasteland, even when adequately fed and clothed. They would often ignore their dire circumstances and voice unrealistic demands. Rarely could raiders breach the formidable defenses of a shelter. Most shelters that fell into disrepair due to non-natural causes did so because of internal strife and discord that led to self-destruction. When he first heard these sentiments from Old Charlie, Chu Guang sensed an underlying melancholy in his tone, as if he had lived through such experiences himself. When he initially assumed management of Shelter 404, he too felt a twinge of anxiety, concerned that he might falter in his duties. Hence, he had left a safety net for himself on Better Street by enlisting Little Fish to help watch over things. However, that uncertainty had long since dissipated. While such situations could unfold in any shelter, they would certainly not transpire in his. Approaching the cooking area, Chu Guang took a bowl and addressed Fried Egg, who had just finished sautéing a pot of food, saying, please serve me a bowl as well. Fried Egg looked astonished, in his recollection. This NPC had never dined with them, leading him to wonder if the character was even designed to require sustenance. Had the artificial intelligence been upgraded? I'll do it, exclaimed Tung Tung, who was waiting by the stove. She eagerly took the bowl, filled it to the brim with barley porridge, and handed it to the administrator. Careful. It's hot. Thank you. Chu Guang nodded in gratitude, and then requested Fried Egg to serve him a ladle of the stir-fried venison, which he poured over the thick porridge before turning to head toward the shelter's elevator. Chapter 47. As a planner well-versed in human nature. Eat up. In the adjacent room to the residence hall, within Shelter 404, Chu Guang passed the bowl and spoon to Xia Yan, who was seated against the wall. Observing the venison and fern fronds floating atop the porridge, Xia Yan swallowed hard, her nervousness overshadowed by her hunger. She buried her head and began to devour the meal, without concern for its potential toxicity. The fact that she could eat indicated she was on the mend. Glancing at the mercenary's hasty consumption, Chu Guang took a brief look at her right leg. While the severed limb could not regenerate, the wound had mostly healed, with scabs beginning to slough off and new flesh appearing. It seemed the healing injection had indeed proven effective. If only I could procure another vial, he mused. Once Xia Yan had finished her meal, Chu Guang inquired, how is your burden carrying going? Xia Yan set down her bowl and nodded anxiously. To be honest, she lacked confidence. Yet, she was terrified of declining, fearing she might be sold to the neighboring farm as a serf. This ruthless individual had previously torn apart crawlers, and he didn't even flinch when firing at his own people. One could only speculate what other heinous acts he might commit. Very well, Chu Guang nodded, gazing at her as he continued. You may rest one more day tomorrow, but you will officially commence work the day after. Xia Yan, visibly anxious, inquired, by the way, what exactly is the weapon shop owner's role? Chu Guang replied, it's your character's setup. Haven't you memorized your lines yet? Xia Yan appeared utterly bewildered. clearly struggling to grasp the implications of this role. Chu Guang sighed. Never mind, it's not essential to understand. My assistant, Xiaoqi, will provide you with on-the-job training. You simply need to follow my instructions diligently. Furthermore, in other settings, I won't interfere, at least in front of others. You must address me as manager. Do you comprehend? Xiaoyan nodded. I understand. Chu Guang urged. Now say it once. Manager, Xiaoyan murmured submissively, her gaze lowered. Hey, you learn quickly, Chu Guang remarked, his satisfaction evident as he handed her a chocolate-flavored lollipop. Very good. This is your dessert after meals. Keep it. Xiaoyan, perplexed, accepted the lollipop from him. Staring blankly at it, her mind evidently adrift in thought. Chu Guang had no desire to delve into her musings, nor was he curious about what occupied her mind. Without lingering in the room, he closed the door and returned to the surface, first carrying Xiaoqi down from upstairs, then, akin to a seasoned farmer, herding the free-range players back to the shelter, ensuring they returned to their incubation pods. He locked the login permissions to prevent anyone from being restless during the night. Except for the trash players still out in the wild, all 29 players returned to their nests. Sitting down at the computer in the community hall, Chu Guang opened the forum. As he had anticipated, the young players, upon removing their helmets, did not first wash their faces or brush their teeth. Instead, they instinctively reached for their phones or computers to log onto the Wasteland OL official website. At this moment, when the players had just logged off, it was the most bustling time on the official forum throughout the day, especially since just 3 hours prior, Wasteland OL's official website had released a significant update. The Alpha 02 version had been live for less than 3 days, and already the 03 version was launched. Moreover, the contents of this update surpassed the previous version significantly. There was no need for it to be pinned. The post Chu Guang had made in his capacity as a planner had effortlessly replaced the lengthy analysis posts, becoming the hottest topic on the entire forum. Old by the most diligent official in history. A major update every 3 days and a minor update daily. I'm in love. Letting people off. Tears of joy streaming down my face. Finally, tasks will reward us with wages. TT. Night 10. What do you mean? Weren't T we paid before? Didn't T contribution points and affection levels count as wages? Humorous. Feng Chong. Wait a moment, I have a question. Does this mean that daily tasks will no longer grant contribution points? Wild Wind. What the hell? Letting people off. What the hell? What the hell? Night 10. No way, brother. This can't be happening. In fear. Kaka wrote from the future. Actually, there's a small detail. 2,000 contribution points can upgrade to citizen status. Will some tasks only be available to citizens, while residents cannot undertake them? Mole escaping the canyon. Wah, I want to build a house. Don't stop me from building a house. By the way, what happens if I don't buy land to build a house? Irina. That should be considered illegal construction. Humorous. Makabazi. What is the point of building a house? I want a farm. Damn it. 5 square meters is hardly enough to grow anything. Angry. The players' focal points were consistently in the strangest places. Chu Guang merely intended to convey that in the future, completing tasks would yield monetary rewards. However, the players were fixated on the notion that contribution points would become harder to acquire. Furthermore, they seemed to have misunderstood certain aspects regarding the identity system and the private land system introduced in this update. Yet, he couldn't entirely blame them. He had indeed failed to clarify this portion adequately. Everyone, please remain calm. This planner just finished a long shift and hasn't had a moment to rest before hearing from the forum moderator that there are many questions regarding the new version. Thus, I will explain in detail what this private land is all about. First and foremost, players who have already obtained closed beta qualifications should have experienced that the game map of Wasteland OL is an open world with a vast expanse nearly equivalent to infinity. In stark contrast, the surface outpost of the shelter can only provide a limited safe zone. This 5 square meters of private land can be understood as the personal space provided to players within the walls of the outpost. Players can construct homes on their designated land, provided that the height does not surpass the ruins of the sanatorium located at the center of the base. If one wishes to expand their private territory, aside from diligently earning contribution points to elevate their status, they can collaborate with friends to develop and share the space. Of course, some players may wonder, if I don't have my own land but wish to build a house, can I construct one outside the outpost as walls? The answer is a resounding yes. We have promised that players can unleash their creativity to transform this world, and the server will retain these modifications, which is one of the core gameplay elements. However, it is important to note that free construction is merely a function supported by the server. Players can exercise this function, but must also adhere to the rules set by the NPCs within the game. After all, in the narrative, players are residents of Shelter 404. The territory of the outpost encompasses not only the walls, but also the external defense buffer zones, agricultural areas, and so forth. As long as players do not encroach upon these lands and do not pose a threat to the public safety or facilities of the outpost, they may freely express their creativity in their constructions. However, it is crucial to remember that these structures outside the designated lands will not be protected by the shelter. Additionally, as the outpost expands and develops, adjacent lands may be incorporated into new territorial boundaries at any moment. Hence, for an enhanced gaming experience, it is advisable to exercise creativity and choose locations slightly distant from the outpost. If, by chance, your building inadvertently falls within the outpost's territorial bounds, there is no need for excessive worry. The benevolent manager will not immediately demolish any illegal structures. Instead, the owner will be granted a 30-day grace period. During this period, you will hold the preferential right to purchase the land, whether through elevating your status or collaborating with other players. As long as you convert the land beneath your structure into your private property, you may retain the illegal building, a highly considerate approach. Naturally, if the player does not exercise their preferential purchasing right within these 30 days, the manager will be obliged to follow the shelter's management regulations, reclaim the land, and confiscate the illegal structures, initiating asset disposal procedures. In the process of asset disposal, the administrators will determine, based on the purpose and quality of the building, whether to demolish it, designate it as a public facility, or auction it off. Furthermore, depending on the method of disposal, administrators may judiciously provide compensation to players who have lost their land. Additionally, it is important to note that the current currency is merely a provisional currency during the closed beta and internal testing phases. This point must be emphasized. As we approach the end of game testing, we will contemplate the integration of a digital currency and electronic bookkeeping system, presenting the monetary system and attributes in a visually accessible interface directly to the players, much like the games you have played on traditional PCs. Attributes and assets will be readily available for consultation. However, implementing this functionality is no simple feat as it involves numerous complex technical challenges. We kindly ask for your patience and a little time for our development team. Moreover, this update has introduced 20 new closed beta qualifications. We trust that the fortunate participants have already received notifications via email, so please check your inbox promptly. After pulling an all-nighter, I need to catch some sleep. Should you have any questions, feel free to leave a comment below this post, and I will respond comprehensively once I awaken. Of course, Chu Guang had not slept. In the wasteland, it was barely dark, not yet even 6:30 in the evening. And sleeping so early would lead to waking up in the middle of the night without the aid of a gaming helmet to assist with slumber. Instead, he opted to browse the forum, observing the banter among the users. True to his expectations, less than 2 minutes after he updated his post, the replies below it surged once more. Battlefield Atmosphere Group. Awesome. The planner has replied. Human Outline Chef. Brother Guang. It's you. Sweat dripping on the ground. Desperately seeking closed beta qualifications. Please, just give me a chance. Arrogant grandfather. Keep rambling, I still don't believe it. I'll say it again, there is no such thing as a fully immersive virtual reality game. Those accounts above are all bots. To the living people in the forum, do not be deceived by the dog administrators of the cow and horse herd. They are not good people. Irina, are there even living people in this forum? Aren't they all my little accounts? Humorous. Quit smoking. What the heck? Have all 50 slots been filled already? Why didn't I receive anything in my email? In debt with big eyes. Ha ha ha, I received it. A hint of longing. One ha. Oh, this ID, arrogant grandfather, looks somewhat familiar. It seems to be from the cow and horse herd. However, what surprised Chu Guang was that this arrogant little friend had actually followed him to the forum. Didn't this person always claim that the official website was a black site with malware? Why was he now bowing to life? Upon clicking on the account, Chu Guang found it even more amusing. Goodness, he was actually a pre-registered player, and he had completed 10 questions after the registration threshold was raised. Chu Guang chuckled to himself, not taking this individual's foolish remarks to heart. He was not the only one disbelieving in the existence of this game. Chu Guang's task was merely to sift through the 300+ reserves and select 20 reliable players. Methods included, but were not limited to, analyzing user profiles through historical forum posts, quiz scores, activity levels, and online times. Having previously worked in sales, he was quite adept at this. For those who are neither here nor there, the most clueless among them should stay away. There are plenty of steel bars at the construction site that need lifting. What a failure in life must it be to run into a game thinking oneself clever? Upset? Frustrated? Haha, I couldn't care less. As a planner well-versed in human nature, all Chu Guang needed to do was use 3 sentences to have the players toil away for an entire night. Chapter 48, Alpha 03 version launch. New gameplay unlocked. The following morning, outside the walls of the sanatorium, the air was alive with chatter and calls. At the abandoned construction site, Stones were being transported. Groups of 4 were forming, with 2 small carts already rented, urging others to hurry up. Are there any strength-based partners? Let us wait for a teammate to chop trees, earn money, and level up. Agile types, seeking a group. Perception types preferred, intelligence types step aside. To tackle the scavenging tasks in the northern row houses. GKD. Damn, does the intelligence type have no rights? The outpost is recruiting part-time warehouse managers. With a fixed daily salary of 9 silver coins and 100 contribution points. Working hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., with a 3-hour break in between. Responsibilities include verifying ledgers, auditing inventory, and managing procurement and sales. Intelligence types are preferred. Only 2 positions available. Note, the administrators are always watching you. Any act of favoritism or fraud will be severely punished. I'm signing up. The carpentry workshop is also hiring. A guaranteed daily salary of 10 silver coins and 200 contribution points, with extra commissions for tool orders. Experience in carpentry is required, must handle raw wood, and be able to craft furniture of good quality or above, bows, and spears. Following the version update, each player received a new player package containing 5 copper coins from the generous administrators. What can you do with 5 copper coins? Quite a lot, actually. For instance, you can rent an axe for 5 hours at the lumberjack's hut, or rent a cart for 5 hours at the warehouse, along with other tools. In addition to renting, one can purchase a pound of horned potatoes, green wheat, or 100 grams of jerky at the warehouse. The purchasing power is quite robust. It must be said that players are the most adaptable beings. If the scavengers from Bet Street heard someone proposing to replace their tokens, which they have used for nearly a century, with metal pieces, they would likely stand up and fight that person immediately. But players are different. They are particles performing Brownian motion within a bottle, embodying both chaos and order. As long as they continue to repeatedly don and doff the helmet, they will never escape this bottle. Games have their own rules, and updates and adjustments are the norm. For players, this is common sense. Within less than an hour, these self-taught little geniuses had already become familiar with the new version's rules and began to ponder how to adapt their gameplay within those parameters. In the open space before the walls, Feng Chong did not immediately set off, but instead gathered Lao Bai, Yi Shi, and Kuang Feng to hold a strategy meeting. Feng Chong. The most significant changes in the Alpha 03 version are the modifications to the economic system and identity system. Feng Chong. I just consulted the administrator's assistant. To earn contribution points, aside from making significant contributions, one can only acquire them through employment. Taking the warehouse manager position as an example, working for a day can yield 100 contribution points. If starting from scratch, it would normally take 20 days to achieve citizenship. Kuang Feng touched his nose and raised his hand to speak. I'd like to add that it is not solely through the employment system. Daily active tasks have a guaranteed minimum. For instance, felling 20 trees and transporting them to the carpenter's hut not only garners rewards for the act of chopping itself, but also yields 80 contribution points. However, the daily cap on contribution points earned through active tasks is limited to 160 points, meaning that nearly 2 tasks would suffice to reach the maximum. Feng Chong mused. Utilizing the downtime from professional tasks to engage in daily activities could theoretically allow for a maximum of 260 contribution points in a single day, requiring 8 days to accumulate 2,000 points. Yet, for the average individual, this seems quite challenging. Yi Shi whispered, wow, if that is the case, then my 3,000 contribution points are rather impressive. Lao Bai scratched the back of his head, chuckling. I have 5,000. Yi Shi exclaimed, damn. Upon entering the game for the first time, the contribution points from tree felling were calculated based on the length and girth of the wood. A tree comparable in thickness to an arm would yield 1 point per meter, while a tree akin to a thigh would yield 2 points per meter. It appears that the game's numerical design was flawed, leading to Lao Bai, with his strength-based character, managing to acquire a staggering 800 points solely from chopping trees. While even Feng Chong, who had the lowest stamina, managed to earn 300 points in a single day. This was evidently imbalanced. As anticipated, from version Alpha 02 onwards, the income from tree felling was significantly reduced. By the time of version Alpha 03, the reward for cutting down a tree, depending on its size, had been diminished to merely 2 or 4 copper coins. Furthermore, without a personal axe, players had to pay a rental fee of 1 copper coin per hour, accumulating debt. Even if one were to chop down 20 trees of thigh thickness in a day, the income would only amount to 80 copper coins, converting to a mere 8 silver coins. Coupled with the 80 contribution points earned for felling 20 trees, the profession of lumberjack had undergone a dramatic reduction compared to the initial launch of the server. Nevertheless, the outpost was indeed not in dire need of wood, and tree felling was likely aimed at ensuring a fruitful agricultural season in the spring. Thanks to the data overflow and contribution points at the game's inception, the 4 of us now possess the highest contribution points within the game. I have already exchanged mine for citizenship, and soon, you all should upgrade your identities as well. Collectively, we will then have 20 square meters, allowing us to secure a plot of land near the sanatorium. What do we need that land for? Fong Chong raised an eyebrow, questioning the rationale. Are you dense? To build a house. Old Bai's eyes lit up. It's perfectly reasonable to construct a 3-story building on a 20 square meter lot, provided the height does not exceed that of the central sanatorium. The first floor can serve as a storefront, while the second and third floors can be divided into rooms, with each person having their own space for a bed and a trunk. Doesn't that sound delightful? Fong Chong shot an incredulous look at Yi Shi, baffled by his seemingly foolish inquiry. That is a valid point, Old Bai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with newfound inspiration. We could engage in commerce. A storefront directly facing the main entrance of the sanatorium, which serves as the player's respawn point, is undoubtedly a prime location for business. Selling even a few items could yield considerable profits. Indeed, that was precisely my consideration. Fong Chong snapped his fingers, a smile spreading across his face as he spoke with confidence. The new version clearly encourages players to unleash their creativity, spontaneously organizing production and trade. Do you remember the emphasis placed by the developers on the goal of Wasteland Online? It aims to establish a realistic economic system that reflects supply and demand, which will significantly influence how players acquire equipment and supplies, largely through interplayer trade. If we don't secure land now, when will we? Regrettably, the identity system limits the amount of land each player can purchase. Otherwise, Fong Chong would be inclined to save money to acquire all the land surrounding the sanatorium, directly developing a wasteland real estate venture. Isn't that a more cost-effective option than buying property in the big cities? Is there any possibility this game won't flourish upon public release? Kwang Fong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This analysis is spot on. Yi Shi and Old Bai exchanged glances, their faces brimming with excitement. How much does it cost to buy land? Fong Chong asked with a smile. I've checked. 1 square meter costs merely 10 silver coins. Our current objective is to gather 200 silver coins before any other players do, to purchase the closest 20 square meters to the sanatorium. Old Bai hesitated. What if someone beats us to it? Fong Chong wore a resigned expression. If that happens, we can simply invite them to join us. There are currently not many players who have achieved citizenship. Even if someone is faster, how many could there possibly be? A couple more won't hinder our plans. The three nodded in agreement regarding the prospect of inviting others to join their cause. I have one more question. Yi Shi raised his hand and said, what can we do to earn money? I found out that working in the cement factory provides the highest income among jobs with no experience requirement. But even then, it only amounts to 10 silver coins per day. With the production bonus, it barely reaches 12 coins, and that requires 2 people. Kwang Fong pointed towards a distant direction, cautioning, moreover, there are no more vacancies. Look, smoke is already rising from the cement kiln. It's likely full by now. Although the cement kiln was built by Old Bai and his team, after the update of the land system in Alpha 03, all facilities within the walls were designated as public utilities. As the builders of the facility, both Old Bai and Fong Chong enjoyed a 30-day priority purchasing right. However, the location of that cement kiln was exceedingly remote, almost adjacent to the wall, making it vulnerable to enemy incursions. They had no intention of squandering their precious purchase quota, given the low technical requirements for such facilities. It was wiser to wait for 30 days until the assets were liquidated, at which point the land and fixed assets would be officially confiscated, with the management promising compensation in cash and contribution points. They would even prefer immediate confiscation to use the relocation compensation to buy land. Fong Chong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Even if we don't fill all the positions, I wouldn't recommend applying for those fixed roles. To outpace other players, we must forge our own path. Yi Shi looked at him, inquiring, such as, for example, hunting. Fong Chong nodded affirmatively. Earlier, I noticed at the warehouse entrance that a corpse of a mutated hyena could be exchanged for 5 silver coins. For every kilogram over 30 kilograms, an additional 2 copper coins are awarded. Yi Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. 5 silver coins? Is that truly the case? That's the minimum estimate. While mutated hyenas generally weigh around 30 kilograms, it's autumn, and most prey are accumulating fat, so their weights are likely to be higher than usual. This detail has been meticulously crafted within the game. Indeed, in addition to mutated hyenas, mutated reindeer are also on the acquisition list, with each piece of prey fetching at least 12 silver coins. If our 4-person team can hunt 8 mutated hyenas in a day, we would consistently surpass the combined income from 4 people working in the cement factory. Every additional kill translates into profit. This was Fong Chang's envisioned fastest route to amass 200 silver coins. But where are we supposed to find that many prey? Old Bai hesitated, commenting, the wetland park seems to be populated mostly with birds and small animals. We likely need to venture into the city to find larger game. Before Fong Chong could respond, Yishur interjected, "You needn't worry about that. I have been accompanying the manager on hunting trips these past few days, and I've memorized the dangerous areas and those rich in game. Moreover, just yesterday, the manager and I discovered a migrating herd of deer. As long as we follow their tracks, locating prey should be quite manageable." The howling wind nodded in agreement. Indeed, our Knight 10 specializes in perception, boasting the highest perception score of 9 points among all players, making the search for prey relatively straightforward. The pressing question now is, how do we execute the hunt? The weapon merchant has yet to open for business. Feng Chong, with a confident smile, remarked, "There's no need for firearms. With the right technique, spears, slingshots, bows, and crossbows can perform admirably at mid-range, rivaling guns." Kong Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you ever used a bow? It's notoriously difficult to hit a target." He recalled a previous outing organized by his university to an archery club, where he had tried archery equipped with a professional sight. Hitting a target 20 meters away seemed a feat reserved for the gifted. More often than not, arrows ended up in others' targets or scattered across the floor and ceiling, rendering the notion of using a bow without sights rather daunting. Nevertheless, Feng Chong appeared unfazed by this concern, his face still adorned with a confident smile. "Rest assured, archery is my forte. I possess a modest foundation in it. You'll focus on crafting traps and delivering the finishing blows, while Lao Bai will take on the front line. And Knight 10 will handle reconnaissance and vigilance. Trust me, this lineup is exceptionally robust." Chapter 49. Chu Guang is orchestrating a grand scheme. It wasn't just Feng Chong who noticed. Numerous players had also caught on. The significance of this update went far beyond merely refining the economic system and integrating contribution points into the honor system. Its greatest implication was the emphasis on cooperation among players. With the increasing player base, this step was, in fact, inevitable. A well-structured social system not only enhances players' gaming experience, but also increases user retention and daily activity, although the latter may seem somewhat superfluous for the technically adept Wasteland OL. Thus far, the players filtered in by Chu Guang were a hardcore bunch, practically yearning to remain online for 24 hours a day, unwilling to log off until forcibly disconnected. Their self-discipline was almost reminiscent of a life devoid of romance. Nevertheless, from the perspective of the vast majority of players, the impact of this update on collaborative gameplay was profoundly significant. Although the official social system had not been updated, many existing mechanics were already laying the groundwork for team play and guild systems. The most telling example was that players could share land usage rights with friends. While 5 square meters of land might seem inconsequential, when 4 players pooled together, they could create a 20 square meter space, sufficient for constructing a small dwelling. Was this not the nascent form of a guild? Xiaoqi, do you know what the soul of a game is? What is it? Standing on the 3rd floor of the sanatorium, observing the bustling players in and around the forward base, Chu Guang's lips curled into a slight smile. It is mathematics. Mathematics? More accurately, it should be referred to as the design of numerical values. This is an art form. Excellent numerical design can even become a gameplay mechanic in itself. In contrast, the plot, visuals, and settings merely serve as the artistic embellishments that enhance the game. Baidu may not be entirely useless. Occasionally, it can yield some nonsensical information. After a brief pause, Chu Guang continued with deliberation. Through the design of numerical values, we can ensure that the contribution points and currency obtainable by the majority of methodical players within a single day remain within a reasonable range. For instance, under normal circumstances, it takes 2 to 3 weeks to elevate from resident to citizen. This duration cannot be too lengthy, or it may dishearten players, nor can it be too short, as easily attainable rewards lack significance. Once players attain citizenship and become our core users, we will promptly set new goals for them, such as purchasing land. Xiaoqi tilted the camera slightly. Purchasing land? But the prices you've set for land don't seem exorbitant. Indeed, Chu Guang affirmed with a nod. For players who have already achieved citizenship, purchasing land is a swift affair, merely a matter of reaching into their wallets. However, once they acquire land, they must construct something upon it, right? Building houses requires cement, bricks, and sturdier structures necessitate steel. By erecting more houses, the production capacity of these building materials will naturally increase. I refuse to believe these players would be content with their in-game abodes resembling shanties. Why is citizenship limited to a mere 5 square meters? If I were to grant them 10 or 20 square meters, our safe zone would soon be inundated with worthless shacks and debris. Xiaoqi interjected. I see. For an AI, grasping these nuances empathetically might pose a challenge. However, Chu Guang remained unperturbed. With a gentle smile, he continued, once the houses are constructed, they cannot remain unfurnished, can they? Whether it's beds, tables, cabinets, carpets, or curtains. And once electricity is introduced, they'll need light fixtures as well. The cycle of raw materials, furs, and handicrafts will inevitably boost both production and consumption. Regardless of whether it's selling land, constructing houses, or acquiring furniture, all of this requires capital, does it not? And where will that money originate? Apologies, but this game is still in closed beta and currently does not support microtransactions. To earn money, one must diligently complete quests, grind dungeons, or engage in labor. Through the leverage of the quest system, Chu Guang could easily manipulate the flow of currency, thereby indirectly directing player behavior. For instance, if the shelter faced a food shortage, he would increase the rewards for gathering and hunting tasks. Should there be a need for construction, the profits from tasks like transporting bricks, plastering, and mixing cement would be enhanced. And what if mutants or raiders were to invade? That would transcend monetary concerns. Chu Guang would initiate a perpetual war mobilization within the game, exempting players from death penalties during the event and equipping them with weapons. Faced with a relentless scourge, even the fearless mutants would tremble. Once they had sufficiently played, he would unlock new identity tiers for them to explore. Beyond citizenship, there existed the title of intermediate citizen, with purchasable land expanded to 25 square meters. By then, the second perimeter wall would be erected, and there would be no shortage of cement, bricks, wood, or steel. Without a doubt, they would construct a larger house and repeat the aforementioned process. When they tire of building houses at their doorstep, he would bestow noble titles upon these seasoned players and assign them a distant fiefdom to manage. Weapons, ammunition, food, fuel, and building materials would all be within their production capabilities. If not, they could import from the old world, conveniently providing new players with tasks to undertake. As for what lies ahead, that can be addressed in due time. Damn it, I've only just unlocked the B1 level of the shelter myself. And here I am worrying about matters so far ahead. The exact number of cultivation pods stored in Shelter 404 remains an enigma. Perhaps he would need to devise a means to create them in the future. He was convinced that the illustrious original administrator had achieved some unprecedented technological marvel within this shelter. And after he unveils all the secrets, he shall undoubtedly reveal the truth to him. However, while the future remains uncertain, Chu Guang is filled with confidence regarding the significant update of the Alpha 03 version. He is orchestrating a grand strategy. In the initial phase of his plan, players who have undergone 9 years of compulsory education represent a reservoir of quality productivity, effortlessly leaping from an agrarian society into industrialization. Having achieved the foundational aspects of industrialization, survival in the wasteland becomes feasible. In the second phase, as the player base expands, Chu Guang intends to integrate a group of indigenous inhabitants from the wasteland into the outpost, engaging them in fundamental production roles such as farming, logging, and cement production. Should any of these natives possess unique talents, he will assign them to specialized positions. Meanwhile, those players who have ascended to citizenship will be liberated from basic labor roles, allowing them to immerse themselves in more creative, combative, and exploratory endeavors that offer greater challenges and enjoyment, leveraging their ability to resurrect and learn from repeated failures. In the third and final stage, ideally, the NPCs, representing the native inhabitants, and the players, as clones, will have established a distinctive symbiotic societal relationship, where their strengths complement and constrain one another. If all proceeds smoothly, players who have acquired property, wealth, equipment, friendships, and even love within this realm will regard the wasteland online as their second life, becoming advocates of order rather than challengers, thus fostering a thriving game ecosystem. Such a game environment does indeed exist in reality, commonly referred to as a server environment. Of course, Chu Guang is acutely aware that plans can never fully keep pace with change, so he has prepared numerous contingency plans to address unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, the implementation of the first phase appears to be progressing quite satisfactorily. The meticulously selected beta testers, clearly enticed by the grand vision he has painted, are cooperating even more than he had anticipated. Little Chi, holding the camera, glanced at her master standing beside her and quietly reminded him, "Master, did you know that your smile right now resembles that of a villain? A villain? Have you ever encountered a villain as benevolent as I?" Chu Guang shot a glance at the silent companion. "I have liberated them from their mundane existence, granting them an extraordinary additional 12 hours in their lives. All they need to contribute is a modicum of sweat and the time to dream. Beyond that, they incur no losses, not even a single penny." Damn it. When you put it that way, it sounds like a real loss. This helmet should be charging a fee. Yet, after pondering, Chu Guang was at a loss as to what he would do with the money, since online purchases could not be delivered, and the server's electricity costs and the helmet's expenses were not his concern. At least for now, charging fees would complicate matters. Shaking his head, he withdrew his gaze from the window and turned his back to Little Chi, yawning. The wind on the rooftop was rather brisk. "I will retreat to the shelter. This area is entrusted to you." The team he had the highest hopes for had already set out with bows, spears, and provisions purchased through crowdfunding, presumably to haunt. Chu Guang had been deliberately nurturing a player named Yi Shi, imparting survival skills in the wasteland and teaching him how to use perception to track prey and detect danger, even leading him to successfully find the tracks of a deer herd. If they failed to bring back any game, it would be a discredit to his mentorship. With the 9mm ammunition running low, Chu Guang decided to grant himself a day off. Little Chi adjusted the camera obediently. As you wish, master. As noon approached, a hoarse whimper emanated from the half-open cultivation chamber next to the residence hall. Wah wah wah, sister, I'm finally alive. Having arisen too excitedly, her forehead bumped against the still-ajar hatch, and Yi rubbed her reddened brow as she sat up in the chamber. Gazing at her delicate skin and impressive physique in the mirror before her, her eyes brimmed with tears, half from pain and half from exhilaration. Before logging in, she had obsessively followed the forum for a full 3 days. 3 days. Heaven knows how she endured those sleepless nights without the helmet. Wiping away the tears, Yi swiftly donned the clothing kept in the chamber's storage compartment, tugging at the zipper and jogging out of the room. The lights in the residence hall were aglow. Chu Guang, having just returned from outside, was seated at the computer in the hall, browsing the internet. Upon hearing footsteps from next door, he casually closed the webpage he had been viewing, released the mouse, and turned his gaze towards the player entering the hall. The young player, head bowed, spoke in a tone of repentance. Esteemed administrator, please allow me to apologize for my rash and thoughtless actions. Although the planner had told her that apologies were meaningless, the NPC's portrayal was so convincing that she felt compelled to utter an apology lest she be unable to forgive herself. There is no need for you to apologize to me. It is the trust of the organization and those who still lie dormant underground that you have betrayed. Chu Guang glanced at her attire. If memory serves, each cultivation chamber was only equipped with 2 sets of this blue uniform. Should this individual perish once more, she might find herself in dire straits. While Tung Tung had made some warm animal skin coats, they were suitable only for outerwear. Being completely unclothed underneath would be somewhat inappropriate, especially given her unique physique. With an impassive expression, Chu Guang continued, according to the rules, I should deduct 500 contribution points from you, but regrettably, you have no contribution points to deduct. Yeah, head bowed in shame, replied, I am truly very sorry. I am willing to accept any punishment. Punishment is meant to impart a lesson. To survive in this wasteland, one requires not just courage, but also intellect. I hope you will cherish your life and this hard-earned opportunity to ascend to the surface. Chu Guang paused before continuing. I am assigning you a task. Go outside and gather 100 kilograms of food, including but not limited to wild vegetables, berries, and mushrooms. Until this punitive task is completed, your status will be downgraded from resident to criminal. This status precludes you from accepting tasks or receiving any rewards. Remember, your balance is insufficient to pay the death penalty. Should you perish again, I will permanently expel you back underground. Take heed of your actions. Permanent expulsion signifies the revocation of gaming privileges. In the fictional game setting, all players originate from the deepest recesses of the shelter, a cryogenic center housing thousands in slumber, serving as the vanguard for returning to the surface. Upon hearing the term permanent expulsion, Yi trembled, quickly responding, yes. I promise it will never happen again. Satisfied with her reflective attitude, Chu Guang nodded gently. You may go. Ya, feeling dejected, was just about to head toward the door when the manager, seated at the desk, suddenly called out to her. Wait a moment. Yi halted and turned back. Is there something you wish to convey? Please, just a moment. I would like to show you something. With that, Chu Guang retrieved a can from a metallic packaging within the drawer, pulled the tab, and tore off the lid. An enticing aroma wafted from the can. Upon witnessing this, Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback. To her astonishment, the aged can displayed no signs of oil separation, its appearance akin to that of a freshly produced item. Could it possibly have just been processed? A peculiar expression crossed Chu Guang's face. Is there still a need for a taste test? It seems unnecessary. Yi, having just revived, did not dwell on such thoughts. Her stomach, though not initially hungry, could not resist salivating at the sight of the delectable can. She lifted her gaze towards the manager, her face a canvas of disbelief and gratitude. Is this, for me? Chu Guang offered no reply, merely inquired. Do you wish to eat it? Yi nodded vigorously. Yes, I do. Chu Guang continued. Is there anything unusual about its color? Perhaps a green glow? Yi shook her head emphatically. No. When hunger strikes, everything appears appetizing. Her focus was wholly ensnared by the food, and she swallowed hard once more. This manager is remarkably compassionate, although she had just been reprimanded, but still. All right, I understand. Chu Guang reclaimed the can. I only wish to show you. Do not overthink it. Yi. Ultimately, this small player exited with tears glistening in her eyes. Meanwhile, seated and savoring the can, Chu Guang reflected that perhaps she had indeed been a tad excessive this time.